24 Hour. Something a little bit different here on DDMM. We're bringing you live coverage of the entirety of the race in some form or one another, and with a quick press of the button. Welcome to the DDMM live feed for 2023. We've got our live view here trackside at Teesside Autodrome. Myself, Andrew Mather, and Jacob Harris will be guiding you through the course of the race. And if I press that button there, and that button there, hello everybody! How are we all doing this fine Saturday morning? I've completely lost track of what day it is. Yeah, that one there. Because I'll be honest, Jacob, I'm still in Le Mans mode. But I thought, what better way to deal with that than do another 24-hour this weekend? How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Excited for another 24. Sorry, I'm very tall.
He's very tall. I have to make constant camera adjustments for him. But he is so beautiful. We've got to have him on the screen. This is what's going to bring the subs in.
This is the length of me. Looking forward to a really, really good race. We've got some solid teams out here today. Good driver lineups. It's you can never tell who's going to win these races, let alone estimate who's going to be in the mixer. We got a few teams looking like they might be up there. We've had a look at qualifying results. I say qualifying results, practice results. We haven't qualified yet. Practice results, and there's a couple of surprises at the top there as well, Andrew. Not to mention some of the usual suspects. Of course, reliability comes into the Bukc 24-hour, as it does with any 24-hour, and will impact that, and they get one shot at qualifying.
They do indeed. I know we always say this with a 24-hour race. I know we say this when we're up here with David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth in August for the British 24-hour. All 24-hour races, and we saw that last weekend as well at Le Mans, are unpredictable. But I think this one more than any that I regularly go to and watch and follow, this is the most unpredictable of them all in a way. In a way, one class, everyone in the same set of machinery, very much akin to the Bukc in the Club 100 phase of the season. But it's very important to take care of the karts and very important to take care of each other as drivers, especially on a hot, muggy day like today.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the teams that finished on the podium last year. Dublin don't do the Bukc normally. Yeah. Well, they don't do the main rounds. We had Brighton, who were traditionally a clubman team, really. Funny enough, I said to them last year when they were signing on that they weren't going to finish anywhere, and there they were, taking a trophy and a couple of bottles of champagne off me at the end. So yeah, it really is about consistency and making sure you look after, as you said, the karts and each other. And teams like Brighton, therefore, do very well because that's one of the things that they've got nailed as a university. A couple of karts out on track for Super Bowl.
So this talks through this Super Bowl session. Daniel, I called you Howard then. Jacob, how's this one going to work for the drivers out there?
We should start a tally chart for the number of times you nearly called me Howard.
Call you Howard.
There's one. We'll know that. Super Bowl is one lap qualifying. You go out, you do an out lap, obviously, and as soon as you start the cross-finish line, you'll cross the start-finish line, your pole lap begins. You do one full circuit, and whatever time you set is the time you get for qualifying. You do an in-lap, and away you go. One shot, no mistakes, sorts the grid out for the start of the race. We have had in the past teams, or universities rather, with two teams bump draft each other down the straight and try and gain an advantage that way. I remember Warwick got a pole doing that, I think 2018 or maybe 2019. We had, I think, Alistair Irvine and Sam Cobb out there in alternate teams and started at the front. Doesn't look like anyone's doing that so far. We've got a couple of drivers on their hot lap. Imperial, Sam Harris's International Tea Party, Unprotected X, that's Exeter. Speedophiles, that's Manchester. Bungle Merchants, Llandown Nunda, with just the one L because Willie Chew can't spell. Warwick and CKRC, which is a mixture of Brooks and UWTSD drivers. They're all out there setting some pace early on, but the drivers are going out one by one. It looks like they've kind of been timed as to go out 10 seconds after the other. And you put your best drivers in for this is the idea. If you've got any drivers you can consider the best, otherwise you just put whoever's going in first, I guess. I can see Kieran Harrison out there. I can see Ocean Beach out there. I think Max O'Shaughnessy is in the Exeter kart. No, Warwick, I can't quite read the name on the back of the suit there. But yeah, the best drivers go out. They do one lap, and that sets the grid for the Le Mans style start.
It does indeed. So first lap time in is Imperial A with a 1 minute 23.780. They are knocked off the top spot straight away, and here come the lap times. And Speedophiles go into a 1 minute 21.998. So that's a good early benchmark of the cars that have come across the line. Here comes Kieran Harrison and goes fastest. Down under 1 minute 21.856. Kieran Harrison continuing the form that we've seen so far this season. In the mains BUKC season and also in the Club 100 of BUKC iRacing Championship. A driver very much in form goes to provisional pole position. Here comes Sam Johns over the line. CKRC number 47 goes into third place on a 1 minute 22.2. Max O'Shaughnessy's next over the line in the number 32, very strong this season. Only fifth for the Durex racing team, the combination of Durham and Exeter, the BUKT champions this season, of course. Ligma go across the line in fifth place.
That's a Loughborough effort. Yeah, Sam John's fastest lap, I believe, last year, so he might be a bit disappointed with only third at the moment. Max O'Shaughnessy, BUKC Driver of the Year this year, sixth place so far.
Number
You'd want to be higher than that.
21 comes over the line. That's Imperial A coming in after their flying lap. Here comes the number 6 across the line. They've already completed their first lap as well. In fact, all of these cars coming over the line at the moment. If you're wondering why they're lapping a little bit off the pace, if you're looking at live.alphatime.co.uk/BUKC, this is because they're on their in-laps. So, I think the top 10 at the moment is looking like the number 14 of Flandown under 1 minute 21.856. The Speedophiles in second place, CKRC third, Unprotected EXE in fourth place, Ligma fifth, Durex Racing in sixth, Warwick A seventh, Imperial A eighth, Sam Harris's International Tea Party in ninth, and Bungle Merchants 10th. Now, whilst there's a pause in proceedings, Jacob, the team names in places a little bit different to what we're used to, perhaps with a full BUKC mains round.
Yes, you might be looking at Warwick A and Imperial A and thinking, yeah, that's what I expect from BUKC. But 24-hour, we allow teams to choose their own team names. It's all a bit fantasy football, or rather fantasy F1, if you're into your motorsports, which I presume you are if you listen to this live stream. But it's usually a play on words involving a karting term, usually the university. That's why we've got Durex Racing for Exeter and Unprotected X for all Exeter as well.
It's a good job this channel isn't monetised, because otherwise we'd be getting strikes straight away. Never mind.
Yeah.
You can get involved here in the on the stream on the DDMM YouTube channel. Pop a comment in the live chat. Let us know who you're supporting. And thank you already. We've already had a couple of subscribers. Unfortunately, due to googliness and settings of a privacy nature, sometimes the names come through, sometimes they don't. In this case, it's that they've not come through. But if that was you who's clicked the subscribe button, thank you very much indeed. So Group 2 going out on circuit. Now, who can we see out there, Jacob?
At the minute, no one I recognise. This usually is a place where drivers like to bring new helmets and stuff that they haven't had a chance to utilise in the main BUKC season, whether it comes too early in the year or they just don't want to get them dirty in the likely poor weather that we have at BUKC rounds. I don't know. But I'm wondering, I think they're going out 10 at a time.
Yep.
So this would be the second group of 10. Do we want to quickly flash up the plan for the 24 hours of streaming?
We can do.
That I've sent you.
Once
my
I
detailed
find it.
table
There it is.
that I made in Excel just now. So coming up over the course of 24 hours, we got a lot of things other than the race. We got off-track activity as well. First of all, the names. We've pointed out the names. There is best name competition. You'll be able to vote on that on our Instagram and on the YouTube, I believe. If Andrew knows how to set up a vote on YouTube, I figured it out. I figured it out last year, so it's not too difficult. But we've also got best Bigfoot competition. That's the panel on the front of these carts. They decorate those, the teams, as and how they see fit. We've got a Best Spreadsheet Award, obviously with 24 hours and up to 12 drivers. There's a lot of arranging to go. And we've got a Best Spreadsheet Award, which is a T-shirt. We've got a Super Pole Award, which is Best T-shirt, which is just hanging up
Do we
right there.
reveal the T-shirt yet?
Well, we've had them for the last 4, at least 4, maybe even 5. So the winner of this qualifying gets the BKC 24-hour Super Pole 2023 T-shirt, limited edition, with the Super Pole himself, Robert Kubica, on the back, giving some words of encouragement to our pole sitter.
Thank you very much, Robert.
Thank you, Robert, for your contributions to BKC. Yeah, we've handed those out since, I think, 2018 now.
Nice.
2018, 19, 21, 22. That might be the 5th one.
I miscounted earlier, didn't I, when I was counting through the number of editions of this race that were... I got excited because I thought we were on the 10th, and we're not. We're on the 9th, because that thing in 2020 happened, of course.
We have some hot laps going in.
We do. Finding Guimo have come across the line. They've gone 13th. Good lap there from Scuderia Ecos into 8th place. Coventry B go up to 3rd place, 1 minute 22.607. Willpower have also gone up into the top 6. Saturday Night Fever, the number 52, come across the line, and they go into 3rd place. Here comes the number 20 across the line. This is the Bristol A-Kart, respectable lap time there. They go up to 7th place, 1 minute 23.257. Here come the University of Leeds, Lewis White and the 11 backmarkers. Well, that's not the best of starts for the backmarkers, because they've gone quite appropriately in a way into 18th place.
Yeah, Hertfordshire down in 16th as well. I think they would have wanted to do a little better than that. Hertfordshire always high up in terms of best spreadsheets. I believe it was them last year who had things like temperature and humidity built in.
Nice.
Yeah, not quite sure if that amount of effort really pays off, but very impressive all the same.
So end of group number 2 then, and it's the Landau Under. I'm going to struggle with that one today. Landau Under. Still your fastest time of a 1 minute 21.856. That was the one put in by Kieran Harrison. CKRC 2nd, Saturday Night Fever 3rd, Coventry B 4th. Coventry's got a good record over the years in this race. Are we going unprotected X?
Yeah.
Yeah, unprotected X. That's one of the Exeter karts, I believe, in 5th place. Willpower in 6th. Bristol A 7th. Ligma, Durex Racing and Warwick A currently are in the top 10. Hello to Joe Craddock. Hey guys, good luck commentating on the 24-hour race. I'm sure we'll have a lot of action. I'm sure we will indeed. As I say, at the moment, everything looking good. Pace is good. Weather's good. That's another thing that we haven't mentioned so far. I know it's England. I know it's the summer, and it's always unpredictable weather, but particularly here, from my experience.
Last year was boiling hot. Last year was absolutely boiling.
I always look down towards the Riverside Stadium in the Middlesbrough Football Club ground, because generally when I've been here before, if there is any weather, that's where it comes from. At the moment, few clouds in the sky. It is quite muggy. And at the moment, as you say, Jacob, it's looking like it's going to be another hot one. And I know we've still got a few more groups of this qualifying session to come through, but that's going to be a real challenge for the drivers who are starting the race, who are probably going to be running in the heat of the day.
Yeah, I haven't checked the weather forecast myself because I've forgotten to. I've been meaning to at certain points, but just haven't, to be honest with you.
Surely you don't need to check the weather forecast because you know
what
the weather is.
I can see it coming at most points, yes. But no, lovely warm day, and hopefully it carries on like that. I'm going to go out on a limb early doors, by the way, and say Sandown Under might be my favourite for team name, because it's only got the Landau Under pattern, but also everyone thought Landau was shutting down.
Yes.
And therefore going under.
Yes.
It's layered. It's a layered joke. Obviously, it's been recovered.
I'll be honest, I'm a little bit out the loop because I was in a field in France drinking wine last weekend. Do we know what the latest is?
The freeholders have told the current leaseholders that they will not be extending their lease. However, the intention is to still run it as a kart track, I believe. Don't take that as gospel. Just because I'm from nearby there doesn't mean I know absolutely everything. It means I know most things, obviously.
Yeah.
You're
a very smart guy.
Wow. I don't like to say it myself. But yeah, that's what I've heard. Club 100 in September,
Yes.
still going ahead, as are, I presume, every other main sporting event scheduled to be at Landau this year and in future.
Group 3 are out on circuit. In this one, we've got DMU will get shunted off, Birmingham A, Bohemian Rhapsody, a bunch of Lancers, that's the team from Lancaster University. Birmingham B, return of the CUM. It's Cardiff.
Cardiff University Motorsport.
Disgraceful team.
Yeah, who started calling them that?
Imperial B, Brighton B, Karen Chanjob. I'm just reading out what's on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. And Birmingham C. So again, some more teams here that have had good records in this race in the past. Birmingham, former winners of this race.
DMU gets shunted off, goes straight into 8th and 6th for your old boys, Birmingham A.
Good lap there. I think it was Benjamin Boris at the wheel for Birmingham A, and the former champions go into the top 6. Another one of the Leeds carts comes over. I think that was Bohemian Rhapsody completing a lap as well. A bunch of Lancers, not bad for the
Lancaster.
Team that's the thirds, the C team almost.
Is it?
I'm going by the virtue of that's their third kart on the list.
I think their third kart is the one with one of the ringers, though.
Ah, okay.
Maybe, if I'm remembering correctly.
So is the ringer in the kart there? And have they put in a 1 minute 23.2? Quite possibly. That's good for 8th place either way. Good lap time in from Brighton B there. Brighton, who had a really solid Club 100 BUKC season. They've gone up to 9th place, a 1 minute 23.244. Across come the team from Swansea, Karen Chanjob, into 29th place. Birmingham C go 25th. And I think that's all of our runners for group number 3. And still, Kieran Harrison and Landau Nunda, top of the timesheets on a 1 minute 21.856.
Yeah, just looking at the practice overall best times, and we still got a couple of front runners still to come. Never overtake Sheffield, the number 5 kart, as DMU gets shunted off. Their out lap was good enough for 8th, was it? And or was that their second? That's their in lap.
Yeah,
their in lap is good enough
lap
for 5th.
That one might be deleted.
Yeah.
So there'll be a little bit of moving around there, possibly, as drivers come back in to see how they've done.
No, they've done 2 laps. That was so their out lap was good enough for 8th. No,
because the out lap comes up as lap 0 on our screen.
We're good.
So,
as I was saying, practice. We haven't had Never Overtake Sheffield. That's kart number 5. I wonder who will be out for them. Speedophiles, we've had Ocean out on track, I believe, haven't we? And
down in 30th place. It really didn't go well at all.
30th? So he's only registering 1 lap.
Interesting.
So bad news there. Landau Nunda, Kieran Harrison in 3rd in practice is currently our leader out on track. Then we've got CKRC, who are now up to... So it's getting adjusted.
Yep. So the DMU will get shunted off. Lap time has been... Okay, right. So that must be what it is.
So as long as there's a 1 in that column.
There's carts that are showing as only completed 1 lap on live.alphatime.co.uk. That'll be because the second lap, the in lap, was quicker than the qualifying lap, and it's been deleted.
Yeah, so as long as it says on 1. So Kieran Harrison's lap is valid, as was Sam Johns in 2nd place. He'll be happy with that, having finished 4th in practice. City University in 5th in qualifying. They'll be out in either the next group or the group after. So keep an eye out for Mercedes. A bunch of Lancers were 6th, actually, in practice. So 8th in qualifying. Probably a bit disappointing for them. The Miles Shelby squad we've yet to see, as we haven't seen Nokia Bing Bong either. Birmingham A, we've just seen an Imperial A. So ones to look out for. Sheffield, number 5. Miles Shelby squad, 34. 42 for Nokia Bing Bong. And the number 10 of Mercedes, we're expecting to put some hot laps in over the next 2 groups.
Hello to Andy Seeger. He says, good luck to Yusuf's Goat Farm. Got to be the best team name and gets my vote. It's definitely in contention, I would say, Yusuf's Goat Farm. But I'm far more impressed with the squad of drivers that Yusuf bin Sahel, graduate from York University, has been able to get involved and get in that team. It's very impressive.
I question the pedigree of the goats on his farm, given that neither myself or yourself were
That is
invited
true,
to
yeah.
race, even when 2 dropped out this morning and we were readily available. So there's question marks over that and the whole validity of the greatest of all time moniker. But yes, some good drivers racing for Yusuf today, including himself, who's pretty good. You know,
Yeah.
Did all right at Drivers' Champs.
Did very, very well at Drivers'
They're
Champs.
still to come, actually. Where were they in practice then? They're not in the top 20 for practice.
No. 14th. 14th
Oh, they were in the
practice for
14th.
Yusuf's Goat Farm.
Okay.
Drivers in the middle of the night will be glad to hear that, as Jacob said, we are not racing. In particular, I am not racing today. There will not be a repeat of whatever went on in 2017 when me and Howard Mitchell raced and commentated on this race. We both got to the end of it and said, nope, not doing that one ever again. Wasn't a good idea. But if you do want to try that yourself, we've got an open door. It's basically an open mic today, ladies and gentlemen. For if you want to come and have a go at some commentary, you're more than welcome to come in and stick a headset on your head. Let us know how your race is going. Right, I do believe Group 4 are now out on circuit. Nottingham A out on circuit, the number 48. Gurney's Gang, the number 36, are out there as well. So actually quite a few drivers I would expect to run well. Sam Lovelace just goes by.
He's in the goat farm.
He's in the goat farm.
He qualifies well here.
He
as
does.
Well. I'm pretty sure he might even have a T-shirt. Sam might have a T-shirt.
Ooh.
Sam might already have a Robert Kubica T-shirt.
And he's had a good run in the BUKC in recent years. He also had a very good run as part of the Indrenico racing effort down at the Buckmore Park 24 Hours a few weeks ago. One of several 24-hour races that have been covered and planned to be covered across the course of the year by DDMM. If you missed out on that one, you can go and watch that one back over on the channel with our friends at Alpha Live. Don't do that now, though, because we've got a very intriguing qualifying session going on here. Let's bring the track feed back, and you'll just be able to see Sam Lovelace and the Goat Farm going through hairpin number 2. Let's talk about this circuit, Jacob, because it's a really, really interesting one in that it's one of the longest that we go to as a BUKC community. But I always see it's got 2 parts, hasn't it? You've got the more conventional kart circuit within the oval bowl that we're trackside at the moment, and then you've got the more car-like circuit down the bottom of the hill, and it's very tricky to get on top of both of those, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, longest track, as you said, and it's a long lap. We are doing laps of 1 minute 21 at best, 1 minute 22 and 23 for the majority of the teams. No, from the start you'll go left around the kink and then down to the car circuit. Big bump on the entry to that first right-hander that, bends your ribs. Then you go kind of back on yourself and up the hill a little bit, a sharp left-hander, and really got to get the car going up that hill, up and around where we can't see from the comms box. But then turning right down the hill, you come onto this big long straight, which in theory is a series of chicanes really, but you just straight line them right down to this hairpin that's just to the right hand side of your picture now. 2 hairpins, a left-hander and a right-hander, followed by the big long right-hander that Teesside's famous for down at the bottom, and then it's another right-hander, a left-hander, and a couple of kinks, which isn't really a chicane again. It's more like the Buckmore chicane, isn't it? That's just flat out and you just guide the cart around it. Before the kink on the start finish straight just to the left of your picture, you can see the entry on there. A right-hander and then a left-hander with a curb on the exit that you want to be careful of if your go-kart's not looking too hot.
Especially if it starts getting a bit inclement out there. Well, I've got to be honest, this 4th group, not many really quick laps coming in. Never Overtake Sheffield have gone up to 8th place. Yusuf's Goat Farm going to 10th. I think, TU Dublin A are probably the best effort of that group. They've gone up to 5th place on a 1 minute 22.773.
So Dublin are our current champions of the BUKC 24 Hour. They won last year for the first time. They were absolutely ecstatic. They had a stub axle that was about 3 millimetres away from snapping off entirely after the race. They said they saw it with about 5 hours to go and just nursed it home. Excellent effort from them last year. They are in the number 1 kart. For that reason, they've put themselves 5th, which is another good position to be starting from for a second crack at it. But yeah, Yusuf Goat Farm, again, question the validity of the term GOAT if they're finishing in 10th. We've still got a couple of karts to come. They could be outside the top 10 once everyone is over the line. And never overtake Sheffield, whilst fastest in practice, have only managed 8th so far.
Yeah, looking further down the order, I think we've had Make Huddersfield Great Again go in, what's that, around 25th place. So definitely work to do there during the start and the early phases of this race. So, so far I think we've had 40 teams come over the line to complete their lap times. So another 17 to go.
Never overtake Sheffield, a second and a half off of their practice pace. A second and a half. There's got to be a bump draft. It's got to
be a bump draft. I say that the draft is very powerful round here, especially on those long runs up from the reverse corkscrew, as we call it, on the far side of the circuit and towards hairpin one. Because as you say, Jacob, in these conditions, dry, grippy, it's flat out all the way, and then you slam on the brakes into that first hairpin. Group 5 are out on circuit now. They're on their warm-up laps at the moment.
Coincidentally, Sandown Under, a 10th off their pace in practice. Yeah. So how fast can Kieran Harrison go with a bump draft? Yeah,
it's a very good point. It's a cracking lap from Kieran Harrison, but can it be beaten? 2 more groups to go. Here we go. The number 56 come over the start-finish line.
That's the Hallam, is it?
Hallam Old Boys ostensibly. Easy for me to say.
Ostensibly, there's no B at the start.
Did I say another B?
You said ostensibly. That's ostensibly.
Ostensibly. See, I'm from Sheffield. I can't actually speak English.
Yeah, no, it's all right.
Liverpool come over the start line as well to start their lap. I'm just going to go grab the mouse for the Teesside computer just to let us know who else is out on circuit for this one. LGB team are out there. Edinburgh Napier, interested to see how they get on.
First time at the 24-hour for Napier. Unless they came before I started getting involved, which
we've also got another one of the Hallam teams out there, the Sheffield Steely Wheelies.
No, that's one of the Sheffield mains.
Ah, one of the Sheffield mains.
Teams.
There we go.
They have 5, 6, and 7.
I'm going to be chastised now all the way back home for that one.
And another contender for team name of the year. Seriously hard and great go-karting, ending really safely. Otherwise known as Shaggers.
That word has never been said on this channel before.
Wow. Prepare for plenty of that over the course of the next 24 hours. I've got lots more to come.
The Warwick Care Home yearly outing are out as well in this one. That's the Warwick graduates team.
Woodchow. Woodchow.
Woodchow. It's not quite got the same ring to it, has it?
I like it though.
Nokia Bing Bong is definitely one of my favourites though this year. I was having a chat with them this morning. They did tell me the story of how that came about. I'm going to be honest. I think it was a sign of I'm really getting old now. I didn't understand it at all. There was definitely some like.
They were a Swedish phone company.
Oh no, I remember Nokia. I just trying to remember what delighted them about the Swedish brick from years gone by. And in fact, they've gone 8th. They've gone into 8th place. Nokia Bing Bong, the number 42. Tom have gone into 3rd as well.
10th. They're number 3.
Oh, sorry, number 3 in 10th place. You're absolutely right. Warwick graduates go into 19th place. The number 57 there. Just ahead of Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting Ending Really Safely team. I think that pretty much brings us to an end of group number 4.
Does look
group
like
number 5, sorry.
Yeah.
Karen Chanjob, I don't think we noted, have somehow in a 1-lap qualifying managed to do 3 laps. Well, if they can have that same kind of time quantum mechanics bending strategy, they could be very, very good for this race, even though they qualified in 49th position.
What's going on with Ocean Page? Speedophiles down in last place. Have they had the wrong lap deleted? Or did he think it was...
I don't know whether he just thought there was a full-out lap and a warm-up lap before.
Does he not understand? He's been here before.
He has been here before.
Exactly
Maybe just likes a...
He's down there.
From the back challenge.
And I can see him as well, actually.
So one more group to go then. It'll be the smallest group of karts in this qualifying session. 7 more to run. You're listening to live coverage of the 2023 BUKC 24 Hours here from Teesside Autodrome. Andrew Mather and Jacob Harris on commentary duties for you at this precise moment. Don't worry, it won't just be us two for the next 24 hours.
Mostly it won't be.
Mostly it will be, though. So, track goes quiet for a moment. Let's just read through our top 10 then. Landau Nunda, still top of the timesheets and the only team to have broken the 21 minute 22 barrier at the moment, a 1 minute 21.856. CKRC second, that's the number 47. Saturday Night Fever, the number 52 in third. Coventry B, and there's already a B in this commentary box. They're trying to get out. There we go. But their namesakes have done very well there in fourth place. TU Dublin A, the reigning champions, with the number 1 are fifth. Unprotected X in sixth place. That's the number 33. Birmingham A, seventh. Nokia Bing Bong in eighth. Never Overtake Sheffield ninth. And Otom in 10th. Final group are out on circuit then to complete this Super Pole session where all of the teams are receiving one opportunity and one opportunity only to get their qualifying laps in and their spots on the grid for the 9th edition of the BUKC 24 Hour. First started back in 2014. We had 1 year off for the bit everybody unfortunately remembers and would rather not remember, but there we go. Over the line come the number 34 team, the Miles Shelby squad, to start their flying lap. Ix's Icons, the number 35. I do like this group because they've all named their teams after endurance racing legends. The Miles and Shelby squad, of course, of Le Mans 66 fame. Jackie Ix, one of the greatest characters, greatest drivers in the history of the Le Mans 24 Hours. A brilliant one last week at Le Mans on the Friday night. It wasn't, I don't believe it was one of the televised bits, but there was a parade of all old winners of the race, and they did a Le Mans style start, and Jackie Ix, just like he did in the mid 1970s, decided to walk across the circuit and wave at the crowd. Very nice homage there back to that piece of endurance racing history. Tap and Clapper Motorsport are out as well. 1-2 Buckle My Schumacher out as well. Alan Prostate, Brighton A, ex-Swansea, they're all out in this one. I think we have now got all of our 57 runners on the timing. Let's see if anyone can knock Landau Nunda off the top of the timesheets. Well, Miles Shelby squad go up into 24th. Here comes Ix's Icons. Good lap from Ix's Icons. They go up to 17th spot. Here comes Tap and Clapper Motorsport across the line, 11th. So these lap times are getting quicker as these karts come through. 1-2 Buckle My Schumacher should be next. The number 17 across the line. They go into 26th place. Alan Prostate next, the number 18. It's into the mid part of the grid as well. Here comes Alex Mitchell for Brighton, who goes third. Brighton A up into third place. Brilliant run from Alex there. Here comes the number 51, the last of the 57 entries, and the ex-Swansea team go to 36th, and that is it. That is pole position in the 2023 BUKC 24 Hours for Landau Nunda. Kieran Harrison early on in this session. Jacob Harris, the only driver to break under a 1 minute 22. A superb qualifying lap there.
Absolutely superlative. Well done, Kieran. You are the proud winner of the T-shirt displayed on the stream just moments ago. We will be presenting that present during the grid walk. In fact, that's what I was going to do over there before I got distracted by sharing the link in the Facebook group and on Twitter. I need to get the roaming camera ready.
You do, and hopefully the technology doesn't fall out. I'll mute your button for you. So there we go then. That's the qualifying completed. Not always the most important bit of a 24-hour endurance race, but a feather in the cap nonetheless for Kieran Harrison to take pole position. Hello to AO. Any predictions for the race ahead of the 24 hours? I don't think we've got enough time for all the predictions. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'll give you that one for free. I think the first couple of hours could be quite key to set the rhythm of this race. As we said, weather conditions good. The grip levels will be good. No rain at the moment, but it is quite muggy. It's going to be a real test of endurance for some of the drivers, and I think that's what you'll see. Even in by the 4-hour mark, you'll already see some teams, maybe some of the less experienced teams, starting to have some issues out there. If you're enjoying the stream, why not give that subscribe button a press and give us a like as well. Share the stream with your family and friends. Let folks know that we've got the coverage for you here today. We won't have commentary all the way through the race, but we will have the live camera feed for you throughout. Now, this is where I try and do technology and commentating at the same time, and it probably doesn't end well, ladies and gentlemen. There is Jacob and his big long pole that will be going out on circuit in a short few moments' time to do the grid walk. Do keep it locked here on DDMM. Now, this worked in rehearsal, ladies and gentlemen. Will it work now? live.alphatimer.co.uk /BUKC is where you want to go if you've got a second screen, a laptop, a tablet, whatever it may be, your phone. And that will be where you can peruse through all the data. We will have the rolling tower. This is the first time we've tried the rolling tower. So feedback for the rolling tower would be appreciated. I'm going to see, no, we're not quite ready for Jacob Cam. Let's just give this a little bit of a whirl and a play. Let's click that button there. That's better. Right. Mr. Harris, are you ready? He's ready. I need to fade him up on there. And click that button over there. It's Jacob Cam. Jacob, mate, it's over to you. Can you hear me? Can't at the moment. One second, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Kart setting out on circuit. We'll be joining with Jacob in a short few moments' time. And he'll be taking us through one of his legendary grid walks. check, 1, 2.
No, we just thought, because we're all from Nottingham National Parkway, Hour Kart Raceway, thought we'd keep it with us lot. Just have a bit of fun. We brought the dads down as well to help us out, Shane and Mark, so to be a bit better this year.
And coincidentally, you finished second in qualifying behind Down Under.
Yes, yeah. Oh, I didn't know that actually.
That's what it's team name, yeah.
I did see that name on the sheets actually. I did quite like it. I don't know if I want to take that.
I've said it's my contender for team name of the year, not only because Land's Down Under, but also Landau everyone thought was going under.
Yeah.
This layered joke.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a switcheroo.
Yes, they're back.
Yes. I think also had a coincidence. This sounds good.
Good stuff. Hope for the race then. What do you reckon?
Well, we were genuine qualifying because one of our lead was here, so we were on. So we're hoping if anyone did sneak a bit of lead off to the country quality, that's now back on. So we're this far up with actual base weight. So no, it's looking promising. All the boys in the top water and the boys in the flank, just be consistent, keep it out of the barriers, keep it off the curbs, and see what happens. Try and go around in circles quite quickly. It's what we love to do, isn't it, Jim?
Exactly. That's what we did for. Right, I'm going to jump over to Brighton, but have a good race, Sam.
Thank you, mate.
And we got Alex. Alex from Brighton. Let's have a little look here. Big Motorsport here. Very professional job from the Brighton boys. And, of course, last year's podium.
Second place last year, so
Third place in qualifying this year.
well, we qualified last year.
Goes well then. Do you reckon you can go one step higher though? Do you reckon you can win it this year, Alex?
And we had an engine blow in practice, so that just kind of says that well, anything can happen.
So you got a fresh engine.
Fresh engine.
You've had a slice of bad luck already.
I'm liking the actual teams actually, so hopefully good luck in this one.
I've got high hopes. Who's in your team today?
It's quite a strong team. Most of the team from last year, so it's me, Colin, his brother, Ryan, Nathan, and Evie. So a solid, consistent team. We've all got experience here. So pound round, do the laps really. Trying to kill the B team. But they've got a learner sticker on their car, so we should know where they are.
Alright then, I'm going to wander down the grid and try and find that learner sticker. But first, a rainbow Bigfoot. Look at the glitter on this. Can you see it shimmer on the live stream? I hope you can. Who's qualified this?
Just an ass.
So Ferrari?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Double checking I've got the right orientation on the phone. What team is this?
Loughborough A.
Loughborough A. And what was the team name?
Saturday Night Fever.
Saturday Night Fever.
Let's go team.
Are you happy with fourth place?
Yeah, very happy. Our team of 4 is down to 3.
Okay.
A guy rode his car up on the way up,
Yeah.
so he's not here. So
Do you think 3 of you have you got stamina to last 24 hours?
yeah, I think so. Right, give it a go.
Okay, good luck with the blisters. I do like your Bigfoot. Make sure we get a photo of that for the best Bigfoot competition because very impressed. The Ferrari badge, the DDMM. This is the three driver teams. Well, this is the three driver teams. Here they are. They wow. Can those three drivers stay this high in fourth at the minute? We'll see. We will see. Next up is the first of the Coventry athletes. Coventry B, I believe, with the B on the front of the car. Look at that. Look at that team. Look at those four. Who's qualified this? Ben.
1-0. Just said
Fifth place, Ben.
Yeah, it was alright.
Yeah. Happy with that?
Yeah, could have gone a bit higher.
Yeah. Messed up like the head.
I messed up the head and easily lost a 10.
Okay.
Easy.
So, make it up in the first couple of laps, is it? Or are you not
I'm
starting?
not starting.
Who's starting? Absolutely. Yourself. Can you make up that mistake in the first couple of laps? Okay. Tips just to stay with the pack, be in the train, and our A team just one places down in front of me, train through everywhere. Alright then. Cheers guys, I'm going to see who's up next. We've got the Dublin effort, the first of the Dublin efforts, and our reigning champions with the number 1 paint. Who qualified?
Not here.
Not here. Who's going out first? I guess this is Sam. Let's have a quick chat. As you said, reigning champions. Can you do it again?
You started 7th last time, so I'll give you a good chance to
Are you 7th again?
We're 6th.
6th. I was going to say, the guys who finished 2nd last time started 3rd and they're 3rd again. Yeah, it bodes well though. You're 1 position ahead already, and you finished at the top last year.
What confidence? Maybe not as much pace as last year, but
Not necessarily all about the pace.
we're kind of struggling with the brakes. Not what kind of looking off. So hopefully that's it.
You don't need brakes anyway, they just slow you down. Right, you guys have a good race. I'm going to keep shuffling down. Apologies if the sound quality is dipping a bit. Let's have a little look at these nice line of helmets. Next car, I'm going to say the Bigfoot needs. You were one of the ones pointed at. Who's qualified this?
The one and only Clayton, right?
Clayton. Clayton, I'm going to talk to you. What happened? Go on your ball.
Yeah, well, that can be wide.
Really? Yeah.
You didn't even,
Big up as excuse.
have a strong start and then go from there, but try and get us at the front of the chest by that, and then just take a position for the rest of the race.
It's your sprinting skills like you start with that inside the track.
Not so good, our fitness has gone about out the window recently, but we'll see.
It's only 10 yards, you should be fine. That's the first of the Exeter efforts.
Not quite Usain Bolt,
Not quite Usain Bolt. We'll see. We'll see. I'll be filming. Right, we've got Birmingham up next. One of the Birmingham teams, but looks like all of the Birmingham teams here. Who's in this one? Are you in this one? Ben, come over here. Come and have a quick chat with me. How the hustle and bustle. 8th, is it?
8th, yeah, 8th.
Not bad.
Not bad, it's just from last year.
Where were you last year?
I remember.
Yeah, not bad. Never mind. Oh, everyone's clearing the grids. Well, I'm not going to get very far down. I'm not going to get to the top 10. But Ben, can you win this race?
I think so. We've got a consistent team, and I think the car's decent, so try our best.
Good stuff. All right, I'm going to quickly get through the top 10. This is not your bing bong. I'm looking at that. The driver's seat to start.
I am.
You qualified as well?
Yeah, I did qualify.
Any mistakes on your lap for you?
I did. I went quite wide on it. It's pretty bumpy. You know, it's pretty tricky there. Also, I broke quite early in that first turn after the long straight. But apart from that, well, at least I'm quite happy with the position we're starting. I think we can work out with these guys as they are pretty weak. And, have fun, first of all, and keep it clean.
You can probably hear engine start, so quickly get in with 10th place Callum Barner. Quickly, Callum, just quickly, before you jump in the cart. 10th place for Sheffield. I know you guys are going for the win this year. Can you do it?
I think we can with a bit of luck.
think you can with a bit of will. Excellent. You got Liverpool behind you there. Decent start position. I'm conscious that the sound's not going to be working from now on with the engines running. I'm going to make my way through the side of the grid. You need to. Well, you get to that there. So I'm going to hold this quite close to my face now, just so you can hear me talk. You see all the drivers lining up on this side of the circuit. I've got through a fraction of the grid there. I've got through the top 10. So those lucky enough to qualify in the top 10 made it onto the grid walk. But I can't make it all the way down there in the limited time we have available. We've got, whatever that is, doing the start flag. That's Union Jack to start the race. For both there, some of you might recognise your avid partners. And we're going to get a good position right at the back. Make sure we get a nice wide angle for the start. No idea who's in there. The photographers shooing us out of the way. As you can imagine, the race is about to get underway. As soon as these carts are off and going, Andrew will be back on comms. We'll keep you live for a lap on the video, and then commentary will be provided by myself and Andrew over the next few hours. We've got plenty of competitions. Check our Instagram story for that. Do send us your photos of your Bigfoots. If you're here at the track and you want to be considered, do let us know what your favourite team names are. Look at that. You don't get that at every BKC race. Maybe we'll get John to do that. JB is a pretty decent dancer. Okay, Kieran Harrison boys it down. Sam Johns looks like he's starting the sprint race in second place. Alex Mitchell's got small legs. Is that going to count against him? The flag goes up. BKC 24-hour race 2023 is about to get underway. Got the all clear for the marshals. And away we go. Kieran Harrison is slow to start, but luckily Tom Dennis pushes his car away. Nice and quick. Sam Johns runs him over. Chaos further back. Down the back. Everyone gets very busy. An excellent start. Tom Dennis gets some attention from the staff.
Well, thanks to Jacob down there. Apologies for some of the audio issues there, ladies and gentlemen. We had to do a bit of a Heath Robinson setup, but we are underway for the 2023 BUKC 24 hours, and already they are streaming into the infield, into hairpin number 1. It's Kieran Harrison. Oh, it's an offer to go from about 15th place, and somehow the driver involved, everybody involved, managed to keep it pointing in the right direction. It's about surviving at the moment as they flow towards the parabolica. It is still Kieran Harrison in the lead of this race at the moment. But I can already see the warning flag, the standards warning flag being prepared for somebody out there as the rest of them file through hairpins 3 and 4. Over start finish. It is the number 14 from the 47 from the 1, 52 and 23. It's a good start for Birmingham A. They've already gone up a couple of spots. Benjamin Boris, as you can see, going for 4th place now down the inside into turn 1, which is a flat-out left-hander downhill towards Rib Bend. Out of our sight go the runners in these early stages of the race. We pause for breath almost as the field make their way down the far side of the track. You can see from Jacob's feed, it's all quiet in pit lane at the moment. It won't be later on in the race, of course. The field rejoining back into the kart circuit. It is Kieran Harrison and Sam Johns at the front of this field. And the rest of them filing through. There's an incident. It's the number 50, I think it is, that has gone round there through hairpin number 1. and 2, 3, I think there's even 4 wide. I can see there coming off of hairpin number 2. It's a 24-hour race, ladies and gentlemen. Got to keep it on circuit, got to keep it pointing in the right direction here. So the number 50 was the Yusuf's Goat Farm. So Yusuf bin Sahale's squad of star drivers in the BUKC have not had a good start at all, but it is still the number 14 of Landau Nunda in the lead of this race. Rest of the field coming over the line, 2, 3 wide in places. Apologies for a couple of the issues on live timing at the moment. I'm sure that will get corrected in due course. In fact, it is getting corrected in due course. I can see that's filing through at my end as we speak. But as expected, a little bit chaotic in the midfield at the start of the race. Not a problem, though, for Landau Nunda, Leeds University and Kieran Harrison, and CRKC Sam Johns at the front of the order. It looks like the TU Dublin A kart has also made its way through into third place. There's a great fight going on there through hairpin number 2, involving one of the Birmingham karts, Birmingham A, and I think the Lancaster kart, a bunch of Lancers in there as well. So coming round to finish lap number 3. And it's still the number 14 ahead of the 47. Number 23 has got ahead of the number 13. So Birmingham Bay past a bunch of Lancers. Nokia Bing Bong have had a good start as well. They're up to 6th place. And Saturday Night Fever still holding in the top 10 as well. The rest of the drivers just trying to get into a rhythm. You can see Alex Mitchell trying to hop through there for Brighton. In fact, as did I think Brighton did fall a little bit further down the order from their starting spot. Yeah, they're down in something around 35th place at this present time. Field coming through into hairpin number 1 then. It's changed for 4th place as a bunch of Lancers go down the inside of Birmingham A. There is a curb warning for the Birmingham B kart. That is the number 24 in this race this year. But after a chaotic first few laps, I can already sense that this race is now getting into a rhythm. Over the line come the race leaders once again. There is a contact warning for the number 10. That's the Mercedes squad, and also for Sam Harris's International Tea Party. And already, well, similar to how we have in BUKC Club 100 ranks, you get so many shots of those warnings before you then pick up a penalty. So for those teams, that's not good news that they're already using their effectively get out of jail free cards right now. Curb warning for the number 24. That, of course, being Birmingham B, as we've already mentioned. Also, contact warnings coming in for number 45, which is Mort. The cart cannot move it, move it. And that's interesting that we've had a number 66 come up on screen, because I haven't got a number 66 on my on the entry list here, so we'll ignore that one for now. Might have been one for the number 6. Yes, we did mention that Sam Harris's International Tea Party has got one for the number 6 already. No changes at the front of the order, though. Top 5 into a rhythm now. Rest of the field filing through. Still moments of 2 wide and 3 wide in the second half of the order. Field starting to string out now, especially in the top half of the field. Saw the number 41 flash through shot there. Speedophile's kart. That's the Speed Kings from Manchester. Kane Shepherd driving for them at this moment. And remember, they started from the back of the grid. Where have they got up to? I think they've got up to about 29th place. So that's good work from Kane Shepherd over these first few laps. Would not have been expected to start this race from the back of the field, but that's what happened to them. So they're now trying to pull their way back through the order. Contact warning for Bristol A. That is the number 20 out there. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting this year. We'll keep abreast of those situations as well as we can. And if you're at the circuit as well, you fancy coming in and having a bit of a chat, doing a little bit of commentary. It's an open door today. Bit of a gap ahead of the number 35 forming now. That's Ix's Icons, who had a strong qualifying. But got some work to do, as there's a contact warning that's come in for the number 7 of Sheffield Steely Wheelies. To Gravity, cheering on TU Dublin. Yeah, the reigning champions in this race. They don't compete in the full BUKC. One across England and Wales in the winter months, but they definitely know how to do things here at Teesside in the 24-hour, having won this race last year. And they've had a good start once again. They were running there up in, I think, 3rd place at the moment. Oh, problem for the number 49, and already we have teams having some issues. That is the Edinburgh Napier team from Scotland. Now, I did not see any penalties, and I think this would be quite a surprise this early in the race. There will be some teams that won't run these karts to a full tank. Maybe some of the teams with a bit less experience here for the journey here, for the experience of taking part in a 24-hour race. They may run some shorter stints because it's a very, very physically tasking job to drive one of these karts for a full tank load, which is around an hour and 45, maybe more. So pitting inside the first 10 minutes of the race is not what Edinburgh Napier would have wanted at all here. And we'll try and get a word on what's happened to them in due course. Hopefully, if I press that button there, Jacob Harris is back with me.
Have you stolen my headset?
I have stolen your headset. There was. It all got a bit Heath Robinson in here, but it's fine.
Okay. How was it? Did you enjoy it?
We got a little bit. The audio wasn't the best, but that was my fault.
Yeah, well, it's that and the video call. But so we've got Leeds a lap down.
Right.
Leeds are a lap down because they are penalised for Tom Dent pushing the kart out onto the track and impeding another driver.
Okay.
As you may have seen on the video, Sam Johns ran him over, which is penalty enough, I would have thought. But in the rules and regs, it says you're not allowed to push out and impede.
Yes.
Kieran, I don't think Kieran was looking. He was very slow to get out to the starter's blocks, as it were. And they've been penalised for it, unfortunately.
So that effectively means we have a new race leader then in Sam Johns and the CKRC team.
Yes. Well, they were, in theory, race leaders from the start, where they pulled off into second.
Yep.
Interesting work there. We've had a couple of karts into the pits already, unfortunately. One of the Scottish teams, Scuderia Cos, I think that's Edinburgh Main rather than Edinburgh Napier. And it looks like Alex Mitchell has suffered with the Brighton kart as well, Andrew.
Yeah, not good news for Brighton at all. They've already had some tough moments in the practice and qualifying sessions, and in due course they've got to work their way back up through the order in this race.
7 laps in. Sam Johns leads, or rather follows Kieran Harrison, who is a lap down around the circuit. Kieran's got a gap of a couple of seconds to Sam. You see them both there crossing the line. Dublin are in what is now second place. Good start for them with a bunch of Lancers and Birmingham in tow. Never overtake Sheffield, Nokia, Bing Bong, Sattling Out, Feather, Tap and Clapper Motorsport are all fighting over 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Not much field spread yet, but you wouldn't expect that with only 7 laps completed. No, interesting start. There's a flag for a team there. Not quite sure what that one is all about, but we'll surely find out eventually. But no, an interesting start to the race with a mascot from, I think, one of the Scottish universities dropping the flag. Kieran Harrison, I don't think he was looking, or he was looking. He didn't realise that the dance was over and the flag drop had begun. However, Sam Johns was very much on his toes and running over Tom Dent's toes as he pulled away. Some decent pace from the leaders as well into the 21s. Certainly Sam Johns and Kieran Harrison are. Dublin in second, 21.8 and a 21.4 early doors for a bunch of Lancers. £21 from Dublin, thank you very much for that. Just remembered that they hadn't paid me.
I thought you were getting commentary
that
bribes already.
Race bribes that you can see there. The number 1 car up in second place. £21 that cost them. Straight into my back pocket, never to be seen again. Thank you very much, Team Dublin, for that.
I think it's fair to say from a commentary perspective, if you do want to, it's too early for cursings at the moment, but if you do want to be avoided by it, cake, bring us cake. There are supermarkets in the area and you can get to them, so we'll just put that out in mind. You can tick that off the DDMM bingo card list. But running well here at the moment, 13 hours into the race. And we're going to do a little bit of a dance.
We are
in the comments box here. Mr.
You,
Harris.
As I edit this spreadsheet to include what university is what. And I need my own laptop as well. So this is going to be... I'm gonna go do it on my laptop.
He's going to go and do it on the laptop. Send us a version 2.
This will stretch, yeah. I'll come over here.
Curb warning for the Loughborough team, the number 54 Ligma effort. Brighton B also have got one as well. So if you're just joining us, we're about 10 laps into this year's 2023 British Universities Karting Championship 24-hour kart race. We've actually got quite a strange situation on our hands here. We're out on circuit, in the train at least. Kieran Harrison and the Landau Nunda team are at the front of the queue, but they are not in the lead of the race. They had pole position, but they had a fault at the start of the race, which they have been given a 1-lap penalty for. So that in a way, they're trying to get themselves, or trying to hold themselves on the lead lap ahead of the CKRC. So for a very short period of time, you will see the Landau Nunda team go on to the same lap as the race leaders, but they've got to pull away. And no safety cars here. It's not going to be like we saw at Le Mans last weekend, where there'll be opportunities for drivers to catch back up if there's incidents out on circuit where the race then needs to be neutralised. We may see the race neutralised, but that'll be done with full course yellows across the course of the race. It's already a bit of a tough job for Kieran Harrison. So there we go. So officially, Landau Nunda are still on the lead lap of the race, but only just. CKRC have a 2.2 second lead over TU Dublin A. A bunch of Lancers in third. Birmingham A now up to 4th place. 5th for Never Overtake Sheffield. Nokia Bing Bong in 6th. Who else is gaining positions at the moment? Well, I can tell you that the number 35 of Ix's Icons has got past O'Tom in the number 3. So that's 15th place now for the number 35. There's also been changes in the mid-pack, Brighton A and the Speedophile. So that's 2 karts you would expect with their lineups to be starting or being up in the top 10 in this early stage of the race. They are working their way through. They're up to 24th and 25th places respectively now. Mercedes have followed them through as well. Unfortunately, Bristol A really lost out on that last lap, down 4 positions to 28th place. The number 54 has received a contact warning. Already a couple of teams picking up 1, 2 warnings here and there. Very much going through their allocation of warnings at a rate which surely means they're going to be getting penalties soon unless they change their behaviours out on circuit. A little further down the order, you've got Willpower. They gained 2 positions on the last lap. They're up to 51st position. There's also movement for Bohemian Rhapsody up to 39th. UH Racing and Imperial A all gaining spots as well. Change for second place. A bunch of Lancers and Birmingham A have both got past the reigning champions, TU Dublin A. So the 13 and the 23 now onto the podium in the early stages of this race. Is there a problem as well for the number 36? Yes, there is. The number 36 comes into pit lane. Surely that is an unscheduled pit stop for Gurney's gang. We're in 44th place, but for an unknown reason have come into pit lane.
It's too early for that. It's too early for pitting. You don't want to be pitting right now.
So fastest lap of the race at the moment is the same car that we saw set the pole position time. 1:21.276 for Kieran Harrison. And I wonder now, Jacob, with what's happened to them, they've had that lapse penalty. Do you reckon Harrison has just had the shackles taken off him already in these early stages and just told, do you know what, just get up the road, get as far up the road as he can and try and get this lap back?
I was going to say, he does have a radio on, so he might know. Whether or not the team have told him, that's up to them. But he's just going to do what he was always going to do and drive as fast as he possibly could, keeping control of the car. I think he said in the grid walk he did a 95% lap, just to get a solid one in. So he's probably doing something similar to that as he overtakes, or laps rather, Alex Mitchell. No, overtakes Alex Mitchell, I guess, if he's a lap down. We'll figure that out. But yes, I'd imagine he'd go around as he did in qualifying, 95%, look after the car, stay off the curbs, and put some quick times in.
There was an incident through hairpin number 1. We'll just try and capture who the drivers involved, which teams were involved with in a short moment's time. One with a blue and black Nassau panels coming towards us. It was the number 25 that had an excursion off. That's Birmingham C. A team of Nicole Sharples, Aaron Johnson, Hajat Sahota, Edward Bill, Simon Suita, Owen Richardson and Adam Dudell. Currently in 53rd place. I also think Lewis White in the 11th back markers and Lancaster A. I think all 3 of those were involved in an incident at hairpin number 1 because they were all about 10 seconds off the pace on that last tour of the circuit. Good news for Edinburgh Napier. We saw them coming into the pits earlier. They are now back out. But they are 4 laps down already on the race leaders, trying to catch up to Gurney's gang, who we mentioned were coming into the pits a short while ago. They are still in the pits and losing laps all the time. And that's going to be a bit of a test for those teams. Got to keep your spirits up. A long, long way to go. 20 minutes in already. Hope you're enjoying live coverage of the 2023 BUKC 24-hour kart race. Radio broadcasting from the side of the circuit with a few extras here on YouTube as well. The live timing, the view here from start-finish, which will run, fingers crossed, across the course of the whole race, and also our studio feed here in the box. Which isn't looking good right now because it's just me. Come back in with there. Now it's a lot better. We will have some guests across the course of our commentary hours today and into this afternoon and evening as well.
Kim Kardashian.
Is she?
Pop in.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. That's nice.
Whether or not she's notorious flake is Kim, but she did say she'd be in around about 7 p.m. tonight.
Fair enough. Change for 8th place. Unprotected X have got past Nokia Bing Bong. There's a sentence that you'd only ever say at the BUKC 24 hours, but it was for 8th spot and a new fastest lap for the number 33 kart, a 1:21.9. So interesting things here now, Jacob, that we talked a little bit about Slipstream as who was that heading into the pits way too early for a scheduled pit stop. Didn't quite catch that one. Thankfully, we've got a timing loop in here that will tell us. It was the Bungle Merchants, I think, the number 46, have just gone in from 44th place. There's more constellation on the pit wall, even in these early stages of the race. More position changes just to notify you on. Brighton A continue their progress. They're up to 20th place now in the number 30, gain another 2 spots past return of the CUM. It's before 9 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. And Seriously Hard and Great go-karting ending really safely as well. They've both been overtaken by Brighton A, who have now gone past Mort. The karts cannot move it. I think it is Alex Mitchell in the kart for them at the moment. Brighton A absolutely flying up the order, especially when you consider they were moving through the likes of Mercedes and Speed of Files. They have left them completely behind in the mid-20s. Really, really good progress indeed from a driver who, say, I'll go back to another one of the 24 hours earlier in the year, did a really, really good job at the Bookmore Park 24 hour, which has a lot of differences to this race, but one in particular that I noted from Alex that day is a single class of karts, single set of technical machinery under them, which means it really is all down to the driver and them making progress and doing efficient things behind the wheel to get them up the order.
Absolutely. One of a few 24-hour races. You said several earlier, Andrew, and I'm trying to think of which 24-hour races you cover, which would be this, the Buckmore 24-hour, and the British 24-hour. Am I missing any?
Citroen C1s.
Citroen C1s as well.
Snuck in there.
There we go.
It's a very good event down at Silverstone.
So yeah, make sure you like, share, subscribe, and everything else. If you're into 24 hours.
Hello to Martin Clegg, who has subscribed. I think these are some of the ones now filtering through. And Millsy as well, who've both pressed the subscribe button. So big thanks to them. Hello to Ian Sumner as well. Good day to you, chaps. Good day to you as well, sir. One of our drivers in the Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. Next round of that this coming Wednesday. It'll be the second appearance of the season for the now officially FIA Formula 4 cars in iRacing, and a first appearance in the championship for Magny-Cours, the former home of the French Grand Prix. So very much looking forward to that on Wednesday night, 7:45.
Middle finger.
Yes.
My favourite.
In 2000, I was 9. I didn't know what that symbol meant, that hand gesture meant, when I was 9. There was actually 2 of them. There was the middle finger, and then there was another one.
The angry handshake.
The angry handshake, yeah. Yeah. Good times. Thank you to everybody watching. If you're enjoying the stream, do share it amongst your family and friends. Through goes the number 32, Max O'Shaughnessy, driving for the Durex racing effort at the moment. Curiously down in 11th place. Well, we know their speed behind the wheel in the shorter formats, the BUKC, and they've got a driver in there in Max who has a lot of experience in endurance racing as well. I'm a little bit surprised to see him down in 11th place at the minute.
I'd imagine Max would perhaps partition some of the blame to the kart. The thing is, in this early stage, I think anyone you're looking at in that top 20 even, and obviously beyond, with Kieran Harrison being to the lap and Alex Mitchell struggling early doors, anyone who's got a lap time and a best lap time within 1 minute 22, I would say, which I think is the majority of the field, are going to be quick enough to win this race. Because if you break down significantly fewer times than someone who's got kart that's a fair bit faster, you're going to be all right, because everyone breaks down at some point. If you can keep the reliability, you know, stay off the curbs, look after your go-kart, as long as you are on about that pace. And what is Max's fastest lap?
I think he did a 1:22.4 most or a few laps ago. Actually, back on lap number 2.
Yeah. See, that's fine. That's fine. A mid-22s is good enough to win the race.
Yep.
As long as you can keep out of trouble and nurse that kart to the end. Not necessarily nurse. That's starting to sound like you're going to a concerted effort to look after the kart. But provided you don't break it, you can still finish on the podium, if not win. And it may just be that Max isn't getting the best out of the kart at the moment, and the kart performs better in the changing conditions we have throughout the 24 hours.
Yeah, they'll not panic at this stage. We've had a few questions about Liverpool, and thank you very much to Jacob for getting all the information together. The karts that you're looking out for if you are of a Liverpool disposition are number 3 and number 4. So number 3, the O-Tom team, running all right at the moment, 16th spot, just set their fastest lap of the race so far, 1:22.366. And the number 4 isn't running too badly at the moment as well. You've got to consider that this is a B team effort. This might be another one of those that are running for experience and not necessarily expecting to win this race or be in the top 10. They'll have their own target, of course. But at the moment, they're running in 33rd place, and they have also just set their fastest lap of the race so far, 1:22.663.
Good stuff from the Liverpool boys. Warning for the curbs, number 3, flashing up on your screen right there. As we said, curbs are one thing you need to look out for in a 24-hour race.
Yep.
Continually hitting those curbs will be absolute nightmare for the stub axles on these karts. So those of you who watched last year's live stream may remember that at the end we zoomed right in on the stub axle of kart. Well, I can't remember what kart it was. Kart number 1 this year is Dublin, the winners. It was hanging by a thread, and they said they noticed it 5 hours before the end that if they hit too many curbs, that stub axle would have broken. And for the last 5 hours of the race, they made an effort not to hit any curbs. They still had the pace to stay at the front of the race. They had a significant gap at that point, admittedly, but that's what you need to do. You need to watch out for the curbs. The warning there isn't necessarily your car's going to break down. It's an infringement of the rules, but the rules are there to stop the carts from getting broken.
Yeah.
And there's also personal responsibility, because there are some curbs that you won't get the warning for. That's excessively going over the curb, I believe, on the second corner. This little kink that you can see the entry of, that right-hander, there's an exit curb off to the left, and that's a big lump of a curb. Those curbs on the start-finish straight, not the start-finish straight, the back straight, I should say, as you go through the S's, I don't think they're curb warnings.
No.
So you're fine hitting them, but stay off them if you want your car to be in one piece.
And also, they're not the lightest karts, they're the twin-engine pro karts, but they still get very loose if you start launching them over the curbs through the S's, which is probably the fastest part of the circuit. But in terms of the challenge of this place, not just in this race, but when we talk about it in the British 24-hour as well, it can't be forgotten that you have full-size cars running around this track. It's a very popular drifting track. That's why the track surface is a little bit different, and the track furniture is a little bit different too, with probably the exception of a place like Three Sisters, which wasn't on our calendar this year. This is a unique challenge of all the circuits that we visit in the 2023 BUKC season in that respect.
Yes, very few circuits do both karts and cars, and certainly the traditional BUKC circuits don't tend to. Wilton Mill, Buckmore, PFI, they are dedicated kart tracks, as are Llandau, Clay Pigeon, that we've been to in the past 24 months or so. GYG is another one that just doesn't double up. But yeah, here and Three Sisters, for those of you who've been watching BUKC for a couple of years now, we may already know, to be honest, if you've been watching for that long, that those two tracks do allow the bigger boys out on the circuit.
They do indeed. So we have already gone through the first half hour of this race, and what we like to do at the bottom of each hour is run through the order of the standings as they stand right now. So 30 minutes into the 2023 edition of the BUKC 24 Hours, CKRC are your race leaders. They've completed 22 laps so far, and they lead by half a second over the number 13 called a bunch of Lankers. Former champions Birmingham A in this race, the number 23, they're in third place. They're only half a second back as well, so a very, very close 1 second across those, or less than 1 second across those top three. They have just started to drop last year's winners, TU Dublin. That's the number 1 kart. They're 1.2 seconds behind the leader. But it is very much those 4 out front over the rest of the field. The number 5 never overtakes Sheffield. Dark horses, I'd say, in this race. Well-fancied team. They're 10 seconds behind TU Dublin, 11 seconds off the overall lead. 13 seconds back. The number 37 of DMU will get shunted off. 16 seconds back. The number 33 of Unprotected X. They're in 7th place. And Coventry B, who had that positive qualifying, they've converted it at the moment into 8th place. That's the number 43 running 17 seconds off the overall lead. They have just taken that position from the now in 9th place number 53 of Tap and Clapper Motorsport. Wrapping out the top 10 at the moment is the number 42 of Nokia Bing Bong, 20 seconds off the overall lead. They're about 3 seconds clear of the team that's a combination of Durham and Exeter and contains a number of the drivers from this year's Exeter A BUKC Championship winning squad. The number 32 is in 11th place. They are ahead of the number 26 of Warwick A, who have just set their fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 21.880. So the number 26 there in 12th place. In 13th place is the other Dublin entry. This is the number 2 car, the TU Dublin B team, still on the, all of these are on the overall lead lap. 14th place, the number 52 of Saturday Night Fever, had a really good qualifying. They've just got to solidify in this first hour. It's not a crisis at the moment that they've fallen down into the teens. Currently lapping in the 1:23s. But they have got the very, very fast number 30 of Brighton A closing in. Alex Mitchell, I think of all the drivers who started towards the back, who maybe would have liked to have started a little bit further up, he is the driver who's gained the most positions in that regard. And as I say, he's up into the top 15 now, 29 seconds off the overall lead. About half a second behind them in 16th place is the number 50 of Yusuf's Goat Farm, who have had a bit of drama so far in this first hour. Had a spin down at hairpin 1. They've recovered well from that situation. And they're ahead of the number 3 of O Tom. That's one of the Liverpool entries. All of these around 30-35 seconds off the overall lead as we read through. 18th place, the number 6 of Sam Harris's International Tea Party. In 19th place, the number 35 of Ix's Icons. Wrapping out the top 20, another one of the carts coming from the rear of the order, as it were. That's the number 41, led by Ocean Bache and the drivers from Manchester, the team that call themselves the Speed of Files. In 21st place, it's the Mercedes team. 36 seconds off the overall lead, just ahead of the number 55 of Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting, ending really safely. Squad 23rd at the moment, the number 45 of Mort. The Carts Cannot Move It, Move It. 24th, the number 18 of Alan Prostate. 25th, the number 28 from Cardiff University. Return of the Cardiff University Motorsport. 26th, in a bit of a South Wales derby going on at the moment in the midfield. It's the number 51 of the ex-Swansea drivers. That's the graduate team from Swansea University. They are trying to break away from the number 54 of Ligma. That's the Loughborough team in the number 54 in 27th place. 28th at the moment is the number 20 of Bristol A. 29th for the 39 of Make Huddersfield Great Again. Wrapping out the top 30, it's the number 34 of the Miles Shelby squad. Still all of these teams on the lead lap of the race. 31st, the number 29 of UH Racing. The spreadsheet will be powering through the numbers and trying to work out the strategy for them to get them up from that position. At the moment, they're just ahead of the number 44 of Finding Guimo in 32nd. Imperial A have just set their fastest lap of the race so far. They're there in 33rd place in their number 21 car to 1 minute 22.2 was the lap time if you're keeping records on that. Trying to break away. In fact, they have just gained this position off the number 17. Now in 34th, a team known by 1-2 Buckle Schumacher. 35th is the number 4 squad from Liverpool. That's the LGB team. And in 36th place, all of these karts that we've read out so far are within a minute of the leader. In 36th place, it's the number 7 of Sheffield Steely Wheelies, outside of the minute gap. Now you've got the number 57 of the Warwick Care Home Yearly Outing. That's the Warwick University graduates team. That's their number 57 kart in 37th place at the moment. And they're ahead of another graduates team. The Hallam Old Boys are there in 38th in their number 56. The number 9 is next up. That's the Scuderia Ecos team in 39th place. Wrapping out the top 40 at the moment. Having just gained this position, it's the number 31 of Brighton B. 41st is the number 12 of Lancaster B. They've got about 0.3 of a second at the moment over the number 15 of Bohemian Rhapsody. They're there in their number 15 kart in 42nd place. 43rd is the number 8 of Will Power's Willpower. And I think we are now into karts that have fallen off the lead lap at this moment. So yeah, Willpower there in 43rd. 44th, now this is the curious one. This is Kieran Harrison in the Leeds kart. So this is the last of your karts that are still on the lead lap. The number 14, Landau Nunda, started on pole position, had a start infringement, lost one lap, and are just holding on to staying on the lead lap once you take the timing into consideration. They are 1 minute and 13 seconds behind the race leaders. Now going into those that have officially gone a lap down. 45th place, the number 22 of Imperial B. 46th, the number 48 of Nottingham A. They're ahead, just ahead. In fact, they've just taken this position away from the number 40 of the Bath Bandits. That's in 47th place now. 48th are Birmingham B. They've had a few curb warnings and a bit of chaos in the early stages of this one, but they're there in their number 24 in the top 50, which is completed at the moment by the number 27 of Warwick B and the number 19 of Karen Chanjob. So that's the kart in 50th spot that they have just pulled into the pits. And again, that's a little bit early for a first pit stop. 51st, the number 38 of Team O'Clock. 52nd, the number 16 of Lewis White and the 11 backmarkers. Now running into karts that have had issues so far and longer visits to pit lane perhaps. 53rd, the number 11 of Lancaster A. 54th, the number 25 of Birmingham C. 3 laps off the overall lead is the 55th place kart, the number 46 of Bungle Merchants. 4 laps off the overall lead is the number 49 in 56th place, that's Edinburgh Napier. And Gurney's Gang bring up the end of the 57 kart order at the moment, the number 36. They are 5 laps off the overall lead, but importantly, all of those karts, particularly Bungle, Edinburgh and Gurney's Gang, are now all back circulating again, back in the race after their dramas earlier on.
Good job, Andrew. Really
Thank you.
enjoyed that. I say really enjoyed that. I was looking at my phone the whole time, and you know it. But thank you very much.
Sorry, that was me.
Yeah. Thank you for muting me there. You did steal my headset. Remember that when pressing the buttons. Camille is tuned in. Durex Racing is not comprised of any Durham drivers or Exeter A-Team drivers. Well, how do you know they haven't secretly started doing a PhD at Durham University, Camille? Maybe they haven't told you that. Maybe.
I thought that was why they were running down in 11th place.
Good. Yeah, I mean, good argument. But there's only one Durham driver I can think that would make it into that team on merit, and I don't think he'd be down in 11th place.
No.
DMU Racing say much love your favourite FS team. Oh, much love your favourite FS team. Got it. You need to use commas, guys from De Montfort, otherwise it confuses me. But thanks for tuning in. There's that's paused. I was looking at you the wrong screen, and yeah, that's still going there. I can't. Still moving. Yeah, that's nicer thing to look at on the second screen. So, CKRC going so far so good. Sam John's still out there, I believe. I haven't seen him recently, but he'll be happy with that. As I said, fastest lap last year, so he had the pace. But the team of 4 that they have this year is 4 of the 6 they had last year, with one of the Haynes brothers, I can't remember which now, and Jack Ransom disappearing from the lineup this year to make it more of a Llandau regulars affair, as those guys are more England-based, getting rid of the Bukc boys, as Sam Johns put it, because they're just slowing them down. And I mean, proving himself right so far. They are far and away in the lead of this one. Alison Mallard's tuning in. Please can you clarify the race length? The race will be 24 hours. Apologies to the viewers of our Instagram story who may mistakenly believe that this is a 36-hour race. I did accidentally put on the plan for what's going to happen over the course of the live stream Sunday the 19th of June, which of course is not a day in the calendar for 2023. I did mean Sunday 18th of June. It is a typo. My finger slipped, and I can only apologise. I was far too busy this morning drawing a picture of Robert Kupica on the back of a t-shirt.
But it was some of the best art that I've ever seen, so I'll forgive you.
It's the best art I've seen since the last 24-hour race, when I drew my last picture of Robert Kupica, which I think was probably the best one I've done so far, up there with the very first one I did, which is very much a beginner's luck type thing. So yeah, varying quality on the Robert Kupica portrait on those t-shirts, but they are very limited edition and highly sought after pieces of clothing. You'll see one again later when we award the best spreadsheet. Not quite as artistic, I just draw the Excel logo, but you know, it's sought after all the same.
Keep your comments coming in, everybody. Does genuinely help with getting the stream out to folks. YouTube algorithm and all that business. A couple of position changes just to note. OTOM. It's actually not an OTOM moment, because it's a good moment for the Liverpool team. They've just taken 16th place away from Saturday Night Fever. So that's the number 3 game spot.
More of a Tom.
Oh, good stuff. In the pits, Imperial A. Is that now? We say it's not scheduled, but I know from personal experience there will be some teams out there having fun with this race, and at the end of the day, I think that's a very good way of doing it. I always say if I was to do this race again, I'd either want to be in a team that's absolutely pushing all out for the win to make the 1 hour 45 2-hour stints feel worth it, or one that's definitely not going for it and doing like 30 to 45 minute stints. There will be some teams out there, so if teams are pitting now, they may well be one of those efforts that have got like 12 drivers all having a bit of a go.
Yeah. If you had fun, then you won.
Yeah.
That's what I always like to say.
There's been times when I've done this race when maybe I've not had so much fun.
Yeah.
But we don't talk about that.
Yeah, you weren't on the top of the podium either. But no. This is an experience. Some people might be thinking, do you know what? I'm in uni for 3 years. First year, I'll have a bit of a laugh.
Yep.
11 others, learn the track, build some stamina, get a feel for the kind of muscles that I need to be focusing on in the gym over the next 12 months. And then coming back next year for another shot at it. And there's one in reserve as well the year after.
Yep.
Should they get some bad luck in second year. So that could be the 3-year plan. If you just stayed in uni for 3 years. Some people stay far, far longer, as we well know, in the BUKC. Some of these people out on track right now have been up in my face for
a decade.
5, 7, even 10 years,
A few position changes in this early stage of the race. Sheffield Steely Wheelies have just got past 1-2 Buckle My Schumacher. Virtue of the pit stops that are happening at the moment, so that is now for 34th place, and Ix's Icons have just got past the seriously hard and great go-karting ending really safely team. So that is for 22nd position. Curb warning has come in for the 5th place. DMU will get shunted off, which you'll be able to see on our feed here at start finish. The number 37 is the DMU will get shunted off team. So not good news for them in that regard. You're watching live coverage of the BUKC 24 Hours for 2023 here on the DDMM YouTube channel, listening to commentary from Andrew Mather and Jacob Harris. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday afternoon as it is now at about 1:15 here at Teesside Autodrome. Weather still looking fairly stable, still quite muggy in the air here in Middlesbrough. But air temperature around 22 degrees and looking to stay that way as we go towards the night time, where temperatures will then drop into the teens. Thankfully, though, at the moment, no rain forecast for the course of the race, but you never know. There are yellow warnings for thunderstorms in the region, but they could be scattered, they could be sporadic as we run towards race finish. That yellow warning starting around noon tomorrow.
Here's a test of your Teesside knowledge, Andrew.
Go on.
Kieran Harrison, currently fastest man out on track.
Yep.
He's done a lap of 1 minute 21.180. Not bad.
Is that a lap record?
How far off last year's fastest lap do you think that is?
How far off? As in he's not beaten it yet.
Well, either way, could be positive,
I
could be a
reckon
negative delta.
that's a tenth and a half. I've just purely guessed there. Off.
Quicker or
Behind.
behind? It's actually a second and a half behind.
Oh, wow.
Last year's fastest lap was a 1:19.674 by the man currently racing for CKRC, Sam Johns. On lap 417 he did that last year, so roughly 40% of the way through the race, given they completed 1,034 like the leaders did. Anyway, CKRC completed 1,015, so yeah, roughly, you can easily work out that percentage if you're a mathematician. But yeah, second and a half off last year's top pace. Talking a quarter of the way into the race, you're looking at 6 hours, really. So that would have been set early evening, well, 6:30, roughly. So keep an eye out as the afternoon turns into the evening and we get some potentially quicker laps.
Indeed. Question that's come in from ASG. Who is in for the number 50? Now, the number 50 is the Yusuf's goat farm. So I'm hoping that gives us half a chance of being able to spot helmet and suit combination once the number 50 comes around. Now,
Should be coming around
Should be coming
soon.
around now. Virtue of our alpha timing prediction / tracker. There's the number 53, there's the 33, the 43. There is the number 50. Where have they gone?
I think
Oh,
it was
they should
Sam
be
Lovelace out first, wasn't it?
Yeah, as the number 40 comes into the pits. There is the number 50. It's Fraser Brunton. So it's Fraser
Yes.
Brunton at the wheel for them at the moment. Last year's Club 100 lightweight sprints champion. Race winner in the BUKC for Cardiff University. He has dropped Cardiff University. How do you feel about that, Jacob?
Considering I've never raced for Cardiff University in the BUKC 24 Hour, I can't quite slag him off. He is BUKC lightweight champion at the minute.
Yep.
By virtue of a last lap overtake in the lightweight A final at Clay Pigeon. An excellent move and an excellent race from Fraser. No wonder he's found his way into a team that describes themselves as the Goat Farm. He's missed a swap with Sam Lovelace, or perhaps Sam Lovelace qualified and Fraser's now out during the start. But usually we see better pace than 14th position from our man Fraser. He's only usually that low down the order if he started further down. A 1:21.9, so 8 tenths off Kieran Harrison's pace, who he's been battling out with in the BUKC this year, most notably at PFI, if you remember that race.
Yeah, remember that one very, very well indeed. One of our races of the year. So, pit stops at the moment. We've had 8 karts come into pit lane of the 57 running out there on circuit. So, Imperial A have been in and out. We do have a timing loop here for pit entry. So, if you are on live.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC, if you look to the right-hand side of your screen, before you get to the driver prediction /tracker and all the race control messages, you'll see the P for Papa, S for Sierra column, or for pit stops. That tells you how many times a kart has been into the pits. Now, that may not necessarily be for service. That could be for mechanical issues. That could be for meetings with race control. But at the moment, we've had Imperial A, Sheffield Steely Wheelies, Warwick Care Home Yearly Outing, Bungle Merchants, Karen Chanjob, Bath Bandits, Edinburgh Napier, and Gurney's Gang. They are all the karts that have made visits to pit lane so far in this race, which means if you're in the top 49, you haven't lost any track position to pit stops. Hello to Camille, who's just clicked the subscribe button here on DDMM. And for reasons that I don't fully understand, his name actually popped up on the screen. It's probably a Google settings thing. I'm not quite sure, but thank you very much, Camille, for subscribing. And to those of you who have also subscribed, but for reasons that I don't really understand, your names don't come up on our screen. Hello to DMU Racing again. Best of luck for Ollie Dixon Racing in the number 37 in a bit. Designer of the DMU Racing EV drivetrain. That's the former student team, of course. And this is where I'm not sure whether I hope to see you guys in a few weeks' time or not. Because if I do see you guys, it's probably because I'm scrutineering you. And we all know that that's not a good thing for anybody. So in a way, I hope I don't see you and that you have a very good competition.
Well, maybe they could just pop their head in and say hi.
They could pop their head in and say hi. But it is a little bit dangerous to say hello to me when I'm in a scrutineering pen, because I'll find a reason to be harsh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Take that as a warning. Everyone does former students.
There's people in this paddock who ask Amy. Amy knows.
I don't talk about former students. It's none of my business. We haven't talked about the wooden spoon yet.
We haven't talked about the wooden spoon, no.
For those of you who've seen the schedule, due to be given out on Sunday the 19th of June, the current contenders, Gurney's Gang, St Andrews University and Edinburgh Napier. Looks like the wooden spoon could be going to Scotland for the first time in wooden spoon history. I say wooden spoon history. There are people who finished last in the BUKC 24-hour previously to my involvement. But starting with my involvement, we awarded a physical wooden spoon with BUKC written on it in blue Sharpie. So, yeah, looks like it could be going to Scotland this year. We've got some other strugglers as well there at the bottom, including Bath. And do you know what? I'm going to find out who won it last year. I'm going to go back and find out. Bear with me.
Curb warning for Brighton B. That's the number 31. And, again, don't want to be picking up... We've not had anybody... And I am going to curse it now. We've not had anybody pick up a black flag yet in this race. Something tells me that it's not too far away as the Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting Ending Really Safely team, number 55, join the list of curb warnings so far in this race. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting.
Coming in from all around the world.
All around the world.
As far as Japan.
I was going to say, let us know what you're having or you've had for lunch, but given that we're going out to an international audience, it might not necessarily be your lunch. It could be your breakfast.
Yeah, what time is it in Japan right now? I've never been, and therefore never had to. In
Japan right now, it's probably not far off midnight. It's probably not far off Sunday.
Nice.
About 9-10 hours ahead.
They usually like sushi over there. I say they. Like, that's not a generalisation of the Japanese public. Well, it is. Obviously, sushi comes from Japan, but yeah, Alistair's usually snacking down on some raw fish. Right, let's have a little look then. Last year's Wooden Spoon, went to DMU.
Oh dear.
How are the DMU doing this year, Andrew?
They're doing all right. They're doing okay right now. Whilst I just do a little bit of a search so I don't put my foot in it again and get the wrong team once again.
They've got DMU in their name, which is helpful.
Oh, they're in 5th place then.
Not bad. Looking good for last year's Wooden Spoon. We did have, I can't remember, Knee Deep in Lunge was Surrey. We haven't got Surrey this year. So we will have a new university winning best team name. Last year they won with Knee Deep in Lunge. Narrowly beating out A Lap a Day Keeps Putin Away, which I can't remember who that was. A Lap a Day Keeps Putin Away, but commiserations to those guys for not winning last year. Best Bigfoot last year. Who did Best Bigfoot go to? That was UClan. We've got a UClan team here today as well. They beat Loughborough, Cardiff and Birmingham. Cardiff haven't got as good an effort this year, I don't think. They had a very Star Wars themed one as they had CUM Strikes Back. Birmingham, not seen their effort either. There's a couple on the grid that I did like though, especially Nokia Bing Bong. I like Nokia Bing Bong, so they're really contenders for Best Bigfoot. I've seen a couple of spreadsheets knocking about as well, Andrew. Couple of spreadsheets knocking about. Not quite sure who won Best Spreadsheet last year, as I seem to have
Well, you
lost.
mentioned Hertfordshire last year had one that took temperature and humidity into account.
Yeah, just I announced it on the stream and didn't do a photo of the presentation. Or maybe I didn't announce it on the stream. I seem to remember struggling to find the guys who created last year's Best Spreadsheet, but rest assured you will get a good view of the spreadsheet this year.
So we're looking through who's setting good lap times at the moment. If you're in the 122s or lower, you're doing pretty good. TU Dublin have just set their fastest lap of the race so far. That's the reigning champions, currently in 3rd place, 1 minute 21.327. It's still very close between our top 3, who I think are just about to come out of the final couple of corners. Well, now there goes the number 14 across the line, still pedaling away to try and get back onto the lead lap. Here come the race leaders, the number 47, the pink details on the front, still leading ahead of Birmingham A, the number 23, and TU Dublin A. And it feels at the moment, just as of observing the body language of those carts coming through, Jacob, that right now they're quite happy to work together. Do we think the top 3 and work through this traffic?
Yeah, I think you've got to work together with other teams if you want to succeed at the UKC 24 Hour, whether that's bump drafting, getting through traffic, or simply giving each other room to race. The last thing you want to do is be punted off down at that left-hand hairpin at the end of the back straight for someone who doesn't think that you're doesn't think you're racing fairly with them. So yeah, working together is a big thing if you want to succeed at this race.
Into the pits comes the Nottingham A entry. This is the number 48, now in 44th place in the order. Former winners in this race, of course. So I wonder, because we are pretty much on the hour mark, if that is part of a driver rotation strategy. I think we might see the pits become quite busy in the next few minutes. Now, we should be clear. Fuel tanks won't be completely empty. When we see this race, when we've seen this race before, and we've seen the the British 24 Hour, which is multi-class but does include this category in it as well. Upwards towards 2 hours is what we've seen teams be able to run one of these tanks to. The number 46 was in again. That was the Bungle Merchants, so they didn't look happy. But kind of similar to what we see in endurance races, the 1 hour races in the Club 100 BUKC season, Jacob. Limited number of fuel bowsers down there. That's really the key thing that the teams have got to manage on the fly.
Yeah, we can't have a supermarket forecourt of 16, 17, 18 pumps. We've got limited supply of fuel and limited people who can deliver that fuel. The tanks on these karts, I think, are designed to last around about 2 hours at your standard circuit. However, because this is such a big track and so much of it is full throttle and our drivers are so good, they run out of petrol a lot sooner. Obviously, there is mechanical variation between the karts, but you're looking at roughly 1 hour and 45 minutes. Some of them will go a bit shorter, so you might see teams coming in about the 1 hour and a half mark, just so they're not playing fast and loose with running out of petrol. You might see some teams try and push it. You never know. But if you see yellow flags and a go-kart on the back of a trailer being pulled by a quad bike going past your stream, you'll be able to see them as they come over the start-finish line, because that's just where pit entry is. Then you'll know that either they've had a mechanical or they've run out of petrol. I'm sure we will see some people in the next 40, 50 minutes or so realising that they haven't quite got the size of tank that they wanted and struggling. But it's a learning curve, and hopefully everyone will, you know, pan out where they should be, even if they do run out of petrol.
Lancaster Ray in for a pit stop that distinctly looks again like a team that's running 60-minute driver stints. One of the other very useful things that live.alphatime.co.uk/BUKC has, it also has, next to the PS column that we talked about a while ago, the next column along is the TT column, the time on track. That tells you how long a kart has been out since it last came into pit lane. That will get very useful in the second half of the race. I can tell you from previous editions of these 24 hours here at Teesside Autodrome, as into the pits. Is that the Mercities team? Yes, it is. So Mercities, the number 10, the City University London-based team, have decided that 61 minutes is enough for their first stint in this race. They were running nicely as well. They were up in the top 20.
Decent lap last time out for Sam Johns in first place. Obviously, the fastest lap of the race is a 1:21.1 from Kieran Harrison, but Sam's just done a 1:21.2 at the lead of this one, closely followed by Birmingham A with a 1:21.3. They're just 3/10 behind, actually, so those two probably working together down the straight and giving a bit of a bump draft. Solid pace from the lead two, and they want to keep doing laps like that before they come in for their first pit stop in the next hour.
Indeed. Positions being gained by Landau Nunda. That is 2 positions actually on that lap. They've got past both the Bristol A kart and the Morton kart, Cannot Move It, who had no loss in terms of a net gain or loss on that last one, because they got past Bristol A as well. I want to say I'll make Huddersfield great again in the pits as well, because they're dropping down the order.
Can't see anyone stopped out on track, Andrew,
No.
so I'd imagine so. How far off the lead is Kieran Harrison?
Kieran Harrison at the moment is, I think the last time I looked was about 1 minute 13 off. So I'd imagine around 70 seconds off the overall lead at the moment.
There he is going into the first hairpin, and yeah, Sam Johns is a bit of a gap behind him as I wait for him to emerge from behind the hill. There, I think that's Sam Johns there now going into the hairpin. So yeah, he's got a fair gap, but at least he's keeping ahead of those lead two that he wants to catch up with over the course of this race. Obviously, he's got a hand over a big team, actually, a big team on that Leeds kart for Landau Under. One of our larger contenders, should we say. They are number 14, and they have, if I can find it correctly, Bradley Wames, Tom Dent, Will Stacey, Kurt Roberts, Alex Meganson, Kieran himself, Jack Fisher, Adam Kernis, Henry Hudson, and Jake Bailey Saltmarsh. A 10-driver lineup, Andrew.
Well, you'd hope that that with the number of drivers that they've got there, that they'd be able to stay fresh. Yeah, it's I say, with one of those squads that with a few more drivers, that really starts to come into its own. I find in the night where a driver, I think a really hard thing to do is if you're a driver who does a stint, best part of 2 hours, then has maybe 2 or 3 hours off, and then you're back in again, and your body's not quite ready. It needs a couple more hours to circulate round and get back up to fitness, I suppose.
Indeed.
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to take a bit of an opportunity. We would rather not have to do this, but sadly, events in Nottingham this week meant that we wanted to pay tribute to those who lost their lives in the terrible events in Nottingham earlier in the week. We wanted to do this at this particular moment for the University of Nottingham community. We've got their teams here today. We have their A team with us who are running in kart number 48. Our heart goes out to everyone at the University of Nottingham and the family and friends of those who lost their lives. Barnaby Webber and Grace O'Malley Kumar were students at Nottingham University, and as well Ian Coates, the school caretaker in Nottingham as well. And as the Nottingham A comes round to complete lap number 47 and on to lap number 48, here is a lap of silence for kart number 48 and the City of Nottingham. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your observance of the lap of silence for those who lost their lives in the City of Nottingham early this week. Quite appropriately, Nottingham may have just set their fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 23.132. They're currently running in 47th position, and best of luck to them on what is no doubt a very, very hard week for everyone in, well, we should mention both Nottingham universities, the University of Nottingham and of course Nottingham Trent University as well. Our thoughts are with you all. You're listening to live coverage of the 2023 BUKC 24 Hours. Andrew Mather and Jacob Harris on commentary duties for you here on the DDMM YouTube channel. And we're into the second hour of the race, Jacob. And after a bit of a hectic start, I think we were expecting a bit of a hectic start. It's a race that's gone into a rhythm now with a very intriguing situation at the front of it, with these three karts at the front of the field. The CRKC effort, the Birmingham A effort, the TU Dublin A effort, but we're still keeping an eye out on that Leeds kart, which on the road, at least in the formation of the train, that's your lead kart, but they're trying to get this lap back that they lost at the very start of the race due to a start infringement.
Yeah, in my time at the 24 Hour, we've never had karts which are consistently at the front for the whole 24 Hour. Regardless of whether or not they qualified at the front and finished at the front, everyone always has a dip, everyone always has a struggle, and it'll be interesting to see what happens to these front runners that we've got at the minute. Obviously, Kieran Harrison's had a bit of a struggle in the lead kart already, and his dip has taken him as far down as 20th, I think, but they're now 19th. But I'm sure Sam Johns and Team CKRC, Birmingham A and Dublin A will have their fair share of bad luck over the course of the next 23 hours, as it is now. And we'll see what happens to them. But strong showing so far from those guys, especially CKRC after they had the pace last year, just not the luck. Birmingham A, former winners, they won it on the last lap here back in 2021, I believe. Excellent finale that was. And Dublin A, who won it last year in 2022. So some real pedigree in that top three. DMU, last year's winners of the Wooden Spoon in fourth. Let's hope that they can stay towards the top of the timesheets rather than make their way to the bottom again. And Sheffield never overtake Sheffield, number 5 in 5th position, going strongly as well.
Cardiff are in. The return of the CUM where were they? They were around 22nd place, so they've come in after 70 minutes for their first driver change. That won't be for fuel at this stage. Brighton B are also in the same regard. I think they pitted from around 37th place. Should also mention ex-Swansea, the Swansea graduates. They've been in for a pit stop recently. Timo Klock, Lancaster A. These are all drivers and karts that have been in the last 10 minutes or so. So we are definitely in that first phase of pit stops. The number 4 go past us in the commentary box. Resplendent in their blue, white with yellow details. The Liver Bird proudly displayed on the back of their suits there. So LGB team currently in 29th place, going along quite nicely. Yet to make a pit stop.
Yeah, speaking of ex-winners, ex-Swansea Bitches down in 40th. They've had a bit of an anonymous race so far, and an early pit stop for them. They're experienced enough to know that you can go for far longer than the hour and 12 minutes I think they went until their first pit stop. So I wonder if that was a forced change and they held out perhaps a driver ready sign which suggested that they could make a switch if necessary, and the driver thought, you know what, I'll come in and have this issue checked out early doors. I would say they likely have radios, and if they don't, they'll certainly have a solid communication method in place. But yeah, winners back in 2019, I think, if I'm remembering correctly.
And I remember from the very early editions of this race, they've always been a very strong team in this race. They've not always had the best of luck, but they've always had the speed. So yeah, I think you might be right there that they've elected to come in early to check out whether there is an issue that they need to address now or not.
Strong team as well out for them. They've got obviously Costa Chrisis, more colloquially known as the Greek god of speed. You've got Sam Taylor, who kart tests for Club 100, James Tanzer, Mike Collins, Matt Tordoff, and Luke Thomas, who used to stalk me, actually. Would occasionally pop up in and around Cardiff to the point where it got a little bit weird, and we saw each other in Asda and kind of said, right, let's call it now. Let's stay out of each other's way for a while. That was back in 2018.
First really big pit stop. DMU will get shunted off. This is the number 37 that's been running up in 5th place. They are in after an hour and 13. I think from the pace, surely there can't be an issue on that kart, but maybe they're just trying to keep their drivers fresh at this stage of the race. I believe as well we've had a new fastest lap of the race, have we not, Jacob? A 1:20.994 for Kieran Harrison and Landau Nunda. So that's the first kart to break the 1:21 barrier as the fuel starts to burn off.
Still got a way to go to last year's fastest lap, which was done in the 19s, but good pace all the same from Kieran. Sam Johns himself, who set that fastest lap last year, very close to breaking the 1:21 barrier. He was 7,000ths of a second off doing so 7 laps ago. I was distracted then, Andrew. I was trying to find out if I'd be home in time for the Grand Prix.
Ooh, you might be pushing it. Is it a 5 o'clock start?
That's what I'm trying to find out now. You can never find out when you want to. You know that little graphic the F1 do, and it says start times around the world. I swear they only ever post it when I'm not looking for it, and when I already know.
When you
already
know
it's
it.
Silverstone, and I know
yes. Or you're there, or you're on an event where you definitely will not be able to watch it live. Is
7 p.m.
case for me.
7 p.m. start for qualifying tomorrow. You'll get home in time for that. Huh?
Yeah, no, it should be home in time for that. Stick it on.
I reckon I can make it. I reckon I can.
Hello to Last Lap Lucy, who's in the chat cheering on for the Nottingham A team. Still a long way to go. A long way to go for Nottingham. 3 laps down off the overall lead at the moment. 11 seconds behind Cardiff, but lapping quicker. A second quicker last time around.
You've had a new subscriber, Andrew. DMU Racing.
Oh, hello, DMU Racing. Thank you for pressing that subscribe button.
Former student.
Lando Norris will have sprayed some champagne for that. Thank you very much. Let us know what you think of the stream. We're trying out some new things on this one, including our rolling tower, because there were just too many teams to fit on the tower, although I need to fix why it's cropping off the bottom 14 entries. We'll work on that one. Hello to Nosco as well, who's cheering on the number 54 Loughborough effort, currently in 24th place.
I think I know why it's cropping, Andrew.
Do you think you know?
If you go on the live tab on your laptop, I assume you have it up in a tab somewhere.
Ah, no, it's in a browser capture.
I'm not too familiar.
I'll have a
It's been a year since I've used Streamlabs. Those of you who tuned in last year, to myself and Alistair Mallard commentating on the BKC 24 Hour, you might have noticed that the sound quality has improved, the commentary quality has improved, and there's an actual video of something happening other than just following the live timing screen. That's all down to Andrew and this Double Dash Motorsports Media channel, far more established in the live streaming setup and coordination than myself on the BKC YouTube channel, which hasn't been used since and hadn't been used for many years prior.
We got it. We've got it. I think we made it work.
That looks a lot better.
We'll just have to wait through if it ticks through, and I don't want the map coming in at the bottom, so we'll make that work.
Perhaps the teams at the bottom don't want to be on the live stream though. They don't
No,
want the shame.
we need everybody on.
We do. We've got a wooden spoon to hand out to those guys.
Spot on. There we go. Now all 57 are ticking round. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. Hello to Crocky as well, again, who's just pressed the subscribe button as well. Hello to Bison KFC. Other fast food shops are available. Get Big Jarv in the carts. Which one is Big Jarv in this? Is he in one of the Exeter ones?
Big Jarv is in the lead Exeter cart.
Oh, okay.
Jarvis Devon, famous as Big Jarv from his time.
I've missed Big Jarv.
Big Jarv was big energy, big BUKC energy. And we haven't had a lot of that this year. We haven't had a lot of real social media presence. We had a bit of a turnover in terms of Big Jarv going. Matthew Graham was a big loss in terms of social media. His videos, his video editing skills were fantastic. Matthew Graham, if you're watching, I miss you.
Love you, mate.
We haven't even got a UWE entry to the 24 Hour this year, unfortunately. They did struggle in Inters. I say struggle Inters. They did all right in Inters, but they struggled from where they usually are in mains and dropped into Inters this year at the University of West England.
They've gone missing from the iRacing Championship as well. So this is a call out to the Bristol-based university and their graduates. Come back. We miss you.
Yeah.
We miss you a lot. Curious, where did DMU come back out? 32nd, right, okay. This is where I start talking about pit-affected lap times as well. So 3 minutes and 13 seconds, which was 3 laps ago. Oops, as I've pressed a button that shouldn't have pressed. Was the pit-affected lap time for DMU will get shunted off. So we'll remain to see whether that is a good one or not. There we go.
There's the boys.
Alistair says they are asking me for my bank account and mother's maiden name. We do not approve of this behaviour.
Yeah, I already know his mother's maiden name, so it's clearly not me.
Changes of position to talk about here in the box. The number 33 of Unprotected X have just got past Coventry B. Yusuf's Goat Farm continuing to improve up through the order, Jacob. They're up to 10th place now, past the Durex racing team. So one extra team goes forward by a spot, the other one goes back a spot.
Interesting. Yes, I think there's two teams. I think there's a serious team and a let's have a bit of fun team for Exeter. Certainly a bigger second team that they've got, whereas there's a tight 6 in that first one. Alistair, I believe, was supposed to be in that kart, but he spent all Amazon's money on coming back for Drivers' Championships. Leader
is in. The CKRC effort has come in at 1 hour and 21 minutes. That is a little bit early. I thought they'd be one of those teams, even in the early stages, running up till, well, probably an hour and 40.
Perhaps they don't want to risk it this early, Andrew. Perhaps
True.
they're all thinking, let's just do an hour, hour 10, hour and 20, and then see how it goes. We'll extend it by 2 minutes every session, and if there's one person who finds that their cart's kind of cutting out a bit, or you can sort of sense that it's run out of fuel, as you're going up the hill, certainly, and the gradient kind of tips all the petrol to one end of the tank, you can start to feel the cart running out of petrol. So perhaps they're thinking we'll just do a 1 hour 20, and then someone will go out and do a 1 hour 25, and then a 1 hour 30. And if someone starts to feel that lack of acceleration due to the fuel running out, that's when we know how big a stint that can manage.
I suppose sometimes in the British 24-hour with the top pro karts, we'll see drivers getting themselves in some form of what looks like a very uncomfortable yoga position. And they're actually checking the fuel, but there's a little bit, there's not the big foot on the front of the pro karts. You've got a bit more space to check that. Here, it's a bit more tricky, as we've got a slow cart coming around the final corner. Is this one that's run out of fuel? It's the number 56 coming past us here. That is the Hallam Old Boys. That's the Sheffield University based university. Now, they had worked their way back up to 37th, and they have done an hour and 22 on this tank. They were an early stopper. I'd be surprised if that is fuel at this stage. I absolutely take your point, Jacob, of let's just get one in, assess, and then go further on. But even still, I'd be surprised if tanks are running out at this stage.
Yeah, it would surprise me as well. As we said, 1 hour and 45 is kind of the benchmark that we look to. There will be some below that, and there may even be some above, but still a little early. But we've got people pitting in, as you said. CKRC are back out in 15th. That's decent enough for them. They've pulled out, in fact, just a couple of positions behind the person they started behind. That's Llandown Under.
And interestingly, here's the first assessment of how good was that pit stop. 2 minutes 43 on their outlap. So if we compare that to the DMU team that we were mentioning earlier, that's a 30-second gain that they've pulled on DMU there.
But then, relative petrol, in fact, well, there would have been less petrol.
There would have been more petrol to go in, into the CRKC.
Perhaps the DMU one was a problem then that they had a look at, and that cost them that 30 seconds, whereas the CRKC was a planned stop, and as you said, they'll extend and see what they can do in terms of petrol later on.
One of the other things that we've not talked about yet in this race, Jacob, is the question of weight. There's always a minimum weight in any of the BUKC categories. The 24-hour is no different, but I've been seeing this morning around the paddock great lumps of lead strapped, attached, you name it, to seat inserts that can be quite cumbersome for the teams to deal with, particularly if they're not used to switching the lead on and switching the lead off.
Well, yeah, typically the people switching the lead are the people who don't need the lead.
Yeah.
Aren't they? The people who need the lead are either in the car or getting out or getting into the car, and it leaves the bigger boys to fiddle with the pins, which they're not always used to.
Nope.
And it's speed is of the essence in doing it here in a normal BUKC round, especially ones which now have 2 sprint races. You've got, not all the time in the world, but you've certainly got plenty of time. There's no hurry in which to do it. In fact, your main concern is making sure it's on securely rather than on quickly. In a normal BUKC round, we have had 2 endurance races this year, so there will have been a little bit of practice. But again, it's different car, it's different pins, and it's different mounts. There's not going to be a lot of practice having been done, even in practice this morning, where you think people might have been switching around the lead. The drivers may well have done it themselves with the 2 hours practice they had, and missed the opportunity to get a little bit of a muscle memory built up.
Spinner in hairpin 3 that's just come past us here on start finish. It's Scuderia Ecos. It's the Scottish team. So hairpin 3 for the Teesside virgins amongst you, or ones who just need a bit of a reminder. That is the hairpin after the Parabolica, the South Bank curve. So at the far end of the circuit, carrying a lot of speed off from hairpin 2 through that Parabolica, and then hard on the brakes into hairpin 3. Quite bumpy through there at times. That's one of the corners where the drift cars really kick the back end out. There's a few little ripples in the track surface that drivers have got to be careful about. But the Scuderia Ecos entry have been out for an hour and 26 minutes. They're in 42nd place. They lost about 13 seconds with that one.
We've got a pit stop in the top 10. One of the Exeter carts, Unprotected X, is currently, it is Unprotected X. Yeah, that looks like they are in the pits. They are dropping down the order. They're 9th at the minute. CKRC are the leaders of people who have pitted. They are still ahead of the Miles Shelby squad, Ike's Icons, and Mort the cart cannot move it, which I think are 2 St Andrews and Loughborough or Coventry, I think. Mort the cart cannot move it.
The cart cannot move it. Go back on that one.
Will do. But yeah, CKRC leading the way of carts that have had a pit stop. They are just about to overtake, or rather go by, the 11th place team, Saturday Night Fever, which I'm sure is one of the Loughborough efforts, who have pitted out of the top 10 themselves.
Yeah, indeed. Did we mention as well that the Durex cart has also been in, so both of the Exeter carts have been. In fact, it's a very, very busy pit lane at the moment. If you're looking on the live timing, and the number of teams that have the word pit at the end of their timing line, someone's going to come off worse for this, and we've got a cart stopped on the run, on the dash, the short dash between hairpin 1 and hairpin 2. This could be our first full course yellow. We can do this. There we go. Let's tilt the camera.
I'm pretty sure that's John
This
Samet.
is your Budget Alpha Live.
I'm pretty sure that's BUKC's new driver of the year, John Samet.
Yeah.
For Warwick.
Jean has had some great speed this year. Very well-deserved driver of the year based on how he's come in. But he has had some awful luck at times, and it looks like it struck him again here in the 24. Full course yellow. So for the first time today, we go full course yellow. Now, what do you do if you need to box? And was that the TU Dublin A carts going in for a box? In the British 24-hour, we often say this is a great time to make a pit stop, but you've got to be one of the first carts in. Because it's that same thing of if you pit and there's a queue of 4 or 5 people and it's like a Friday night at a supermarket petrol station, you're going to be losing time. You're going to be losing less time than if you were under green flag conditions, but you are going to lose time. I've already seen 4, 5, maybe 6 carts all head into pit lane. TU Dublin got that absolutely spot on. showing some of their skills from last year and winning this race. But in as well, we've got Coventry B are in, Yusuf's Goat Farm are in, Sam Harris's International Tea Party are in.
Speedophile's just going in.
I think if you're trying to head to pit lane now...
I think we already had carts in.
Yeah.
As the problem manager. I think we already had a couple. Dublin looked to have got the rubber, the green with the timing. They were one of the first under the yellows, and Kieran Harrison just goes in as well for Llandown under. But Kieran has a couple of carts behind there, and these carts will be going from almost empty to full.
Yep.
There's a big weight out the fuel bowsers. It's not going to be a 10-second job. It's each cart has to go from empty to full, and I think that's going to cost Kieran significantly, especially in relation to that Dublin cart who won last year. They were running strongly early in this race, and this will help them as well.
So it is the Warwick A carts, the number 26, that has come to a stop between hairpins 1 and 2, and the other kick in the nether regions for Warwick A. They're now being recovered on the back of what we call the quad bike of shame.
Sheffield in as well, sorry.
But
Andrew.
they are not being circulated around the full rest of the lap. So they're going to lose a lap anyway with this because they're not going to cross the timing beam in front of us here in the commentary box. They are now recovered into pit lane. For the record, if that... I'd be surprised again if that was fuel. Or that... Ooh, no. I've just had a thought. What part of this is something that we'll only see with this phase of the race. It isn't 1 hour 30. It's 1 hour 30 plus whatever running they've done in the latter part of qualifying and practice.
Good point.
So in theory, that is a cart that's done 1 hour and 50 to maybe 2 hours on its tank of fuel. Apologies, folks. I'd forgotten that crucial detail until now. This is something we do sometimes see in these races. So we know it had done at least 1 hour and 30 because it tells us that from the timing from the start of the race. But I just wonder if that is fuel, if they'd not got a pit stop done right at the end of practice.
And another thing that would surprise me if it is fuel, given that it is Jean. Jean is tiny.
Yeah.
He does not weigh a lot, and what some drivers can do with the weight limit here, unlike normal BUKC, is not just the driver. It's driver and cart. So if you weigh 20 kilos less than your teammate, you can bring it in with 20 kilos of fuel. If they can carry 20 kilos of fuel, I'm not quite sure they can carry that much, but you can come in quite early. And the teams we saw stopping around the hour mark, perhaps their lightweight drivers were out, and they came in with a bit of fuel to make sure that they were over that weight threshold. And Jean, I would imagine, probably would be looking to do that sort of thing just to be on the safe side, because he's going to be needing a lot of lead anyway. So if he's run out of petrol, he really would be pushing it in terms of weight. We've got another cart stops over there at the far side, Andrew.
I'm going to go completely what I said about 5 minutes ago. I think these are all fuel. I think these are all carts that simply have run too long on the first tank of fuel. I don't know if you can quite see that on our rudimentary camera, our little GoPro. If you see the red and white bollards that are just under the Battenberg flag, that is where our next cart to fall out. And we've got... Oh, at Birmingham have stopped. Race leaders stopped. Birmingham A, Benjamin Boris, who had not pitted 1 hour and 34 minutes of the clock. But remember, whatever they'd run in qualifying as well, they've stopped on circuit. Oh, this has got to be fuel. This has got to be. All of these are just running the tank a little bit too long. And maybe it was the right decision under the full course yellow to immediately pit and save yourself the ignominy of what is happening now. Birmingham A from the race lead have stopped. And what's even worse, this is like the old TKM days, Jacob, of if you have a problem whilst there's lots of chaos out on circuit, you don't just lose the time because you've had a problem, you also lose even more time because you're waiting for the service vehicle.
Absolutely, yeah. The service vehicle still recovering the previous cart when Ben Boris stopped. We saw the two supporting the service vehicle run straight across to him. But yeah, you've got to consider that there was the last 5 minutes of practice minimum where they would have fueled the carts.
Yep.
They then do an out lap, a qualifying lap, and an in lap in their qualifying. Then they do an out lap to get to the grid. Then it's idling on the grid, and the idle on the grid was long
good
enough.
5 minutes.
Well, they didn't start the engines initially. There was a good 5 minutes on the grid in total, but the idle probably at least a lap time's worth of idling. It wouldn't cost a lap of petrol by any means, but all of that means that yes, we look at 1 hour, 45 minutes as the average time, but 10 minutes before that, absolutely you could be running out of petrol.
And we know from previous editions of this race that Birmingham like to run their tank long. It served them well in previous editions.
And they're going round, Andrew.
Now
they're
that
going
is
right
interesting.
the way around.
That is interesting. That Birmingham A are being taken fully around the loop. So they're on the flatbed now, heading up towards the South Bank curve.
They won't lose a lap.
They won't lose a lap, but they have lost a lot of time. So, my oh my, this full course yellow and this chaos with the, well, what seems to be karts just running too long on their first vat of fuel in this edition of the BUKC 24 Hours. This has properly shaken up the order. At the very front, it's no different. CKRC as Birmingham A go past us in the commentary box now. They lead the race by 20 seconds ahead of Tap and Clapper Motorsport. I'm going to ask the question, Jacob. Where have they come from? The Loughborough-based team.
Absolutely no idea. Their pace hasn't been especially strong. They've done a 1:21.6.
They have pitted.
Is 7/10 off our fastest lap. They've pitted once.
Yep.
And out in second place they go. That's Nick Fallon, Nathan Morris, Chris Hancock, Jacob Cunningham.
I think they pitted shortly before. They pitted on lap 61, and it was a very good stop. It was a 2:25 pit-affected lap time. That is cracking work from Tap and Clapper Motorsport. We are back to green. So back to green now, full course yellow removed.
Good work from Tap and Clapper. Dublin A, who we said would benefit from that full course yellows, they went straight in as it first came out, and they've recovered the first of 3 cars that they needed recovering. Mercedes still going strongly. They are 4th place, and Bunch of Lankers have done all right out of that as well. We have now seen just about everyone pit. There's a couple out there who haven't pitted. They are playing with fire, to say the least, Andrew.
Yeah, if I make Huddersfield great again, or Willpower's Willpower, or Scuderia Cars, you've got to get it in now. We've seen at least 3 karts there hit trouble. The pits are now clear, so you won't lose any time stuck in a stack.
Yeah, there's some people on those pit walls. Willpower's Willpower, Edinburgh, and Make Huddersfield Great Again are obviously Huddersfield. We've got Scuderia across Edinburgh as well, still out, having not made a pit stop. Guys, you need to get your karts in. I don't know what you think is going on out there, but we've had 3 karts stop, and at least one of them is going to be a petrol one.
Yep, absolutely. TU Dublin A have cycled back up to 3rd. Mercedes up to 4th. I think the teams that have benefited most out of all of that, Jacob, are the teams that, funnily enough, pitted more by luck than judgment just before the full course yellow.
Yeah, absolutely. You do get the luck of the Irish, shall we say, considering Dublin were at least very close to, if not preempting the full course yellow. And you can keep an eye out. That's one of the benefits of having people watching the race, or even listening to the live stream, if I do say so, for ourselves. But you can see karts stopping out on track before observers. Yeah, it might be seconds before, but seconds can be the difference between passing the pit entry and being on pit entry. If you've got a radio and you say there's a kart stopped out on track, get yourself in the pits before a full course yellow is called, then you could really benefit your team. It's not just about the guy in the seat, it's about the whole team effort.
Well, what a last 10-15 minutes we've had here at Teesside Autodrome in the second hour of this year's BUKC 24 Hour. It's been such a 10 minutes that we've missed bottom of the hour and a rundown of the order, but I think appropriately, now that we are back to green, let's give a run through what the field looks like an hour and 40 minutes into this race. In the lead, 72 laps completed for the number 47 of CKRC. Their lead is around 20 seconds. Clear of now the number 53 of Tap and Clapper Motorsport. That's the team from Loughborough University who have played an absolute blinder through that very hectic safety car, full course yellow, sorry, and pit window. Third place, last year's winners. 17.5 seconds is the gap between first and second. 20 seconds is the gap between first and third. And in third, it is the number 1 of TU Dublin A. Fourth place, another team that have benefited massively from the last 10-15 minutes. The number 10 of Merse Cities. They're 50 seconds behind the race leaders now. They are half a second clear of the number 13, which is in 5th place. From Lancaster University, that is a bunch of Lancers. 6th place, 57 seconds behind the leader, is the number 42 of Nokia Bing Bong. That's the team entered by the drivers from Coventry University, former BUKC champions, of course. 7th place is the number 37 of DMU, will get shunted off. We've been showing some good pace so far in this race. And didn't get too tripped up by that pit stop period. 8th place is the number 2 of TU Dublin B. So they've not just done well with the A team, they've also now got the B team up into the top 10. I do believe they are a lap off the overall lead. 9th is the Durex Racing team from Exeter University, the reigning BUKC Mains Championship champions. They've navigated their way through the chaos. They're still holding there in the top 10. Huge improvement. Look at that. The number 51 of the ex-Swansea graduates, they have come up all the way from outside the top 30. They are now in the top 10. We didn't think they had the pace in the first hour, but they definitely had the brains to navigate their way through the chaos, and they've gained a lot of positions there. They're about 0.3 of a second ahead of Saturday Night Fever. That's the number 52 in 11th place, who themselves are a second ahead of the 12th place number 55 of Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting Ending Really Safely team. They have a gap of 1.6 seconds over the number 33 of Unprotected X. They're there in 13th place. 14th at the moment for the number 30 of Brighton A. Now, they were one of the teams that ran it long on the fuel. I think they had a little bit of a hold-up in the pits, but it was a great first stint from Alex Mitchell. They were running outside the top 40 in the early stages of this race. They've got a good kart underneath them now. They can really start to get into the rhythm of this race. 15th place is the number 3 of Otom. That is the entry from Liverpool University. Yusuf's Goat Farm are 2.7 seconds behind them. That's the number 50 in 16th. And they're having a keen battle with the number 41 of the Speedo Files. That's the team from Manchester University. Good bit of crossover between those two teams, running 16th and 17th respectively on the road at the moment, 50 ahead of the 41. 18th place, the number 5 of Never Overtake Sheffield, have dropped down the order through the pit stops, but are still in the top 20. They're 0.3 of a second ahead of Coventry B. That's the number 43 in 19th place. And currently wrapping out that top 20 is the number 6 of Sam Harris's International Tea Party. All of those runners from 7th place down are one lap or nearly one lap off the overall lead. Let's go into the midfield then. In 21st place, it's the number 21, Imperial A. One lap down off the overall lead. In 22nd place, half a second back, is the number 28 of the return of the CUM. That's Cardiff University Motorsport. Willpower's Willpower have not pitted yet. They have been out there for 1 hour and 43 minutes. I'm not quite sure what the number 8 is being powered by at the moment, but it's not run out of fuel yet. They're 0.4 of a second ahead of the pole sitters. In 24th place, the number 14 of Landau Nunda. They have made a pit stop and have still got some good pace. 1 minute 22.485 last time around. 25th place in a bit of a Yorkshire derby at the moment in the midfield. The number 39 of Make Huddersfield Great Again. They're 4 seconds behind the Leeds effort. They're 0.3 of a second ahead of the number 18 of Alan Prostate. So the number 18 in 26th place, doing all right at the moment for the team from Swansea University. They've got a big gap over the next kart behind. In 20 seconds further behind. In 27th place, we find the number 44 of Finding Guimo. 28th place is the number 20 of Bristol A. Birmingham A, big losers, as we have got a kart that has stopped on the run to the final corner. This might be another one that's run out of fuel. I think it is the number 46, if I'm remembering that correctly, of the Bungle Merchants, although they haven't been out for a long period of time, only 40 minutes since their last pit stop. We'll keep abreast of that one as we run through the rest of this order. Let me try and turn the camera to show you that that's the number 46 stuck up there. Where were we? Birmingham A. Yeah, they lost big time. Ran out of fuel with a third kart to run out of fuel that triggered that full course yellow and had to wait quite a while for recovery. They were in the lead of the race. They're now 2 laps off the lead of the race, and a lot of work to recover now for the number 23 karts. 30th place, number 45 of Mort. The kart cannot move it. They're 0.7 of a second behind Birmingham A. 1 second ahead of the number 9 of Scuderia Ecos. The number 46 has been recovered. It's just been covered by waved yellows at the moment. We stay green round the rest of the circuit. In 32nd place is the number 15 of Bohemian Rhapsody, 2 laps off the overall lead. They've got a 2.6 second gap over the number 12 in 33rd place. That's Lancaster B. 7.5 seconds is the gap further back to, in 34th place, the number 38 of Team O'Clock. 35th place for the number 35. That's the X Icons kart, 8 seconds back. They are 9 seconds ahead of the 36th place, number 34, called the Miles Shelby Squad. And now the gaps back from here start to widen out a bit. 19 seconds further back in 37th place is the number 17 of 1-2 Buckle My Schumacher. In 38th place, the number 4 of LGB Team. That's the entry from Liverpool University. They're actually quite close to 1-2 Buckle My Schumacher in a fight there. And they've also got the number 24 of Birmingham B, not too far behind in 39th. About a second covering those 3 karts. Together, they are 5 seconds clear of the 40th place kart. That's the number 54 of Ligma. That's the entry from Loughborough University. 18 seconds is their gap back to Imperial B, the number 22 in 41st place, 3 laps off the overall lead. In 42nd, the number 11 of Lancaster A. They're in a bit of an 8-second sandwich between Imperial and then the number 16 of Lewis White and the 11 back markers. They're in 43rd place. Warwick B are next up in 44th, the number 27, 4 laps off the overall lead. Good lead over Nottingham A, though, who are in 45th place. 53 seconds is the gap between Warwick B and Nottingham A. Brighton B are next up in 46th place, the number 31. 10 seconds is their deficit to Nottingham. They have got a full lap, or there or thereabouts, over the number 25 of Birmingham C in 47th place, who have got 51 seconds over the number 29 of UH Racing from the University of Hertfordshire. They're in 48th. Gurney's Gang are 49th. They are 7 laps off the overall lead. They have had some problems so far in this race. So 49th place for the number 36, and wrapping out the top 50 is the number 56 of the Hallam Old Boys. That's the graduates entry from Sheffield Hallam. They are winning in the South Yorkshire Derby at the moment, though, ahead of the number 7 of Sheffield Steely Wheelies. They're there in 51st place, and the gap between those two Sheffield-based karts is 38 seconds. Half a second back from them is the number 19 of Karen Chanjob in 52nd position. And then 8 laps down in the pits after a technical issue that's happened whilst we've been doing this rundown, the 53rd positioned 46 of Bungle Merchants. 4 more karts to go. 9 laps off the overall lead is the number 57 of Warwick Care Home Yearly Outing. In fact, that's just changed with the Bungle Merchants for 53rd and 54th position. Edinburgh Napier have had problems so far in this race. They are also 9 laps off the overall lead in 55th place in their number 49 kart. It really hasn't been a good race so far for Warwick University. We just talked about their graduates, and in 56th place we find their current undergraduate team, Warwick A, the number 26, who were the first kart to run out of fuel. They have now re-emerged, but they're 9 laps off the overall lead. It is going to be a long way back for Warwick A. The one solace that they can have is that they are 6 laps ahead of the number 40 of Bath Bandits, 15 laps off the overall lead in 57th place. And there we go. That is your rundown. Jacob Harris has popped off for some lunch, so unfortunately you've only got me at the moment. But we should remind you, if you're around the paddock and you're enjoying the stream and you fancy a go at commentary, we have many a spare headset here this weekend. So come along, sit down, have a chat with us. It's an open house. We'd love to hear from you and get you on board. Weather conditions here at Teesside Autodrome. Few clouds in the sky. I was a little bit worried. As I say, I always look to my left and down towards the Riverside football ground for any weather. There were a few wispy, semi-threatening looking grey clouds, but the wind isn't high. Now look at the trees, hardly swaying in it, and a real lack of breeze, and I think that's why it's feeling quite muggy here at the circuit at the moment. No rain at the moment here at Teesside Autodrome. Conditions still around 22 degrees air temperature, but hard work out there for the drivers. Hello to some folks. Hello to Shivam. He says Sam is an incredibly underrated driver. That may well be. Try and find him out there on circuit. Juan Pablo, hello to Juan Pablo, and to PH as well, who's cheering on De Montfort University, doing very nicely at the moment, up in 7th place. Thank you to Juan Pablo as well for clicking the subscribe button. Thank you, mate. Thank you for your continued support here of DDMM. Upcoming on DDMM Wednesday night, 7:45, we will have the next round of the Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. It'll be the Formula 4s, and it'll be Magny-Cours, the former host circuit of the French Grand Prix, our host venue for round 5 of the championship. And if that's perked your ears and you've gone, oh, didn't know there was a BUKC iRacing Championship, do not fear. There is still space and time to join the grid, and there's still prizes to be won as well. The prizes for our top Class 1 and Class 2 drivers across the course of 2023, a free entry into a round of the Club 100 Endurance Championship of your choice in 2024, and iRacing prizes on offer as well for round winners and the like, so very much worth still getting involved as we approach the middle part of the season. Jacob rejoins me. You doing all right, mate?
I'm halfway through my lunch, but I wanted to ask before I forget. Do you do any iRacing? Yeah, I know you commentate on
me
the
very badly,
one, but yeah.
Yeah.
How into it are you?
Oh, I do it the northern way, and I do it just about enough that I get my 10 free iRacing dollars for turning up and participating each 12-week season. And the special events.
I don't know what iRacing dollars are. So.
It's, well, basically you can get $40 of credit across the course of a calendar year, and that pays for half of my subscription for that 12 months.
Okay.
I do it a bit more than that, but it's often work and busyness takes over. Mm-hmm. But I'm very much a 1.5k rated. That's not very good.
Again.
But yeah, I dabble.
Got a decent setup, or
it does the job. It's a base. I've got a wheel. Mm-hmm. I've got a play seat challenge that folds up if needed, and it's your budget northern spec sim rig.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know. Have I missed anything, Muscles?
No, it's been fairly steady. They've calmed down. No real position changes to report at the moment. I think what that not safety car period. I'm still on Le Mans mode. I think what that full course yellow period has done is that spread the field out as everybody came in and made some compromised pit stops. Mm-hmm. But yes.
In that case, I'll go back to my lunch then.
Hello to Yap, who has subscribed to the channel. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you for your continued support. 38 of you watching at the moment, which is a high far higher than the normal number than we get here on DDMM, so we really do appreciate it. And as I say, Wednesday night we've got the iRacing live here on the channel. It's a good watch if you haven't watched it before, and you can watch back all the rounds so far this season. Oh dear, I think there's more problems for the number 46. It's just past us here in the commentary box, not at full pace, and they've only been out for 5 minutes. The Sheffield Steely Wheelies are also in, and that's not scheduled. They last came in about 19 minutes ago. And almost right on cue, when we were talking about come in and have a chat, John Ratcliffe appears behind us. I'll sort out a headset for him if he's up for a chat. You are having a headset stuck on you, sir. And I think you won't be able to hear yourself, but that's fine. I think it's that one there.
I still can't hear myself, but hopefully it's working.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Turn your gain up a little bit as well.
I immediately have a microphone thrust onto me as I enter your presence.
Boy.
What would I expect?
How do, mate?
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
I've not actually been on the circuit yet today.
Okay.
I just decided, I've been here a couple of years. There are some guys here on the team who haven't done as much, so they can just have the practice. I'll just go out there and go as fast as I can. That's
in the night?
Sort of the
You're
plan.
doing it in the night?
No. Luckily, I'm the old man, so I've been able to give myself some quite nice stints. So I'm out next in about 45 minutes or so, I think. And then I'm out tomorrow morning, probably about 8 a.m., 9 a.m., something like that. So pretty nice stints.
What brings you back to this event? What's special about it?
I mean, firstly, it's relatively cheap for the amount of time of karting you get, which is nice. But also as the event as a whole, yeah, it's great. I mean, last year provided some fantastic action. I mean, we're all still talking about that incident that happened down here just at the end of the Wiggly Straight. It was insane. We're still talking about it.
I saw one of the big karting, I don't know how to describe them, karting pages on Instagram post that this morning. Yeah. But yeah, it's been a steady race for Cardiff so far. They've navigated their way. I don't know, I keep using the word navigated a lot.
We had a really good start. Harvey had a great start, up from like 30-something to, I think it was 18th or 19th.
Yep.
And then slowly falling back. The kart has terrible top end. Decent bottom end out the corner, but then as soon as you get halfway down the straight, everyone's just flying past.
Is that potentially something that's going to get more difficult as the race goes on and it spreads out?
it has gotten worse already over the first 2 hours. Harvey was saying about the left engine is very rattly, particularly under initial power. It's really rattly, so we think probably 8, 9, 10 hours in, that left engine's probably going to go, we think. So we're sort of waiting for it to die, and then we'll get a new one. We'll see.
That yellow flag period, that, as far as we're aware, was triggered just by teams running fuel tanks too long.
Yep.
It looked absolutely chaotic from our position of, do you pit, do you not pit, have you pitted yet, do you risk...
So we'd pitted about 5 or 10 minutes before that all happened because Harvey just dived into the pits. We were not ready, and he was like, I'm literally going to run out of fuel in about 1 or 2 laps. I needed to come in. So Aaron chucked his stuff on and ran down. He was checking the tank, and he was like, it's literally at the bottom sloshing now, so I'm coming in.
Yep.
Yeah, so which is a good call from him. So yeah, I think we made it about an hour and 15 into that first stint when he wanted an hour and a half. So we're hoping now that we think that 15 minutes was just because of hanging around waiting for the start and things. So hopefully Aaron can still take this an hour and a half in this stint, and then I can jump in.
Good stuff. As a driver, what are the big challenges around this circuit?
I mean, for starters, it's such a long lap. That's one thing, especially trying to string together consistent, not necessarily breaking the lap record, but consistent good lap times is really tough because you've got such a long time between each time you cross the timing beacon that there's so many opportunities to make those mistakes and just lose that little bit of time here and there, and that obviously adds up over a really long stint. But yeah, the main thing is just about keeping it on the road, particularly when, like we were saying, at the end of this wiggly straight here into the bottom, there's some quite challenging corners on this circuit, particularly if someone's trying to go up you inside, you're trying to dice a little bit, it can get a bit sketchy. So yeah, a lot to think about. And although you're going over an hour and a half, it's just getting into a good rhythm of things, of trying not to chuck it off, I think, is the main thing.
And the importance of that rhythm, obviously you've been with us on DDMM for British 24-hour kart races, where you've got that multi-class element, and that almost breaks the race up a little bit, irrespective of whether you're in a faster or a slower kart. Here, you're all in the same machinery, and keeping up that concentration, I know from previous experience, can be a lot harder than it sounds, say, compared to when we were racing in the Club 100s.
Yes. No, that's the fact that everyone's the same, and these karts being a bit slower, it sort of brings everyone closer together on timings as well. Because, yeah, we've got quite a few drivers in our team who have never driven even in the Club 100 karts. So trying to get involved with this and then see if they can jump up into Club 100 machinery next year. So it's a good little tester for a few of our drivers who haven't done too much. But, yeah, a lot of karts already in these opening few stints having a lot of issues, which, I mean, for us anyway is positive as we've had none. So we're just going to try and keep out of trouble and see what happens, really.
There was a problem you might have seen on our viewers at home, might have seen that through hairpin 1. The number 41 with Michael Grebe at the wheel. That's the Manchester Speedophiles kart. Yes, that is a name that we're having to say this year. There was another kart involved as well. I didn't quite catch which number it was. This is where I looked for someone with a slow lap time. I think it might have been the Hallam Old Boys, who just did a 1 minute 45, and somehow have got 2 out. Well, okay. The Hallam, true to style, Sheffield getting 2 hours out of a tank of fuel.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Oh, someone's got a black flag.
Oh, first one of the race. That's TU Dublin B. Now, not
Black
quite sure
flag.
what it's for. I'd guess, John, it's going to be accumulation of warnings,
I mean, you
curbs
would have
and
thought so, wouldn't
contact.
you? Yeah, you've got to do something pretty egregious here at the 24 hours to get a straight black flag. So it's got to be a couple of warnings, isn't it?
Yeah.
Either contact or track limits.
Do you know what I'm most disappointed about this year at the BUKC 24 hour?
Go on.
What?
Not one person has named their team Den Daten Morkan Hongbe.
That would have been the perfect name, I think.
That would have won it. I wouldn't have even put a vote up. I wouldn't have even put a vote
did
up.
that happen before we had to submit the names, though, is the question?
Yes.
Yes, a
Okay.
long time
Yes,
before
it
we
did.
set
Okay.
the names. Yeah.
R.I.P.
would have been a great
the Facebook
shout.
page. R.I.P.
For those of
That's
you
what-
looking to browse photos from previous BUKC rounds, just search Den Datiang
I was
Morkan
doing that last
Hongbe
night.
on Facebook.
Can you just quickly spell that for us?
Yeah, it's D with,
With
a
the
little
accents,
dash through
please.
it, E with a wiggly line on top, N, D with again with a dash through it, A with an upwards accent, THIE with a little hat, N, MO with bits on top and bottom, Quan as you'd spell Quan, Quan, Huang as HO, A with a backwards accent, NG, and then Bay, there's little, I think they're called cedillas above, it's like a comma above the A on Bay. So yeah, do feel free to browse there. We've got some problems out on track.
Yeah, the number 11. Hairpin 1, as the race goes on, always becomes a hotbed of activity, and Lancaster A have left the circuit, and I think, something was stuck there in the front right wheel. And I think it was the Bigfoot panel, because something was just pulled out, popped out, and the kart sat back on the grass and got back on its merry way. TU Dublin B have just come in, by the way, for their black flag. Yes.
Have they come in to survey yet? Because I saw that thing was up on the board for ages.
They literally
have
just
come in now.
ahead of us about 10 or 15 seconds ago.
You having to read out the funny names reminds me of in the Fun Cup, there's a driver on his official Motorsport UK license.
Go on.
And some of the commentators will refuse to say his full name because his first name on his official Motorsport UK license is Farkini and his second name is Diot. If you can put 2 and 2 together, say it a bit faster, you'll understand what it says.
Yeah.
And they'll just call him either Farkini or Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot. I'm guessing that's Mr. McEwen.
No.
Is it not Mr.
No.
McEwen?
No, it's not Mr. McEwen. God, I cannot remember his full name now. I'm going to
Is it
sound
Chris
awful.
Hartley?
It's one of the guys on the UVO Hoffman's Lotus team. I think they've actually changed now. They're no longer Lotus. The black
okay.
and gold. The instead of John Player Special, it's Sloke Hunt Special.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, that's fantastic. They're brilliant guys.
That's another one like the
It's proper
piston
BUKC, that though. BUKC 24.
broke, where you have to take that nice pause when we're
Nice
here in
pause.
August.
Right, mate, I'm going to try and not miss my stint.
That's
because,
all right, mate.
I mean,
Thanks,
our first stint, as we say, was truncated by 15, so I don't want to be the one hot-footing it down, not in my gear, so I will say goodbye.
Best of
for
luck,
having
mate.
me.
Have a good time out there. And John Ratcliffe from the Cardiff University Motorsport team.
Cheers, John. Love you.
And say, one of our proteges, DDMM proteges. Oh, in fact, he's more than a protege now. Doing very well for himself in the commentary world as well. In the pits are TUB before their naughty flag, which we've mentioned. We have also had a position change. Bohemian Rhapsody have got past Scuderia Ecos, which normally I'd be like, okay, yeah, long race, 24 hours, all of that business. But I am a little bit concerned that Scuderia Ecos have been out for 2 hours and 5 minutes of this race. So they must be doing some miracle work to get that kart still circulating. They must be on fumes by now. They are one of 3 karts that haven't come into the pits yet. Willpower, the Willpower powered number 8, because it can't be on anything else, are still out there. Make Huddersfield Great Again are doing hashtag northern things of conserving the fuel.
They must have been in, Andrew. Surely. Surely there's just an issue with the pit. Or maybe they broke down and went the wrong way past the pit loop.
I do like, at the moment, and I can say this because I'm from that part of the world, we have 4 karts out there on circuit that have conserved their fuel in true Yorkshire and Scottish ways. Willpower's Willpower, Scottish. Make Huddersfield Great Again, Yorkshire. Scuderia Ecos, Scotland. And the Hallam Old Boys, Yorkshire. It's the way. If you are from Yorkshire or Scotland, you know how to conserve the fuel, because we've been having to do it, because we will not pay the stupidly high fuel prices of the last year.
Hey, it's coming back down. It's coming back down.
No.
It's about £1.30 a litre. It's not too bad.
So there we go.
It's calmed down. But very impressive nonetheless. I'm going to come back into shot so you can see me rather than have me awkwardly talking off screen.
Hello to Matt, who's cheering on Durex. That's something I didn't think I'd be saying today, but there I did. That's the extra effort.
Juan Pablos in the comments got a special fixation from me. Nice to meet you, Juan Pablo. Thank you.
He's subbed for that as well.
Tuning in. Oh, excellent. Unfortunately, I'm not a regular on the DDMM channel. You'll have to subscribe to my OnlyFans if you want this much Jacob Harris content in your lives regularly. But I'll send you the link in the DMs.
Interesting thing about the TU Dublin B black flag. Now, we said that we reckoned it was an accumulation of penalties. It might not have been, because we've just seen the message come up on our screen that says black flag number 2. This is the one that they served. It was at 14:31 British summertime. Number 2, TU Dublin B ABC hairpin 1. So it might have been a straight transgression of come in and have a chat with the clerk of the course, sir, or one of their representatives.
Ocean's dad's got a load of cupcakes. Do you reckon we can get in on that? Is Kane Shepherd listening to us, or is he on the radio?
He might be on the radio.
He's on the radio,
but
yeah. He's got a headset on. I was thinking maybe if...
Seen him many a 24-hour commentated on by DDMM in the past. If you want to do well, give us cake.
Yeah, it's guaranteed speed.
No
not
curses.
least because we'll beat the cake and not you, and therefore weighing you down.
And it's good value giving DDMM cake here today, because the more cake we eat, the less cursed you'll be. And there's no camera crew here today.
No, wow. There we are.
Apart from this is the camera crew.
Yeah. You know, this is the 3rd camera. There's the 2nd. We've had one for the grid walk as well. And based on the official time that we announced at the start, we're going on a paddock walk at 3 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Up to you as whether or not you want to take the lead for that, or whether you want me to.
Ooh, bit of a moment there. The number 46 has gone round on the run to hairpin 1. This is right in front of us. One kart had already gone to the inside. Oh, this is a really, really awkward moment for a driver. It's easy to do. You clip too much of the curb, you spin out, and drivers are carrying such speed. That's well recovered. Oh, and they've lost the wheel. They've lost a wheel right in front of us. And I think, is that off the front left? Or is it? No, I think it's the rear. Is it the rear right? The rear left has gone. The rear left has gone. The whole kart is sitting down. So I imagine, Jacob, that the driver in question has spun it on the curb. And that's when we're talking about the curbs. Full course yellow is out. When we talk about the curbs and how harsh they are and how you've got to keep off them, that's why. Because the number 46, simply by spinning over one of them, landing in the grass on driver's left, has managed to rip the wheel off of the kart. And, wow, this is really, really tough for the number 46 team. We've already been hitting trouble. The Bungle Merchants are going to lose even more time here.
It's one of our Coventry efforts, and I think, I can't say 100% sure, 100% certain, I should say, I can't be 100% sure is the other alternative phrase, that it was Ross Dick, our official photographer, out in that car. It certainly looked a little bit like him, but Liam Sherwood, James Mile, and Oscar Wyman, Jasper Pryor as well, the other members of that team.
Now, I don't think this is going to be a long full course yellow, because the number 46 is already almost sidecar off the something that you more see at the Isle of Man TT that's just flown past our window. But surely, if you are Willpower's Willpower, if you're one of those teams that have stayed out, you've got to pit. You've got to pit right now and really bank in a very strong first stint on the fuel.
No one into the pits so far, Andrew, and there's a couple coming around now. There's only a select few who this really applies to, because lots of them have been in the last half an hour, so we wouldn't want to capitalise. But if we are
back to green,
we are back to green. The boards have come in. Yes, now they've come in. So opportunity missed for those teams looking to pit. If they are still looking to pit, perhaps we have got a slight issue with the loop, because it is a hell of a long time to have been out there for these guys. Interesting to see whether or not we've reliably been informed. Did he hit a monster curb is the question. Well, I don't think it was a monster curb. It would have been one of the curbs in the S's.
Yeah, I'd imagine that it has been one of the, because they are meaty curbs as you go through the S's, and if you hit them hard enough, and also if you're sliding across them. I didn't see the incident myself as it happened, but I can imagine that, if you got crossed up through there and went sideways across the curb, the shock loading would be enough to break the stub axle. And there's also a bit of a dip as you come back onto the circuit. So, either way, the result was a stub axle failure, and unfortunately it'll be more laps lost for the number 46, who are already 19 laps off the overall lead.
Matt B says Josh Kraft is greater than Lewis Hamilton.
It's a big statement.
I disagree with that, personally. I think Lewis has the edge on him. But, everyone's entitled to their opinion.
But Lewis has never done the BUKC 24 hours.
No, he hasn't.
So in this
he's never done
arena,
a BUKC round at all.
In this arena, I'd say, Josh Kraft is statistically better than Lewis Hamilton.
Better.
You could say that about anyone
in
who's
general. Lewis, and certainly more success with the ladies. I don't think Josh Kraft has ever pulled anyone as hot as Nicole Scherzinger. But success is relative to each man's desires.
The miracle work continues, by the way. Unless it is just a transponder thing that's tripped up. I think if we start seeing those times for Willpower get up to like 2 hours 20, it's like, hang on a minute. Something's not quite gone right there.
Maybe they've got like pockets they've got pockets on their race suit with petrol in it, and they just drop it in every now and then.
Pocket stash? Sounds like something out of 1980s F1.
Pocket fuel. Something I'd like to explore the possibility of. Oh, we got a big off there. The kink across the grass in turn 2, on the exit of turn 2, with a bit of a hand wave to go with it, as you would imagine. Not quite sure who that was. It's not the quickest line through there, I can tell you that for free. There's some bump drafting going on through the S's and off at hairpin 1. That could well be.
That's Lancaster A again. That's the
ABC
second time that they've been in there in the last 10-15 minutes. Thankfully, this time they're able to get a bit of traction and get going again. But did you see them getting encouraged into that one, Jacob?
They were certainly encouraged through the chicane, Andrew. Whether or not they were encouraged under braking is another matter. But you could argue that they're one and the same.
Yes.
I will pick out the cart for you. As they come past, you're going to keep an eye out for that contact warning and or black flag. But yeah, we are looking at cart number 23. 23 was the culprit in that incident.
That's going to be Birmingham A, isn't it? Yeah, Birmingham A in 25th position.
I would say the driver, if I am remembering my helmets correctly, was... no, I'm just looking at the list of names now, and I don't think the person I was expecting is on there. So, yeah, not quite sure who it was, but Birmingham A certainly helping that cart into a spin there. And we got someone struggling, Andrew, far side.
Yep. Now, which number is it? Because if we've got carts that are running low... Oh, and there's a bit of a tangle as Sam Hampshire tries to negotiate a way through. This is all going down out of hairpin number 2. Is this another cart that's run too long on fuel? Black flag not for Birmingham, but for ex-Swansea. The Swansea graduates have been adjudged to have overtaken under yellow flag. So they will be coming in for an unscheduled visit to the pits. Have we still got a slow-moving cart out there, Jacob?
Yeah, it's slowly coming around now. I don't know where the Swansea grads would have been deemed to have done that. Here comes cart number 7.
It's cart number 7. That is Sheffield Steely Wheelies, which last pitted 18 minutes ago. So that surely that can't be for fuel.
Yeah, disappointing for Sheffield Steely Wheelies, nearly mechanical, but they'll be back out. Where are the ex-Sheffield bitches currently? They're, we said 14th, so they're picking up. They've had a fairly anonymous start to the race, but a black flag won't help their efforts. This is a big cart train going through the hairpins. Lucas Sullivan out for our leaders, CKRC. He's coming round the parabolica now. Big load of traffic in front of him. I'm sure he'll navigate through that nice and easily, as Jean is back out for Warwick by the looks of things after his earlier trips. Ami is out for Sheffield, and Neil Basu for Nottingham as well. There goes our leader to complete another lap. They are currently 8 seconds ahead of Dublin A. That gap is closing in, I think. I remember seeing it 12 seconds before I had my lunch, which was a good 10-15 minutes ago now. Third, Tap and Clap and Motorsport. They were the main beneficiaries of that first round of pit stops. They are 23 seconds off the lead, just 15 seconds behind Dublin. So that's going well. Some water delivered to the comms box. You can probably hear Andrew thank you for it. We've hit 100 laps, a century of laps so far completed in this one. CKRC leading the way on that one. 4th place in Miss Cities have just completed their 99th lap, running well. Our City University, who've never been in Prem's class for BUKC, but certainly a podium at the 24-hour would be equally as impressive. Bunch of Lancers there in 5th. They're also on the lead lap, as our 6th Nokia Bing Bong. That's one of the commentary efforts. They are just ahead of DM Mule Get Shunted Off, who I think are the first of our carts who are a lap down, along with Yusuf Scope Farm, Durex Racing and Saturday Night Fever. Yes, they are indeed all a lap down. In fact, 2 that I mentioned, Yusuf Goat Farm, Durex Racing are borderline 2 laps down. As Andrew fiddles about with some settings on the laptop. Apologies if you're having any technical difficulties either hearing or seeing the live feed. Yeah, 100 laps completed by our leaders, CRKC. They are 8 seconds ahead of Dublin A. Let's keep an eye on that battle because there is 8 seconds in it now. 2 tenths taken out by Dublin on the last lap, so we're not kind of overtake imminent territory yet, but striking distance based on that is in the next half an hour. Andrew, we could see a change for the lead if current pace continues.
Yeah, I'd agree with that one. So just doing some testing to see if we can get the audio better for the paddock walk in a bit. You're watching live coverage, listening to live coverage of the BUKC 24 Hours 2023. Keep comments coming in. Hello to Matt as well, who has pressed the subscribe button, and his name's come up on our tracker here. So thank you very much to Matt, and thank you to everybody who's subscribed so far today.
I'm not quite sure where you were a month ago, Andrew. We're getting way more subscribers for this.
I know. A month ago, that was probably going to be a Club 100i racing round.
Yeah, rubbish.
Yeah.
Who runs that? Tapping Klepper round for another lap. The gap is gone down half a second. It's 7.5 now in the lead, which, for those of you who can do maths, 7.5 seconds, the gap half a second, a lap. It's going to be 15 laps time with a lap at 1 minute 22. We are looking at, next 20, 25 minutes. Could see a change for the lead on track, on merit. We might be seeing a pit stop in that time. CKRC, we know they came in around about the hour and a half mark first time round, so we'll see how far Lucas Sullivan goes with it this time. He's been out for an hour already, so may well keep the lead as he comes in for his pit stop. But TUD, the University of Dublin, are closing him down. Let's see what the change in gap is this time around. It was 7.5, it's now 7. Another half a second has gone. We are looking at that 20-minute mark at the current pace. Let's see what traffic is looking like for our leaders. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. As Lucas Sullivan comes up the hill, just out of sight. He's got a pack of 4 or 5 carts, not too far ahead of him. In fact, let's go with 6 if we include Ariego. And that as Lucas makes his way past one of the back markers. There's another in front of him before that pack of 5 or 6 gets in his way. And so a little bit of work for Lucas to do before he comes in for that pit stop in roughly half an hour's time. Further down the order, we've got some close gaps in 10th with Brighton A trying to fend off Oton. We've got a challenge for 17th where Llandown Under, that's the Leeds car who started on pole position, battle Willpower's Willpower, one of our Scottish teams. The ex-Swansea Bitches, after that black flag, are 19th, just a second ahead of Sam Harris's International Tea Party, with 6 seconds behind them, the return of Cardiff Uni Motorsports. A bit of a battle going on further down as well for 30th. Bohemian Rhapsody, that's another Leeds kart, are chasing down the Miles Shelby squad. I think that's the St Andrews team. And 1-2 Bucklemore Schumacher, that's a Swansea kart, I believe, are just behind Lancaster B in 33rd. Gap at the top, down just a 10th on that last second. Dublin struggling a bit more with traffic than Lucas Sullivan was on that lap. Bit of clean air for Lucas Sullivan now, I believe, as he heads down towards the parabolic. He's come past 2 back markers. Dublin rounding that second hairpin as well will come across those 2 back markers in the next couple of laps. And it really is that group of karts in front of Lucas now, which is stretched from 5 to 7, with pit stops, offs, and variations in pace. Amelia is part of that group. I don't imagine she'd be too quickly caught by Lucas Sullivan. The pace for her team has been decent all afternoon, although they do find themselves quite far down the order in 30 seconds. So a bit of misfortune there for the first of the Sheffield karts. We have 4 Sheffield drivers plus Club 100 test driver Freddie Gallagher out in that one of 2 Club 100 test drivers racing today at the BKC 24 Hour, the other being Sam Taylor of the ex-Swansea Bitches. Last lap, another 4/10 out of the lead, but perhaps that was Lucas getting past that last back marker that we mentioned. He's had an entirely clean lap this time round, and the Dublin kart has been in a bit of a pack, but they could be bump drafting in that pack going on that's helping Dublin along. Their lap times in the 121s, Lucas in the 22s. He's coming around through the more technical part of the lap now. Let's see what he can do with a bit of clean air. Does he need that bump draft to escape the clutches of second place? As a yellow flag comes out, as we've had an off in turn 2. Lucas Sullivan acknowledges the yellow flags. He's done a 21.8 that last lap. Just a 10th off the Dublin A effort. But clean air, Lucas Sullivan is a match for pace. Dublin only doing a 21.7 that last lap around. The gap now 6.3. We are expecting pit stops from them both in the next, certainly within the next hour. Perhaps half an hour to 45 minutes for Lucas Sullivan, and 10 minutes more track time he's had than that Dublin kart, which nipped into the pits as soon as we had that big full course yellows all right on the bubble of certain people's pit stop windows. It's 3 minutes to 3, and Andrew is just fiddling with the settings so that we can go on a paddock walk. There's plenty of people here at the BUKC 24 Hour, and we do like to have a little part of the live stream or whatever social media coverage we are providing to go and have a chat with some people, see people's setups. There's lots of tents. It gives everyone who's not been to the 24 Hour a little bit of an insight as to what this event is all about. Plus, as we've said several times over the course of the stream so far, this isn't just about the people on the track. You've got to have people on the sidelines making sure that the next drivers are ready and fully equipped to go out. You've got to have people watching the race for those signs of a full course yellow to see if you can take advantage of them. You've got people running spreadsheets. You've got people cooking food. You've got people making sure that people are getting up from naps and things like that, perhaps a bit early for that in particular. But later, as the night grows, we will see people setting alarms for each other, or rather being a personal alarm and shaking tents along the banking here at Teesside. Andrew just setting up a poll for those of you tuning in.
This is a test to see if it works.
Okay. What have we got?
Moment of the race so far. Race start penalty for Leeds. Birmingham A running out of fuel. TU Dublin black flag. Anything to do with Exeter? I think I know which one's going to win.
Good choices. Good choices. My favourite moment was when I had lunch.
Oh, okay.
Nice chicken curry and chips from the cafe here at Teesside. Been a hungry boy all day, and that really hit the spot. Gap at the top has extended. Dublin struggling a little bit. They were 7/10 down. The gap now back out to 7.3 seconds. They were 3/10 down that last lap as well. Lucas Sullivan really has found some pace now that he's got clear of those back markers. He will come up to another gaggle of karts though. Let's hope he can get a bump draft down the straight. I say let's hope. I'm sure he'll hope. We remain objective as usual in the comms box. just waiting for him to emerge from behind the hill. There he is, a little bit of clean air. He's passed a couple of back markers in the last lap. He's closing in on that Sheffield kart I mentioned. Amy just in behind, is that Lancaster? I'm not quite sure, as Amy dives at the inside of that second hairpin. So no bump draft for Lucas. There's someone going wide at hairpin 1. Sam Taylor I can see out there now for the ex-Swansea Bitches. He must have jumped in at the black flag. He'll be putting in the laps in his Club 100 branded suit. Just round for another lap comes our leader with 4 karts in very close proximity right in front of him. He's going to be open for a bit of a draft there as he comes round another lap in the 21s. The Dublin kart number 1 crosses the line now. This time takes more time out of him. That's 4/10. So there is still a fight going on at the front.
Yep.
Lucas looks safe for now. I think he will manage to his pit stop, which is going to be most likely in the next half an hour. I think he's been managing the traffic well. But let's see what happens. We've still got a long, long way to go in this race.
Lancaster Ray have just come in. They had a black flag as well, so I think it's been a rough few laps for the number 11. We'll see if they go for a driver change. I'm pretty certain now that we've been waxing lyrical about the willpower's willpower and the others to their fuel usage. There's surely not. They can't have done 2 hours and 31 and done qualifying and a little bit of practice as well, because there is a point with a few minutes to go of the practice session where the fuel bowsers, the petrol station effectively closes. They must have been in, and it just must be a little trip of the timing system when everybody headed in, well, pretty much everybody headed in during the full course yellow that we had, triggered by Warwick A running out of fuel themselves. Into the pits has come DMU will get shunted off. Now that's an hour and 13 after their first pit stop. That sounds about right to me of what they'd done before. So maybe not maxing out the fuel fully, but what they will be doing right now is keeping their drivers fresh. It is quite warm out there. It's still very muggy here at the circuit. If you're just joining us, wherever you're watching from around the world. Now, hopefully, this time, if I press that button there, Jacob, can you hear me? Well, you can obviously hear me. Can I hear you? I think we can hear Jacob there or thereabouts.
Yeah.
So
I'm not quite sure how we know if it works or not. I'm stood outside.
let's press that button there, if we can.
Press that button there. Can't be talking to me. Am I on mute? No, I'm not.
You are good. You are good to go.
Good?
Yep.
There you go. I'm free.
You're free.
Well, give you a better view of this here. You walk down to the grid. But this is the main start finish straight. Let's see. From spots here. Now, view of Ryan and Andrew's sector. The other direction. Here. We got someone taking a rest down by there. This is a right half team. And several others. So you can get more to be prepared. Let's have a wander down. We'll go up the bank as well, up and behind. And in the room. Ada. So lots and lots of people making here when you got roughly 12, 13. That's Strong, our newest sponsor. Strong. I'll leave it, thanks. I will leave it, but you know, maybe later. Maybe later. It's Ocean. Hello. This guy's from Coventry. How's it going? Going well, thank you. Going well. Good, good. That's the guys from New York and Warwick. Archie's blowing his nose. Team's strewn along here. Let's do a lap. There's the boys. Let's do a lap of the car park first.
and then we'll go up the bank for this. We'll come back around that way for all teams and then around the podium. This is the ex-Swansea Bishop's camp. Costa looks like he's getting ready to go out. Just be. Oh, so it was you who got the black flag?
Nah, that was guilty as charged, mate.
So
Guilty
what did you
as
do?
charged. Apparently I overtook on the yellow flag, but happens. Naughty boy.
Sam's gone out there now, isn't he?
Sam is out.
Can you make it up for it?
Oh, he'll be going for it. He's the key.
200 kilos. No, he's lost weight since last year, then.
Yeah. He's lost a bit of weight since last year.
Yeah, Sam Taylor, Club 100 car tester, currently out. One thing I'm concerned about, guys, where's the pizza oven? Is it yours? Is it yours, Luke? Where is it? Lack of effort.
We felt that we were all overweight as it was, so more pizza wouldn't help.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
except these two, which are far too underweight.
You felt like more pizza wouldn't help, but you thought, get the Bourbons in anyway.
Yeah, no.
Get the Bourbons and shortcake biscuits.
What's it?
Watsits don't weigh anything today, so you'll be fine. Lots of fabric strips as well. Enjoy strapping those around your hands there, lads.
Oh, wait.
This is the Scottish camp. Edinburgh Uni. Let's have a little look. Oh, the picture of hell. One can of Red Bull. There's a bit of Coke, but there's water everywhere. That's exactly what I want to see. Water, Coke, Coke zero though. Zero weight is what it means. That's exactly what you want. And nice bunting as well. Everyone likes bunting. We'll make our way down through to the car park now. We got a Leeds camp by here. Busy as ever in the Leeds camp. Not quite as much water knocking around. I'm worried about your hydration levels, boys. Well, where's all the water?
I've emptied it.
There's an empty water bottle. That's what Will drinks out of. That's what you get for going to a different university, evidently. Is that that's your mascot? Is that
Leeds, official Leeds Griffin.
picture? Who's in it at the start then? Heathcliff.
You've got Heathcliff on it.
Yeah, I mean, you shot yourselves in the foot, really, because Kieran was like watching him dance for about 5 minutes and eventually lost interest and started looking elsewhere. And when he finally dropped the flag, he wasn't looking.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why Deb was in the middle of the road pushing it.
Exactly, that's why Dent got run over by Sam Johns and cost you guys a lap. So, didn't happen. It was on this very camera. It's on this very camera. But, no, thanks for bringing that along. I would ask for a go if I don't want. So I'm not going to. Maybe later. I'm going to go continue to have a wander around. There's the medics there. Very important to have your medical staff on hand for events like this. This is, well, judging by the fact that Tom Fox's helmet is there, the distinctive Tom Fox helmet, and Kieran Harrison's helmet by the goat farm camp. Look at all the food going on here. I'm going to come back here later on, not necessarily for a knob of ginger. Why have they got? Why is there a knob of ginger or 5? Yeah, you know, apples fine, bananas, oranges. Who brings this much ginger to a race? There's more back there as well. Cupcakes, by all means, crisps, sweets, but the fact that someone's brought that much ginger, I mean, who buys that much ginger in general, let alone brings it to a race? Got the Imperial Camp here. You guys get this spot every year. How do you manage that? Nice. Yeah, got lots of lead. Do you need that much lead?
One guy, yeah. The guy that was like kg.
No, that's more than 45 kgs there, surely.
No, it's 45 kg.
Oh, right, yeah, but still, I mean, that's more than you never needs. That's supposed to be on the steering wheel. That steering wheel's supposed to be on the car.
Yeah.
You don't know much about karting, do you guys? Come on. Have you got a bunch of Cocoa Pops? Cocoa Pops. I'm impressed. You got any bowls? Got milk? Or do you just eat them straight from the back?
Not enough quiet value for stuff.
Water on your Cocoa Pops. You can't. I'm getting out of here. Water on Cocoa Pops. That's disgusting. You keep your annual spot. I'm not having Cocoa Pops with water. Whose camp is this? Who have we got here? Look at this.
We've got 3 different
full-on indoor, 3 different teams. Remind us of the names.
So we have my Shelby spread Gorgeous Gang and
Icons.
yeah, so we have the Dan, or is it the Dan? No, bear with me.
The Miles Shelby squad, I remember.
Yeah, the Miles Shelby squad, named after obviously Ken Miles, Carl Shelby. We have X's Icons, Jackie X, and Gurney's Gang. Yeah. So
All people that I know.
yeah, exactly. We have a big group of us. We also have our own pit crew as well. We also have 3 girls, which is pretty damn good in one team. So, and we also have a few wild cards here as well. So.
Not bad. You got your own changing room at the back there. You see that little curtain. I spotted some Maryland cookies. Maryland cookies are very important. You can't underestimate the importance of Maryland cookies.
And this is, there's Lawrence. He's one of our quick drivers down there.
There he is, walking away. Pretend he's not. Give us away. There's Lawrence. And I'll just get out of the way here.
This is Anastasia, St Andrews.
There she is. And yeah, great the setup. We're obviously doing a paddock walk on the stream. But
You're going.
I'm going to give this an 8 out of 10, guys. 8 out of 10.
How do we improve?
How do you improve? The laptop's shut. That needs to be a spreadsheet running non-stop, updating the live data.
This is normally
Plasma
TV.
Plasma TV would be good. The live stream up somewhere would, score you some points. Yeah. That'll get you the extra points. So there's still time. You've got 21 hours to sort that.
21 hours, and then maybe we get up to 10.
Yes, I will come back and rearrange it later. Cheers, guys. That's some of the mixed teams, actually. And here we have Team Coventry. Coventry camp. Away in scales, very handy. This is the first one I've seen, actually. I've seen more teams would bring them. Oh, we've got in the food bag. Let's have a look. Very healthy. Very healthy. Just reasonably healthy. This is live on Andrew's DDMM YouTube. Smoothly. Banana. Lucasade Sport. Very, very good. Is that Maryland cookies as well? Oh, yeah. Needed. This helmet's been modified specifically for the 24 hour, is it?
Well, it's been an extension of half the season that he's already done. However, the lights are new, and it's completely along with our team now.
Nice.
So far, it has been a bit of a bungle because we've had many mechanicals, of which we're being given back a time to get the race.
Okay. Interesting. See where that will pan things out. Everyone enjoying themselves, though. That's the main thing. Yeah. Good stuff. You need, walls, I think, to make this a proper good enclosure like they've got over there. Or they use the van to make it look like they've got a wall. So maybe extend the roof of your car. I like the sign, though. Bungle Export, that's Bungle Merchants. More, you can't move the car. Yeah, that's a bit of a mouthful, to be honest with you. I think you need a bit more time on the drawing board, but we'll see where it comes in the voting later. Cheers, guys. That's Coventry. The camps extend. This is the top of the car park. You see the tents lining in there, but over in the distance, I'm not going to go that far because I can't be bothered to walk down there, but there's plenty of camps down there as well. I am going to make my way over here. A couple more camps going. There's a crate of Red Bull at the bottom there. Very much needed. We've got live timing up there as well.
Hello.
This man analysing the data as and when it comes out, I'm sure, and calculating exactly when he needs to fit his team next. Just about to pit. I told you they were doing that.
Full course yellow, so we need to get them.
Full course yellows. Good to know. All right. Visors ready to get changed as well. I like that you've prepared to change your visors. Let's move on. I think we've hit an empty camp here. This, I believe, is the Dublin camp because they bring this 24 MX tent every year. So those guys must be in the pit as well. Typical of them. Under a yellow flag, they are 24-hour merchants. Lancaster's similarly empty. Where is everyone? In the pits. Everyone's pitting. Is it the full course yellows?
Half the bike, half are watching on the embankment.
Oh, nice. We've got a lot of shares, but not a lot of food and beverages. There's a crate of Fosters by there. keep my eye on people drinking. I was tent here. This is the Brighton lot, I believe. Making full use of the van and a bed in the van as well. Let's come back through the paddock. Have a quick stop in with Birmingham on the way. These guys have got themselves very close to the pit. They've got a lot of kit with them. It seems like there's more kit than drivers. Here's everyone just having a chill moment. Lots of water in the middle, like that. Fuel granola for those who are into the gym and that sort of thing. I had some fuel porridge this morning for breakfast. 18 were running all right until someone ran out of petrol. And Ben, what you've got to learn about go-karting is you need petrol. Yeah, one of the main, I'd say, along with steering wheel. Steering wheel's a big one, and certainly wheels on the car. Petrol. Driver's a good one. Yeah, I think you got that. But yeah, petrol's key. For 24-hour races especially, you know. But you live and learn, you know. You live and learn. That's what you go to university for, to learn, isn't it, guys? And now we all know. Now we all know. Is everyone having a good day so far, then? Okay, long way to go. Long way to go. And a push on. See you guys in a bit. That's Birmingham. As we said, there was a full force yellows going on. I think the full force yellows has stopped now. These are down the photo. Be careful not to get in the way of that. Come back round to the other side of the podium. This is where sign-on was. You'll see some bottles of champagne on the side there, or as close to champagne as £3.50 will get you in Asda. That'll be sprayed all over this podium later on today. Give us a wave. There we go. Team Sheffield, we'll stop in with Team Sheffield. Nice and quick. How's it going for Team Sheffield?
Doing very good.
Very good, very good.
Only 3 mechanical issues.
Okay.
20 minutes.
But you got 3 teams, so do you spread it across all of them?
No, just me.
Just you? Okay. Was it something to do with the way you're driving? Because that's a lot of mechanical issues for 20 minutes spread.
At the first, I must admit, I was taking curbs, but after the first mechanical issues, I was avoiding all the curbs, and I still got an issue with the chain, the got loose. So I don't think it's something to do with me.
That's the type of thing. Yeah. Well, Ami's had a hair what? Come undone. I didn't realise you wore a wig, to be honest. But, good to know.
It was like stopping the aerodynamics. Like, take back in, put it in.
Okay. Wow.
I don't know what.
Trouble abound for Sheffield. You're also drinking Iron Brew.
Who's that with Iron Brew? That's fine.
Questionable as to whether or not that's good karting fuel.
Oh, no, it works a bit.
Or even a good drink in general.
I mean, you don't like Iron Brew.
We need some what, sorry?
He's been eating muffins.
I have a name.
Yeah, where's all the muffins? You got Maryland cookies. There's a couple of muffins there.
They're all Adams.
They're all Adams. Adam.
Not for like today. Not for one day.
Yeah, this race runs into tomorrow as well.
Again, like have to
Right. We have 12 minutes left. I've got to go all the way up the bank, so I'll see you guys later. We've been on this paddock walk now for good 18 minutes, I think, if we started at 3, as we intended to do. So I'm going to go up the bank, we're going to come back down, and then we're going to hand back to Andrew to see exactly what's going on in the race. As you can see, it's still in full flow out here. Cheers. Lining the bank as I walk. Stop for a couple more chats as we go. Have some on the way up, some on the way back down as one driver prepares to go out. The 2 were in the 3-man team we spoke to on the grid, but I can't, off the top of my head, recall exactly which team that is. Hard work going on down there with that man with the laptop. As more of the Lancaster team, we spoke to Lancaster, we saw their camp just down at the top end of the car park. These are the guys walking out the track, making sure that everything is in hand. First of the camps on the embankment. Someone tuned in on the radio there. More radio. Look at all of these signs. I like that. You've got go around, hitting 5,
faster. What else have we got on? Just gonna brutally have a look. Avoid curbs, yeah, needed. This one's upside down, but it says Aiden is crying. Nice. Like that. Valuable information for the driver. Stop losing. Yeah, no. That was just that. Box for wet. Yeah. We don't have wet tyres, but it's worth having in case they decide to pull them out. What's on that one? Or was that just using the...
Yes, sir.
Okay, clear handwriting, please. What is this?
It's just keeping track of who's in, who's out.
Elliot's out in a minute, see?
Yeah.
Okay. Very low tech, I don't like it. Good to know. Can I wave one of these? Can I wave the faster one? Where is he?
Like my side.
I do. Trying to get... I'll just hold it up for all of them. This is faster.
You should do this one. Just stop it.
I won't do pin 5. We got to stop losing. Stop losing. I'll give stop losing a go. Oh, save fuel.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't want that. Well, stop losing. There we go. Oh, someone in the barrier over there. They need this sign really more than anyone. Good. Is he gone past you? Okay. Okay. Good job. Glad to have been an assistance for that. Let's have a wander up. We got more Birmingham here. It's the spotters. Sheffield. Elliot. These guys. We've got some Exeter team here. Okay. The VKC, first time in a while. Your bird Scott's Wrestlers Burgers. Is that like new information has happened since he went out on track? Good, good. I'll keep an eye out for that later in the race, see what else goes on. Yeah, who wants to eat a Wrestlers Burger in this day and age, you know? We got a whole team here, Vigilant, Sheffield team. Freddie's on the radio. How's it going, Freddie?
Not the best.
Not the best. What happened?
Could be better.
Why are you way behind?
We got stuck in a massive queue on the full Coachella.
Oh.
4-minute pit stop.
Nightmare.
And then Abby's hair attack.
Yeah, I heard about Ami's hair, yeah. Shocking stuff. When's the next pit stop?
About an hour.
About an hour? You can pull back a few positions.
I'll go to the safety pits now, so quick like that.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye. We'll keep an eye. Freddie Gallagher, the wild card driver for that Sheffield team, car number 5. I think he's don't overtake Sheffield or words to that effect. Here you can see the more technical part of the track. I'll walk you up just a little bit further so we can see the full extent of the circuit. Hopefully Andrew's enjoying a nice little break. Yeah, you can see tents going right along the banking. And quite as far as they have been, had them open to the far left there previously. We see an essential overtake manoeuvre, some hand signals going on in that car. There. Yeah, massive facility here at Teesside. And this is the technical part of the track that Andrew mentioned, the real kart circuit of it, over from far beyond that hill. Is the bit that's perhaps more geared towards cars, a bigger variety of vehicle. Let's have a wander back down towards the common spots. Conscious we've been out here for a good 20 odd minutes now on this paddock walk, and some of you viewers will be keen to know what's going on in terms of the order of this race. Sure, you've got live timing up as well if you are tuning in. Thanks for joining us on this paddock walk. Peeking some sets. Hard at work on what looks like an essay rather than the spreadsheets. Remember, these are all university students. Team Swansea, once again with the wrestler's sign. Circle back. We got, oh, is that a sausage, bacon and egg triple? The king of sandwiches. Love it. You get a meal deal at Tesco and you don't get one of those. Are you really getting a deal? Face it, it's the best. we've got Hertfordshire. Is this as good a spreadsheet as we've seen from before, or is this a toned down version?
Oh no, this is just as good as it was before.
Just as good. So it's still got the temperature and everything like that.
No, that's all right, the one that we use for British home.
Okay.
This is slightly turned down. We got rid of that. That's just going to be nicely dry this weekend. We've got all the Stints planners going in there. And then you've got the next page for next stint, which is summed up summary, so people can see it without all the extra gospel information.
I like that, yeah, really neat idea. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a quick kick window. There's a full course yellow. We can get them here potentially from that mod off 5.
Nice.
Yeah.
Really good.
We've just had brake failure, unfortunately, so we're kind of back.
Andrews.
So we're just trying to rectify our issues and see what we can do to get back on track.
Well, keep an eye out for best spreadsheet competition. That's coming up soon. I'm sure you'll be a strong contender again. Andreas, what happened? What have you done?
So I was happy looking at full speed, max out, on the limiter, and then I went to brake and nothing happened. Very scary. And then I saw the little ditch on there and I was like, well, that will slow me, hopefully. And it didn't.
Yeah.
And then I hit the 2 tire barriers and then eventually stopped. But then it just, yeah, it was quite scary. Right. It's like a big crash.
You stay off those curves next time out, all right?
So they took the curve.
Any of them. And you just stay away, right? I know you. I know what you like.
Only the crowd.
All right. You can't see me, but I'm nodding furiously because I entirely agree with everything Andreas just said about being a clean driver. Right, Andrew is basically waiting in there. Give us a wave, Andrew. At the camera. Don't wave at the screen, wave at the camera. Wow. There you have it. Live stream professionalism. Best. Weather, as you can see, it's quite cloudy actually. I haven't put sun cream on today, and I'm a pale man. So, yeah, not as warm as last year, I would say. Last year was a real scorcher, not a cloud in sight. But a bit of cloud cover, you know, good racing conditions. And saves us all putting on the factor 50, so we've seen dotted around some camps this afternoon on this paddock walk. We'll turn now, make our way down. Oh, nearly lost my foot looking at the top. Steady. Also tape around the neck. Very important to keep your neck. We got a unicorn float for Team Warwick. What's that all about?
Pit signal.
Pit signal. That is a pit signal.
On the front of my car.
Okay.
With a nice sort of.
I like that little submarine. You're not going to miss it. Big white unicorn with colourful wings and form.
Yeah, it's upside down to check the fuel. Right way up to full into the pitch.
Okay, yeah. 2 signals, all you need. Excellent, boys, excellent. We're getting taped up down here. Firstly, what's going on?
Decorated.
This is a bit more decorated. Sorry, I picturised there. I did not mean to.
Dazzle patterns, people don't know which way I'm going.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I know which way I'm going.
The classic Warwick moustache as well. Yeah, interesting. Lots of work still to do, but I'm sure it'll look fantastic at the end. Very technical tool you're using there, 50 pence.
Your rear histogram.
Okay, yeah. Not quite sure why you would want a histogram on your helmet, but yeah, good. Thanks for that. I'm just going to walk away slowly. Some serious comms going on there. Ocean preparing to go back out for speedophiles. Let's have a quick chat with him. Ocean.
Hi.
Why are you doing so bad this year?
We put it P2 in quali, then I was underweight. And then we lost a lap of the pit stop, but somehow it's not a sprint. We'll get it back.
Sort it out.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going back to the comms box. I want to see an improvement. Sam Sanders there as well, also a member of Speedophiles. I think he's racing with Yusuf Scope Farm too. Let's have a little look at this. You've got a week planner. This is the Swansea bitches. We spoke to them earlier, but not quite sure why you'd want a week planner. It's only a 24-hour race. The lead up to it, yeah.
do absolutely nothing all week. Looks like Sam Taylor's had a busy one. And we got 48 in there. That's a flexible pit board or Lancaster. We've seen them dotted around as well. And look at this. Look at all the numbers. You can fit in that. Bit overkill, if you ask me. And here we have, back where we started, the comms box. And there's Andrew turning on his mic.
I am indeed. Cheers, mate. That was a good bit of fun. Round the paddock. I thought you were over there. You were all over on that pit walk, and I'll just switch things back to the track. It's been a relatively calm period of time, although we have had CKRC in. They've been in the last 10 minutes, so it looks like we are pretty much into the next round of pit stops. We are into the next hour of the race, the third hour of the race. And let's do actually, no, let's not do it now, because we're about to enter a pit stop phase where lots and lots of things are going to change, even as we read the order of 57 runners out. But the good news is I think we have got everybody running out there. Everyone's having a good time by the looks of things. And we've got a close race at the front of the field, Jacob.
Yeah, lots of people enjoying themselves out in the paddock, as we saw on the feed. Some people will be a little worse for wear later in the day.
Yes.
We saw a lot of medical tape and supplies on the ex-Swansea Bitches table. And certainly the older boys in that team will be feeling the effects.
They will be.
Very shortly. Even though they had nothing on their weekly planner to do next week. But lots of people still enjoying themselves. Lots of people still with high hopes. I think they kind of have a universal understanding that there's still 21 hours to go in this race, and at the minute nothing lost, nothing gained. A few people such as Andreas, who ran out of brakes, and Sheffield, who had those mechanicals, obviously not where they want to be at this stage, but we've got a long way to go, and it'd be interesting to see how things pan out. We've had our race leaders pit again, have we? CKRC.
We have had them in recently in the last 10 minutes. It was a decent stop. 2 hours. Sorry, not 2 hours. 2 minutes and 53 seconds was their out lap. And that, of course, includes the service itself, because they effectively, they don't effectively, they very much do. There's a timing beam right in front of us. So if you're watching on the live stream, that strip of grey next to the painted line, that's where our timing line is, and then they hold drivers left to actually go into the pits. The 41 will demonstrate that in a moment, because I can see their pit board is out telling them to pit. So if a kart is pitting, you'll just see them hold to the line of drivers left. Here comes the full number 41. Oh, they're going to go around again one more time. They speed down into, well, it's quite a short pit entry, quite a confined region of the circuit. They have to weigh themselves first of all, with both driver and fuel that's remaining in the kart, and of course the weight of the kart itself, which can catch drivers out from time to time if they don't quite get their weight levels or understanding of their levels of weight with varying fuel load correct.
Question for you, Andrew. Is this coming past us now? Sam John's out again for CKRC. Certainly one of his suits, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a very similar kind of suit.
We've seen him and Lucas Sullivan. We got Louis Bevan and Curtis Granger as well. I don't think it's Kurt Granger, is it?
No.
Louis we're less familiar with, but it looks like Sam Johns has gone out for a second stint in quick succession. We mentioned that he set the fastest lap of the race last year, around about the 6 o'clock mark.
Yep.
So he won't be out at that point in this year's race, but it'll be interesting to see what kind of pace he comes up with after a few hours running here at Teesside this year. They are down in third, having made a pit stop more than Nokia Bing Bong and Dublin A, who are the other teams in the top three. Brighton A have recovered up to 4th as well. That's good news to them after an earlier struggle. They have had only the 1 pit stop, but I think they might have been fired off. I need to double check that with the Brighton team. There wasn't anyone in their camp to ask.
I think it's a new driver because the pace has slightly dropped for the CKRC karts since then. It's been a bit of a step change since the pit stop. That they're running in the mid 122s now, the high 122s. If it was a fatiguing thing, if Sam had gone for another stint, I would have expected it to be a bit more gradual, as that's a good lap time that's just gone in from TU Dublin A, who cycled to the front of the order. 1:21.259 is their fastest lap of the race so far. Also into the pits, the second place kart, Nokia Bing Bong, is in, as is the 41 as predicted, because we'd seen Manchester's pit board out, telling their driver, and I think it was Michael Grieve, in for them to come in for some service.
We had a quick chat with Ocean as well on
Yes.
the way back, who will be going out for them.
This is quite a busy couple of minutes for leading karts. Brighton A are now in. They've nicely cycled their way up to 4th. And regular DDMM viewers may remember this phase of the race went very well for them. What was it, about 2 months ago at Buckmore Park for the BP 24 hour. I think what will be crucial for them is when they inevitably start getting thrown curveballs by the endurance racing gods. Back at Buckmore, it was rain. A lot of rain. I don't think we're going to get that here today.
Wouldn't have thought so, Andrew, but there are clouds in the sky.
There are some clouds in the sky. As I say again, we look down to our left and down towards the river and the coast. There are a few. It's kind of that hazy grey cloud that looks a little bit threatening, but then you look through it, there's actually bits of blue in there as well, and it's looking a bit clearer than it has earlier in the race. But we're into the 4th hour of this race, and I do feel like this one's got a bit of a rhythm going now. We've had relatively uninterrupted running since the full course yellow that we had around an hour and a half, an hour and 45 in, as, there's a shake of the head there from number 34, which is the Miles Shelby squad, who've only just done a pit stop, and now they're coming in again. So this is the kart that's in 34th place, was running as high as 20th not so long ago. They've done an outlap of 325.9, and they're now going back in again. So unfortunately, that looks to be problems for them. Keep your comments coming in. Thank you for your support. Hello to Peter Hinnett, who's pressed the subscribe button here on Double Dash Motorsport Media. Thank you, Peter. Thank you for your support. First time we've tried one of these. I think we're calling it Radio Plus. It's not a full video live stream a la Alpha Live. And hello to our friends at Alpha Live, who are busy with many things this weekend. But yeah, we're enjoying it here in the box. Send us your feedback. Let us know who you're cheering on.
It's been last year or two that we've done this sort of thing for the BKC 24 hour. We usually do some sort of coverage, whether it's live Twitter updates or a stream like this, or even radio feed that we've done in the past. But let us know what you enjoy, what you don't enjoy, and any feedback is always welcome at the BKC in general. We have obviously done the classic grid walk with a phone before, and the odd paddock walk. Try and give you a feel for what's happening off the track, as well as what's happening on the track. It's very much one of those events where being here and being a part of it in general, we get loads more spectators than we do for a usual BUKC event. And when I say spectators, team helpers, if anything. There's lots of people manning spreadsheets or were manning spreadsheets around the track. There's spotters, people who are spotting opportunities such as full course yellows or crashes, just people helping out with leads. It's very much a group event here. Even the smaller teams, you know, we look at CKRC, who are a team of just the 4 of them, taking it quite seriously and keeping the team nice and tight. Their dads are all here helping them out as well. You know, we get a few parents at BUKC rounds, but you know, you get plenty here. Certainly from the northern kind as well. You know, the northern unis and Scottish unis, it's shorter distance for their families and friends to come down, so you often see a strong contingent. Noted by Edinburgh Napier and University of St Andrews all entering teams here, and multiple teams at that as well. I think we've got 2 Napier teams and 3 St Andrews, although one or two of those is rather mixed. But yeah, 3 Scottish unis. Obviously Dublin are in the lead at the minute. That's 2 teams that they've brought this year. They always bring 2 or 3. No Newcastle or Northumbria this year though, Andrew.
No. Oh, which is a shame.
I mean, Newcastle have kind of dropped off in terms of BUKC. I think the club stopped, didn't it?
I'm not sure.
I want to see. I saw something about them selling off the club card they used to have on Facebook. And certainly that big cohort of drivers, the Kyle Knight, the Adam Fleming, they've all graduated now. And sadly, I think it's a fallow year for Newcastle University karting.
It's a big university. I'm sure they will be back in due course. We do sometimes see a bit of a natural cycling of things between different universities. Oh, I would say I think it's sometimes a very understated part of the BUKC community of how important having a committee at your university that's strong, got good knowledge transfer, just how key that is. And there's a lot of teams around the patch that aren't necessarily getting the plaudits for winning championships, winning races, but have not gone unnoticed by me for their hard work off circuit in developing a club. In some ways, that is harder than winning a championship itself. Hello to AO, who says kudos to the commentators for having to commentate a 24-hour karting race. Must be incredibly difficult. I think so, but I think the level of action that we've had out on circuit and the number of stories we're already seeing develop here.
We've only done 3 hours so far.
We've only done 3 hours.
We're going to bed in the bed.
Yeah.
give it till, you know, 6 p.m. and then that's me off.
We had John Ratcliffe in earlier from Cardiff University. Now he is an experienced commentator, so he's kind of cheating. He's done this thing before, but we have got open mic today.
You said that as if we hadn't. Me and you are inexperienced commentators.
Well, I'll just say for anybody else out there who wants to have a go, fancies to have a go.
Oh yeah,
this is the day to do it.
Come on in.
Come on in.
Open mic, open door. Because it's really warm.
It is very warm.
The door might shut at some point, but yeah, it's boiling in this comms box. Very nice comms box, though.
It is. It's one of my favourites in the country now. Here at Teesside, put a lot of hard work into it.
I think it was a COVID renovation. This wasn't it?
It was. Yeah.
It's
coming in the last couple of years. It's always very well presented when we get here. They have each month now their owner sprint series broadcast here by Alpha Live with David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth taking the comms for that one. Hello to either of you if you're watching. I was with Butters last week at Le Mans. He was parading. He was being quite BUKC-ish actually in his behaviours.
How do you mean?
Parading up and down the pit lane on Friday during open pit lane in a blow-up T-Rex costume. Because there was one of the Porsches that was painted in a green dinosaur paint job. I thought, I know what we want to do here. Get Butters in a comedy costume and we'll get a picture of him with the car. He ended up on TV.
Nice.
French TV grabbed him and was like, hello, sir, where are you from? England. It's like, oh, of course. Silly English man has come to Le Mans for the first time. He's jumping up and down, pretending he's riding a T-Rex. It went down very well.
Good stuff. They interviewed him in English.
Bit of broken English, French, franglais.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Bonjour.
Où habites-tu?
Of course, you're a man of much more French than me.
Well, I dabble. Dabble.
Into the pits comes the race leader, TU Dublin A. After a 1 hour and 40-minute stint, Landau Nunda are also in, having done 1 hour and 38. So it seems to be, at least in these warm conditions at the moment, these muggy conditions, that teams at the front are not wanting to go beyond 1 hour 40. So this should, no, these are scheduled pit stops, so this should cycle CKRC back to the front.
Do you know what I'm going to say,
Go
Andrew, when in September, when I win Club 100 heavyweight sprints at Landau?
Yes.
When JV presents me with the trophy, shakes my hand and says, Jacob, I can't believe it. Do you know what I'm going to say?
Oh, and sorry to interrupt that, there's been an off at hairpin number 1. 2 karts involved. Yellow flag coming out. Are both karts? I think there's damage to one of them.
One's broken.
Yeah,
for sure. I think he's trying to get going again. He's pulling in. It's the
49 that's come off worse in all of that.
Edinburgh Napier.
And the other driver was in a red and white suit, silver helmet that's coming through hairpin number 3 now. We'll just try and track who that was. Is it the 30? It was the 56. It's the 56 of the Hallam Old Boys.
They're going again, the Napier team. I'm not sure if they're limping around there. I can't see them. They got going again.
Yep. There's also, now, first one of these that I've seen today. You may have just seen it flash through shot. Apologies, the old GoPro is getting a bit warm at the moment, so we might need to just relieve it for a moment or two. But the number 21 has a deranged, shall we say, engine cover.
Deranged?
Now the
Is that the term you're going for?
Yeah, well, it's not loose. Because if it was loose and it was flapping around, that would be a mechanical flag, and it's not loose in that case. But at least that's my judgment of it. This is where I try and find which one the number 21 is or where they are on the order. But it's Imperial A. They're up in 18th place at the moment. They have just overtaken Unprotected X for that spot. Maybe it's giving them downforce. Who knows? But that can happen, and it's often the rear left that we see. I'm not quite sure why it's always the rear left cowling. A bit of cowling that comes loose, probably with a bit of contact. But yeah, that's something to be aware of on the Imperial kart, that they are suffering with that at the moment, it would seem. So, change of positions to report as well. Nokia Bing Bong have just got past the DMU will get shunted off karts. That's for 15th place. Willpower's Willpower, who definitely have had a transponder issue when they last came into the pits, because there's no way they've done 3 hours and 17 minutes on a tank of fuel. They've just got past Unprotected X for 19th spot. We've also just seen a switch of the B teams between Birmingham and Lancaster. And I think we've got Lancaster A also gaining a position past X Icons. That is for 51st position. We'll have another rundown of the order in about 10 minutes' time. Yeah, I'm just having a look at that Imperial kart again. Tom Fox not too far behind it on the road. It's not loose, it's not flapping around, it's not looking like it's going to make a break for freedom in the immediate time frame, and that's the critical thing for me as to whether it's a safety issue or not. Jacob's back with me. We're having a nice little chat out there.
Yes, someone was inquiring about how to find the stream. He said he looked everywhere. Luke from Ex Swansea Bitches. He was on the paddock walk. I can't quite imagine that he did look everywhere because he didn't know that the Facebook page had been hacked. So he didn't look there. He didn't look in the Facebook group because the only post today is me sharing the link. He might have been on the Instagram profile, but he didn't look at the story because the second thing on the story is a link to the live stream. Yep. He didn't look on the Twitter because the only tweet in like the past year was the link to the live stream. But who knows? Maybe
and he clearly doesn't follow at double-MM.
And he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't follow double-MM because that's probably the fifth place you'd look really for a BKC live stream. Maybe he's looking on Alpha Live channels.
Maybe.
Yeah, we don't need them anymore. Look at this. Look at that. Look at the action. That man walking past. Do not need.
There we go. I think we need some more.
Fold the company, I say.
More Digiflag screen washing.
So anyway, we've had plenty of build-up now to the punchline for this joke.
Go on.
Picture the scene. I've come from, 10th in the A final, which would be a decent qualifying for me. Right, to win it. Joe Holmes is in the distance somewhere behind me. And the presentation of trophies, obviously it's Class 2 because I'm a Class 2 driver, but John gives me a big hug and says, I can't believe it, Jacob. So I said to him, here's what I'll say, Andrew. Just call me Clandown Norris.
Clandown.
That's what I'm going to say. You wait. You wait till September. Come and watch. Club 100
that
sprints.
Needs to go in the comms notes. Calls himself Clandown Norris.
I'm not even that good at that. I'm not that good in general.
See,
let's face it.
See, now
this is like
funny enough. This is something that tends to come up during the Bukc Park 24 hour, and I'm going to bring it up here. You know what's going to happen if you call yourself Clandown Norris?
Go on.
You're going to be in the lead, on for your first win, and then there's going to be a horrendous rainstorm with 2 laps to go where you go, no, I don't want to change my tack.
In South Wales, I don't think so. Andrew, you must have never been.
Still hurts. Still hurts, that race from a few years ago. But yes. So 4 hours of the stream gone, 3 hours of this race. We are going to try and keep this stream running all the way through.
Are we?
I think so.
It's news to me.
I'll just leave the camera running overnight.
Oh, all right. I was going to say, when are you going to bed? I don't know when I'm going to bed. We can do most of it, can't we, if one of us goes earlier than the other?
Yeah.
I can stay up a bit late if you want to get an early night, or the other way around.
Either way. But yes, we won't necessarily be running with comms. Now the other thing is, if that's a risk. Do we leave the door open whilst we're away? Do we lock it?
We did this last time. We didn't lock it. We just shut the door. I probably shouldn't announce that to the world, but trustworthy bunch.
You could have any kind of commentators on in the middle of the night. Open mic and all. So it's about 7 minutes. We'll do another rundown of the order. I think we are nicely in between some pit windows, so that'll be a good time to do that. Now, curiously,
Dublin have pitted in the last.
They have pitted, and I think they've come out ahead of CKRC. Now, how have they done that? This is where I'm going to look at pit.
Half a lap.
Yeah, I'm going to look at pit lap. So 2 minutes 53 for CKRC. Yeah, I think TU Dublin have gained about 20 seconds on CKRC with that last pit stop, and 36. Also been very good on pace. So 36 seconds is the lead now for the reigning champions. At it again here at Teesside Autodrome.
Significant difference in their lap time, though. I'm not sure if the Dublin
car... I think Luke
has
has now found a stream. He says he expects us to be up all night.
I expect you to... Yeah, well... I was at one point in 2018 when you were peering through my window. I'll tell you that. Let's have a look at the Dublin lap time this time around. 23.4. That's certainly not quick enough to keep hold of the lead to do that every lap.
Nope.
As here they come through the final section. It's a 23.8, even worse. A bit of traffic though. Kart just behind them. But yeah, that's CKRC with Sam Johns, we think, back at the wheel. Will be on their tail. That's the pace deficit. 2 seconds. Sam Johns just about to come around to complete another lap now. Distinctive pink Bigfoot for CKRC coming out of the technical section now. Makes it nice and easy to find them when you're looking out the window. definitely is Sam Johns. He's just got that whole body position about him. 22.3, a second and a half out of the lead on that lap for Sam, but 35 seconds still the deficit. Got a lot of work to do with the CKRC.
He has, but Sam Johns is a capable driver. We know that from many, many years of following the BUKC. University of Wales Trinity St David driver, doing the business many times before. What can he do here? Change of position for 13th place. Never overtake Sheffield. Have just got past the seriously hard and great go-karting ending really safely team. And we'll try and get up the road now because they had quite a pace advantage over the number 55. So that's the 5 past the 55. We'll now set about trying to chase down Durex Racing. That's one of Exeter Racing's efforts. 8.9 seconds is the gap between the number 32 and the 5.
Just to note, Andrew, on the race for the Wooden Spoon, Sheffield Steely Wheelies, I think that's the team who mentioned they had 3 mechanicals in 20 minutes.
Yep.
They are 56th, but Bath Bandits, they are down in 57th place. They're 20 laps down. It's not looking good. The guys from Bath may be going home with a BUKC decorated wooden spoon.
So whilst there's a slight pause, let's do a rundown early this time and try and average it out across the course of the race of being bang on the bottom of the race hour. 20 hours and 33 minutes to go then in the 2023 edition of the BUKC 24 Hours. You're listening to live coverage here on DDMM. Here is your running order. 148 laps completed at this precise moment by the number 1 karts. The reigning champions, TU Dublin A, have a lead of around 35 seconds over CKRC. That is the number 47 kart currently running in second place and has been up there pretty much since the start of the race. That's the team of Llandau regulars, Trinity students, and some Oxford Brookes representation in that one as well. Running well and actually closing in. A really good lap last time around, 121.8. Third place, Tap and Clapper Motorsport, who have really taken this race by the scruff of the neck, rose up through the order during that full course yellow about 90 minutes into this race, and they've stayed there in third place. They're a lap off the overall lead at the moment. They last pitted about half an hour ago, and they're running some good pace. They've got a 36-second lead over the number 10 in fourth place. That's the Mercedes squad. They're very evenly matched on pace at the moment with the next kart behind in fifth place. That's the number 13 from Lancaster University. That's the bunch of Lancers. 25 seconds is their gap over the number 50 in sixth place. That's Yusuf's Goat Farm. All of those karts are currently a lap down on the overall leader. And next up in seventh place is the number 52 of Saturday Night Fever. 21 seconds is their deficit behind the number 50. They're just holding off at the moment the number 14 of Landau Nunda. That's the Leeds University kart. They're in eighth place in their number 14. They have the fastest lap of the race at the moment on a 1:20.9, so we know the pace is in that kart, and they took 1.4 seconds out of Saturday Night Fever. That position may change in the rundown of this order the next few minutes. Ninth place, the number 41. This is the Speedophiles team from Manchester University. They're also closing in. They're in the 121s at the moment and half a second behind the number 14. They're solidly at the moment ahead of the 10th place effort from Liverpool University, the number 3 of Otom. The gap between Manchester and Liverpool is around 13 seconds. 2.5 seconds further back in 11th place is the number 43 of Coventry B. They've got an 11-second lead at the moment over the number 32 of Durex Racing. That's the Exeter Racing effort in 12th. Never overtake Sheffield are in 5th place, 6 seconds further back in 13th place. They also have a 6-second lead that is growing quite rapidly. We were only talking about these two karts changing position a few moments ago.
In 14th place is the number 55 of Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting Ending Really Safely team. They've got to start looking over their shoulders at the Brighton A squad, who've slipped back a little bit in the last hour in their number 30. They're in 15th place, 21 seconds behind, but lapping 1.5 seconds quicker than the number 55 at this moment. Nokia Bing Bong, they've slipped back a little bit as well in the last hour or so, but they've still got a good position here. They're 3 laps off the overall lead, in 16th place in their number 42 kart, and they're tucked right under the rear bumper of Brighton A last time around. They've got a 1 second gap over Imperial A. Their number 21 kart has just taken 17th place on that last lap. They're about an hour and 16 into a stint, and they took that spot off the number 37 of DMU gets shunted off. They're in 18th place. Willpower's Willpower has, trust me, pitted at least once. They haven't gone for 3.5 hours with no service, but they're there in 19th place. 2.3 seconds back from DMU, 10 seconds ahead of the number 51 of ex-Swansea. That's wrapping out your top 20 at the moment. All of these karts are 2 laps down, 2 and a bit laps down. We then get into 21st position, the number 33 of Unprotected X. They're 2.7 seconds back from Swansea Graduates. They're 1.8 seconds ahead of Birmingham A, who have been one of the big stories, big flashpoints in this race so far. Ran out of fuel under full course yellow, caused by other drivers running out of fuel. Didn't elect to come into the pits when they were busy, and paid the price. They went from the lead down to around 30th place. They have fought back to 22nd now, but even at this early stage, they've had their problem. If they want to win this race again like they did 2 years ago, they need a faultless run for the course of the next 20.5 hours. 23rd place, behind them, the number 18, are Alain Prostates. Their gap is 13.75 seconds up the road to Birmingham. They have got a good gap over the next kart, though, which is in 24th place. The number 45 of Morts. The karts cannot move it off. 17.5 seconds back down the road from Alain Prostate. The gap next up, 3.5 seconds. Oh, they're both running in the mid-122s at the moment, number 45 and the 25th place, number 2, TU Dublin B. They're slightly out of sync, you would perhaps say. Remember, this was the TU Dublin B kart that did have a black flag in the last hour or so. 26th place, the number 38 of Timo Klock, 4 laps off the overall lead, 14 seconds down from TU Dublin B. They are 2.5 seconds ahead of the number 20 of Bristol A in 26th, who themselves are 7 seconds ahead of Fighting Guimo, the number 44 there in 27th place. 8 seconds back. You then find in 28th spot, number 17 of 1-2 Bucklemire Schumacher. And then the return of the Cardiff University Motorsport. The number 28 is in 29th place. 1.2 seconds back from the number 17. Trying to close that gap. They're slightly off kilter with service stops, though. Cardiff are 60 minutes into their stint, whereas 1-2 Bucklemire Schumacher are only 28. Next up in 30th place, we find the number 6 of Sams Harris's International Tea Party, 4 laps off the overall lead, 24 seconds behind Cardiff. They are 4.6 seconds ahead of the number 15 of Bohemian Rhapsody, who sit in 31st. 2 seconds back, you find the number 4 of LGB Team from Liverpool University, the number 4 there in 32nd place. They've got a healthy gap over the 33rd place, number 24, Birmingham B. 35 seconds is the gap. These karts all 5 laps off the overall lead now. 34 is in 34th. The Miles Shelby squad have had some technical issues in the last hour. 10 seconds is what they need to find to catch up to Birmingham. They've slotted in between 2 B teams at the moment, because Lancaster B are 5 seconds further back from them in 35th in their number 12 kart. In 36th, you've got the number 39 of Make Huddersfield Great Again, 13.4 seconds back from Lancaster B. But again, another one of those karts with a really healthy lead over the next kart. 39.5 seconds they have over the 37th place, number 54, Loughborough Ligma kart. In 38th place, you find the number 22 of Imperial B. They've got 14 seconds to find to gain a position. They're ahead of a recovering Warwick B effort. It's been a really, really rough run so far for the Warwick efforts. This is actually the first of them, all the way down in 39th place, 6 laps off the overall lead. They've got 18 seconds over the last kart in the top 40, which is the number 31 of Brighton B. 18.8 seconds is the gap. 15 seconds further back, you then find the number 16 of Lewis White and the 11 back markers in 41st position. They are rapidly being closed in on by the number 42 in 42nd place, the number 1 of the Speedophiles, who've lost a lot of time in the last hour. I think they've had some problems in the pits. They are 2.2 seconds further back and were 3 seconds faster than the number 16 last time around. But the Speedophiles, the Manchester team, have really got a lot of work to do now if they're going to get a good result in this race. In 43rd place, we find the number 9 of Scuderia Ecos, 20 seconds further back. They have a lap in full over the 44th position, number 48 from Nottingham A. They similarly have a full lap over the number 36 of Gurney's Gang, who have fought back up to 45th place. Birmingham C and their number 25 kart are next up in 26th position. They're 26 seconds further back, trying to fend off another one of the recovering Warwick efforts. This is the Warwick A team. John Sassu earlier had the fuel problem that put them all the way down to the bottom. They're a second behind Birmingham C at the moment and lapping quicker. 47th place at the moment for the number 26. And they are right ahead, or at least by a lap, of the Warwick Graduates team, the number 57 in 48th place. Well, they've just swapped positions with the Hallam Old Boys, the number 56, now taking 48th place ahead of Warwick Graduates there in 49th. University of Hertfordshire Racing are in 50th place. Their number 29 kart has some 2 minutes to find up to the next kart ahead. They've got 2 laps, though, over the number 19 of Karen Chanjob in 51st position. They are 13 laps off the overall lead, but 11 seconds ahead of the number 11 of Lancaster A in 52nd place. Ix's Icons are next up, a lap further back in the number 35 in 53rd place. Then in 54th, we find the number 49 of Edinburgh Napier, 16 laps off the overall lead. 55th is the number 46 of Bungle Merchants. They're 18 laps down. And then there's a titanic duel going on for the Wooden Spoon at the moment. 56th place, the number 40 of the Bath Bandits, 21 laps off the overall lead. They have a lead of 1 minute and 17 seconds. They're on the same lap at the moment. In 57th place, the number 7 of the Sheffield Steely Wheelies. That is your rundown of the order of this, the 2023 BUKC 24 hours, with 20 hours and 22 minutes on the dot to go.
If you finished a minute earlier, there would have been 2023 to go.
Oh, it would have been. Oh, well.
Damn it. You know what I've been wondering whilst you were doing that?
Go on.
Why is tamales pronounced tamales?
Tamales pronounced...
when females is not pronounced famales?
I don't know. I don't know.
We all enjoy tamales. Everyone loves Mexican food. They're Mexican? I think so. And very similar spellings.
Mm.
But you can't call women famales.
I mean, you can.
They don't like it. I've tried.
See, this is the kind of commentary. I knew the commentary would be like this today. I said to Adam from Sheffield on the way in, this is going to be the loosest commentary you've probably heard this year, and you're going to love it.
Did you get left?
Hmm?
Did you get left in?
No, I saw him in the car park.
Oh, okay.
Saw him in the car park.
Adam's drinking Iron Brew as well. Did you see that on the paddock walk?
Questionable choices there.
I'll accept it from the Scottish unis, but not from someone who's, let's face it, basically in the Midlands. I knew that would say
Hang on a minute.
Cast the line and reel it in.
It's just... It's not the most northern of the north, but I will maintain it's the first line of defence.
Fair enough. I'll say no more. But yes, they are currently in contention for the Wooden Spoon, Sheffield. Steely Wheelies, number 7, down in 57th, and they're going down again, Andrew. They're losing laps. They're now 26. They're 4 laps behind Bath Bandits.
They are.
I swear they were level when you literally just mentioned I'm not quite sure what's going
Oh,
on.
yeah. Ah,
There.
now is that going to be a wait? Have they just come in? They have just come in. I'm going to put one out here. Have they come in under weight?
Potentially, yes. I found, who did I talk to on the pit walk? Not pit walk, the paddock walk, coming in underweight.
Ocean during qualifying.
I think yes. That's remember that lap that got deleted.
Yep.
And we thought he'd gone around again. No, it was because he was underweight.
I see.
And that's why they started speedos at the back. Speedophiles. How are speedophiles doing now that Ocean's back out? They're in 7th. Good recovery from the man who was underweight, just ahead of Landau.
Now I'm greatly confused because I could have sworn that they were high up the order. Then in the rundown they went down to like 41st, and now they're back up to 6th.
They are nope. That's Mercedes in the pits for what looks like the 3rd time. I was right in saying that there's a transponder loop issue for the 2 teams that haven't pitted yet. Willpower's Willpower and Huddersfield, I think, was the other one. Unless they are taking my pocket fuel to the extreme and carrying a full tank of petrol in a backpack that we've somehow missed, or like big tanks on the back, like those guys in stadiums who deliver beer.
Yes.
That would be good, actually. If you could get one of those, that would be really fit for purpose, wouldn't it?
It would.
You could
There's a driver, I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Was that number 28 coming through, beating the top of his race lid? I was about to say something else then, but it's still before 9 o'clock.
Yeah, steady on. Perhaps the radio's not working, and he's trying to juggle it.
Ah, was that the Team America sign of I want to come in?
Could be as well.
Could be.
We've seen.
I've pulled that one out before.
Some unusual signage.
Mm-hmm.
We've got the unicorn. We got the. Was it your Mrs. Scran's Rustlers Burgers or Scoff's Rustlers Burgers?
Scoff's Rustlers Burgers.
Either one would be acceptable. To be fair, Landau Under coming around to complete another lap. They've recovered well from that losing a lap. They are 7th overall. If they weren't a lap down, I tell you what, Landau Under would still be right up there. They've had a very good race under the radar. But yeah, where would they be if they were a lap ahead? They wouldn't quite be with the leaders. I think they'd be roughly a minute behind the leaders. They'd be close behind 3rd place, Tap and Clapper. They'd be in 4th had they not lost that. So one to watch out for, because obviously Kieran has been in and not gone back out. As I say that, I look, and I think that's Adam Curtis I can see out for Landau Under. We'll double check. Yusuf Scope Farms improved as well, they're up in 5th.
My polls come back. I thought I'd lost it, but it's back, and we'll probably end it there. Oh, now I've lost it. No, it's here. Moment of the race so far. The winner is the race starting the penalty for Leeds. 33% of people have said that is their moment of the race so far. And then 22% each for Birmingham A running out of fuel, TU Dublin's Black Flag, and anything to do with Exeter.
Do you think that's purely based on how dramatic it was, or because lots of people are in favour of seeing Tom Dent get run over?
Now, I've got to think about Tom Dent getting run over, because when I was going through the, what are we calling it? The Den, what's the new BUKC Facebook page's name?
What's the new You
don't know? You tripped it out so well earlier.
Den Da Tiang Mao Quan Hong Bei.
There you go. I was on their page yesterday,
Yeah.
looking for what should be the thumbnail for the stream, and I found one of the starts, and I'm pretty sure Tom Dent's about to get run over in that one as well.
Nice. Yeah, he's a man who plays with fire, evidently.
Yeah.
I did wonder where you're going with that when you said you've got a thing for Tom Dent getting run over. You know, each their own and all that, but good recovery.
But I think it's also that it you look at the order as it is now, and it's pretty impressive that the Landau Under team have, once things cycle through, they aren't on the lead lap anymore. They are 1 lap down, 1 and a bit laps down. It reads 2 at the moment, but they'll cycle through in a second. to show us truthfully where they are. About
here they come
now. There they go.
I think it is Adam Kernis, yeah.
You know, you if they hadn't had that poor start, or the start that they got penalised for, they'd probably be up in third place right now, and really snapping on the heels of the CKRC and TU Dublin. Now, as you say, it's still a long way to go, and maybe that was there. If everyone's going to have one bad moment in the race, maybe that was theirs right at the very start, and we're still waiting on it for TU Dublin A and CKRC. But I think I tend to agree with the voices there in the poll that has been the biggest moment so far.
Just wondering, Andrew. Tap and Clapper started 12th and they're up in third. Are they having the best day so far out of everyone?
They're definitely in the discussion.
Bunch of Lankers doing pretty good. Where did they qualify? 13th, so you know. They're just a place behind. The two of them come from 12th and 13th. Yusuf Goat Farm have improved from 14th up to 5th. So in fact, we've got 12th, 13th and 14th on the grid running 3rd, 4th and 5th. Pays to be in that little group. Speedophiles in 6th, obviously recovering from last place. And Sandown Under effectively recovering from last place, given they were a lap down before they even got to the first corner. So strong races from that top 7.
Pit stop for Sheffield, never overtakes. Number 5 Kart are in. And that's promoting a good number of runners in the teens and the low 20s up a spot. No other changes. No, I tell a lie. Coventry B have just taken a spot. They've just got past Saturday Night Fever for 8th place. Looks like UH Racing are in as well. I think that's probably scheduled because they were 57 minutes since they were last in pit lane.
Not seeing much pace at the minute, Andrew. I think the temperature's dropped. And the lap times, they're almost all in the 22s and 23s. We're not seeing any 21s or even breaching into the 20s as we have seen. I know it's quite early, or rather, you know, first half of stints for most of the teams. But yeah, the pace has dropped off a bit at just 4:15. Whereas we saw, as we said last year, the fastest lap round about 6 o'clock.
Well, it's something that's typified Teesside over the last few years, and I know it's been something that we've talked about a lot when we're here in August for the British 24 Hour, which is tyre wear, and that you would possibly think that this first, if the highest level of tyre wear that we're going to see is in this portion of the race. The track's not as rubbered in as it will be in the second half of the race. The temperatures are higher than when we go into the service stops in the middle of the night. And those two factors together mean that I think you're probably going to get a little bit of higher tyre wear. And now you're going to start to see the struggles of that as the teams are nursing those worn boots through to what I would say one of the service windows starting around 10 o'clock this evening. Contact warning for the number 41, the speedophiles. Oh no, we're fine. Sorry, I was looking at that. I had a moment there. I was like, oh, is it time for a GoPro reset because it's frozen itself? And no, it's just the screen that I've paused. Never mind. But yeah, I'm not massively surprised at the pace at the moment not being particularly high. Also, it's maybe you've put one of your faster drivers in for your first 2 stints. We're now getting into stint number 3, and this is where you start using the expansion of your squad and drivers that you know will be able to run a steady pace but aren't necessarily the ones to do the lightning pace that you'll need elsewhere during the race.
Different tactics for different teams. Can we have your opinion of how, you know, where on the scale of Tom to Tom, how well do you think Tom are doing?
Tom, solid.
You're like, oh,
Yeah.
oh, Tom.
Oh, Tom, good to see you there in 10th place.
Yeah.
Running all right at the moment.
I'd agree.
We've got a new poll on the go as well of who's impressed you most so far. I just picked 4 teams.
I voted.
You voted.
I voted. Tap and Clapper was my vote.
Yeah. As I say, they played. I'm going to say they judged it, and that it wasn't by luck that they managed to work their way up to 3rd during the full course. Yeah, I think far more impressive that they stayed there. They've shown that they've got the pace in this race to be in the thorn of the side of other teams out there. So
that's effectively the Loughborough B team.
Yes.
You know, we got some more familiar names in terms of Oscar Lancaster, Rafe Trumbull, Ben Smith, and George Salthouse in 52 Saturday Night Fever. Who are doing all right as well.
Another one of those where Loughborough haven't. I mean, it's all academic, isn't it? And if there's ever a time to do it, is in one of these endurance races. It's another one where drivers who on their form today are in the B team could have been in the A team, and vice versa for Loughborough. The first time they've done it this season.
No, exactly. You know, I think they've got a fairly consistent bunch in terms of talent and evidently in terms of lap time. And you know, who could go in which team is probably not worth arguing the toss over, because they're all equally matched. And yeah, it depends on the car and what side of the bed they get out of in the morning. But they've been impressive. And this is a Loughborough, you know, not the kind of Loughborough we've seen in previous years when they've been challenging for BUKC titles, coming from illustrious karting backgrounds. They are in, for that university in particular, more of a downturn than an upturn. Or perhaps this is proof that the downturn has been and gone. They are now back on an upturn, and we're going to see them coming back into contention for BUKC race wins and such in future.
It definitely would be very good news and good to the ears of those who follow Loughborough. TUAA come across the line. They complete their 167th lap of this race. I'll be very, very happy with this so far. Best lap for their kart so far, 1 minute 21.259. More importantly, 18 seconds is the lead that they have over CKRC. It has come down a little bit in the last 10 or 15 minutes. But I think if you'd offered them that position at the start of the race, Jacob, an 18-second lead, you know, approaching, going through the 4-hour point, they would have snapped your hand off for that.
Anyone would. Andrew, there's still a long way to go, and you can't necessarily rule out certain mechanical failures, but they know what they're doing from this position, and I think it's a significant chunk into the race. Plenty more to go, but they're going to be in the mixer, those top 2 teams, aren't they?
Yep. That's what...
Gap's coming down significantly, though. I will say that. It was 36 seconds at the start of this stint. I know we've had half an hour or so since then, but it's halved in the last half an hour or so, and may well even close by the end of the stint if we see the same amount of retardation.
It may do, but we should note as well that there's less fuel on board that CKRC kart at the moment. They've run, what's that, about 25 minutes further through their tank of fuel at the moment, so they'll be lighter.
Hasn't counted for much so far on the stint.
No. Changes of position, more down to pit stops than anything. DMU will get shunted off, and Alain Prost are both in. So they'll fall out of the top 20. Contact warning for Birmingham A, the number 23. Not a penalty. We've not actually seen too many black flags so far in this race. Knowing that I've just said that now, that we'll now get a flurry of black flags in the next half hour. If you're enjoying the stream and you're new around here, why not give that subscribe button a press and the like button as well. Thank you for your continued engagement and support of the stream. We'll be back with more BUKC racing of a sort on Wednesday night. We'll be in the Sim World as round 5 of the Club 100 and BUKC Racing Championship takes place. Order of the day, Formula 4 cars around a new circuit to the championship. It's been running since 2020. Magny-Cours will be very, very interesting track for the drivers across all of the different classes, the Class 1, Premier Class, the Class 2, Clubman Class and the Class 3 Intermediate and Rookie entries. We saw a lot of drama in the last round around Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, where we first saw the F4s in use.
Really slow lap. Sorry, Andrew, to interrupt. Really slow lap from Tap and Clapper. 16 seconds off. They must have had an off somewhere.
They're in, and that's not on schedule. That's not on schedule for Tap and Clapper.
This is bad.
Because they're 57 minutes into a stint. We would expect them to go at least half an hour further. Is this a problem for the kart in 3rd place?
We've just been talking up those Loughborough boys.
Yeah.
And here they are, suffering their first bit of bad luck by the looks of things. 15, 16 seconds off the pace for that lap. They must have suffered around halfway around the lap.
And the fact that they've come straight in as well. It's not one of those where you've had a spin, you go, I've had a spin, and you carry on. The fact that they've come straight into pit lane indicates to me that they're that's a technical problem that the driver's been able to at least recover the kart back into the pit lane, but they're going to lose a lot of time now.
Not great at all. We've got some fast laps going into the 21s now. Pace is picking up. Bunch of Lankers in 3rd, Speedophiles in 6th. Look like fastest on track at the minute. That's Ocean Beach. Coventry B not too far behind, also putting in a 21. So the pace is there. Perhaps we are seeing a bit more kart management in this phase, given that 21 is evidently physically possible.
So, cycling through into 3rd place now is the team from Lancaster, a bunch of Lankers, and their number 13 kart overtake Tap and Clapper. Yusuf's Goat Farm coming up the order as well. They're now in 4th.
Speedophiles up to 5th. Tap and Clapper in danger of losing the place to Llandonern next, and Coventry B. Top will be 8th if they can manage to get ahead of them as well, as Llandonern do move up to 6th, and here come Coventry B to take 7th.
Also in at a slightly interesting time, Durex Racing, 1 hour and 16 minutes into a stint for the Exeter run team. That's a bit earlier than I would have expected. Not earlier than I would have expected Imperial 8. That's a really good stint from Imperial 8. Just pitting now from 13th spot. 1 hour and 43 is what they've done.
As one Loughborough team suffers, the other prospers up to 9th for Saturday night. Either replacing Tap and Clapper, who are about to duck out of the top 10, I think, with Durex Racing closing in on completing a lap. Oh no, they're in the pits as well. Durex, you just mentioned, in the hour and 16 stint. Mercedes should be the beneficiaries of this. I've just seen Tom Fox going past. That's who's in for Yusuf's Goat Farm at the moment, taking them up to 4th place. As yes, Mercedes do jump into the top 10. Brighton A also benefit from the Durex and Tap and Clapper pit stops, as do Will's Willpower and the Shaggers in kart 55. Nokia Big Bong back up to 14th as well. As we've got a couple of laps in the 21. Speedophiles and Llandonern in particular lapping well on that last lap. The gap at the top is down to 16 seconds, with CKRC likely to pit in the next half hour or so. TUAA setting a 22.9 on that last time around. As we see the pink Bigfoot of CKRC across the line, half a second a lap quicker on lap 171. Here they go for lap 172.
Definite problems for Tap and Clapper Motorsport. If it was a scheduled pit stop, it's a very, very, very long one. They've gone all the way down and they're now going to slip outside of the top 20. So far today, we've been seeing a standard pit stop costing you maybe around a minute and a half, and we've gone full course yellow. Now, what is that for? Can't see anything at the top end of the circuit. This is one of those, folks, where I suspect someone's had an off, and I can see the quad bike of shame heading off down towards Rib Bend. I think someone's had an off or a mechanical failure out of our sight around the car loop.
We've had one in the pits already, but no one else looks to be taking advantage of the full course yellows.
No.
Just at the minute. I'll keep an eye out for that. Some teams are around that hour mark.
Quite a few teams on that hour mark, and I'd say that I think it's worth a punt if you go for one here, especially with it being with the stranded car. We assume being down the far end of the circuit, this is not going to be a short recovery.
36
this is not.
in.
There's
Number
not.
36 has been called in.
It's not going to be a short full course yellow. So there could be opportunities here. If you're just watching on the stream, hello. Apologies, yes, you're having to look at me. We're just letting the GoPro cool down for a bit.
His gang, that was number 36 coming in. Tom Fox elects to stay out for Yusuf's Goat Farm. There were a couple of pit boards out, but we've yet to see anyone else peel off in. In comes the 25, and in comes the number 8, and the 17's just acknowledging the full course yellows, but the number 8 is in the pits, Andrew.
It is indeed. So we can confirm it does pit for fuel, and it doesn't have its thing
Willpower from 12th.
So yeah,
decent time for them. We don't know how long they've been on track for, obviously, because the pit loop is broken on their kart, or at least doesn't pick up that particular transponder. But looking around them, the cities, Brighton, unable to take advantage. Seriously hard and great go-karting ending really safely. 1 hour and 10 minutes for them. They may well miss out because they've got to pit shortly anyway, and if they don't come in now, they're going to lose out to Willpower, who they're just behind in the standings.
Right, so we have a kart on the quad bike of shame. Now we try and work out who it is. It's a kart with a black suit and a black helmet and possibly a single-digit number. Maybe no, it's not a single-digit number. It might be Bristol A.
They are the ones dropping down the order, yes.
I think it's Bristol A, the number 20, who weren't due fuel. It was a 1 hour and 14 minutes since Bristol A were last in the pits.
We are green.
And we're back to green.
One car, by the looks of things, taking advantage of that. Bristol A still dropping down the order. I'm convinced it was them on the back of the quad.
Yep.
But Willpower are the team that's been in and gone back out. They've dropped a couple of places, but I think Andrew probably close to going back out.
Yes, hopefully we'll see them out soon.
Number 8, I'll keep an eye out for going through S's. But good timing for them, if that was within their pit window. Willpower. They are, of course, an Edinburgh effort. Douglas Smith, Alistair Merson, McKinley Coburn, Cameron Maxwell, Matthew Collins, Hugh Lawrenson, Elon Bohr, and Dougal McGregor. Not all Edinburgh, I think some of those are Strathclyde grads. But very good to see a number of Scottish universities here today, not least themselves, Napier and St Andrews. As you said, strong Scottish contingent, given this is very much their local round of the UKC. So Willpower have not yet come back round. It's taken longer than you'd hope. They are still in the pits. Following that, they've dropped down as far as 22nd here, 23rd now. Losing out to the likes of Imperial, Timo Clock. There should be Timo Cock, apparently, that's York's. And Tap and Clapper back out in 24th. Andrew, for Tap and Clapper. They were running in 3rd, and there's Willpower in 25th. So, yeah, I think they've done well there to be back out and running just behind Tap and Clapper, who were running 3rd until their last trip to the pits. Whilst Tap and Clapper did lose a bit of time and probably lost a bit more time in their pit stop as well due to finding out what was wrong with their car, making it 15 seconds a lap slower. Willpower will be happy with that.
In a way though, it was opportune time for Tap and Clapper to have a moment like that because they've lost less time, having had a period of 5 minutes and 43 seconds was their pit out time. Much longer than a normal pit stop, but the net loss will have been less because there was a bit of full course yellow in the midst of all of that. So I reckon, they maybe lost about 3 minutes with that one. So we're into the 5th hour of the race. This is the 2023 edition of the BUKC 24 Hours. Andrew Mather and Jacob Harris on commentary duties for you here on your DDMM BUKC Radio Plus stream. Hopefully we'll have some pictures of the track back soon once this boy gets cool.
I'm going to shuffle back in here just so it's not you.
He's still here.
One thing that has happened over that full course yellows, and you can't see it currently on your timing screens, but you will be able to see, there it is. The gap of the lead, 19 seconds. 3 second deficit on that last lap. It was up to 22, having been down as low as 16. So I think Dublin gained a bit under that full course yellows, which isn't necessarily suggesting any wrongdoing. But 3 seconds a lap for CKRC. Sam Johns perhaps knows. He might be on the radio. He might have seen a pit board saying that he's lost time, and he's put in a 22.0 as compared to Dublin's 25.0. So impressive stuff from Sam Johns. If it is still Sam Johns out there, I believe so. He's been out there for the last hour and a quarter, but expect in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so he'll be coming in for another stop.
And the thing about the full course yellows is they taketh and giveth away in several ways. And I know from having, I think 2015 might have been the first year that we ran full course yellows in this race. Might have even been 14, might have been the first edition. And I remember, particularly when we then get into the night time, different drivers' perception of a full course yellow and the speed at which that should be taken differs. And sometimes, not to say that drivers speed under full course yellow, drivers should never speed under full course yellow, but some of them will back off a little bit more than perhaps the required speed. And if you're stuck behind one of those carts, there's not really much you can do about it. If you overtake, that's going to be a slam dunk overtake under yellow, penalty, in the bin you go. But it can be a frustration sometimes for some of the faster drivers when perhaps they get stuck in that situation.
Well, naturally, you heard John earlier say that this is a decent amount of karting for the money you're paying, and there'll be a lot of people out there who feel the same.
Yep.
And you don't want to waste that time karting, getting a black flag, being called into the pits and saying, why are you speeding under yellow flags?
Yeah.
When you can just ease off and take it easy for a couple of laps. Certainly if you're on your second stint, which I don't think many people will be at this point. Obviously, CKRC not included in that, as we believe Sam Johns is already on his second stint. But if you are on your second and third stint of the 24-hour, or indeed just really tired from being out there for an hour already in your first stint, you might want that lap where you just ease off and say, I'm not challenging anyone for position, or not that first. It'll all shake out where it shakes out at the end of 24 hours. You're 4 hours into a 24-hour race, you might as well ease off and see what happens. But there'll be people, racing for position, certainly the leaders, who think I've got to, push the limits of this and make sure I'm not being at a disadvantage to someone else. As another second out of that lead is now back down to 16 seconds. Had they not made that gain of 6 or 7 seconds under the full course yellows in the surrounding time, we would be close to a sub 10-second gap at the lead of this race.
Would indeed. the pace looking like at the moment for Yusuf's goat farm? Not bad. 122.466 last time around. Pulled out 3/4 of a second. Back on the Lancaster effort ahead in third. 24.5 seconds is the gap between the two of them.
Still only 20 to 5 as well. Feels like we've been here a long, long time. That's probably to be started. Sign on at 7:30 this morning. I'm already thinking about dinner because that's the way my mind works. And wondering whether or not to get a takeaway. Cafe does great food here, but thinking of treating myself. I have been eating very healthily recently. I've got a couple of holidays coming up and a Club 100 rounds to maintain the weight for, so I've been very healthy this week, but can't eat diet food at the 24-hour.
No.
So, I mean, I was leaded up for the last couple of Club 100 races, so I've got a bit to spare. I've got a little bit to spare. But we'll see what happens in the next couple of hours. We've got, I believe, the first round. Refer back to my schedule over here of best team name coming up very shortly. I think I'll sort of slide that in for 5:30 is when best team name voting opens. We need to make a short list first of what we're going to have as best team name.
Are we having rounds? Are we having like quarterfinals?
I think last year we did quarters, semis, and a final. But it depends how long the short list is. If there's only 5 good names, we'll probably whittle that down to 4 and have a semi.
Yep.
So what, you have a think about yours. I'll have a think about mine. In 9 minutes' time, I'd say 19 minutes' time, just before you start the hourly update, we'll create that short list and I'll whittle it down and set up some polls on the Instagram story for best team name.
Hello to Matt again, who's still cheering on Josh Craft. I think still out there on circuit. Change of position for 14th place. Mort, the carts cannot move it, have indeed move it, past Birmingham A. That's good news for them.
Second and 3/10 out of the lead. Sam John's really hounding down that Dublin cart. He's not lapping particularly quickly himself. The 22.3 is nearly 3 seconds off where he was this time last year. 364 days and 22 hours ago. You know, different situations, different tyres, different carts, different engines. We're not as quick today as we were last year, and I don't think we're going to be. Still some impressive pace out there. Weather's still middling. Again, haven't put any sun cream on today, and I don't think I'm going to. They are cloud covered, doesn't look much like rain. We're getting, is that 45, part 45 potentially being called in, or just hurried up, like their pit board. Reasonably incident-free, 24 hours so far, I would say.
A lot calmer than the one I was watching this time last week.
Certainly. We had that flurry when people started running out of fuel at the hour-and-a-half mark. We've had a few offs, bumps and scrapes, black flags. No, it's not been without action. Hi to Last Lap Lucy in the chat, Nottingham Nation.
How are Nottingham getting on at the moment? They're going in the right direction. They're up to 42nd place now. Got some decent pace. 1 minute 23.7 last time around. 1.8 seconds quicker than the Lewis White in the 11 back markers cart ahead. I think before the ticker reset itself, we were looking around 15-20 seconds was the gap up ahead. So good news for them. Apologies, folks. GoPro's having a bit of a moment. It does this sometimes. In trying to give it a rest, I've now like completely shut it down. Connor Wallace chimes in with a Gasly is a poor man's big job. Now, does that mean that Gasly's done something in... No, it's too early for qualifying, isn't it?
Yeah, I think qualifying's quite late tonight. I think it's 9 o'clock. But I agree. FP3, I think, is on right now, or coming up to FP3. I'd agree. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I disagreed earlier on the Lewis Hamilton thing. But, yeah, Gasly's just... He hasn't got the social media presence, for starters.
No.
He hasn't, presumably...
Well, he likes lots of things. Ooh, as we've got someone off at hairpin 3. Now, this is on the outside, driver's left. Is this a kart that's run out of fuel, or is this something more drastic? It's kind of hidden behind the red and white barriers. Oh, no, they're moving again.
Let's have a look, see who it is when they come back past. Yeah, it's just as if the engine cut out. Perhaps they did run out of fuel and they're going to hobble it back. Oh, what fumes it has left. Yeah, he's pulled over again.
Nope. It's not right. Apologies, we've not quite got the number of this kart yet. But look out for kart falling down the order for an unexplained reason on the live timing, live.alphatiming.co.uk /BUKC.
They're not going very fast, Andrew. They're going to come around now. We'll be able to tell you who it is, but they are limping, to say the least, into the last corner. Now it's our team from 4th or 5th, is it? Number 52. Who's number 52? Is that Saturday Night Fever?
Oh, Lucy has incurred the wrath of the Streamlabs Cloudbot. Apologies, Lucy. Used many exclamation marks, and Cloudbot went poof. Naughty Cloudbot.
This is way more thrilling than FP3.
Oh, of course
I'd have to agree,
Lucy,
because why would anyone watch free practice over Formula 1 unless you're there? And even then, I probably would give it a miss. It's free practice, you know. Just that is, you know, when people say there's a motorsport, just cars going around in circles. Well, free practice is.
Yes.
So yeah, bin that off. Get the BUKC 24-hour on. How's the GoPro going?
Not well.
Not well. No. Struggle.
It'll come back in due course.
One day.
One day.
One day. Is that gap early? I'm going to just pull my laptop round by the side here so I can have a look easily at the gap at the top as round comes our... Oh no, that is a different pink Bigfoot. CKRC are in the pits.
Yep, this is pretty much scheduled 1 hour and 25 since they were last in, so they seem to be happy running around the 1 hour 30 mark. Now I think the key thing here with this stop is, can they turn it round a little bit quicker than they did the first time, because we know that they lost time running in relation to TU Dublin A on the last cycle of pit stops. Both of them pitted under green. What we'd be looking here is a pit exit lap time, something around 2 minutes 40 would be good. Bunch of Lankers go through, they go into second place. They are a full lap down, so right now, here at this stage of the race, TU Dublin have a full laps lead.
More niceties in the chat, Andrew. The UKC is better than F1. Agreed.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you very much, AO.
Secondly, DDMM better than Sky Sports F1.
Thank you very much.
Which is hard to argue with, really, because who wouldn't rather be hearing your voice than Crofty? Let's face it.
I'm not making any comments on that.
Well, I'll make them for you. I'll take you every day of the week. Whether
Cheers, buddy.
it's an audio book or a voiceover on an advert, or commentating on motorsports, you win out every time.
A rallycross event has broken out at hairpin number 4. The number 56 was taking a bit of an interesting line there. Moving swiftly on.
See how it goes. Where's my big list of whoever that one is? 56 is Hallam Old Boys, Ewan Ridley, John Ogden, David James, Hamish Johnson, Joe Miller, Jordan Neely, Mason Brumpton, Curtis Stagg, and Matt Brain, former captain of Hallam, all out in that car at some point today. Not quite sure who it was doing the rallying down the bottom end of the circuit, but I'm sure we will find out at some point.
Good news, Lucy has defeated Streamlabs Cloudbot Auto Admin by subscribing to the channel.
That's all you need to do.
There you go.
Yeah.
Use as many exclamation marks as you want now. Hopefully. Naughty Cloudbot.
What does the bot do for you, Andrew?
It stops other bots mainly.
Oh, okay. Has that been a problem in your streams before?
Not for a while. I think YouTube have tightened up the intrusion of the, I'm going to say the word, the sex bots. And but no, so Cloudbot used to take care of them by and basically hit things that and accounts that posted links or anything like that with a paddle. But just sometimes it can be a bit overreaching, which I don't like. But it's the lesser of two evils.
Are you sure it was sex bots and not an actual accumulation of hot single women in your area?
I live in a village in Warwickshire. It's not a thing.
You should come to
Maybe down at the Rotary Club, but
you should come to Newport. You know, you never know if you get spam or whether it's my mate Pete saying, "Get down the pub now."
It's kicking off.
It's kicking off. Yeah.
Yeah. A curb warning for the number 6 of Sam Harris's International Tea Party. Again, I think we've got quite a few teams using up their get out of jail free cards, but still I'm pleasantly surprised at the lack of black flags so far in this race.
Everyone behaving.
Yeah.
I will say, Kat's not here, so you know perhaps standards have been slightly relaxed.
Okay.
But I'm sure she'll be back. I think she's due back in about 4 hours actually. Kat, traditional race director of any 24-hour race here at Teesside. Very, very good at what she does. And down there, her replacement Crystal's more than capable. And Paul, Kat's husband, is running a tight ship. So we're doing all right. But I think it's just, people understand. We've got a lot of experienced teams here this year.
Yeah.
There are 1 or 2 here for the first time. But in terms of certainly the top end, you look at Dublin and CKRC. We've mentioned the ex-Swansea pitches. We got a lot of race winners here, Birmingham as well. I think we've just got an experienced field this year, and everyone kind of understands that you've got to keep it clean, both in terms of curbs and contact. We've seen a few punts. It is BUKC after all, but mostly well behaved thus far.
GoPro's back.
And I believe CKRC are back out of the pits. They are now a lap down, though.
Yes, they are. So TU Dublin A will be back in about 25 minutes' time. Now, what did the pit out lap look like for CKRC? Ooh, 3 minutes 13. That feels a little bit too slow for me. I think they need to be turning those around a little bit quicker.
Yapex said, we snapped a track rod, went down to 50th.
Oh dear.
Who is in 50th, Andrew?
In 50th at the moment is Bristol A.
That'll be the car that we saw getting recovered.
Yep.
Thank you for the info in the comments.
Oh, and just to compound matters, they've just got a black flag.
Oh dear.
So Bristol A will be coming in again. There is a yellow flag out. There's a cart off to driver's right on the exit to the D chicane. They are back on circuit now. I hope the marshals have had their hay fever medicines this morning. Otherwise, they've just received a face full of dry cut grass.
I had mine.
Good.
Needed. I'm a struggler.
I've not been too bad this year. Not been too bad.
Oh, these last couple of days is it's come for me.
Yeah.
It really has come for me. Not what you want, really. But there we go. I'm sure I will live.
Well, the last hour has absolutely flown by. We'll have another rundown shortly. Just approaching 5 o'clock in the evening here at Teesside Autodrome for the 2023 BUKC 24 hours. Thank you so much to everyone tuning in. If you've got to pop away, you can take us with you if you've got sufficient internet. Remember, we've got more racing coming up later in the week, midweek. Some iRacing for you from the Club 100 BUKC iRacing Championship, Wednesday night, 7:45 p.m. Waiting on Bristol A to come in for their black flag. And I've got a feel for them. This is one of those classic 24-hour periods for a team where it can be going along quite nicely, and all of a sudden you have a plethora of things hit you all at once. Has somebody been off on the run into hairpin one? I think they have, because there's been a whole load of those bits of grass that we're talking about strewn across the circuit. Now they're on the inside line. It means that if anyone tries to dive down the inside, they might have a sudden loss of grip, as I think Lancaster just had there on the outside of the corner. News from our poll, who's been impressing those watching from home. Well, we had TU Dublin A, CKRC, Tap and Clapper Motorsport and Landau Nunda, and at the moment it's 50% with the race leaders, TU Dublin A. Last year's winners, as a couple of karts go into pit lane. I think one of them was the Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting Ending Really Safely team. That one rolls off the tongue. And the LGB team as well. That's the Liverpool number 4 effort are in. Birmingham B have turned themselves around. That's a decent pit stop from Birmingham B. 2 minutes and 59 on their out lap. Resets them. Sets them off for another at least an hour and a half, you'd hope. Birmingham C are also in. 1 hour and 20 run for them in 45th place at the moment. Bristol A are now in for their black flag. Change for third. The Speedophiles have got through past Yusuf's Goat Farm. So the Manchester University team there, speeding their way through. There was a little bit of confusion earlier with their transponder position during the last rundown, where it's showing them down in the 40s for a while, but that was incorrect information. And now they're back into the top 3. One of the teams that had to start from the very back of the field. That'll be a good feeling for Ocean Beach and the team. Some very, very good work through the early few hours of this race. That's an impressive feat, Jacob, to go from the back of the field to third in the matter of, what, 4.5 hours?
Yeah, I've seen a lot worse. Decent effort from the Speedophiles. They are quite deep into this stint, so they are not going to catch up to CKRC anytime soon in the grand scheme of things. CKRC 6 minutes in to their latest stint with Speedophiles. Just a second behind them, actually, and Yusuf's Goat Farm not far behind them. That's one to keep an eye on, Andrew. On track, second, third and fourth as they come round the bottom right-hander. Yusuf's Goat Farm are racing. You know, they're on the same amount of stuff. CKRC have done the additional stop, and Speedophiles and Goat Farm will be stopping in the next half an hour for sure. So they are slightly out of sync, but it'll be interesting to see as they come down now into hairpin 1. There's CKRC, I think that's Louis Bevan out there, and then Ocean Beach and Tom Fox look to be working together with speedophiles and goat-file. I can imagine Tom knows exactly who that is in the cart in front of him. Likewise, Ocean will recognise Tom's very distinctive helmet. I quite like Tom's helmet. I'm not a massive fan of the multicolours, but
it's big off. This is at hairpin 1. It's the number 25. It's got going again. Well done. That's a really, really good recovery there. I think that's one of the Birmingham carts that's had a moment. Birmingham C. So I think was I saying that they've recently pitted. Actually, no, that's two. No, they have just pitted. Yeah, blimey, that's a fresh driver straight out of the pits and straight off at hairpin 1. Bit of exuberance and late braking, perhaps there. But Birmingham C back out onto the racing line. Might have caught their attention a little bit. It's all right. They joined the club of various Birmingham drivers over the years who've ended up in that wall, myself included. Let's have a rundown because we're at the bottom of the hour. 4 hours and 30 minutes of this year's BUKC 24-hour gone. Here is how they stand. 194 laps completed by TU Dublin A. Last year's winners continuing to control this race at the moment. Decent pace. And they hold a laps lead now over CKRC, although we should bear in mind that TU Dublin A have made one less pit stop so far than CKRC. CKRC, as we mentioned, the number 47 are in second place. They've got a 1.4 second lead over the Manchester University Speedophiles. They are in their number 41 there in third. Very tight battle with the number 50 of Yusuf's Goat Farm, who are a further second back. They've just gone over the line to start their 195th laps. Landau Nunda, the Leeds University effort, come over the line this very second. In fact, they're going into the pits. No, that was another Leeds car that was going into the pits at the same time. But the number 14 are in 5th place. They're a lap off the overall lead. In 6th place, the number 3 of Tom. This is one of the Liverpool University entrants. They've been really, really quietly getting on with their work. Very nicely indeed. They entered the top 10 around about this point an hour ago, and they're now up in 6th place, 2 laps off the overall lead. They have just pitted after a stint length of 1 hour and 31 minutes, so they'll probably lose that position to the currently 7th place number 13 from Lancaster University. That's the Bunch of Lancers team. They've got a 31 second lead over Brighton A, who've just taken 8th place away from the number 10 of Mercedes. Both of those carts I would expect in the next half hour or so. Brighton A and Mercedes 8th and 9th. Nokia Bing Bong are back up into the top 10. They've got a bit of no man's land at the moment. 26 seconds behind Mercedes, but they are half a minute ahead of the number 45, who are in 11th place. That's the Mort. The cart cannot move it. They're another team who are just creeping their way up the order as the race goes on and we get towards evening. 12th place is the number 43 of Coventry B. They're 1.5 seconds behind Mort. The cart cannot move it, but they've got a pit stop in hand over the number 45. Birmingham A are back up to 13th. They've had a solid hour. They needed to get a bit more pace in the cart. They found it. They're in the pits at the moment, having done a 92-minute stint. But they've worked their way back into the top 15 now. They're 3 laps off the overall lead. 14th place. Another team that's moved their way nicely up the order in the last hour. The number 17 of 1-2 Buckle, my Schumacher. They're 15.8 seconds behind Birmingham, and they are also in the pits. That's a direct fight at the moment on the strategies for the 23 and the 17. Never overtake Sheffield. 4 laps down as well. They were half a second behind the number 17 at the last count. So the number 5 in 15th place there. 8 seconds ahead of Imperial A in the number 21, who are 16th. Durex Racing, unfortunately, the last hour they seem to have faded a bit. They're down to 17th, 1.6 seconds down. The mains championship champions really needing to find something to get themselves back in contention as we approach sundown. Otherwise, this one's going to start slipping away from them. They have got a 4.5 second gap over the Swansea Graduates team. They're in 18th place in their number 51, and again, with them being former winners of this event, you know they're strong, so it's not bad if you're ahead of them at the moment. Willpower's Willpower have done some very nice things on fuel and strategy. That's worked their way up into the top 20. They've got decent pace at the moment, 45 seconds behind the next kart ahead. But 12 seconds ahead of the number 55 of Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting Ending Really Safely team. That's the number 55, and it completes the top 20. 21st, the number 37 of DMU will get shunted off, 5 laps off the overall lead, some 40 seconds in arrears to the number 55. They've got a 17-second gap over Alan Prostate in the number 18, who sits 22nd in the order right now. 23rd is the number 2 of TU Dublin B. Their progress was really halted by the black flag that came a couple of hours ago, and they're still languishing in the mid-20s at the moment, 5 laps off the overall lead, but they are closing in on the number 18. 1.3 seconds was the gap last time around, and they pulled in 4 seconds on that previous lap. Finding Guimo are 6 laps down. They're in 24th place in the number 44. They've got a 2.8 second lead over the number 15 of Bohemian Rhapsody, who are currently 25th. In 26th place, it's the second of the Liverpool teams. This is the number 4 LGB team. They're 2.5 seconds behind Bohemian Rhapsody, 7.5 ahead of the 27th place, number 33 Unprotected X. 28th place, the number 52 of Saturday Night Fever, who've lost their way perhaps a little bit in the last couple of hours, had a great qualifying, but now find themselves very much slap bang in the middle of the pack. They're 5 laps down. They've just lost that position as well ahead to Unprotected X. They do have a 12.2 second advantage over the number 34 of the Miles Shelby squad in 29th. Birmingham B, a further 11 seconds down the road, complete the top 30 at the moment. That's the number 24 kart. Return of the Cardiff University's Motorsport. That's the number 28 kart. 7 laps off the overall lead at the moment. They're in 31st. Just a couple of seconds clear, but pulling away from the number 12 of Lancaster B in 32nd, who in turn are 16 seconds clear of the number 6 of Sam Harris's International Tea Party in 33rd. About half a minute back, you then find the number 38 of Timo Clock in 34th place. But they're trying to fend off at the moment. Make Huddersfield great again in the number 39. They're in 35th place. The big fallers in this hour, though, and unfortunately it's more bad news for the number 53 of Tap and Clapper Motorsport. This is one of Loughborough's entries. This was the kart running up in 3rd place when we last did one of these rundowns. They are now 36th place, and they've just had to come into the pits again. A 5 minute and 50 second lap. A cruel place this sometimes, Teesside. You can be in a great position, and within an hour it all slips away, and I feel that is what's happening to Tap and Clapper Motorsport right now. As I say, they were 3rd, they were on the lead lap, they're now 7 laps down. Lewis White and the 11 back markers are next up in 37th place. They're 9 laps off the overall lead in their number 16 kart. 38th place is the 54 Loughborough Ligma effort, 39 seconds back from the number 16. Very close battle, though, with Warwick B behind in the number 27. They're 39th and 1.6 seconds further back, but both of them are currently setting 125.2s. 9.3 seconds further back from Warwick, you find Imperial B in a run of B karts in this part of the order. So Imperial B and their number 22 karts complete the top 40. Brighton B in the number 31, they're a further 19 seconds back in 41st position. And then we find the Hallam Old Boys, the Graduates in the number 56, they're in 42nd place, 10 laps off the overall lead, 3 seconds clear of the number 9 of Scuderia Ecos in 43rd. Nottingham A have held position, they're in 44th at the moment in their number 48 kart, 18 seconds to find up to Scuderia Ecos, but the 13 seconds clear of the Warwick Graduates team, who are there in 45th place in their number 57 kart. They, I think, have got past their own A team of the undergraduates in the last hour. So Warwick A now in 46th place, still trying to fight back from the fueling issue that they had earlier in the race and that it ran out. And they are 55 seconds back from their graduates, 7 seconds ahead of UH Racing, who have gained a couple of spots for the Hertfordshire team there. The number 29 is up to 47th place, 11 laps off the overall lead. 1 lap clear, though, of the number 36 of Gurney's Gang in 48th. Birmingham C, we've seen, had a quite lurid spin for their driver, who's 9 minutes into a stint. They're on their first lap. They're 12 laps off the overall lead. 3 seconds back from Gurney's Gang, the number 25 there in 49th place. Bristol A have had real tales of woe in the last hour as well. Had a mechanical, had a track rod failure down at the bottom end of the circuit. Have since had a black flag as well. They're now 13 laps off the overall lead. 38 seconds behind Birmingham C, but they are 3 laps clear of the number 11, of the number 19 of Karen Chanjob there in 51st position. A minute is their lead over the number 11 of Lancaster A in 52nd. Ixus Icons are 53rd. That's the number 35 kart. That's 19 seconds back from Lancaster A, who have just pitted, by the way. Edinburgh Napier, the Scots, are in the number 49 in 54th position, 18 laps off the overall lead, in a very close scrap with Bungle Merchants, who are cracking on in their number 46 kart. 2.4 seconds between them in 54th and 55th positions, respectively. Bath Bandits are 7 laps further back, but they have literally just now set their fastest lap of the race so far. So well done to Bath Bandits there in the number 40. 1 minute 23.335 on lap 177 for them. They have a 1 lap lead, 1 and a bit laps lead, to be a bit more exact, over the number 7 of Sheffield Steely Wheelies. They are the 57th and last runner at this moment in the 2023 BUKC 24 hours here at Teesside Autodrome. There are 19 hours, 18 minutes and 12 seconds to go. Well, keep in. Keep your messages of support. Our poll for who's impressed us the most so far, it's TU Dublin, still with 54%, ahead of Landau Nunda on 23%, Tap and Clapper Motorsport, who I think probably could say that they've received the curse of the DDMM poll. So say they were 3rd when we set this one going 55 minutes ago. They've got 15% of the vote, though, and CKRC there in 8th. Right. Let's have a little assess of the situation after that rundown. We're still waiting on a pit stop from TU Dublin A. 1 hour and 24 minutes into their stint at the moment. A full laps advantage over the rest of the field, but you'd expect TU Dublin to be pitting in the next 10 minutes or so. Thank you for the continued support of the stream. Thank you for all the new subscribers today as well. Really do appreciate it. And for those where Google allows, we'll give you a little shout out. Plan is that we will go into... Ooh, now. Because I can do this. Oh, they just took it away. I've just seen a sign displayed by one of the drivers working as a race engineer almost at the moment, that said risk of rain. Now at any other circuit I would be looking out the window and going, nah, it's not going to rain, but the number of times where there's been no rain forecast here at Teesside Autodrome and the heavens, and I think there is rain. There is rain. There are raindrops, and once again, we talk about this a lot here at Teesside. We look towards the Riverside Stadium. We look towards the football club for where the weather is coming in, and there are large raindrops appearing on the commentary box window. We can show you this with our little comms box cam. Excuse me one moment. If you can just about see, there are raindrops. Now, at the moment, I would say if I was a driver out there, it's that most difficult rain of all of the way. It's the mind-tricking rain. it's not coming down heavy enough at the moment to change the track surface. Not with 57 karts running around it, all hot and in the middle of the day. But are we going to see a little bit of drama once again with the rain here at Teesside? Last August, of course, the British 24-hour was ended early by a little bit of, well, not a little bit, a lot of wet weather. There's a couple of drivers running and having skittish moments. It just feels, Jacob's just run back into the box, that it's right here. It's on the start line, but only around D chicane that the rain is hitting.
People are scrambling for pits. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe trying to, there's a risk of rain sign out. It's definitely raining.
Yep. But it's another one of those really, really odd, only at Teesside moments where if it wasn't for the couple of the raindrops on the window here to our left, I'd be like, rain? What, are you mad? It's not raining out there. There's no rain clouds. It doesn't look like anything's dropping. But the evidence is right there before us that there is rain out there on circuit.
Yeah.
And that's really going to mess with the driver's head, because looking at the lap times are still in the 22s and the 23s. Psychological rain. That was the word that I was looking for. Where you see it on your visor and think, oh no.
What would you prefer? Would you prefer to be midway through a stint and gradually have to get to grips with the changing conditions, or would you rather pit at this point and know when you're going out there, as we see someone going backwards through turn 2? It's quite a skid from them as they're struggling with the changing conditions. Yellow flag. At this point, I think in Club 100 we'd have slippery surface flags, Andrew. I do wonder if the Teesside team will be getting those out shortly, or whether they don't quite follow the same protocols as Club 100. But it's going to be slippy. It's going to be slippy out there.
The thing, though, as I say, from the evidence that I'm looking at outside our windows, it's only the D chicane that seems to be affected at the moment. Even the run on the opposite side from the car circuit through the S's and into the first hairpin, I'm not seeing drivers having big squirmy moments under the brakes. If there was one area of the circuit where the drivers would struggle with a little bit of inclement weather, it would be into there, and that doesn't seem to be happening at the moment.
No, not quite. But then we are seeing some wrestling of the steering wheel through that kink on the start-finish straight, which we definitely know is going to be damp. Where is it damp? Is it just too warm? Because it's, what kind of temperatures are we looking at the minute?
Let's have a look at our weather forecast at the moment. I mean, it doesn't really feel,
it's not going to be in the 20s.
Atmosphere-wise, why it's
21.
Yeah, that it's changed really at the moment. There are still more drivers being called in for a pit stop. I mean, some of the teams are right on that queue of, an hour and 29 for TU Dublin. And here's another thought with this as well. If it does start to be wet and really start to come down, as we've seen in previous editions of this race, previous editions of the British 24-hour as well, if you're TU Dublin now, are you thinking along the lines of, we could have a full course yellow in a few moments' time if it really tips it down? Do we try and eke out this fuel and see if a full course yellow appears and then take advantage of that? They've already done it once in this race.
It's them and Plan Down Under in third place, recovered obviously from their lap deduction. It's 50-50. You could see a big pile up if the rain continues to fall. It doesn't look to be catching on. I think we've seen a few drops, and maybe it was a false alarm, a rogue cloud. Still a little bit is the word we're getting from outside. Still a little bit of rain coming down. Not too many people running for umbrellas or ponchos and the like that you see on usual motorsport coverage.
It is the tiniest little bit of rain. I don't think it would even register on a visor now, but there is little tiny spots of rain there. I'd plug on. I'd plug on if I were the teams out there, but also be thinking that if it does suddenly cloudburst right above us, that's history would tell us is going to breed a full course yellow, and that's what you want to take advantage of if you're in and around your pit window. Well, at least Brighton A have come in 1 hour and 38 minutes since their last visit to the pits. They were in 8th place. Mort the kart cannot move it are in as well, 1 hour and 35. When at the same time, you don't want to run out of fuel like we've already seen with a couple of drivers. There are a few more drivers going off at hairpin 1, but I think that might just be drivers getting a bit exuberant again, as they've convinced themselves that the rain is not going to be hitting hard.
So I've got a short list for best team name, which we're starting the voting for in 10 minutes' time. And I think I've got quarter-finalists there on the left-hand side with a couple of narrow misses on the right. Do you think I'm missing anyone?
I think all those maybes go in and we have 3, because we've got the functionality to do it. We go with 3-way quarterfinals.
Do I have the functionality to do it on Instagram is the question.
Ooh, no, that's a good point.
Let me double check. But then what do we do for the semi-finals if we've got 3?
Oh, I just have 4 qualifiers straight through from the groups of 3.
Sorry, what?
So
groups of 3.
Yeah.
And the top 2 go through. That's a complicated system, Andrew.
I know. I've made it complicated again.
We can narrow it down to an 8. I don't think.
I think the 8 that we've got there. Yeah, I think that's fair.
All right then, that's what we'll go with. Look out for that coming your way on Instagram and in the YouTube comments in the next 10 minutes.
Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Sarah Moore, who's tuned in, cheering on Sheffield A.
Specialist racing for Sheffield A.
Yeah.
At one point, before they realised that the wild card rule means that you can have only one ineligible driver in a team of 5 or 6.
Neil Basu is in the house as well, cheering on Nottingham. Lots of support for Nottingham, which is great to see, guys. Particularly the difficult week that the city of Nottingham has had. Thank you, guys, for coming out in force to support your university at this difficult time. The sun's come out now. We're getting very Teesside-like weather right now, ladies and gentlemen. 10 minutes ago, well, less than 10 minutes, we were going, oh no, the rain's coming, it's all going to go wrong. And now it's actually a very, very lovely evening. It's a very lovely June evening. Is it the equinox this weekend? It's the longest night.
Always is, BUKC.
Yeah.
Always
of it.
Is for the 24-hour. That's when we do it, why we do it. It's almost as if the weather was like taking a step back to take a run up. It's been mid all day. It's been quite cloudy, warm, but quite cloudy. It's almost as if it like took one step back into the bad rain kind of territory, and then full on sprinted its way into sunshine. I was doing a demonstration there, but we're on the GoPro. I won't do it again.
Do it again.
No, it's been and gone. It's been and gone. The moment has been and gone.
In fact, we'll hold fire because you're going to do the vote on Instagram as well. We'll have it in the chat here as well.
Yes, we will.
And combine the votes. Use the power of social media, ladies and gentlemen. You can have two votes for the price of nothing.
Let's hope your favourite team is on there for best team name. We've had some great team names this year. We had some great team names last year as well. One of my favourites was Ronnie Pickering. Just simple. You know, all you need, Ronnie Pickering. You know.
Do you know who they are?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who? Every time we ran through the order and said the 21st, Ronnie Pickering. And the other Alistair would say, who? Who? Ronnie Pickering. Ronnie Pickering. Guaranteed laugh every single time. That's why I liked it.
Bit of news. Durex Racing are in. I think they're in early. 54 minutes since the number 32 were last in the pit lane, and they're slipping all the way down to 26th place. This is not the kind of race that the reigning BUKC Mains champions would have been expecting here today. are we seeing one of the big hitters start to slip out of contention here? We've also had a change for 10th place. Swansea grads are through past Imperial A, and I think we've also had the Miles Shelby squad in as well, also unscheduled. That is after 19 minutes of running out there, and I don't remember them getting any penalties recently. Should be expecting a pit stop soon from the Warwick Care Home yearly outing. The old boys and girls from Warwick University, the number 57. Same for the Sheffield Steely Wheelies. 1 hour and 19 since they were in. Into the pits comes the Landau Nunda team. Number 14 pits from third position after a very good 98-minute stint for the Leeds University effort. They're back in this, Jacob. I think they're properly back in this fight now after the disappointments of earlier, the mishap at the very start of the race, off the Le Mans start, got a 1-lap penalty deduction. They're just the others around them, TU Dublin, CRKC, they cannot throw that Leeds team away. They're definitely a threat in this race.
Absolutely. They're in the mixer, that top 5 on the screen, actually. TU Dublin A, CKRC, Landau Nunda, Speedophiles, Yusuf Goats Farm. I'd expect them to all be up there. Ex-Swansea bitches are into the top 10 for what I think is the first time this race, and they'll certainly think that they've got something to say about the way this race goes. Never overtake Sheffield, back up to 13th. Brighton A still going strong in 12th. Don't forget they were podium sitters last time, and third on the grid today. They've still got Josh Gollan to come, who I'd say is probably one of the stronger drivers in their lineup in reserve. And yeah, there's a few karts out there that can still be a force to be reckoned with in this race. In the pits, obviously, or out of the pits rather, most recently Speedophiles and Yusuf's Goat Farm pitting on the same lap. I think most cities are still running. The city's running really well for City University. Never in the mains, City University. They've come up in the last couple of years as an Inters team. They've, raced well in Inters, but never exactly set the world alight. But a top 10 in the 24-hour would really, really go a long way for most cities. I think in the past they've merged with other London unis. I know they've got close ties with the likes of King's College and Royal Holloway. But yeah, for City to be that high bodes well for them for the future.
Not so good news, unfortunately, for Nokia Bing Bong. This was a kart that was running well up the order. I think even in the last readout they were running well up the order. Yeah, they were up in the top 10, but it's really started to go wrong since their previous pit stop. They pitted on lap 197. It was a fairly standard fair pit stop, 3 minutes and 2 on their out lap, but since then they've had a 5-minute 35 second lap time on lap 202, and they are back in the pits again. So that is a real shame for the Coventry Run squad, but was a bit of a dark horse for me, Jacob, in the early stages of this race. But I think those, even though we've still got so many hours of this race to go, that's one that's fading away now because they're going to slip outside the top 40.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Speaking of slipping outside the top 40, what's our race for the wooden spoon?
The wooden spoon.
Sheffield Steely Wheelies still in the lead for that one. They are 2 laps down on Bandits.
Yep.
With Bungle Merchants, which I think is Coventry, in 55th. Looks like one of those 3 universities, all 20-odd laps down on the leaders so far, are the leaders for the wooden spoon.
Yes. Now what do you do? Do you really want the wooden spoon?
No, absolutely not. The wooden spoon usually goes. The reason why the wooden spoon ceremony is scheduled for before the end of the race is usually someone gives up. You have a team that's full of blisters and no one wants to go back out in the go-kart, or a series of bad luck and everyone loses enthusiasm for go-karting. Oh, a big trip across the grass there in turn 2 for another go-kart.
Yeah, I think it's still a little bit slippery through the D chicane after that very, very short. Do we even register it as a rain shower?
Yes.
Sprinkling.
Brief sprinkling of rain upon the circuit. Yeah, we only really saw one big off, which we can't necessarily attribute to the rain itself.
Hello to Lisa Seeger, who's tuned in, and I imagine is cheering on Dan Seeger in the number 50, Yusuf's Goat Farm.
One of 2 ringers in that team.
Yeah, a driver who's done a lot of racing in the Club 100 Sprints Championship. Come up through the ranks in that series. Running all right at the moment. 4th place for Yusuf bin Suhail's run team. What I think that bit of rain has done, though, Jacob, it is there's clumps of karts now. There's like 2 big main groups running round together as drivers sorting themselves out through those tricky couple of laps.
Yeah, you can certainly see on the track map, you've got that gaggle of karts going through the first section, and a lot going through the second section, now more prevalent than ever, as you can see that gap in the middle. Leaders in the pits, Andrew?
Leaders are in the pits, 1 hour and 42, so they did stretch the fuel out a little bit further in that stop. I think that was the right thing to do. Wait to see what that rain did around 10 minutes ago, but it's not come in, it's not set onto the circuit, and now is the time to try and do another one of these speedy pit stops that TU Berlin A seem to have down pretty well so far in this race. It's not necessarily their speed on the circuit that's given them this 90-second lead. It's been the way that they've serviced this kart. It's either they've got, there's a spinner in the D chicane facing the wrong way, and they've got it back on round. Well done. I think that was the number 9 that was in that predicament, which would have been Scuderia Ecos. And the back up and running it, yes, because that is a kart with a red Bigfoot panel. They did that just before. If you could hear the effects behind us, a lot of big group of karts came through. That was well timed. But no, TU Dublin A, they've done it again. 2 minutes 37.9. They are winning this race for me at the moment, Jacob, on these pit stops and being able to turn that kart around at the right time, and B, in a more timely fashion when we look at those pit-affected outlap times. Having said that, though, good opening salvo in this stint from CKRC. They've come back over the line, and the lead gap is now less than 15 seconds.
Yeah, just looking at setting up the best team name poll. So keep an eye out. Are we doing two quarterfinals, or are we doing groups of 4?
Two quarterfinals.
2 quarterfinals.
Head-to-heads.
Okay, then. Let's try and shape them up. So I'm going to go for karting-based puns, I think. Name.
We'll have this on the YouTube as well. Let me put that back to track feed. Code boarding for the number 53, which is Tap and Clapper Motorsport, who have got back out on circuit.
I'm going to separate those 2 acronyms, and I will also just about to post and Instagram's kind of.
So it's at the BUKC on Instagram to get involved on there. A couple of stories and posts happening there as well. At _MM across all your social media also. We've been a bit quiet the last week or so because we had Le Mans last weekend and a bit of a jolly holiday, but plenty of reels and shorts to come up there at _MM here on YouTube as well. To make sure that you've subscribed for more content. I think next weekend we haven't got any comms gigs in play, mainly because I'm off to gig on Sunday. Then we've got some more Super 1 action coming up for you. You'll be able to watch that over on Alpha Live with commentary from yours truly. A few more other things as well. July is quite varied with the venues. All the details down below there. As the busy summer of motorsport continues on, we will have some coverage and content once I've got round to editing it from the trip to Le Mans.
Struggling to fit one name in there.
What's our first what's our first quarter final?
Seriously hard and great go-karting, ending really safe. Land Down Under. As our second. Then we've got Speedophiles. And DMU will be shunted off. That's our first quarter final.
So what were the third options?
Seriously hard and great go-karting, ending really safe. Land Down Under, Speedophiles, and DMU will be shunted off.
There we go. That is in the YouTube as well for the poll there. We'll combine the results together to decide which teams go through to the semi-finals.
Can you do 2 polls at a time on YouTube, or is it one at a time? Okay, so should we do an hour? Should we run it for an hour?
Run this one for an hour and then run another one for the next hour?
I'll just put the story up for 2 hours.
Okay.
And then we can garner more votes that way.
Yep. Get involved on that one. Keep your comments coming in. Thank you, everybody, for your continued support. In the pits at the moment, the Mercedes team. Ooh, now, is that... No, it's scheduled 1 hour and 24 since they were last in. But I think it's a long stop because they were 1 lap behind and they have not re-emerged. Oh, no, is this another problem for one of the teams running well in the first quarter of this race? This is the number 10, running with the red and white livery out there on circuit, that was running strongly in the top 10, is now down in 25th position, now 26th position. Oh, yeah, this is too slow. This is slower than a normal pit stop, even though it was around the scheduled time for the number 10 to come in for some fuel and maybe a driver change. Number 19 looks to be at least gesturing as if they're going to be visiting pit lane soon. That's the Karen Chanjob kart, currently in 52nd position. Now, no, that can't be because they've only just gone back out on circuit after a pit stop 2 minutes ago. Maybe it was a check of radios.
Struggling with Instagram.
Oh, I know the feeling.
My phone likes the app.
It's because we're getting old, mate.
Oh, I'm very proficient in the old gram, but my phone seems to be playing up today. Who has the best team name?
Into the 6th hour of the race then. And TU Dublin's lead, now is rapidly coming down. It's down to 8 seconds now. If you're looking at live.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC, which I really should set up as a command, which I'll work on in the background, ladies and gentlemen. And that'll be telling you 123.607 last time around for TU Dublin. CKRC, just put in another 122.1. The lap times have come back down. For the first time in a while, we're seeing some 121s being lapped out there, particularly for the next 2 karts behind, the Manchester kart and the Yusuf's All-Star team. TU Dublin starting to come under a bit of pressure now. They're going to reappear off the car circuit through into the S's. Number 1 kart with the blue Nassau panel, driving a black suit with the orange and blue details on their race helmets. Is having to deal with a little bit of traffic at the moment. CKRC are really pushing on here. This is very, very impressive stuff.
There we go. We are live with the polls on Instagram. Get yourselves over to the BKC Instagram if you want to vote in that, as well as the vote you can see on your live stream, the second of which will be up in just an hour's time. Right. We also need to start garnering some spreadsheets for the best spreadsheet award, and I need to decorate the T-shirt. We'll keep an eye out for that. I might have a little snack, I think, just before my dinner.
Fair enough.
Or do I want to? Do I want to wait and get a takeaway, you know?
Oh, now, chat, what do we think? If it is going to be takeaway, what takeaway should it be? I can't put it as a poll because we've already got one out there.
Yeah.
Let us know.
I had a Parma last night. You know, when in Rome and all that.
Oh, yes. How many years did it take off your life?
TBC, but I really enjoyed it. I did really enjoy it. I could potentially go for another one of those, actually.
I feel we need to talk it a little bit more in depth. For those not aware of the legend that is the Parmo in this part of the world, what is your take on it and where it's from?
It's a northern delicacy. I know that I've only ever had one in Middlesbrough, which is a shame. But my initial understanding of it was spatchcock chicken, or rather flattened out butterfly chicken, whatever you want to call it, breaded, fried, with melted cheese over the top. But what I had last night was bechamel sauce and then cheese on top of that, and I had pepperoni on it and a bit of garlic butter.
You had a posh one then?
I had it was jalapenos as well and chili flakes. I think it was called a hot shot one, which appeared to be like a known thing, a hot shot Parmo. As a few different places offered that on Just Eat, but very, very good, I would say, and tempted for another one whilst I'm up here, but could be swayed elsewhere. I think I had a Five Guys when I was here last time, which went down very well as well. Always a good option. I've had too many Dominoes in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Football presentation last week, stag weekend the week before that, and Harry came round and we had a Domino's the week before that as well. So yeah, I've had too much pizza, I think, in the last couple of weeks. So I ruled that out. A few people probably thinking Mackies. I don't do Mackies. And why would you when Five Guys is available?
That is true.
Yeah, there's a few boys who've mentioned that Subway is not the best of options around here. So I'm going to steer clear of that. It's
Subway for me is just gone off in general. In like
they've done
2010, 2011, it was king.
Yeah, I do like a Subway. There's a time and a place for it, but I don't know. I think you have to be in the mood. So yeah, gonna leave that. I'm not a kebab man. I'll say that much. I think an Indian or a Chinese is a bit much for a
That's a bit heavy.
box.
Yeah.
You want a couple of different plates. You want a full table spread.
Nothing that upsets the stomach when you're commentating.
Exactly. So yeah, we'll see. We will see.
As tempting as a Lambooner would be right now, it's dangerous. Dangerous when you've still got 18 hours and 46 minutes of the race to go.
Support coming in from Jamie Davis in the comments for Ethan, his brother. Look forward to that. BKC timing in chat for live timing link.
There we go. That'll work now. That'll allow Streamlabs CloudBot to chuck a live timing link for you. Click on that for your second monitor or whatever it may be. So you've got the full facts and figures coming to us here in the box from Alpha Timing. Change of position to report. This is for 9th place in Imperial A. Somewhere Willie Chu goes whoop whoop because Imperial A have gained a position. 9th is the position. And so in a very interesting fight at the moment with the Swansea graduates because they last pitted a minute apart from one another. So that is a proper dog-eat-dog 1v1 fight at the moment where you don't take into consideration, oh, well, they're on a lighter fuel load or this, that and the other. Nope, they are pretty much fighting each other tooth and nail for that position. There may be an argument that if they can work together, they could push up to the number 3 of Otom, which is only 8 seconds ahead at the moment.
Yeah, fresh out the pits, Otom, in the last 10 minutes. Our leaders, not the last 10 minutes. My TT column doesn't refresh on my timing. That's one for Woody Chew.
Oh.
Well, he's not tuning in. I know he's not because he's on digital detox. But yeah, I have to refresh to see that Otom aren't actually 10 minutes out of the pits. They are 40 minutes out of the pits. And
yeah, no, you're right. I've had this one before.
An interesting quirk of the alpha timing software. But our leaders are actually 13 minutes out of the pits. But there's a 2-second gap at the lead of this race, Andrew.
There is.
Second and a half.
Yeah, it's really, really been coming down recently. And let's focus on this lead battle then, because it could be about to change hands. Down into Rib Bend go TU Dublin A, who have led this race for a very, very long time. CKRC really pushing them now. The Irish team have led since lap 123. They've done over 100 laps in the lead of this race, but are they going to do many more? They're going to reappear into our view through the chicanes, through the S's now. There is the TU Dublin cart, the number 1, the blue cart, and then you're looking for the pink fronted cart behind, the number 47 CKRC with the driver with the blue suit, blue and yellow suit. This will be such a boost for CKRC right now. No carts between them and the leader. We're on lap 227. Black flag for Nokia Bing Bong. That's too many curb warnings. So they're starting to come in now. Here come the leaders across the line. There is the number 1. Cross start finish. There is the number 47. The gap is down to 1 second. But TU Dublin A only lost half a second on that last lap. However, you've got to take into consideration CKRC. In fact, we've got all the top 3. All of the top 3 are together. Speedophiles are kind of similar to Landau Nunda at the very start of the race. Technically, they are still on the lead lap, but they're just on the lead lap ahead of TU Dublin A. So they are scrabbling to keep themselves once they come round to complete a lap on the same lap as the leaders, but they are so close to going a lap down.
And
here they come through the S's now. It's the 41 ahead of the 1, and there's a back marker in the middle there as well. This could be the opportunity for CKRC to take the lead of the race. Is there going to be a switchback out of hairpin number 2? No, not this time. There's a little bit of a discussion between the two drivers in the TU Dublin A kart and the CKRC kart. I just wondered, Jacob, was that a communication between the two of them, two of each other, to go, no, let's work together now, because putting a lap on that number 41 Speedophiles kart, no, it wasn't. Through goes CKRC. Change of lead in the BUKC 24 hour on lap 228. CKRC are your new race leaders.
Excellent move into what is, I think, the 4th hairpin, is it?
Yeah. Don't often see a move into hairpin 4.
After that, 3rd right-hander sliding up the inside and taking full advantage of the driver in front, wanting to work together. It'll be interesting to see now when they come down the hill if there's a bit of a bump draft going on. As you said, they are closing in on one of the Leeds cars. I think is it Landau Nunda?
No, it's a Leeds driver in a Manchester kart, which is greatly confusing for me.
That's potentially why it looks like Kieran Harrison being back out there then. And yes, Louis Bevan, I believe, in for CKRC, taking the lead there and chasing down that Manchester. So, of course, yes, Kieran is doing stint for Speedophiles, isn't he? We were told.
So when we said about it's very like the situation at the start of the race, it's very like the situation at the start of the race, because it's once again Kieran Harrison in a kart trying to keep itself on the lead lap, with the race leaders right breathing down his neck, and he's pushing on hard.
Yeah, there he goes, back past 2 back markers he's done in the back corner there. One from Edinburgh and another I didn't quite catch the number of. But Louis Bevan's got the pace at the minute. He's pulled out an extra 6/10 on Dublin A there. They will pit before Dublin CKRC. They are an hour into this stint. Louis firmly in the groove. So Dublin will regain the lead in the next hour, we anticipate, provided nothing goes wrong. Speedophiles, yeah, their pace is good, but is it good enough to stay ahead? I think so. It's a 21.8 with 2 karts passed in that lap. So it'll be interesting to see when them and CKRC bunch up a bit, as Tom Fox is out there now for Yusuf's goat farm and near enough in the mix as well. He might make his way past Dublin. In fact, they are together on track. Tom Fox has Dublin in his sights for an unlapping, I guess?
It would be an unlapping. I think for Tom Fox, though, the bigger focus right now is that 5.5 second gap up to Kieran Harrison, which is for position. So that's 3rd and 4th spots.
Through comes Kieran now, past our window. Louis got a big thumbs up because he's seen, I think, a pit board that tells him he's taking the lead. Can't quite see who would have been holding that one up for him. Is that Lucas Sullivan walking away with a pit board in hand? So yeah, to the lead go CKRC. One of the favourites going into this, I will admit. They had the fastest lap last year. They had the pace. They just didn't have the luck. Clearly they have the pace again this year. What more can they do with it?
Hello to Nina. Apologies, missed this one 17 minutes ago, but Nina has subscribed here to the DDMM YouTube channel. Thank you for your support, Nina. 18 hours and 38 minutes ago. The hours of this race are all racing on by. Doesn't feel that long ago since we were doing the last rundown at 19.5 hours to go. Curb warning for the number 22 of Imperial B. Now, where are Imperial B at the moment? I think they're in the second half of the order. Yeah, 38th place at the moment for them. Just looking further down the order, there's some big fallers in this last hour. Nokia Bing Bong's one of them. Running up there in the top 10 not that long ago. Now down in 47th place. They have been in to serve their black flag. Not quite sure what the black flag was for, but yeah, not good news for them. And Lucy's absolutely right to point out that Nottingham A are into the top 40. They're pulling away from Lewis White and the 11 back markers behind. 18 seconds is their gap up to the Miles Shelby squad, who are the next cart up the road. So 2.6 seconds now the lead, Jacob. It's very good for CKRC.
I've spotted a familiar helmet out on track. Freddie Gallagher is in for his first stint for Sheffield.
Okay.
Cart number 5. They're currently in 15th place. But the leader enters the hairpin now, and he's catching Harrison, Kieran Harrison, I think. Louis Bevan. It's a very good stint from him, the wild card for CKRC. Never done the UKC before, and he's had a look over his shoulder. He's seen that he's dropped 2nd place. The Dublin cart in a bit of traffic there, struggling to get past 2 back markers. Tom Fox has 2 between him and the Dublin cart to contend with before he unlaps himself that way. But yeah, Louis Bevan about to put a lap on Kieran Harrison in the speed files, I believe.
Yeah, that'd be very, very impressive stuff from Bevan. Very experienced driver. Change of position for 25th spot. This is the Sam Harris's International Tea Party. Number 6 has got past Alan Prostate for that spot. That's the 18 dropping down to 16th.
Yeah, that last lap, Louis Bevan closed up on Kieran Harrison by about 3/10 or so. 4 seconds the gap in the lead now. He's got about half an hour to eke that out a bit further before he'll need to stop. Speedophiles are currently a lap down, but it's about to be 2 unless Kieran Harrison can find some pace from somewhere as Tom Fox dives up the inside of that hairpin. He's got 2 back markers still between himself and the doubling cart, but it's a different 2 to this time last time around as he shrimps down towards the Parabolica. Can he slot up the inside of those 2 into hairpin 3? Yes, he can, and he has now clean air between himself and the doubling cart, which he's closing in on rapidly. Good progress from Yusuf's Goat Farm. Through now come the leader and the man who's trying to evade the clutches of the leader. Kieran Harrison once again slips a little closer, this time just under 4/10. Louis Bevan's definitely the fastest man out on track at the minute, lapping in a 21.4. As I look at the live timing, I don't think we've got anyone coming close to that unless they're severely down the order. No, we do not. The only other person in the 21s is, well, there's 2 other people in the 21s. There's Kieran Harrison in the Speedophiles, and there's Kieran Harrison's teammate for the other team he's racing for in Llandown Under. Not sure who that is in the number 14 cart in 5th place. I will keep an eye out for him because he is the... Oh, and we've got a mechanical, we've got a engine cover hanging off one of the carts there. That'll be...
Is it the number 21 still? Because if it is, that one's been...
Going for a while.
Yeah, for a while.
Through the twisty final complex come our leaders, and I think we might have had we have had a change. So Kieran Harrison's been overtaken by Louis Bevan. So that's another lap on the Speedophiles, now showing as 1 lap gap to Dublin, who won't be lapping them by the looks of things, not on current pace anyway. Louis Bevan there taking another 1.5 seconds to extend the lead to 7 seconds. Kieran Harrison 6 tenths down on him, which is why he got lapped on that last one. But yeah, trying to find out who's in that Leeds car, Andrew, and I've missed them. I've missed number 14. I'll get them next time round. Not that I'm great at deciphering which Leeds driver is which, they all wear such similar, well, they wear matching suits and then have similar helmets, but I'll try and pick them out as they come past. I think they should be coming down to the hairpin around about now. Yeah, there we go. And who is that? No name on the back of the suit. Don't think it's Tom Dent.
No.
Because he's got a distinctive helmet and doesn't look like Jack Fisher either. The only other one I'd recognise, I think. Bradley Williams, maybe?
Maybe.
Let's have a closer look as they come past the start-finish line. Either way, they are lapping reasonably quickly, not so fast that last time around. As Louis Bevan does another 21, and Kieran Harrison struggling to keep with him, goes into the 21s as well, but still 4/10 down on our leader. Takes another second out on 2nd place. And number 60, I think, is Bradley Williams, but I'm not going to be quoted on it. He does a 22.6. Yusuf Goat Farm as Tom Fox is probably the other man rivaling Louis Bevan for pace. He's going quite well at the moment, chasing down, as we said, Dublin A.
News regards Swansea graduates and Imperial A. We talked about them swapping positions back and forth, and that potentially if they work together they could catch up to Otom. That is exactly what they've done. So Swansea grads now up to 8th place. Imperial A have now taken 9th. Otom for the Liverpool run effort now down to 10th place. There's also been a change for 14th place. Never Overtake Sheffield have got past Mort. The cart cannot move it.
Good news for Yusuf's Goat Farm. They have now got past Dublin and lapped themselves there. There is 6.5 seconds between Tom Fox and Kieran Harrison. Kieran is making the most of the tow, I think, from Louis Bevan. A lot closer to him that time, and there's a cart off in turn 2 as Kieran follows Louis Bevan through. Kieran looks like he's shaping up to take him back, actually. He was 3/10 quicker on that last lap and closed right up to the back of him. Tom Fox won't like that. He's now 7 seconds down on that pair and needs to catch them, A, for track position, and B, to unlap himself.
Well, it's bottom of an hour in the race, 18 hours and 30 minutes to go here at Teesside Autodrome for the 2023 BUKC 24 Hours. Let's have another look down the full order of 57 karts and how they're shaping up as we get towards the time of night, the time of the evening where the shadows start to lengthen. And it's a really, really nice time to be driving. If you're out there in one of these karts. CKRC, the number 47, with about 20 minutes of their current stint to go, have retaken the lead of the motor race. They've done 236 laps so far. Impressively got past the reigning champions, the number 1, the TU Dublin A team, and their lead is now 9.5 seconds over that number 1 kart. The number 41 of the Speedophiles, that's the Manchester-led team with some influence from across the Pennines border as well. They're in 3rd place. They're just on the lead lap still, similar to what we saw at the start of this race. So it's very, very tight there between 1, 2 and 3, who are all pretty much sharing the same part of the course. The number 50 is not too far behind either. They're 7 seconds back from the number 41. So 4th place, number 50, Yusuf's Goat Farm, going along quite nicely there. And don't count out yet the number 14, the Landau Nunda team, that started on pole position in this race. They're in 5th place, 16 seconds back from Yusuf's Goat Farm in 5th place. Their gap is 13.5 seconds over the 6th placed number 13 from Lancaster University. That's the bunch of Lancers. 7th place is the number 43 of Coventry B. And they're, again, just quietly getting on with their work. Solidly in the top 10 at the moment. 2 laps off the overall lead. 19 seconds ahead of Imperial A. That's the team in the number 21 kart that have had some very, very strong performance in the last couple of hours and have got themselves into that top 10. Top 10 at the moment is rounded off by the number 3 from Liverpool University. That's the Otom squad, 4.5 seconds back from Imperial, 5 seconds ahead of the number 30 of Brighton A, who've again been doing what they need to do, and I think they've got a very good chance in this race if they can keep the pace in that number 30 up. Willpower are in 11th place. They're 4 laps off the overall lead in the number 8 kart. Their gap is about 26 seconds ahead of the number 55 in 12th place. That's the Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting Ending Really Safely team. Next up is the Swansea graduates, who've just pitted. It was a good pit stop as well. 2 minutes and 45 seconds was their pit-affected lap time. They're in 13th place, 4 laps down off the overall lead, 5 seconds back from the number 55, 8.5 seconds ahead of the lead Sheffield efforts. That's the number 5 in 14th place. Never overtake Sheffield. 2 seconds is their advantage over the number 45, which is in 15th place. That's Mort's The Carts Cannot Move It. 16th place, we find the number 17 of 1-2 Buckle My Schumacher. They're 4 laps off the overall lead and have a 6.6 second lead over former leaders of this race and former winners of this race from 2 years ago. In 17th place, the number 23 of Birmingham A. 5.5 seconds is their advantage over the number 2 of TU Dublin B, who've held themselves there in the top 20 in the last hour. They've got a 16-second advantage over the number 33 in 19th place from Exeter. That's the Unprotected X squad. Rounding out the top 20 is the second of the Liverpool teams. That's the number 4 LGB team. 5 laps off the overall lead, 11 seconds behind the number 33, 10 seconds ahead of the next kart, which is in 21st position. That's the number 15 of Bohemian Rhapsody. They've got a similar gap over the DMU effort. The number 37 DMU will get shunted off in 22nd place. 17.8 seconds is their advantage over the number 52 of Saturday Night Fever in 23rd. Birmingham B, the number 24, are in 24th. They're 6 laps off the overall lead. They've got a healthy gap over the last kart in the top 25. That's the number 6 of Sam Harris's International Tea Party. The gap is around, I think, 45 seconds, maybe more. 26th place, we find the number 44 of finding Guimo. They've got to find 11 seconds to catch up to the number 6. They've got an advantage of 10.5 over Tap and Clapper Motorsport, who are on the recovery drive now. They were up in the top 3 2 hours ago. They're in 27th place now in their number 53 kart. And similar story for the number 10 of Mercedes. 8.5 seconds back from Tap and Clapper, a team that were formerly in the top 10. The number 10 is now in 28th place, and they've got an 11.7 second lead over the 29th placed number 38 of Team O'Clock. Durex Racing, another team that have faded in the last couple of hours. A lot of the team that won the BUKC Mains Championship for X to A in this squad. 30th place for the number 32, 1.3 seconds behind the number 38, and 23.8 seconds, ahead of the 31st positioned 18 of Alam Prostate. 32nd is the number 12 of Lancaster B. They're 7 laps off the overall lead. They've got a laps advantage, though, over the number 39 of Make Huddersfield Great Again, the former BUKC champions, currently ranked in 33rd in this race. 34th, we find the number 54 from Loughborough. That's the Ligma team, 9 laps down off the overall lead. They've just gained this position, actually, quarter of a second over the line ahead of Cardiff University's main effort in this year's 24-hour. That's the number 28 Return to the CUM in 35th place. Brighton B are next up in 36th. That's the number 31 kart, 14.1 seconds in arrears. They're about an hour through their current stint on fuel. Warwick B are next up, 21 seconds further back. Climbing positions slowly but surely are the team from the West Midlands, the number 27 there, 10 laps overall, 10 laps down overall in 37th, 22.5 seconds ahead of the 38th place, number 34, the Miles Shelby squad. Lewis White and the 11 back markers have gained some positions in the last hour. They're now 39th in their number 16. They're 48 seconds back from the number 34, and they're 6.5 ahead of Warwick A, who are now back into the top 40 for the first time since that long full course yellow 90 minutes into the race. They're 10 laps off the overall lead in their number 26. They've displaced the number 48 of Nottingham A. 11.2 seconds is the gap now to Warwick A. Nottingham have got a healthy gap, though, of nearly a lap over the number 56 of the Hallam Old Boys. That's the Sheffield Hallam graduates team, running there in 42nd place, ahead of another graduates team, the Warwick Care Home Yearly Outing team, the number 57, 23 seconds back in 43rd. They've got a 5-second advantage and growing over the Imperial B number 22 in 44th. UH Racing are next up in 45th place. That's the number 29. 4 seconds ahead of Nokia Bing Bong, who have had a dreadful hour and have dropped nearly out of the top 50 in their number 42 car. A long way back for them. Their advantage is 25 seconds over Bristol A, who suffered the track rod failure a few hours ago in their number 20. They're 47th. They've got a laps advantage over Scuderia Ecos, who've had a few spins. They span out through the D chicane whilst that very short rain shower happened in their number 9 kart. They're 48th, 13 laps down off the overall lead, but 25 seconds ahead of Birmingham C, the number 25 in 49th. Gurney's Gang, the number 36, are next up. They complete the top 50 and they're 14 laps down off the leader. They're 3 laps ahead now of the number 35 of X Icons in 51st. 32 seconds is their advantage over the number 19 of Karen Chanjob in 52nd. 53rd is the number 11 of Lancaster A, 17 laps off the overall lead. They hold a 2-lap advantage over the number 49 of Edinburgh Napier in 54th. 55th is the number 46 of Bungle Merchants, a minute further back. And then the battle for the wooden spoon. 40 versus 7, 56th versus 57th. The Bath Bandits, 27 laps off the overall lead, have a laps advantage over the Sheffield Steely Wheelies. Well, that is your rundown with 18 hours and 21 minutes to go on the clock. Keep your votes coming in for the best team name. Quarter-final number 1 is underway here on the YouTube stream, here on DDMM. And hello to Giles Cosgrove as well from Cardiff University, fellow commentator in the former student world. And yes, these team names are something else.
Yeah, we've got poll running on Instagram. If you go on the BUKC's story at the BUKC, I've also asked for spreadsheet entries, the best spreadsheet.
Yeah.
But leading in the polls, Speedophile's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
As are Alan Prostate, but Timo Cox not out of it either. Not much love for DM You'll Be Shunted Off, which I think is, I quite like it. But yeah, we're up to a couple of hundred views so far.
Bad news. Tom have just this is the Tom moment. They've just had a pit stop, but it was 5 minutes and 40 seconds on their out lap. That is a good 3 minutes longer than I would expect. So that's a problem for the boys and girls from Liverpool University. Unfortunately, they are back out. They are circulating again, but they're now down in 24th place.
I had Tom on the shortlist.
Yeah.
I think it's more because I ruled it out because we're having fun with it, but that's just me and you. And I was worried it wouldn't get many votes, and I'd question whether or not we should do different Toms and different tones. It's the winner of our hearts. It's the winner of the commentary team name of the year. But unfortunately there is no prize for that. The best team name is a public vote, and whoever wins shall win. Fortunately, Tom did not make the cut for the quarterfinals.
Nearly 6 hours into this race then. And a reminder as well, if you fancy to go at the commentary, we've got spare microphones here that you can stick on your head, have a chat with us, let us know how your race is going. Come on down.
As they say in game shows, of which I'm very well versed now.
Of course.
I mentioned that, have we?
But we've not mentioned it so far.
Well, I'm famous now.
Yeah. I mean, you already were.
Well,
but
yeah.
now even more people know of
I'm
you.
more broadly famous, should we say.
Is Ben Shepherd in contact?
We text every now and then.
Yeah. Do you reckon he's watching?
Not this weekend, he's busy.
Oh, okay.
He did say he has a couple of things on. I asked him if he wanted to come up. But yeah, he said he's got plans already. Nice guy, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks a bit older in person, I will say that.
Is that one of those magic of television things?
There is a bit of television magic going on, yeah. But, you can't do what he does and stay young forever.
I won't mention who it was, because you never know. Might work with him one way. Back in the old JLR days, I remember there was a Jaguar Formula E launch, and there was someone from the motorsport journalism world that I recognised. And I won't mention their name either, because it might give it away.
David Coulthard.
No, it wasn't David Coulthard. And stood next to them was this really old-looking bloke, and I was like,
Martin Brunton.
Who the heck is that they're with? And then I noticed that it was, when I got closer, again, magic of television, it was quite a significant, well-known...
Damon Hill.
No.
The guy who presents Sky Sports. What's his name? Simon?
No, it was no on Sky Sports.
Okay. No,
but it was quite high up, well-known Formula One journalist who appears on TV a lot.
Okay.
Let's see if chat can guess who it was.
Who do you think looks a lot older in person?
Who do you think looks a lot older in person?
It's not me. Or someone from Sky Sports.
And if you put my name in there, shut your face.
Lucy says, I want to come to the commentary box and chat, but I'm at home. Well, Lucy, there's a simple fix for that. Just drive to the track.
Just drive to the track.
That's how I got here. Giles says, looking forward to Formula Student. Giles, we don't like that sort of conversation at the BUKC. Black flag for Birmingham C.
We can't say what our favourite team names are, Giles, because that would be influencing voting.
I voted on the Instagram, but only I can see who's voted. So I know who I've chosen, naturally. But no one else will.
Does that mean that your vote is like a deciding vote if it's a split parliament situation? Do you have that power? I think you have that power.
You mean at the end of the hour if it's
If it's like an absolute tie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I decide.
We make the rules. We've had a black flag for Birmingham Sea. Banditry from Birmingham. It's not the first time I've said that. And guessing by the fact that we've been talking about team names and people who look older than they look on television for the last 4 minutes, that they've probably been in and served it already. Yes, they have. They've also immediately gone out and got another curb warning. Oh, dear. I'll have to go and have a word with them. Ligma have also... Giles, it wasn't Eddie Jordan. It is a good guess. It is a good guess, but it wasn't Eddie Jordan. I can't say anything mean about Eddie Jordan. I was a huge, huge Jordan fan when I first got into Formula One in the late 90s.
I wouldn't say I was a huge fan, but I was everyone liked Jordan, didn't they?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I was a Damon Hill fan, and I came into started watching Formula One when obviously 1996. We had a rough year in the Arrows, and then we had a pretty good year when the car didn't break down in 1998. And then they just kind of stayed being my favourite team for a few years, and then of course they sadly went by the wayside. But I still hold something in the heart for Team Silverstone.
Well, I was a big Schumacher fan, but I think I was too young.
Ralph?
At the point when he drove Jordan. Yeah.
Well,
big Ralph fan. Yeah. Not so much his brother. But no, a big Michael Schumacher fan, but I was just too young in 1991, 0 years old at the time, to fully get an affection for Jordan. But yeah, Ralph was there for a while, with Damon as well. Heinz-Harald Frentzen had a stint, didn't he? Amongst other drivers, I can't remember now.
It's actually one of those very good
Ralph
games.
Ralph
Furman.
That's a name, Formula Ford fame. Well, his dad was Formula Ford fame.
I'll have to dig it out. We might get chat going on this when it's sundown and we're needing something to keep our brains going. I'll need to dig it out. There's a list of drivers, and I want to say it's about 16 drivers. Don't do it now. Don't go start research. Don't cheat. Don't cheat, chat. Of drivers who drove a yellow Jordan.
16?
Yeah.
Really?
So you're talking from 97 until the end of their time of being Jordan, which was what, 2005?
Is it?
Yeah.
See, I'm not that good at these sorts of things. I'll get a few like I just did. But you're at 16.
It's something like 16. I don't think it's more than 20.
Okay, so we've named already 3, haven't we?
Yes.
I can get at least 2 more.
Don't say. We need chat to. This is how we generate chat, and the algorithm gets happy.
Yeah, there's only 2 more I could name off the top of my head. Otherwise, I'd just be guessing names like that were about like Olivier Panis, which I don't think is one.
Nope. Olivier Panis did not drive a yellow Jordan, at least not in a racing scenario.
No. But yeah, it would be names like that I'd start throwing about in the hope that I picked one out.
We have got some votes coming in on the YouTube for quarter-final number 1 of the Best Team Name Cup, and Speed of Files here again is leading at the moment.
Same on Instagram.
Yep.
We're going to leave it running.
Yep.
For I think we're close to updating the poll. We've had it live.
Last lap, Lucy says you should host a quiz later tonight. I think you've got something even better than that planned, haven't you, Mr. Harris?
Well, we've got the bedtime story.
Got the bedtime story.
The bedtime story is a tradition started back last time you were here, I think. We did a bedtime story. And we've done one most years since, just for the drivers, just coming off their stints at 10:30, 11 o'clock, and looking to get a nap in before they up early in the morning for another stint. And we like to read a bedtime story for the viewers at home as well. Who don't want to stay up all night following this, then they might want to get their head down.
See, now that is when I'm expecting Mr. Mitchell to chime in. because I reckon
When the baby's
a
asleep.
little well, whether Tilly will be asleep or not is a very big question. If she is, bedtime story, brilliant, winning, great.
Pit stop.
Oh,
for
pit stop for
CKRC.
CKRC has happened. So TU Dublin A have returned to the lead of the race. So that was scheduled, that was expected, so no need to worry there for CKRC followers in that regard. Much better turnaround as well. 2 minutes 39 for their pit out lap time last time around. So that's better. That's moving in the right direction. But no, either bedtime story put Tilly to sleep, because I'm sure you have those capabilities. And if Tilly has somehow gone to sleep, then yeah, for Howard and Nicky. We did have some story time at Le Mans last week.
Yeah?
Yeah. Loves Spot the Dog.
Oh, God, who doesn't?
Yeah. Not so much a fan of I Love Coding Engineering.
No?
Nope. She literally shut the book in my hand. Not my book, by the way. It's just the one I picked up and thought might be interesting to read. It was once I mentioned the word algorithm. At 12 months and 3 weeks, Tilly went, nope, not having this. Sorry, Dad.
Don't blame me,
I
Tilly.
don't think she's going to be a software engineer.
Don't blame me, Tilly. Not my cup of tea either. CKRC. Sam John's gone out again. I think it might have been Curtis Granger that we saw
It
earlier.
might have been Curtis Granger, yeah, with the grey suit.
Perhaps he's borrowed a suit off Sam Johns, or Sam Johns borrowed it off him when we've seen him in it previously. But Sam Johns is back in his original suit. We saw Lucas Sullivan, so it would have been Curtis Granger in the grey suit and white helmet, looking very physically similar to Sam Johns, I will admit. Sam Johns has quite a distinctive, slender frame. I'm sure he won't mind me saying. But yeah, Sam Johns back out now, the man who qualified that CKRC kart, and arguably their strongest driver if their own judgments are to be applied. He's not quite diving up the inside there and taking a lot of curb on hairpin 2. But let's see what his pace is like. Can come out of the pits.
Bit of
21.6 on his last lap. He's cutting the time down to Dublin already. And if he keeps up that kind of pace, they will be back in front when that Dublin kart pits.
Indeed. Bit of Liverpool love. I like it when this happens during the 24-hour. We've got both the 3 and the 4. The 3 now, which has re-emerged, but is down in 22nd place now. If you trackside, blue suits, white shoulders, the yellow liver bird proudly displayed on the back of the Liverpool suits, coming through the final S from hairpin number 4 and across start-finish line. Now, there they go. Running line astern. This is something that often, if it's a difficult phase of the race for either or both of a team's efforts, it could be quite good to get them together, to just work together. I remember having one of those periods myself a few years ago with myself and Simon Morton. Birmingham B efforts had gone by that point, but the Birmingham A one was in a good spot, and I had one job only: protect Simon. Did give us a bit of drive to crack through a difficult portion of the race where the body's feeling tired. Also feeling a little bit tired, but getting back on circuit now, the number 46 kart. That's the Coventry effort, isn't it, from Bungle Merchants. It's hairpin 1. It's the one we know and love. Just getting a little bit too hot into that corner and getting on that very straw-like grass that we've got on the outside there today, because it has been so warm in the UK the last few weeks, even up here in Middlesbrough.
Speaking of Coventry efforts, Coventry B in the pits as our bunch of Lankers. Those guys are 6th and 7th at the minute. Looking to benefit from their pit stops are Brighton A, Imperial A, and the Shaggers team in 10th. So let's keep an eye on how that pans out. Our top 5, though, stretching ahead with those 2 in the pits. That's Dublin A currently in the lead, with CKRC's Sam Johns gunning for them currently. They'll be back in the lead once that Dublin kart pits. Speedophiles in 3rd. I think Kieran is still out there for them, and Yusuf's Goat Farm, Tom Fox is 11 seconds behind Kieran. Speedfire is only 6 seconds behind CKRC. CKRC I can see going through the hairpin now. And yes, there's Kieran going at the inside of a back marker into the hairpin. Tom Fox will be along in just 11 seconds time, and there he is chasing a Liverpool kart into that first left-hand hairpin for Yusuf Goatfarb. Clan Down Under kart in 5th place will be chugging through around about now, and indeed there they go. So quite close at the top as we approach pit stop time for Speedophiles and Yusuf's Goat Farm. That's Kieran Harrison and Tom Fox coming to the end of their stints. Brighton A just over an hour on track for them as they go up to 6th ahead of those two that have pitted, bunch of Lancers and Coventry B.
Bit of an update on the weather. Still looking very stable at the moment on the forecast here at Teesside. Temperatures dropping to 11 degrees Celsius overnight in the wee hours around 4 to 5 a.m. Then rising back up to 20, maybe 21 degrees when the sun rises on Sunday morning. The only alerts that we've got are for thunderstorms, but they're not in till noon tomorrow. If they come early, they might just catch the end of the race, but it's a very low percentage chance of rain at the moment, pretty much until the latter parts of the afternoon. So at the moment, we're looking clear and dry and comfortably warm in the low 20s and the teens for the majority of the running here for the 2023 BUKC 24 hours.
We had an end-of-season football match with the club I run back in Newport last week.
Yes.
There was a thunderstorm warning for that as well. And all week it said it was going to thunderstorm 3 p.m. 3 o'clock kickoff. It was going to thunderstorm for the whole match. And the whole week, everyone was really looking forward to it. It was boiling all week, as I'm sure you remember. And it's still due to be really hot as well. But there's due to be a thunderstorm. As soon as we kicked off, we thought it was going to be absolute carnage. Nothing more than a little shower 2 minutes before the start. And that was it. So, are we going to suffer the same fate here in the BUKC and not see a thunderstorm until afterwards? Or is the weather forecast going to be wrong and we end up with a exciting thundery finish?
It's one kart that's been off at hairpin 1. I've re-aimed the camera to just point at hairpin 1. So I think even if we're not here in the middle of the night, that is going to produce a good amount of action for you all. And you've got the messages at the bottom from Race Control anyway, instead of the digiflag. I'll just try and capture which one of the karts it was in that time around. Coventry B, I don't think they've re-emerged from their pit stop.
They haven't. Bunch of Lancers have. They are in 7th. They've only lost 1 place to Brighton A. Imperial A are behind Bunch of Lancers, but they're a minute behind. They're almost the full length of the track. Never overtake Sheffield benefited. Freddie still out for their number 5 car in 9th. Shiger's team still in 10th. But yeah, Coventry B down in 17th. That's a long pit stop for them, I think. So they were up in 8th. Or even 7th when they entered the pits. Not great. Ex-Swansea Bitches in 11th. They're still slowly creeping up. But then there's another Coventry effort there. More, the cart cannot move it. It's too much of a mouthful, that name. I'm sure it's hilarious if you know the guy, but there's too much to it, guys. The only team name of that length that gets away with it is Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting, ending really safely because it's an acronym. But otherwise, they've got the longest team name and it just doesn't work for me. Sorry.
Alison asks how to vote for a team. So there's 2 ways. There's either the poll here on YouTube, where we've got one of the quarterfinals running at the moment. We'll run the second of the quarterfinals later on, or on Instagram, on the at the BUKC story on your phone. You can tap the team name of choice from the shortlisted team names by Mr. Harris. If you don't like him, blame him. Hello to Will. This won't work for you as well, mate. Hello to Will Sheehan, who says, "Up the Swans." He's not saying anything, ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
you have to be impartial.
Got into a fight recently over these matters, so I'm
with
staying
who?
out of it. I went on a stag do in Swansea with my friend Mogsy, who's quite short, and
not got short angry man syndrome, has he?
A little bit. No, it wasn't his fault. So another one of the boys, Alad, his wife worked for Cardiff City doing events and marketing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And somehow came home one evening with a bunch of Cardiff City pink away tops. Weird that they didn't sell, the bright pink Cardiff City away tops. You thought the market would be gobbling those up. But yeah, she came home with a load of them, and Alad brought them to the football club to use as bibs in training, essentially. Yep. Again, you think you find a better use for them, but no demand in the market. So we were using them as training bibs, but I knew that we had Mogsy Stag coming up in Swansea, and just wearing a pink football top in general is enough, but to be in Swansea was a big draw, so we forced it on him before we went out for a meal. So we went to watch the Swansea game. We watched Swansea versus Birmingham, where Swansea capitulated fantastically.
No way.
And lost 4-3.
No way.
Last few minutes against the terrible Birmingham team featuring Man United loanee Hannibal Mebry, who is as arrogant as you can imagine a young Man United player would be. But we watched that great game. We went out in town, and eventually we didn't put the Cardiff City top on him for the game. That's just silly. But we did as we went out, and then we got a few laughs here and there, and a few people saying, "Oh, I wouldn't wear that out if I were you." But one young man in particular was very serious in saying,
"Oh, sorry, we've had a big off at hairpin number 1.
Carts. There's a Bigfoot off as well,
and there's a Bigfoot off one of the Leeds carts. This might be full course yellow. It's the number 15 of the 2 Leeds carts that's gone off there. That's going to be Bohemian Rhapsody. Trying to tell which is the other driver off as well. Unfortunately, the number is on the reverse side of the cart to us.
I think it might be the 16, actually, Andrew Lewis White, and the 11 back markers. It looks like a 16.
Yes, it is the 16.
But the other cart, my guess is as good as yours. And that Bigfoot, I mean, it's in place. Whether or not it stays on, just watch him as he comes around and picks up speed on that back straight down towards the Parabolica.
Some of the tyres deranged down there as well. But I think we stay green. Great work by the Teesside Autodrome marshals down there. That was quite a significant one off into the tyres at hairpin number 1. And we've managed to stay green and just have it covered by a local yellow there. Anyway, back to Cardiff Swansea stories.
Yes, my friend found one person in particular on a night out who took particular exception to someone wearing a Cardiff City top in the vicinity of what he deemed to be his turf, I guess, and tried to start a fight in a bar in Swansea. So I'll stay out of the Up the Swans, Up the Diff chat for now. I've caused enough trouble in that region over the last...
I'll wade in as a neutral. They're both terrible. Well, at least they were last season.
That, is there? No need for that at all. I've yet to see the second cart come round. I was trying to pick out who it was in that little scuffle, but I think we might have missed them somehow, and because they haven't broken down further around. We'll keep an eye out. It was a very distinctive suit. I'm sure that's the one of the Leeds cars.
Well, Will can blame my missus for some of the debacles of Swansea City in the last couple of seasons.
What's happened?
Well, strangely, Sheffield United versus Swansea City has become our fixture to go to. You know, United versus Preston is me and my dad, and for some reason, for me and Mole, it's Sheffield United versus Swansea. And the last two seasons we've done it, I think we've scored 4 goals in each game.
Oh, very nice.
I'm going to be honest, I did a very engineering thing at the start of our relationship. I stress tested her and went, what's the worst situation that I could put myself in that if she still likes me after this, then we're in here.
That's
like,
nice.
right, and she quite likes her sports, being from America. And she wanted to do an English football match. So I thought, well, why not take her to Sheffield United versus Swansea City?
Which is
Where
half an English football match, at
which is half an English football match. And I will be a terrible human being in football, as most people are. If she still likes me after that, we're in. And then we won 4-0. It's like, well, you can come again.
Nice. I have seen that kart that went off at Hairpin 1. He's in a group of about 4. I think it's coming down the back straight now. I think he looks. Half of his distinctive suit is hidden by the Bigfoot and other kart paraphernalia. Nope, lost him again. Oh no, hang on. Here we go. I think. Nope. I'm just completely lost. Do not know who it was. We are never going to find out who it was that crashed off at the hairpin. Unfortunately.
Might have been Nottingham, because Nottingham have fallen down a number of positions down to 45th. Did they have a slow lap? No, I don't think it was Nottingham, because they had a 3:38, which just looks like a standard pit stop to me. Would have been about scheduled.
Perhaps they pitted after it.
No worries on that front, I think, Lucy. I think that was just a scheduled pit stop that'll cycle through for Nottingham.
No, still no sign. It was a blue suit, wasn't it? Blue suit with red trim.
Yep.
That's the suit undone by there, I think. That should draw the eye of the stewards.
Well, good news, everybody. We have passed the quarter mark of the race now. We have completed 6 hours of this year's 24-hour for the BUKC here at Teesside Autodrome on a very, very lovely Saturday evening here in Teesside. No threat of rain. The clouds are probably the thinnest that they've been throughout the entire race so far.
I think we've seen the culprit pit. Or rather not seen the culprit pit from that crash.
Change of position as well Bohemian Rhapsody have now pitted. They've just come in 91 minutes into a stint, so it was a scheduled one. But we'll see if they come straight back out after some fuel, or whether they have to go down into, the first time I've said this word on this broadcast, the abyss. Which is if you don't know, Teesside is the service area, which is a big drop down from. So if you picture, you've got your fueling area, and then a bit of a hill down into where the carts are serviced. Now we will see everyone go down there at least once when we get to the mandatory pit stops in a few hours' time. But you don't want to be heading down there now.
Have we had an off for the leader, Andrew? I'm sure that they were a lap ahead.
No, I think this is just CKRC's pace that they have managed to, before TU Dublin give us their stop, they've just worked their way back onto the same lap. So it was around 1 minute 20 as a lead, maybe 1 minute 25, which is more than one lap round this circuit. CKRC have just pulled their way back to what being about 45 seconds off where Dublin are.
Well, as have the remainder of the top 5.
Yeah,
really. If you give it 20 seconds, you'll a bit more than that for Slam Down Under. But and pits for Yusuf Scope Farm.
Yep. So Yusuf Scope Farm on schedule, pretty much 1 hour and 26 minutes for their latest stint. They're running very nicely at the moment in 4th place. A couple of contact warnings coming in. Lancaster B are one of them. The speedophiles have also had a curb warning. I can see down to my left Tom Dent getting ready and wearing an that's very. I'm going to say a word that my significant other hates, but she's at a wedding, so she's not listening. That's a bit vintage. That Leeds. I think it's actually a Leeds Formula student suit. It's the old
It has got a
lighter
Formula
shade
student
of
on the back.
lighter shade of green,
shaped
but
car.
the red and white on there as well.
What's wrong with the word vintage?
I've not got a problem with the word vintage.
Well, I'd like to meet your girlfriend and ask her for myself.
Well, do you know what I think it is, mate? I think, I'll say this quietly between us two blokes, there's nobody listening. It's because she's hit 30.
I see.
And it's like everything mid-90s is vintage, isn't it? It's cool and retro. And she doesn't like that because it means that we're both in our 30s now.
Age anxiety.
And I keep saying, just accept it. We are old.
Live for it.
Yeah.
I'm on board with it. I'm 31.
30's the new 21.
I wouldn't say.
According to some people.
I wouldn't go
They're
that
probably
far,
wrong.
especially not after, I can't do more than one night out a week. Whereas at 21, I could comfortably fit 5 in.
Yep.
On an average week.
Yep.
That is our go-kart that was involved in that incident at Hairpin 1.
And it is stranded on driver's right coming round Hairpin 2. I don't
Just behind the Marshall post in your picture.
Just behind the Marshall post, if you can see on the stream.
But that's more bad news.
Sorry for the slight stuttery picture. Camera's a bit warm. Mr. Harris has just got a visitor. We'll let him deal with that. Thank you for continuing to watch here. See you later, Lucy. Be back later on. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support of Nottingham as well. Running consistently there in the low 40s. Now, I lost sight of our cart. It had now got going again. They're coming through hairpin number 3 now. Coming through hairpin number 4. They are slow.
We're getting them.
They are off the pace.
We're getting them.
Was it the number 11? It was the number 11. It's Lancaster A.
Oh, dear.
Having a bit of a tough time out there at Lancaster A. Was it Pickard at the wheel for them?
Let's have a little look. Lancaster A. They've got Yokchan Leung, James Greenwood, Josh Hughes, Ryan Yates, Donald Copeland, Jake Lynch, and Mikhail Marius Timothy. I'm not sure if any of the Lancaster ringers are in there as well. Lancaster do have 2 ringers, but I think they're all in the other Lancaster carts.
Might have been Ben Pickard. They've moved some of them around.
Well, bad luck for them. They've had 2 incidents in the space of 10 minutes. Not what you want. All right, we're coming up on an hour on the best team name.
Yep.
I need to delete them from the Instagram store as well, because otherwise they just run for 24 hours. In fact, we've had an hour. It's already been an hour. Time flies, doesn't it? How are we looking in terms of votes? Let's have a little look. Speedophile's running away with it in there. Slam Down Under has made a comeback and will make it into the semi-final.
Yes.
Alain, Prostate, and Timo Koch looking like the most likely ones from the other one.
I think that's the same story here.
Do you want to run that? Do you want to finish that poll and then run it till 7:30, and then we'll go through a semi-final at 8:30?
Yes, that sounds good.
We'll push the best spreadsheet out till 9, and we've only had 1 entry so far. Okay, so you end that now. We'll tally up the votes. I've got a spreadsheet here ready and waiting.
This is where we go into our returning officers mode, isn't it?
Yeah.
So 12 votes that we had. What's it going to be? That's going to be 5 for Speedophiles, 4 for Llandown Under.
Yep.
Is that 5-4? I think it's 5. Is it 5, 4, 3, and 2?
Yeah. Not if you've had 12.
41% of 12 Speedophiles.
Yeah, 5.
5. A third of 12.
4.
4. Slam Under. So it's going to be 2 votes for Seriously Hard. One for DMU.
Okay.
We got there.
And then you need to start a
I'm
poll.
going to start another poll.
The other one. Who has the best team name?
Best team name Cup. Quarter-final number 2. Who have we got going in this one?
We got Willpower's Willpower. Alan Prostate. Timo Koch.
Clock or
Noel.
Noel.
It's clock on the timesheet, but they've insisted that it's
Yes.
Noel. And Ligma, which is Loughborough Institute of Great Motorsport Association.
Yeah.
No, Loughborough sorry, it's Loughborough International Group of Motorsport Associations.
Of course it is. There we go. So quarter-final 2 is now up for us here on the YouTube chat.
You've got 45 minutes to vote in that.
45 minutes to decide which 2 of those go through to the semi-finals. Speedophiles and Llandown Under already through from quarter-final number 1. There we go. So 6 hours and 15 minutes of the race gone. We're now into the second quarter of this race. Pit stop strategy-wise, Speedophiles are probably in the next 10 minutes. 1 hour and 32 minutes since they last came in for a service.
Yeah, we're due a pit stop soon for Dublin and Speedophiles. Speedophiles is very close to a pit stop. I think that's Kieran Harrison, isn't it? Out there for them somewhere, going through the first section of the track, going to the map. Llandown Under not far behind either. I think we said it's probably Bradley Waynes and them, but we're not 100% sure. The gap's down to 40 seconds. And Dublin are into pits, Speedophiles.
Yep, right on cue. 1 hour and 33 minutes for them.
Now, if they can go reasonably quickly on this, and Dublin have trouble at their stop, there's a chance. They were, 48 seconds down the road when they went in. 48 seconds is a, gap that can be closed by a poor and a good pit stop from the respective teams. Be interesting to see what happens when they come back out. Keep an eye on Speedophiles. Llandown Under aren't that far behind Dublin either, although they have been out slightly longer, so are likely to pit before. Yusuf's Goat Farm are back out in 5th. They are 2 laps behind the leader though, so I think that'll be a bit of an ask for them to leapfrog Dublin in this round of pit stops. But in the next half hour or so, we're going to see some action up the front.
We definitely are. Change of position for 16th place. The recovery of Liverpool's number 3 car, the Otom effort. They've just taken 16th spot away from TU Dublin B. And running some really good pace at the moment, actually. 1 minute 22.3 last time around for Otom. Next kart up ahead is 1-2 Buckle My Schumacher. 18.7 seconds is the gap, but they are nearly 2 seconds a lap quicker. Make Huddersfield great again. Up into the top 30 now, running quite nicely in the number 39. They've just taken a spot away from Timo Clock. 2.8 seconds the gap. Number of karts in the mid-123s in that section, including Saturday Night Fever, Sam Harris's International Tea Party. There's also been a bit of a move around 40th place. Hallam Old Boys have made a pit stop, dropped 5 spots. UH Racing, Birmingham B, Warwick A, Brighton B have all gained out of that. And there's also been a change. Bristol A have got past Scuderia Ecos for 45th position in the last lap.
Andrew, I need your expertise on something.
Oh dear.
It's
Go on.
Not tamales again, don't worry. Leeds have built a website instead of a spreadsheet.
Ooh.
Are they still eligible?
Does it have
for best spreadsheet?
Oh, now. I'm going to say yes, because it comes in a gridded format. But I like what they've done there. This is very good, ladies and gentlemen. This is... They've taken alpha timing further. I thought I was being clever by just getting it to scroll the positions on the left-hand side of the screen. But they've taken the spreadsheet and put in details of what their karts are doing right now. That's very good.
So they're not watching live timing, they're just watching this.
Yeah.
They're taking hits away from Alpha Live.
They are.
Let's call them... Yeah, interesting. But is it as good as a detailed spreadsheet?
I think it's definitely it's got honourable mentions category on it.
It does. Because I'm wondering, how do you know when you get to good sleep on this?
Oh, that's true.
So, you know,
how does it tell you what food option you should be buying from the cafe?
Clan Down Under, for example. I don't know who's in the cart. They're on stint 4, yeah, I got that. Alex and Jake are helpers, but that probably means that they have to stay awake and make sure that if there's a full course yellow or something, or they're manning the pit board. But if I'm, I don't know, Dave from Leeds,
yeah,
can I go to sleep right now? Can I have a quick nap? I don't know.
Don't know.
I
That's a good point.
Don't know.
That's a good point.
So it makes me wonder. But yeah, that's what you got to compete with if you are entering the best spreadsheet. We've had another decent entry as well. I've had it emailed to me by the Hertfordshire guys who always run strong in here. Just going to open that up with Google Sheets now and have a little look through that. Yeah, not the best we've seen from them, but a solid effort nonetheless. Pit windows, yeah, we saw it on the paddock walk earlier actually. So yeah, keep your entries coming in if you are listening at the track, or if you're sat at home helping with spreadsheets, you know, more than welcome to.
Oh, have we got data centres on the go? Remote data centres for teams round the country.
I mean, it's possible, isn't it? If you had to pull out of this event because you were ill, let's say you had COVID, you'd want to be sat at home on a spreadsheet, wouldn't you? Yeah. Watching live time.
Being involved.
Yeah.
Being part of the team.
Sending updates to the team. You can crunch the numbers whilst everyone else focuses on crunching.
Using the cloud technologies and all of that business.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Amazon Web Services. It's 2023. Tech has evolved. Out on track. Still no pit stop for our race leaders in Dublin.
No, I'd say we'd probably another 10 minutes or so away from that one.
Clan Down Under. Speaking of, yeah, we don't know when they're coming in because their spreadsheet doesn't say.
Nope.
Sorry. We are approaching qualifying time though, aren't we?
For the Formula 1, yes, we are.
Was it 7 or 9? I think qualifying was 9.
I've also just realised I've gone through a whole day and not seen what the cricket score is. We've been that engrossed with this race.
I've got my whole life about seeing what the cricket score is, Andrew. I've done all right.
Very good.
Verstappen fastest in third practice. And to follow the Canadian Grand Prix. Yeah, qualifying is from 9 p.m. So we got that, and then the race at 7 tomorrow. If we can get home in time for that.
Cricket score isn't horrendous. They haven't lost.
Good. The BBC does say England toil though. They are toiling. They are toiling.
So the lead gap, probably still another 10 minutes away from Dublin's pit stop. CKRC are just about to come over the line. We'll have a little look at the gap. It is 32 seconds. It's coming down. That is a properly descending gap now for CKRC. This last stint, these last two stints have been very, very good indeed for the number 47 team. Apologies for you having to look at my face for a bit. We're just giving the GoPro a little bit of a... That's better, isn't it?
I am.
A cool down period. This will be better once we get to the night time and it won't be as warm in here.
Some commentary related news for you.
Commentary or Coventry?
Commentary.
Okay.
Martin Tyler is stepping down.
Really?
From Sky Sports.
He's had a good career.
He's had a good career.
I think very good career.
It's about time, though. I'm particularly biased on this. I'm a Liverpool fan, and he just doesn't like Liverpool. There's a popular series, I think he might be on TikTok, he's certainly on Twitter, of a guy who kind of does what's the opposite of a voiceover? When you like lip syncs the word I'm looking for. He lip syncs to Martin Tyler, but he over-eggs his negativity, which probably isn't actually there, but it's hilarious. I'll share it with you later. Apologies to everyone in the chat, you'll just have to Google it, because I'm not putting that out there. Glad to see Bath Boys flying high from OK. Yeah, OK is my response to that.
Well, they're not getting the wooden spoon
away. They are 1 lap ahead of Sheffield Steely Wheelies. If it stays like that overnight, then we're going to struggle to hand it out before the end, but we'll give it a go. Nice and sunny now.
It is.
Nice and sunny. Sam Taylor looks like he's primed to pull the ex-Swansea bitches in. Where are they on the timing sheets?
They are currently, I think they've recovered quite nicely. They had a bit of a wobble a few hours ago, didn't they? And they're back up into the top 10 now. If Sam is stood down there, he's a little bit early, because I've still got them needing at least another half hour before they come into the pits.
Perhaps he's signalling. But yeah, back into the top 10. They are just behind Never Overtake Sheffield. The 2 teams with club and under test drivers. Approaching a pit stop at Llandown Under. That's the Leeds team.
Yeah, running in the low 121s again at the moment. Are the Premier Leeds effort.
Half a second gap in the lead now. Are Llandown Under a lap behind again, or are they about to come round? They're about to come round.
They're about to come round and
the
reset.
lead lap.
Yep.
So, like I said, it'll be interesting to see how quickly they can get in and out in comparison to Dublin. If they can pick up some time. Dublin are good on the pit stops, though. We know that. They're an experienced 24-hour team.
And I think the other interesting matter with this current stint for Leeds and Llandown Under is, if we go back to not that long ago, you had first, second and third all pretty close together on the circuit, whilst you had that change for the lead between Dublin and CKRC before CKRC's pit stop. Now, Llandown Under were just ahead of those 2 drivers, so I've got them that they've pulled in about 30 seconds on TU Dublin A during this stint. So if you consider they were pretty much a lap apart, and the lap is 1 minute 21, 1 minute 22. So that's a really good run from Llandown Under on
just
this
under a
run.
minute behind them. Yusuf Goat Farm as well will be looking to close that gap.
Yep.
Having pitted 15 minutes ago themselves. But yeah, we're getting right up close to Llandown Under now pit stop. I'm going to keep an eye out for them outside and see if I can see if and when they come into the pits. Got your leg there.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you very much. It's got to be soon, really. I'm not sure what leads are using for communication. I can't see anyone out the window. They're based, they've got base in the car park. And I can't see any pit boards or members of the Leeds team hanging over the edge.
Poll update. Alan Prostate is surging into the lead. 64% at the moment.
We've got 2 favourites, I think.
Yeah.
It's Alan Prostate and Speedophiles. We'll keep them separate in semi-finals. Or do we just go straight through to a final?
No, I think we do semi-finals. We've got to build it up.
All right. Yeah. And a lot easier to get people's second choices in that way. Still no sign of Llandown Under going to the pits. I can't see anyone looking to call them in. Whereabouts are they on the map? They are over the far side. So let's see if they come in this lap. They may have been called. That's why I can't see a pit board. Let's have a little look.
You're watching and listening to live coverage of the BUKC 24 Hours for 2023. Two slightly deranged men in the commentary box at the moment.
Will Stacey's out for Flandern.
Ah, okay.
Have they been in?
Not for 90 minutes.
I'm sure it wasn't Will Stacey. Will Stacey's been out there for 90 minutes?
Yeah. Told you folks we were starting to get deranged. It's the sun.
It definitely wasn't Will Stacey last time we tried to identify the driver. Has it been that long since we tried to identify?
I think it has. And in fact, I've just noticed that it's bottom of an hour again. How's that gone round again? So 17 hours and 30 minutes to go. We are going to get some pit stops during this one, so let's speedily go through this rundown of the order of the 57 runners here at Teesside Autodrome. 280 laps have been completed by our race leaders. TU Dublin A, the number 1 kart in P1, being closed down though by the number 47 of CKRC, who've done one more pit stop at this precise moment in the race. 26 seconds is now the gap. It really is rocketing down as CKRC will be looking to retake the lead when Dublin A pit in probably the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. In third place, back on the lead lap. What an effort this has been from the number 14 of Landau Nunda. This is the lead effort from Leeds University. They're also due a pit stop in the next few minutes. They've been out for an hour and 32, but they've fought themselves to be only 56 seconds behind Dublin A now, and they were nearly going off the lead lap in the last hour. So that's a rapid rate of progress by the number 14. In fourth place is the number 50 of Yusuf's Goat Farm. They're 20 minutes into a stint, looking for opportunities to break up into that top 3 over the next few hours, I'm sure. They've got a lap. They're 2 laps off the overall lead, but they've got a lap over the number 13 in 5th place. That's the Lancaster University effort of a bunch of Lancers. 5 seconds is their lead over Speedafars, who I think have had a bit of a weak pit stop last time around, because they're now 3 laps off the overall lead in their number 41 running in 6th. They've got a lapse advantage over Imperial A in 7th place in their number 21 kart. Very close battle between them and Never Overtake Sheffield, who are now less than 2 seconds behind in their number 5 kart in 8th place, and closing in by a couple of tenths here or there. If they can keep pressing on, they're not too far disjointed on their strategies as well. 1 hour and 16 at the moment for Sheffield's stint, 52 minutes for Imperial. 15 seconds further back are the Swansea graduates in 9th place, the number 51. They're an hour into their current stint. And they've recently taken that spot away from Brighton A, the number 30, currently wrapping out the top 10. They pitted some 5 minutes ago, and they've got a lapse advantage over the number 8 of Will Power's Willpower. They're there in 11th place. In 12th place, it's the number 55 of Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting, ending really safely. They're 28 seconds behind the number 8. They're 9 seconds ahead of the number 37 of DMU will get shunted off, who is sitting there in 13th place. They've got a lapse advantage over the number 45. Mort the Kart Cannot Move It in 14th place. 39 seconds is their advantage over the last kart in the top 15. That's the number 17 of 1-2 Buckle My Schumacher. Tom, the number 3 effort from Liverpool University, have had some setbacks in the last hour or so, but they are fighting back quite nicely. They're back into 16th place, 10 seconds behind the number 17 and 1.6 seconds over former leaders of this race, the number 23 in 17th place from Birmingham A. In 18th place, the number 2 of TU Dublin B. They're 13 seconds behind Birmingham A. They're 8.7 seconds ahead of, in 19th place, the number 4 of LGB Team. That's the second of the Liverpool efforts. Rounding out the top 20 at the moment, they did have some dramas down at hairpin 1 in the last hour. It's the number... their teammates had some dramas down at hairpin 1 in the last hour. So it's the number 15 of Bohemian Rhapsody. That's the second running kart from Leeds University. 12 seconds behind LGB, 25 seconds ahead of Unprotected X from Exeter University, the number 33 there in 21st place. Finding Grimo are nicely in the top half of the order at the moment. They've had a fairly quiet few hours in the number 44, but they're there in 22nd place, 12.8 seconds behind the number 33, 0.8 of a second ahead of the number 52 of Saturday Night Fever. And Saturday Night Fever, the number 52, are closing in there in 23rd place. Could be looking to gain in the next couple of minutes before their next pit stop. Coventry B are next up in 24th place. The number 43 are 15.8 seconds behind that fighting duo ahead of them. They're 45 seconds ahead of Sam Harris's International Tea Party, the number 6 there in 25th place. We're into that period around 7 laps off the overall lead now. 8 laps off the overall lead. 1 lap behind the number 6 is the number 10 kart of Mercedes in 26th place. They're currently in the pit lane, so the next kart behind them on timing and scoring at the moment is the number 39 of Make Huddersfield Great Again. Right in the middle there in 27th place. They've got a 21-second advantage, 9 laps down over the Durex Racing effort, the number 32 there in 32nd place. Last of those who can say that they are a single-digit number of laps behind the race leader at the moment is the number 38 of Team O'Clock in 29th spot. Sorry about that. False sneeze. It's hay fever season after all. So Team O'Clock in 29th place, the number 38, 0.2 of a second behind Durex Racing at the moment. Then we're into teams that are 10 laps or more down. Alan Prostate are in 30th place in the number 18. They've got a lap ahead of return of the Cardiff University Motorsport team, the 28 running in 31st, who similarly have a lap over the number 34 of the Miles Shelby squad. The number 34 there running in 32nd. Liverpool's Ligma are up a few spots, I think, actually. They're up to 33rd in the number 54, 11 laps off the overall lead. And they're 36 seconds ahead of their stablemates. They're previously running in the top 3, Tap and Clapper Motorsport, number 53, that's currently in 34th spot. There has been a spinner down at hairpin 3, which we'll come back to in a short while. Next up, 35th place, the number 29 of UH Racing. 15 seconds needed to catch up to the kart ahead. And they are 12 laps off the overall lead. They've got an 11-second advantage over Warwick A now, who again are just chipping away. It's a long, long, long race for them. But if we think that a few hours ago they were outside the top 40, they're now to 36th. They're going to keep moving up the order if they take care of that kart. They're 19.5 seconds ahead of Birmingham B, the number 24 in 37th place. 9.4 ahead of Brighton B, the number 31 in 38th. Another kart that's starting to come back through the order is Knock Bing Bong. This was one of our top 10 runners earlier on in the race. The 42 kart are in 39th place. They've got a 1 lap advantage over Lancaster B, who are currently the last of those in the top 40. They're number 12. The Hallam Old Boys, the number 56, are next up in 41st. They're 10.5 seconds in arrears to Lancaster, but they do have 11.4 seconds over Nottingham A, the number 48 there in 42nd position. 26.5 seconds is their advantage over Lewis White and the 11 back markers in the number 16 running 43rd at the moment. 35 seconds is their advantage over Warwick Care Home yearly outing, 13 laps off the overall lead in the number 57 in 44th. Scuderia Ecos in the number 9 are a further 7 seconds back, 14 laps off the overall lead as well in 45th. Bristol A plugging away 13.9 seconds further down the road, and quite a tightly packed bit of time in scoring. All of these drivers, all of these karts have had dramas so far in the first 6 and a bit hours of this race. 47th is the number 22 of Imperial B, 13 seconds behind Bristol. They've got the best part of a full lap ahead of Warwick B in the number 27 in the 48th. Gurney's Gang are next up in the 36 in 49th place. Wrapping out the top 50 are Birmingham C and the number 25, 18 laps off the overall lead. We've got a lap over X's Icons, the number 35 in 51st. Karen Chanjob, 20 laps off the overall lead in 52nd. They've got a laps advantage over Edinburgh Napier in 53rd in their number 49 kart. 2 laps further back, we find the number 46 of Bungle Merchants, who have gained a position in the last hour, if I'm not mistaken. They're now 54th, ahead of Lancaster A, the number 11 kart in 55th, 23 laps off the overall lead. And still quite close between our battlers for the wooden spoon. The Bath Bandits, the number 40, are in 56th place, 28 laps off the overall lead. They have a laps advantage, best part of a laps advantage, over the number 7, Sheffield Steely Wheelies, who are 30 laps off the overall lead in 57th place. 17 hours and 20 minutes of the race to go, Jacob Harris.
Yep, those two are going to take some beating for the wooden spoon. We've had pits for Llandown Under. They've dropped back down to 4th. They've just come back out, though. That is their first lap after their out lap. They've dropped behind Yusuf Scope Farm. They are 42 seconds indeed behind Yusuf Scope Farm. The gap in the lead is 20 seconds. That's CKRC Sam Johns chasing down the Dublin kart. And Yusuf Goat Farm will be looking at that Dublin kart and thinking, where are you guys going to come out of the pits? Because they are about a lap and a half down, 2 laps behind the leaders. In fact, they're close together on track, according to the track map, coming down into that final section. We'll keep an eye on it as it goes through. But Andrew, whilst you were doing that, I've been looking at getting a takeaway.
Oh, what are we going for?
What you fancy? Well, there's a few different places, but I'm thinking I might go for Parma, you know?
Ooh, one in row.
There is a fancy option available on Deliveroo as through there's the number 1 kart of Dublin, and the Goat Farmers number 14. Where are we looking? Have I missed them?
Yellow flag out. It's actually quite a tricky period of the race to be driving in if you're not used to it. It's that period where if you haven't got a tinted visor, you're really wishing you had one now. The sun is blazing across the circuit from the bottom end, from the riverside end of the circuit, as I call it, which means if you're coming along the pit straight through the chicane and down towards Rib Bend, it can be quite off-putting as a driver if you're not used to it, with the sun just bam straight in your eyes. So I wonder if that's why we're seeing a few more mistakes into D chicane now.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether if the fancy option is the Deliveroo restaurant.
Yeah.
Called Fellini's, which looks quite good.
Ooh.
You know, dishes such as hoisin baby ribs and rosemary bread and blue cheese pear walnut salad.
Yeah.
That do a hot shot parmesan. Slightly pricier than the likes of where I've been looking. Riverside Pizza, for example, whose parmesan is, you know, 8 quid, 9 quid. Yeah, I'm wondering, do we go fancy?
Sorry, hello to Joe Weaver, who's tuned in. Think your window needs a bit of a clean. I think what we're seeing is a combination of the lens I haven't cleaned since Le Mans, which was very dusty, and now the window we're looking for. I take your point, Joe. It is decidedly dustier than it was at the start of the race. But yeah, it is a bit of a dust bowl this weekend here, because again, very dry grass, lots of dust being kicked up in the air once drivers go off circuit, and there's not much wind to blast it through as well. So, but good to hear from you, Joe. Hope you're doing well. We'll see you in a few weekends' time when we're at fullback. Black flag. Who's been naughty out there? The number 40. Oh, now this is a big one. This is the Speedophiles. This is one of our leaders. And as we say, that TU Dublin A are in the pits as well. So movements aplenty at the front of the order. One of them is going to be a scheduled pit stop for the Irish. 100-minute stint. Very good work again. They held onto a lead of 16.8 seconds. So CKRC will go back through. I think the Speedophiles just went through there.
Speedophil's down in 6th at the minute. CKRC come through to claim that lead. Let's keep an eye on Yusuf's goat farm.
Yes.
Because the number 50 could possibly make their way up to 2nd here should the Dublin stop not quite go to plan. But the goat farm, we think, are in the back section of the track coming through now, whereas 2nd place they need to come through and do a whole more lap. So we got about 1 minute and 1 minute and 50 seconds gap as it stands, but tumbling all the time. Dublin presumably still in the pits. Who is it in the number 50 about to come through over the start finish line? Can't see them.
There goes the number 52.
There's
number
the
9.
55.
55.
No, I've been misinformed. They've gone through already. Great. And
probably down the far
Dublin
end
are away. Dublin are away.
Another decent pit stop, 2 minutes and 39, but the difference now is they're 60 seconds behind CKRC on the road, having both completed 4 pit stops now. So CKRC, the number 47, cycle back through to the front of the order.
Speedophiles in the pit for their black flag.
Yep.
And let's see how far Yusuf's goat farm will be less than a lap behind as they come round to complete their next tour of the circuit. They are now in the back section. I'm not going to miss them this time. I'm going to find out who is in the tractor seat at the goat farm, shall we say. I think it's in the next gaggle of carts coming my way. Here we go. There we have, who's that in the orange? That's one of the Club 100 regulars in the orange and white.
It's going to be Harrison Kirkham.
That's the one I'm after. Thank you. They are 1 minute and 7 seconds behind Dublin. Are you getting in on this order? Do you want to have a little look?
I'll have a little look. Have a little look. A bit of consider. Matt B asks, can we get the award for best fan club going? And can we give it to Josh Craft? I think steady on there, man. Steady on there.
I mean, I wouldn't be against the idea, but yeah, I'm looking at Parmesans.
Poll update. Still Alan Prostate very much out in the lead in quarter-final number 2. Top 2 go through to the semis. It's actually quite close in the YouTube vote. It's 11% all round for the other 3. The Instagram votes might be swaying that one as well. So into the pits now as well. Never overtake Sheffield. Right on cue. 1 hour and 31. So Speedophiles have come back out in 10th place after their black flag. That's not a good moment for their race. Means they are now 3 laps down. 2.5 seconds behind Brighton A. Ex-Swansea improve as well. They're up to 8th, and Imperial A take benefit from that shift as well. Imperial A, at this rate, they're going to be knocking on the top 5 here. Whilst I'd imagine we're going to now see Never Overtake Sheffield cycling down the order. Yep, there we go. So Imperial A now up to 6th place. And I think they're going to slot out in 9th place here, behind Brighton A. Warning for the number 6. Sam Harris's International Tea Party have got a curb warning. Joe asks, are we watching the Canadian qualifying later?
We will be.
We will be. It might be on quite a delay for me.
Where's that?
Have we got access to the pay channel whilst we're in here?
Yes.
If we have, great.
Yes, we do.
Awesome.
Mummy, you can't log into Sky Go.
Oh, see, that's why you've got the big books, haven't you?
Well, my mum does.
Yes, Joe, yes. Might even give an alternative. No, this race is going better. Mr. Harris is still busy contemplating what his takeaway order is going to be tonight.
It's important. Very, very important.
Curb warning, contact warnings actually come in for Imperial 8, so just as soon as we were talking about them doing well nicely up in 6th place, they've used up one of their get out of jail free cards and attracted the attentions of race control. Far off will be 7 hours into this race. I think we're very much started to get our fancied runners in this year's edition. I'd say if you're in the top 10 right now, you're looking pretty good. When you get down into the mid-teens, the likes of Birmingham Air, you're getting into the area of teams where there's been a problem, at least one significant problem already for anyone further down than that. Now. Some gestures coming, I think that is from the CKRC crew. I think Sam John's driving for them at the moment. I've just seen a sign from the CKRC crew that says 2X. Now I know what 2X would stand for in an iRacing context, but I'm trying to think what that would mean.
What would it stand for?
It would mean you've had 2 track limit warnings, so it could be that. It could be. I've not seen any warnings come through for the number 47. I have seen a black flag come through though for 1-2 Buckle My Schumacher. So they're going to fall from 16th. So what would 2X mean for CKRC in this context? They didn't look particularly happy as well. There was thumbs up, thumbs down. 2-time stint.
Johns is out at the minute on his 2nd stint.
Could it be, are you happy to do this one and then another?
Could be.
Because you're 1 hour and 6 into the first.
They're half an hour away from when they normally pit. So
they are. Oh, someone long way off. That's. I've not seen many karts there. This is on the exit of hairpin number 4. They're back on circuit now. They have dragged a whole load of grass and gubbins. It's the number 31 that didn't lose too much time there.
It's Brighton B.
Yeah, I agree with Joe. I agree with Joe Weaver. I think it might be Sam Johns. Do you want to make this a back-to-back double stint in the kart? Because the speed is quite clearly there for Sam Johns at the moment. They're pulling time on TU Dublin. He did the first stint, the very first stint of the race. He's done this one. He's been in for 1 hour and 7. Does he want to go for effectively a fuel-only stop on this next one? No driver change, which naturally is going to be a faster pit stop for you because there's no faffing drivers. Well, one of the viewers of the British 24-hour will already recognise this sequence of how a pit stop here works, in that you drive in, first thing you get weighed, then it's fuel, but you then have to push the cart by hand almost round to the driver change area. Now, they won't lose any time there, but they could gain a bit of time by keeping Sam Johns in the kart for a second stint versus, put somebody else in, change the lead possibly, seat inserts, all of that business. So I can see the thinking there of keep Sam Johns in the kart for a second stint. The question is, physically, can he hold out for that? Because it's quite possible that they'll need him later in the race. He's clearly one of their quicker drivers. You wouldn't want to burn Sam out when we've not even got halfway through the race yet.
No, he's lapping consistently in the low 1 minute 22s though. That's exactly where you'd want him. High 21s as well, depending on traffic. As opposed to Dublin A, who are struggling to get down into the low. They're at the higher 22s in this stint. So he's obviously doing a number there. Yeah, maybe it's 2 times. Andrew, I'm going to suggest we switch places.
Yes.
So on the Deliveroo tab, I've got the slightly fancier looking menu, and on the Just Eat, I've got the down and dirty kebab shop Parmo. Take your pick as to which one
I'll
you
have a
want
look.
for. I could have either. So those are the options that Andrew and I have got for our food. I'm going to come and sit here in shot. How's my hair looking? Not great. On and off with this. Yeah, I need a haircut actually. I think I'll have my haircut Tuesday. I want to keep an eye on people who follow me on Instagram. I'm behind on Instagram posts as well. Black flag for Sheffield Steely Wheelies. I'm sorry, but that is putting you in prime contention. They've just overtaken the Bath Bandits, who are in the pits. Bath Bandits reclaim last place, but Sheffield Steely Wheelies have a black flag to contend with when they come back round. Quite what it was for, we do not know. It's an ABC. Wow. The people in last place have managed to gain an advantage by contact. Not too much of an advantage. They are 29 laps down on the lead. Perhaps it was Bath Bandits who were in the pits for an unknown reason. Oh, they're back out now. 2 minute 26 stop for them. So perhaps Bath's Bandits were punted off and thought they'd come in for a check of the cart. That's the only person I can imagine Sheffield Steely Wheelies are gaining an advantage by bumping. But yeah, Sheffield Steely Wheelies halfway around the lap. Let's see if they acknowledge the black flag and come in for a pit stop. Next time around, having just got off the bottom of the leaderboard, they've been out for 52 minutes, so it's not really changing time for them. Although at this point they may well think, let's give someone else a go. Where is that number 7 car? There's number 5 of the other Sheffield. And around now comes the number 2 and 17 and 4. Can't see the 7. The 7 is in. In comes the 7. The Bath Bandits are coming around now to complete another lap. That's cart number 4040. As I look out the window, I can't see them. Our little tracker is slightly ahead of where it should be. 35, 34 and 6 going through. But no, the Bath Bandits are back in the pits, are they? Have I missed them coming because our computer screen's in the way? Who knows what's going on with Bath Bandits? All manner of mechanical issues, I would imagine, for the guys down in last place. Back to the top. CKRC still out, still churning out the good lap times of 21.3 last time round. That's over a second faster than Dublin. Repositioning, I'm guessing, Andrew, you've made your choice, and we're going for the posh one. You're having sausage, sweet pepper penne, and some house fries.
I need some pasta.
That's a good choice. I wouldn't mind some pasta.
Yeah.
I'm saving myself. I'm going to Italy later in the summer. I'm thinking if I don't have any pasta until then, I'll be A, be gagging for pasta, and B, have the best pasta in the world.
In the world.
So, okay.
It's got to be done.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Do I want anything else from this restaurant? No, it's just under £50 as it is. I think if I need anything else, I can get it from the cafe up here. Okay. And continue to check out. And I'll probably have to go meet him at the gate, won't I? At some point. Standard delivery 40 to 60 minutes, not bad. Delivered directly to you.
See, now that would be impressive.
Good.
They've got a lot of students to battle.
What's the difference? Premium delivery guarantees your rider will bring your order directly to you before delivering any others. And if your premium delivery arrives after the estimated delivery, we'll refund you £2.49. Well, that's how much it costs to have it anyway. Yeah, I'm going to add a new delivery address. That's not what I want to copy and paste it. Teesside Autodrome address. I'm looking forward to this now. Second Palmo in 2 days.
You're living life on the edge, Mr. Harris.
I am, especially with Roy House next weekend. You don't want to be overweight at Roy House, do you?
No, not particularly out that last corner.
Wait, you wait. I'll be in the gym every night.
Unless it's
between
wet.
now and then. I wonder what the forecast is like. Yeah, I didn't check the forecast for this.
A wet Rye House at the moment is particularly slippery. Goodness knows what's on that track surface at the moment.
Yeah, well.
Relatively new tarmac.
I'll find out.
If you know, you know. 7 hours completed of this edition of the, I nearly said British 24 hour there. Got to come back for that in August. The BUKC 24 hours here at Teesside Autodrome. You're listening to live commentary, trackside here from DDMM. Well, half of DDMM and the lovely Jacob Harris sat to my right. Howard does send his regards to the BUKC community.
Love you, Howard.
Change of position for 16th place. Good news for the ranks in Liverpool. The number 4 of LG B team has got past the TU Dublin B team. So good work for them. They're on relatively similar pit strategies as well. 61 minutes into a stint for the Liverpool B squad. For Dublin's B squad, it's 54 minutes. Alex says, can I say hi? You can definitely come and say hello, Alex. We'd love to have you on board and have a little listen to how things are going down the Brighton way.
Alex Mitchell. I did wonder which Alex you meant. There's loads of Alexes, naturally.
There's a lot of Alexes. Yeah, there's a headset here with your name on it.
We got an ETA of 10 past on our dinner.
Oh, yes.
And I'm thinking it's round about time we close the poll for best team name.
Do you want your votes?
Yes, please.
Returning officer from the YouTube constituency. We've had 19 votes.
Excellent.
I'm just going to do this with a calculator this time because I can't be bothered. We have had 12 votes for Alain.
Yep.
We have had 3 votes for Timo Koch. And we have had 2 votes each. Oh, we've just had a very... Someone just pop one in there very quickly. 13 votes for Alain Prostate. 3 votes for Timo Koch, and 2 votes each for Willpower's Willpower and Ligma. There we go.
Nice. Okay, I will get the Instagram results up, and then we will start the first of the semi. Well, yeah, the first of the
semi-finals. So the 2X board is going out again for CKRC. Sam John's still at the wheel. He's just come through. Didn't quite see whether he went for that one or not. I guess the risk, I've got no doubt that Sam Johns could go and do a second stint right here, right now. It's whether you just push yourself too far. It's so easy to lose a bit of squad control.
They've only got 4 drivers as well, Andrew.
Yeah, and that's the risk, that if Sam just pushes himself a little bit too hard, I'm thinking back here to the Bukc Park 24 hours, and I hate to bring this up if he's listening, but Jimmy Broadbent's team had this year, that if you lose a driver or two very early in the race, they lost Matt Ames because he dislocated a finger. It just throws the whole of your race out, because you're then constantly having to move people around, move stints around, manage the other drivers even more carefully than you did before. So I can understand the question of, let's see whether Johns goes for it or not. He doesn't know. So the gesture from Sam Johns there as he came over the line was, I don't know. It wasn't a positive, yes, I can do this, and not have a bad effect. Interesting stuff for the race leaders. We're going to have a guest on in a second. Now, Alex, you won't be able to hear yourself, but I will be able to hear yourself. And as long as I can hear yourself, it's fine. Hello, Alex Mitchell.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Is that okay?
Yeah, let's put the studio feed on as well. How's things going in the world of Brighton?
Bit up and down at the start. We seem to have settled kind of around the lower top 10.
Yep.
We're just kind of pumping out the laps now. Qualifying went very well. P3 on the grid, where we were last year, so happy with that. Pretty rough first lap.
Yep.
Got spun out of the corkscrew.
Yep.
So I think I came onto the back straight in 56th. Came back through the pack, finished my stint, I think, in 4th place.
Yep.
And then pit stops, bit of an issue. Our left engine, the choke, seems to like to come on whenever we turn the engines off. So we've had 2 of those. It's cost us a few laps, but those things happen.
Yep.
So we're just pumping the laps. Golin's out at the moment. Got another Golin afterwards, and then me back in after that.
As a team, you're quite well versed with these 24 hours now, maybe more so than some of the others out there. Having done the Buckmore Park 24 hours earlier, not that long.
Yeah, so this is my.
How does that race compare with this race in terms of preparation and actually being in a heat of battle?
Buckmore, you can prepare a lot easier.
Yep.
You can obviously go to the track, especially for us as Brighton. It's a bit closer than Middlesbrough. And we have a lot more experience there in terms of driving it. But I'd say Buckmore is a little bit more physically demanding. It's a bit more physically demanding than this because there's no straights.
Yeah.
It's constant corners, and you're doing half an hour extra.
Yeah.
So you're 2 hours rather than the hour and a half here. So preparation's roughly the same.
Yep.
You know, you get your stints. You know when you're going out, when you can sleep, and you just try and minimise the time loss. Maximum speed is not a thing. It never is in these 24s. Maybe if you want to go for first, second, and third. But if you're trying to get a top 10, just stay out of trouble. It's kind of what we're doing now, really.
Yep.
Logging around.
And in terms of the variability as well, these karts are a bit more complex in a way than the Sodis, the RT10s down at Buckmore. In terms of managing them and taking care of them, what are the priorities that you're looking at and talking with the team about as they prepare for their stints?
Biggest one's curbs. Round here, pretty much all the curbs are monsters.
Yep.
Especially with engines on both sides. If you have a bump, say through the S's, or even through the first chicane, it can cut the car out.
Yep.
And it used to be a nightmare, the old turn 3 pit exit with the pothole right on the apex. That caught so many people out hitting that and then cutting the car. So the new pavement over there is actually really nice. You can take a lot more speed. Just don't push, really. That sounds bad in a race, but just not going for those curbs and preserving the car and the tyres. So we finished last year's race and we had a massive cut on our left tyre.
Yeah.
And that was changed halfway through the race. So just preservation of the car, just trying not to push all out, really. And
in terms of the body as well, but my experience of this place is far more, and Buckmore's a pretty physical circuit as it goes. You know, I've had plenty of stories around there as well in previous years. But this place for for those who maybe haven't experienced it, could you describe for me why is it so tough physically on the body of you as a driver as opposed to other circuits? Because you guys do a lot of karting, of course.
I'd say round here, the two things that get me, the one in your hands.
Yep.
We told, because we've got a B team, which basically all new drivers. They're just out here to have a bit of fun.
Yep.
And we said to them, first 5-10 laps in, down that back straight, you need to be starting to relax your hands, move your hands, because if you keep them on the steering wheel for an hour and a half, when you try to come off the kart, you can't move them. Yeah. And not so much now, but kind of when they get their second stints, and in our case, our third stints, coming round the banking, you start to feel it in your neck.
Yep.
Because it's flat out, you'll feel it, you start to lean over. I say butt more's worse, just because the bumpy, it just shook your whole body.
Yep.
Say just try and be smooth. The smoother you are, the less toll it takes on you as your body, on your hands, your head.
Yeah.
Just try not to attack the circuit because it is 24 hours. If this was a 15-minute sprint, you'd see everyone going over every single curve.
Yeah.
Because if your kart brakes in a 15-minute race, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
If your kart brakes here, if you've got a small brake, you can get back. If you can have a large brake where you spend 10 laps in the pits, it's a lot harder to come back.
Looking through as well the course of the race, you had a really, really bright start to the race at Bukc, but then it just, as the elements threw, I say the endurance racing gods threw things at you, it just didn't quite go your way. Is there a change of tack that you've been thinking about, or maybe feeling a bit better prepared for if the unplannable does happen as we go through the night?
So Bukc, it was a bit unlucky with stops. We've tried to rectify that here. It's not so bad because you got more fuel base here.
Yep.
We're trying to come off sequence with a lot of people. We've got a little bit of radio, not with the kart, but with our pit wall team.
Yep.
I've got radios now, so that helps. I forgot what the question was now. I was talking about radios. I generally forgot what the question was.
That's all right. It's...
I don't know. I forgot. It's been a long day for me.
It has. In terms of looking forward, are you back in the kart in the middle of the night?
Yes. I'm back in at 10 o'clock for another hour and a half.
Yep.
And I luckily get a bit of a sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm back in... when am I back in? 9:30 in the morning.
That's not bad.
Something like that. So 3 stints for me.
Yep.
Same as I did last year.
Mm-hmm.
Finished last year. I got to start this year.
Yep. Which do you prefer?
After my start today, I don't know actually. I liked my fight through the pack. It was actually really fun, but also annoying because I could have been with the leaders.
Yeah.
And say finishing last year, finishing on the podium was a really nice feeling. So I will still go with finishing.
Okay.
I think I would have, They're both nice. Start's got a lot more pressure on it, I think.
Yeah.
Especially if you miss the flag. Definitely didn't miss the flag.
No. It's all right. You didn't pick up a laps penalty, which is what one team did. So.
No, I was talking to Sam.
You
should get Sam on here because he's had a few stories to tell.
Well, I was going to say he's having a story at the moment with deciphering whether they are going to double stint him or not. He's still out there on circuit. 1 hour and 26 minutes for CKRC.
They pitted really early at the start.
Yeah.
I think they came in on a lap 60, which I think we're expecting to do something like 72, 75 laps. But I think they got lucky because they came in and then the next lap was the full course yellow. Which I think we got a little bit caught out in.
What was going through your mind when that full course yellow came out? Because we had Warwick. We assumed that Warwick ran out of fuel and that's what triggered it. And there were 2 other teams, Birmingham A included, that also suffered the same fate. We're trying to stay out. What was going through your mind when you saw that come out and knew there's going to be a flurry of activity here in the pits?
Well, you always know because it wasn't really sure because we know some of the teams are sticking to hour and a half. We know some of the teams are sticking slightly longer, and it just ticked over. So some karts had come in for that hour and a half, and other karts had stayed out. And And we had it in the captain's briefing where if it goes full course yellow, they're going to try and essentially convert it to a safety car, like IMSA style. So it's kind of seeing if that was going to happen or not. It didn't in the end, so I lost out a little bit. So I think there needs to be a little bit more clarification there. But in terms of pits, yeah, we knew everyone that hadn't pitted was going to come in.
Yep.
I think we stayed out for one lap because the queue, I think, got to like 10 carts.
Yeah.
Came in on the second. Not as bad, but still not great. So really, you almost don't want to pit on a full course yellow.
Yeah.
Because, well, yeah, you slow down on track. You're only kind of losing 10 seconds a lap on track. And if you come in and everyone else has come in, you're losing like a minute in the pits.
Yeah.
So realistically, it's better to pit, I think, under green than to pit under yellow.
Fair enough. I think we saw the sign out for the race leaders, 5 laps for Sam Johns out there for CKRC, which would take them up to closer to 1 hour 35 on this current fuel stint. One last question before I let you go, Alex. Thinking into the night, is that the number 11 Lancaster Ray going for a bit of a spin through hairpin number 1?
I would say that's been the biggest change, I think, from last year has been the S's.
Oh, really?
Yeah, last year, I don't know if we had it. We had a very good kart last year, but we were braking kind of almost where you see this service road.
Yes.
This year, we're braking at the final little
a lot earlier.
Yeah, we're braking really, and we're barely making the corner.
My memories of this place is similar, that you're braking between these two service roads. Yeah, that's
so
quite early.
I'm thinking that it's catching almost some of the more experienced drivers. I think it's catching them out. And the newer guys that obviously, you do your track walk, and the guys can only tell you from what they experienced last year. They tell you, look, this is where you brake. You're going to come in here and brake there.
Yeah. And then wonder why you spin off the
and then all of a sudden you realise, why am I in the grass?
Yeah.
So I think, I don't know what's caused the lap times to slow from last year. I think they were about second to 2 seconds off last year. But that's the biggest noticeable area is coming through the S's and then braking. That's the biggest area. So,
one last question before I let you go. Going into the night, convention would tell us that maybe the fuel runs a little bit longer in the night. Do you think people are going to dare going up to a 1:45 or a 1 hour 50 stint length?
Potentially, yeah. The only thing is the night's obviously really short this time, and the temperature is not going to drop as much as we think.
Right.
Like usually it would drop a lot. This time I think it's going to still hover around the teens, the high teens. And you're only going to get, I think, cut 4, 5, 6 hours of that extra, which doesn't save you enough to do to minus a stint.
Yep.
And obviously here, it's not like in a real life where you can underfuel the car.
No, it's good. You've got to take that
you've
full
got to take the
full
full tank.
Yeah.
So unless you can start saving almost now to save that extra stint on top, because I think an hour and a half works out to about 16 stints. So just 6 more, an hour and 36 is 15 stints. So unless you can really stretch in the night, I don't think it's worth it.
Fair enough. No, that's a really, really interesting insight as to how you guys are thinking out the races, and I suppose with that longer stint length, it's about, I know from our racing, and if it's a 24-hour race, you can turn around a stop short or.
I racing, you never know, because you never know when some idiot's going to dive bomb you. you know that full too well.
Absolutely. Shall I see you on Wednesday night?
Unfortunately not. I'm having to stop my sim racing for a little bit while I move house.
Fair enough.
And I'll see if I can get back into it. Happy to help out on a Wednesday if you need it. I do still enjoy watching the streams, as always. Have you stopped doing BUKC now?
In terms of mains commentary, I retired.
I'm
too old.
Too
old.
No, get out in the car, do some driving. I think you and Jacob should do an endurance team.
I actually sacked him.
You sacked it? Is that when you were like, I'm heading off to Sky Sports, you nicked him with you? Is that
no, inappropriate behaviour off cam. Well, he's always off camera, but I think that gave him a false sense of security in terms of getting away with
face for radio and all
things he absolutely couldn't get away with. So he's been put out to pasture.
Got the new blood in.
Oh yeah. Right, well, cheers for having me on.
Cheers, Alex. Great
nice.
talking to you. Always great insight from you.
You're always welcome.
Alex
Cheers.
Mitchell there from the University of Brighton team. And yeah, some very interesting insights there into the thoughts on strategy and how the teams might play the next few hours as the sun starts to go down. Joe asks, your guys' opinion, ever raced at Thruxton? No, I haven't.
No.
The go-karting circuit at Thruxton. Never done that one.
Is there a go? Oh, he means the go-kart circuit. No.
I'm assuming that's GK.
My dad used to race against Pat Blakeney, who owns Thruxton.
Yeah.
At Castle Coombe. They used to race Formula Ford. Pat was a pretty decent driver, actually. But that's the closest I've never even been to Thruxton. Lucas Sullivan is primed and ready to go out for our leaders.
Yeah.
CKRC, he's in the pits waiting for Sam Johns to bring that kart in. There's not going to be a double stint by the looks of things, unless Lucas is merely getting ready in case he changes his mind when rolling into the pit. Sam's on really good pace. In fact, he's close to the fastest lap of the race. He's just 2 tenths off it last time, right?
I think for me, it's the logical way to do it. It is, whilst we may not get that level of fuel saving as we have in previous editions, what I think you can definitely say is there's going to be a point in the middle of the night where that kart's going to get a bit of service, some fresh boots on it, and it's going to fly. And that's when I would be looking to have Sam back in the kart, as opposed to him do an at least semi-tired second stint now, when the track is clearly not at its optimal, with everybody running in the 123s and 122s, 23s and 24s.
Well, Louis Bevan was really quick in it as well, so I don't rule him out. In comes Sam Johns. No, one more lap, he says. One more lap. He gives the finger to the team on the side, but not in that way. I mean, just a index finger to say one more. Dublin are a full lap behind, so it's going to be close to see where they come out. I think it's going to be too much to ask of Yusuf Scope Farm to leapfrog them at this point, and Yusuf Scope Farm will be in the next half an hour themselves, as will a bunch of Lankers who've worked their way back up to 5th. Land Down Under are in 4th. In fact, a bunch of Lankers are in now, Andrew.
They are indeed. That's fairly on schedule. 1 hour and 25 minutes into a stint. And they'll service that kart. Hopefully get it turned around pretty quickly. Contact warning for the Miles Shelby squad, and a curb warning as well for the Liverpool B team. How's our vote going? Oof. It's a resounding victory at the moment for Speedophiles.
Let's have a little look on Instagram, see if there's anything different. Looks like I've got both up on Instagram at the minute. We are looking at, it's not necessarily, well it is, yeah, it's Speedophiles and Prostate looking likely to go through to the final. Yeah, so a bunch of Lankers are in the pits. Sam Johns goes around again, does he?
No, he's in. He's in this lap. So 1 hour and 36 for Sam Johns and CKRC. Lucas Sullivan, we believe, is going to be getting in the number 47 kart. Lucas Sullivan, this makes me feel old saying this, very experienced Oxford Bukc driver. I say it makes me feel old because I remember watching him in juniors. And now he's an elder statesman of the BUKC.
My favourite Lucas Sullivan moment was Clay Pigeon 2 years ago, I want to say, when he took the shortcut across the chicane and rejoined.
Yes.
Pretty much where he left the track.
Yes.
I think we explicitly brought in a rule about skipping parts of the track. Not necessarily because of that, but I think that made us kind of aware that we didn't have one.
Yep.
Not that he would have been penalised, because it's skipping part of the track and gaining an advantage, and I think he maintained position.
Yes.
Which could be argued as an advantage, to be fair, but I'm going to penalise him.
It depends how he ended up out there.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all in the context of the racing incident. Contact warning for Warwick A.
Okay.
Beautiful evening here at Teesside Autodrome. Sun's out. It's just cooled off a little bit. It's not as muggy as it was earlier.
There's the number one just come around the start finish straight now, so we'll keep an eye out for Lucas Sullivan's big green suit and pink Bigfoot. Are they going to come through the chicane before we see that number 1? No sign of him so far. There's the pink. That's a different pink Bigfoot. And here's
There
the
he
pink
is.
Bigfoot. Lucas Sullivan holds the lead for CKRC.
He's going through hairpin number 1 now.
They've got a decent gap then.
Yeah.
Back to Dublin, who still aren't into the chicane. There's Dublin now. So Lucas Sullivan is exiting, heading towards the Parabolica, whilst Dublin came into the hairpin before it. So they got the length of that straight between them, which is a decent gap. Let's see what kind of pace Lucas Sullivan can come up with.
And the thing for me at this stage of the race where it made sense to not try and push it and go for 2 stints with Johns is you've now got track position. You know, if there is a full course yellow, like TU Dublin A took great advantage of it earlier on because they had the track position, they had the road position at the front of the order. That's now CKRC's. They probably won't do if there's a full course yellow in the next 10 minutes because they've only just pitted. But it's a good spot for them to be in. They can sit on that 11.5 second lead now. Change of position for 7th spot. Never overtakes Sheffield have gone through. I think that's as a result of a pit stop for a bunch of Lancers.
For them, in his distinctive grey suit and orangey helmet.
Now I'm intrigued to see how that kart goes along now. You know how good Callum is over the years. And this kind of circuit as well, where it's about keeping the speed up and maximising the top speed. I remember with Drive he had at Three Sisters a few years ago in the Club 100 machinery, where he flew through the field and had a very quite precise at times driving style, which I think will suit these karts. Won't be surprised at all if you see that number 5 gaining a few positions in this next stint. He's just coming out of hairpin number 2 now and heading up towards the Parabolica.
Lucas Sullivan, first clean lap out the pits, does a 1 minute 22.1. That's perfect.
Yep.
He's 2 tenths up on Dublin's last lap. That's exactly the pace he needed. He's straight on the pace, straight out of the pits. And yeah, round come Dublin, 4 tenths off them that lap. It's looking good so far. So good for CKRC.
It is indeed. We'll be having another one of our rundowns of the order in a few minutes' time. Do keep your comments coming in. If you're just joining us, you're watching live timing and some of our static cameras around the circuit. Well, here in the box, I should say. Our camera, little GoPro, working hard away on start-finish here. Live timing on the left-hand side. Exclamation mark BUKC timing. Pop that in chat and that'll set up a command that then returns the live timing URL for you if you are interested in looking at all the numbers and figures as they come through. Yusuf's Goat Farmer in. Now that's interesting. That's a little bit earlier than I was expecting. To the tune of about 15 minutes earlier than I was expecting. So Sullivan down into the 21s, 121.922 on full fuel. That is very impressive at this stage of the race. Fastest driver on circuit by the looks of it. Imperial A have received a contact warning. Birmingham B have been in for a pit stop, as have Nottingham A. So a couple of moves around there. Around 40th position. .3 seconds now, the lead for TU Dublin A. So the pit stop for Yusuf's Goat Farm, that's going to move Leeds and the Landau Nunda team back into 3rd position. The number 14 kart about halfway through one of its stints at the moment, 49 minutes since we last saw that kart in pit lane. Birmingham A and Coventry B are both in the pit lane as well. They've both done 1 hour and 27 minutes out on circuit. There's actually quite a few karts all around 15th place that are on, give it 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. Pretty much the same strategy. Liverpool B, Bohemian Bapsody from Leeds, Birmingham A and Coventry B, as mentioned already, in the pit lane. TU Dublin B, Sam Harris's International Tea Party, all either in the pits already and having done 1 hour 20 something minute stints, or you'd think are about to come in. A little further down the order, Unprotected X have had a stop. Not too bad on the exit. 3 minutes and 5 seconds was their outlap. They dropped down to 24th place. And actually with that, let's have a run through the order then. 16 hours and 30 minutes, or just less than that to go. Here is your running order for the race here at Teesside Autodrome. 322 laps have been completed by the CKRC squad. Kart number 47 leads the race by 14 seconds over last year's winners, the number 1 kart, TU Dublin A. They have a clear lap over Yusuf's Goat Farm, who have just completed their latest service, the number 50 there on the podium at the moment. 17 seconds clear of the first of the Leeds University efforts, the pole sitting number 14 Llandown Nunda. Speedophiles had a bit of drama in the last hour or so. They've had a black flag, but they're there in 5th place, 3 laps off the overall lead, trying to get back onto the same lap as the number 41. They've got a 6-second advantage over Brighton A. We had Alex Mitchell from that team in the commentary box not too long ago, as they're also 3 laps off the overall lead. 15 seconds ahead of the 7th place number 5 kart, Never Overtake Sheffield. There is a developing story that we'll come on to in a minute as we run down the rest of this top 10, but before we get to that, in 8th place it's the number 13 of a bunch of Lancers. The Lancaster effort is 8 seconds behind the Sheffield effort, 15 seconds ahead of Imperial A, who are also 3 laps off the overall lead, but the 9th place number 21 car has just received a black flag. It had had a contact warning as well 3 minutes before the black flag. So look out for Imperial A, the number 21, falling out of the top 10 from pretty much now. They've only been out of the pits for 11 minutes. They're back in once again to serve that penalty. Means that probably the ex-Swansea team, the Swansea graduates, they're going to be promoted from 10th. They were only 18.5 seconds behind Imperial A at the last count, and expect to see Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting ending really safely. Also going back into the top 10. They're due a stop quite soon, but they were 34 seconds behind Swansea. They were within a minute of the now being penalised Imperial A. 12th place, the number 45 of Mort's The Karts Cannot Move It. They're 5 laps off the overall lead. They've got a whole lap over the number 8 in 13th place. That's Power's Willpower, who similarly have got a lap over the Liverpool squad LGB team. That's the number 4 in 14th place. Currently in the pits. And I want to say I've been in the pits for a little while. Let's keep an eye on that one. They've just been displaced by Bohemian Bapsody. That's the effort from Leeds. Expect them in the pits in the next 10 minutes, holding at the moment in the top 15. 16th place, the other Liverpool efforts. This kart's pitted 21 minutes ago. It's the number 3 of O Tom. As I say, running in 16th place at the moment. 19.9 seconds ahead of the number 23 of Birmingham A, who have now re-emerged from their pit stop, still in the top 20. 18th place is the number 52 of Saturday Night Fever. They're not due a pit stop for a while. They've been out in this stint for 19 minutes. TU Birmingham B are next up, 8 laps down off the overall leader, 1 lap behind Saturday Night Fever. In fact, they've just been displaced as they are in the pits at the moment by Coventry B. So in some way, shape or order, that is your top 20 right now. Unprotected X are next up. They have also just hopped past TU Dublin B, as have DMU will get shunted off. So that takes you through to the top 22. I think TU Dublin have now cycled back out into 22nd place after all of that. 23rd at the moment is the number 10 of Mercedes, starting to just consolidate and maybe getting ready for an assault on the top 20 once again. The 7 laps off the overall lead, 3 seconds behind Dublin, 9 seconds ahead of Durex Racing, the Exeter University effort, the number 32 in 24th place. They are 13 seconds ahead of the number 17 of 1-2 Bukc, my Schumacher. They're in 25th place. And again, just getting on quietly with things at the moment in the midfield. Number 44 of Finding Grimo are 8.4 seconds behind the Schumacher kart in 26th place at the moment. They have got the best part of a lap over Sam Harris's International Tea Party, the number 6 in 27th place. Make Huddersfield great again are still there in the middle of the pack, 28th at the moment, right in the middle of the 57 kart field. They're 10 laps off the overall lead and 45 seconds ahead of the 29th place number 18 Alan Prostate. Next up is the 30th place number 38 Timo Klock, 14 seconds further back, 2 seconds ahead of Tap and Clapper Motorsport, who if they keep going at this rate, they are in the 121s. They're running really quickly right now. The kart that was in the top 3 earlier on in this race. Expect to see them in the top 30 when we come to do another one of these updates in an hour's time. 32nd place is the number 34 the Miles Shelby squad, 1 lap behind Tap and Clapper, 7.5 seconds ahead of Cardiff University's number 28 in 33rd. 34th at the moment. Another kart just recovering its way back through after earlier dramas. It's the University of Hertfordshire Racing, UH Racing entry. They've got a lap ahead of Warwick A, the number 26, who are into, well, they're further towards 30th now than they're away from 40th, which is, we couldn't say that an hour ago. Ligma are on the recovery as well, 36th, the number 54 there, only half a second behind Warwick A. They've got a lap or so ahead of Nokia Bing Bong, the number 42, in 37th place, 13 laps off the overall lead, 25 seconds ahead of Warwick Care Home Yearly Outing. That's the Warwick Graduates team in the number 57, running in 38th at the moment. They've got a 34-second advantage over Birmingham B at the moment, the number 24 in 39th, and wrapping out the top 40 at this moment is Lancaster B. That's the number 12 car. That's about 14 laps off the overall lead, 15 seconds ahead of Lewis White and the 11 backmarkers. That's the 3rd team from Leeds, the number 16 there in 41st place. 42nd for the number 20 of Bristol A, 15 laps down, 10 seconds clear of the number 48 of Nottingham A, running 43rd, who in turn have a 35.5 second advantage over Brighton B. That's the 31 in 44th. 45th, the number 22 of Imperial B, but they are trying to get back on terms with Brighton B. 2 seconds is the gap between them at the moment. The Hallam Old Boys, the number 56, are next up in 46th place, a lap further back. 25 seconds is their advantage over the Scots in number 9. Scuderia Ecos there, 47th place. 33 seconds is their advantage over the second of the undergrad Warwick teams, the number 27 of Warwick B there in 48th. Ix's Icons are next up in 49th place. Their 35 kart is 19 laps off the overall lead. They have a 1 minute and 55 second advantage over Gurney's Gang. Ix's Icons are actually currently in the pits at the moment for what looks to be a scheduled pit stop after 61 minutes on that stint. So Gurney's Gang will close that gap but not quite take that position. They'll stay in 50th right now. They've got a full lap over Birmingham C, the number 25 there in 51st place, sorry. A further lap back you find Edinburgh Napier in 52nd. A further lap back you find the 46 of Bungle Merchants. They've gained another position in the last hour, and they've gained it off of Karen Chanjob there, their team in 19th place in the number 19 in 54th place, 24 laps down off the overall lead. They are currently in the pits as well. Lancaster A have had a struggle so far in the first half of this race. They're in 55th place in their number 11 kart, 25 laps down. And then our battle for the wooden spoon. 56th place at the moment for the number 40 of the Bath Bandits. 31 laps down. They've got a 2-lap advantage over the number 7 in 57th and last place at the moment. It's the Sheffield Steely Wheelies.
Suffering after that black flag, aren't they?
They are indeed. I think we see some more black flags during that rundown. And we've seen Imperial A come in, and they have re-emerged in the 11th spot. And we also saw a black flag, unfortunately, for Nottingham A. So 2 visits, unscheduled visits to pit lane there. Hope you enjoy the stream. Hope you're enjoying the radio broadcast live here from trackside with the added aids of the GoPro, which, not gonna lie, struggling right now, but it's all right. It's cooling down here at the circuit with 16 hours and 20 minutes to go.
Do you want me to blow on it?
You can do if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, just light.
Turn the microphone off because, well, I don't actually turn them. I'm not actually going to blow on it. It'd be weird, but yeah, I would turn the microphone off if and when I did.
We'll put it back on studio feed for a bit and let it cool down again.
Yeah, it's nearly a third gone in this race, Andrew.
Yeah, it's whistled on by this race so far.
It's a lot, but again, there's twice as much to come.
Yep, another 2 rounds of what the drivers and the teams have had so far. I'm looking quite red. Is that just the camera? Is that because I've been sat in the sun too long?
See, I think I'm looking quite pale, so probably not the sun, because we've been in and out about the same amount. What's the pace at the top doing? Dublin seem to have found a bit.
Yeah, they have 1:21.6 last time around for TU Dublin A.
Fastest people on track, although Bukc Lank is doing quite well as well. Hay fever's really hit me. It does tend to hit me in the evenings.
In the evenings.
I don't know if it's because it's been so long since I took my antihistamine and they're just kind of wearing off. But they're supposed to last 24 hours, aren't they?
They are.
Oh, we've had an updated arrival time on our food. It's now not going to be here right now. It's going to be here between 15:15 and 30:30 instead of between 10:10 and 30:30. I knew it wasn't going to be here at 10:10.
Yeah.
I knew. But I'm still excited for it. I'm looking forward to this Palmer, you know.
Now, if you enjoyed the stream, and if you're new around here, you haven't done so already, why not press that subscribe button. Fantastic support today. Thank you so much, everybody. Could not do this thing without you, and hopefully an event like this will further grow the channel, be able to bring more bits like this to you. We're probably not going to run Comms Box Cam alongside a live alpha live stream again, but we will keep doing the recording of it and doing some commentator reaction videos for future live streams. No alpha live here today, but we will be back in action with them in the not too distant future. Some of the events they're involved are running along the ticker below us, but as we go through the summer, some more Club 100 juniors and cadets action. When we get into the autumn, we'll be having some Club 100 seniors as well.
Is that still on?
Yep, as far as I'm aware.
I think JV told everyone at driver's briefing that he's cancelling it as a bit of a threat, but most, if not everyone, knew his game. He's played those tricks before.
Told me that.
He's played those tricks before. Exactly. He hasn't. If he hasn't told you it's cancelled, then it's still going ahead. That's the next time I'll be on an alpha live stream, I think.
Yeah.
There was a time when it was, a month wouldn't go by without me on an alpha live stream, but life comes at you fast.
Same. We've got iRacing action here on the channel on Wednesday night. Round 5 of the Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship, open to any driver, past or present in Club 100 and or the BUKC, and current drivers in the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship. Looking forward to it on Wednesday night.
Do you have anyone in BPEC who's never done Club 100 or BUKC?
Yeah, we've got a whole raft of them.
All I see, well, obviously all I see is the people I'm friends with on Facebook and Instagram who cheer stuff, but then I guess I wouldn't see the
Quite,
stuff.
quite a few from the Scottish contingency of BPEC teams are doing the iRacing Championship this year.
Well, they do have more.
The aim is to get them in the Club 100 kart, because if they win, they get a free race entry into an endurance race next year.
Well, perhaps if Club 100 expands to Club 100 North.
Club 100 Yorkshire.
Yeah.
I'm taking commission on that one, JB.
You just wait and see. You just wait and see. Obviously, the team are at Rara this weekend, running BPEC.
Now, indeed.
Just across the way there.
Yep.
And by across the way, I mean the other side of the country, but a relatively thin part of the country, and therefore not too far.
Yes. It's a bit of a track.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful part of the world there, Rara.
Yes. I've been there once.
Been there
I
once?
think, was it with you or was it with Howard?
I'm going to say, I think it was with Howard. Was it karts or bikes?
It was bikes.
It'll have been Howard with British mini bikes a few years ago.
What confuses me is that I was here with you
with me
for bikes, but then Howard took over for the rest of the season.
Yes. Because I want to say that's when he was. I want to say that's when he was in Graz on work. He was in Austria.
Could well have been.
We're going back about 5 or 6 years ago now.
And you, me, and James were in the little shed down there, weren't we?
We were. Yeah, remember that day well.
That was the first mini bikes one I think Alpha Live did, and first mini bikes one you and I had done. So
in the pits now. That's not on schedule.
Llandown
Nunda have come in after 66 minutes of a stint, and we've not had any interruptions for full course yellows that would throw timing off. They're back out now, 2 hours 49. So it wasn't a slow pit stop, but was it arguably not scheduled?
Looks relatively unscheduled. We got food 8 minutes away, Andrew. So I'm going to have to make my way to the gate in just 5 to pick us up our food. Hopefully your GoPro's cooled down then, because we don't really want to live stream you and I having dinner.
It's getting there.
You know, there's a market for it, I'm sure, but whether or not we want to supply that market is another question.
Not on this platform.
Very even pace at the top. I've been
Very
keeping an eye on that gap, is just sticking around 20 seconds, to be honest with you. Obviously there's traffic in and out, traffic dependent. But yeah, they are neck and neck in terms of lap times. Yusuf Goat Farm, 2 laps down. Well, 1 lap down, 1.5 by the looks of things, or well, very close to being 2. They are being chased down by Lucas Sullivan. Lucas is currently quicker. In fact, on that last lap, he was a 2.5 quicker. Lucas will be catching whoever's in the Goat Farm cart. I'm not sure who that was. I think it was one of the Club 100 guys, wasn't it? Last time I looked in the orange suit, Harrison Kirkham. But let's see who it is coming down into the hairpin. See the big red suit of Camille from Exeter is out. That's unmissable. But where is that Goat Farm cart? That's not them. It is still Harrison Kirkham by the looks. And there's Lucas Sullivan. He's got Luke Thomas for company, who they should know each other. 2 Llandown regulars. Luke in his distinctive Gillard suit. Not necessarily the only person who owns one, but certainly one of my favourite people who owns one. Let's say that far. Our delivery rider doesn't seem to be making much progress.
Is he missing his schedule? Is he missing his pits?
Maybe we should have paid for the old premium delivery for £2.49, but time will tell.
We're getting also into that stage of the day where the sun, we mustn't be that far off sunset, because the level of luminosity in the sky has definitely dropped in the last half an hour.
Lower lux levels.
Lower lux levels, triple L. Maybe a few more clouds coming over, but no rain forecast, no change to the forecast here in the Middlesbrough area. We mentioned it earlier, scheduled to at least air temperature drop down to around 11, 12 degrees in the wee hours of Sunday morning. We'll feel a little bit more because we've not got much wind. It's still quite muggy here. Humidity up in the around 80 to, in fact, going up to 90% humidity. So it's going to feel quite sticky in the night. It's going to feel probably more like 15, 16 degrees. Still no change on the yellow warning for thunderstorms, which starts at noon tomorrow. So might be, if it comes absolutely on noon, produce a bit of an exciting finish for us here at Teesside, but not expecting it to be too disruptive across the course of a greater proportion of this race. Our viewers who will have been with us for the Buckmore Park 24 hours will quite strongly remember how the rain came in for that one in the middle of the night, and it just kept doing this trolling thing on us of thinking it was going to go away, and then it would come back just as the track was starting to dry out, and it was a quite soggy affair all the way through probably 2/3 of that race. Air temperature at the moment around 19 degrees Celsius.
We've got some on-track action. Lucas Sullivan is just about going up the inside. Yes, he's gone up the inside into the S's on Harrison Kirkham and leads him into the hairpins, which means Yusuf's Goat Farm are officially 2 laps down.
They are officially 2 laps down now. There's also a black flag. It's for Cardiff, so that's not good news for the team based down in South Wales. Where are they at the moment?
Based down in the lower half of the order, I think.
36th place at the moment.
Yeah, not good. Not good from them. The glory days have been and gone for Cardiff University, as well we all know. We've got 5 minutes till our food is here. I'm excited. I don't know if you can tell. I might have mentioned it. What have Cardiff got a black flag?
Peter Farl asks a very good question. Hi guys, who have you been the most impressed with?
So far, in the first third of the race. Lancaster for me. Bunch of Lancers.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I was going to go TUAA. I know they're the reigning champions, but in terms of our arena here in the BUKC, we don't often get to see them race because they don't do the mains championship. But they've really impressed me. It's not that the likes of CRKC and Yusuf's Goat Farm haven't impressed me. I expect it from them because I've seen them race a lot and I know what they can do. Whereas for TUAA, I've been very impressed with their strategy and how they play this out. And I don't think they'll be too worried that they have lost the lead at this stage of the race. They're just taking it as it comes.
Yeah. It's been a good race so far, and we are very nearly a third of the way through. I am going to dip out, I think, and go head towards the gates. It's probably about a 2-3 minute walk, isn't it?
Yeah.
And go get us some food.
Off goes Jacob. I'll try and get the camera working again in a short few moments' time. Reduce some of the graphical loads here in the box. As into the pits. Ooh, now, problem. There's a problem here for the seriously hard and great go-karting ending really safety team. This was a team that was up in the top 10 and all of a sudden is tumbling down the order. They'd only been out for a 10-minute stint. They're now down into 24th place. We're running about 6 laps off the overall lead, and now that is another team. Not the first time this has happened so far today here at Teesside. Have been running nicely in the top 10 and have hit trouble, and it's such a competitive field out there. It doesn't take a lot for you to start losing 10, 20 positions. So let's see if the number 55 re-emerges in the next minute or so. Otherwise, it's going to be dropping out of the top 25, maybe even dropping out of the top 30. That's a real shame for them. So hopefully they can get whatever it is that's brought them into the pit lane at this stage fixed pretty quickly. Thank you for your continued support of the race. If you're joining us for the first time, do go back and have a look at the BUKC Mains Championship and all the running in the Club 100 karts earlier in the year. It was a very, very interesting season. I mean, the final results will make it look like it was a bit of a foregone conclusion for our champions X to A, but there was a lot of intrigue along the way, I can tell you that for sure. Great battle for second place in the championship, very close in the clubman subclass as well. Some fantastic racing, and numerous races that I'm sure will be part of the DDMM top 10 of 2023. And there's a problem for someone with a red Bigfoot panel through hairpin number 4. They've got going again now. And I can tell you that it was the number 9. It's the Scuderia Ecos team that had problems there. Right, let's see. Is it going to behave itself? It's looking a little bit better than it was before. As you can see, the lights starting to dim here at Teesside. Ooh, now I can also see a black flag being prepared for somebody. Now, who's going to be on the naughty step? About to pass through the third waypoint. Ooh, now it's a Leeds car. It's the number 16. Well, if you just saw that on the stream, I wasn't expecting that to come through. So the number 16 Leeds entry has had some form of incident. Its Bigfoot panel was fully detached. Well, no, that's a lie. It wasn't fully detached. 90% detached. Spun through 180 degrees, and the driver was almost wearing it like a baby's bib. That's the only way I can describe it right now. They were the team that were being prepared for a flag of a black background, at least. I think it was going to be a mechanical flag, but they're coming in straight away anyway. So that's the Lewis White and the 11 back markers having a bit of drama. And they'll have a little bit of time down in the abyss. They'd only been out for 12 minutes. Seriously hard and great go-karting ending really safely are back out, but they lost probably about 5 minutes with that stop. They're now down in 27th position. They will have fueled it though. Phil asks who has the quickest lap time. At the moment it's still Kieran Harrison for the Premier Leeds efforts. That's the number 14 Llandown Under kart. 1 minute 20.984. But as we were talking to Alex Mitchell about half an hour ago, the general feel is that the track or the karts, the combination of the two, are running a little bit slower this year. We got down into the 119s 12 months ago. May still happen, of course. We get a little bit of a cool night, coupled with some nicely timed service stops by the hard-working Teesside karting crew down in the garages. Some new fresh tyres for drivers. Might see some fast lap times around 2-3 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, 1 minute 20.984. Still the fastest lap from lap 57 of this race. So that was around, that will have been towards the end of the very first stint. It's on low fuel, still relatively fresh tyres. And not too much traffic as well. That's the other difficulty right now, is that this field is now very spread out. Very tricky for drivers to find a free bit of space to get those lap times in. Thank you to Techno as well, who put that lap time in the chat. Keep your questions coming in. Keep your messages of support. Thank you to our new subscribers as well. Again, I don't know what Google does and why sometimes it tells me so-and-so has subscribed and sometimes it doesn't. So if it hasn't flashed up on our little widgety thing, apologies. But thank you nonetheless for your support of DDMM. And I say, we've just got over 90 seconds to go of this next bit of the hour, and then we will be officially a third of the way through the race. And we've got a Mr. Bedoya coming in to have a little chat with us. We'll get a headset on his head. Yeah, go for that one, mate, because you'll be able to heal yourself as well. Andres Bedoya.
Hello.
Joins us from Kingston University. How you doing, mate?
I'm all right, you?
Yeah, just having a jolly old time. We'll see your face as well there on the studio feed.
Oh, nice.
Tell me about your race. Well, how's it been going out there?
It was going all right. I mean, I say this, but we started awful. So first thing we started, I went out of fuel.
Yep.
And then I go into the kart, and then I ran out of brakes and bend it full speed after the low kinks. So down here into the hairpin.
Yep.
Got to get checked at the medical center, which was quite fun. Never
Are
had
you
that.
all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm all right. A bit sore on the neck, but yeah, we're still making places up. We're not where we wanted. The guys last year finished P3.
Yeah.
So they definitely have the pace. But we got quite lucky so far with the starts. But right now, the guys that have been in, George and Mark, are quite quick.
Yeah.
And they're quite consistent. So we're slowly but surely making our way up.
We had Alex Mitchell in earlier, and he was saying about how it surprised me in a way, having driven this circuit enough times myself over the years, of how, but not for a few years, I should say, the run into hairpin 1, he was saying, is the bit that's changed the most since previous editions of this race. Is that something that you agree with?
Well, last time I did BUKC 24, it was 2018, so
yeah,
it has rained a bit. But I vaguely remember that it does feel a bit different.
Yeah.
Everything feels a bit different. The carts feel different as well.
Mm-hmm.
It was really nice that in the downhill to the right, that is quite nice and a bit more smooth.
Mm-hmm.
And the track itself feels way more smoother.
Yeah.
To be honest, but yeah, it's some of the approaches to some corners feel a bit different. But I mean, it's nothing that you cannot get used to over 24 hours or so.
Yeah.
You just have to get adjusted to the brake, and it's all right.
As an experienced driver, is there almost a bit of a mental block sometimes when you're so used to a way a circuit drives, and then you find, oh, hang on a minute, this is different to what I'm used to, that you've got to almost break out of a habit almost?
Yeah, you definitely in the first 4 or 5 laps you're like, oh, this feels funky.
Yeah.
And you're like thinking, oh, maybe I need to brake a bit earlier, or maybe I need to turn a bit later. And then eventually you go into full autopilot mode.
Yeah.
And then you go into the groove. And it's all right until every now and then you find someone that spins in front of you or traffic, and that takes you out of the groove, and then you have to go back into it. But I think it's quite normal in a long race like this. Obviously, there's a disparity of talent throughout, because you can see the guys like TU Dublin A, and they're quite quick, and the guys from Leeds are quite quick as well.
Yeah.
And then there's the other guys that maybe they're inters, they do inters at BUKC, or this is their first 24-hour. And at that point, you're just making sure that you don't crash into them or they don't crash into you, and making sure you can be as efficient as possible around everyone.
We saw earlier as well, after there was a very short, we're not even sure whether we want to call it a shower, because it was a sprinkling of rain, and you got that bunching effect of probably 2 major groups around the circuit. From your perspective, especially if you're trying to work with somebody, how hard is it to maintain those working partnerships through that traffic?
I think it only depends. Honestly, it depends on the driver you have with you. If it's someone that you know is experienced, someone that you recognize their helmet, that you know, oh, this guy definitely knows what they're doing.
Yep.
It's really quick and it doesn't change anything. If it's someone that's a bit that you've never seen before, but you're doing all right because their pace is similar, it's a bit harder because they sometimes get nervous, and then they start like over braking or maybe giving too much input on the steering. But honestly, it's a lottery out there.
Yeah.
But it didn't rain enough to cause a bit, do anything major, honestly. It was just 4 or 5 droplets that made 2 big trains, which was honestly quite nice to see, because then more fighting starts to start, and that makes the racing more spicy.
So Brighton A in. It's a scheduled pit stop for the number 30, 1 hour and 35 minutes for that latest stop. And we've got another one off and now recovered through our favourite spot, hairpin number 1. And a big dust cloud is kicked up right into the faces of anyone going through the final long S and to start a new lap. Contact warning for the number 28, which is Cardiff University Motorsport. This circuit is obviously one of those where it's quite open on an eye line, and you can see various bits as you're going round. Does that put you off if someone throws it off at hairpin 1 and you're coming in the opposite direction?
Funny enough, you say that on the bus stop up here in front of us. There was a guy that went off in front of me, and I was already looking far into the next corner.
Yeah.
And I just got fixated on him, and I followed him, and I almost went into him. It's just because it's so open. You either you already are thinking what you're doing next, or you see something that catches your attention, and then you follow them. It just depends on of how confident you are and if you're experienced or not. Which is just it's just what happens. Experience is the key to everything, I guess.
Absolutely. What's the plan going forward across the night? Are you back out again in the middle of the night?
Yeah, so it'll be quite, I think, 2 stints. So there will be George next, then it'll be Callum, he's really quite quick.
Yep.
And then it'll be me, eventually, and then another stint on the night, which I really like the night.
Yep.
It's quite nice. You get to see exhausts, popping flames and everything. It's really cool. And then it's the graveyard shifts are really, really cool because then you can see who's just going to fall off the map.
Yep.
And then that's where you can full attack and try to make it up any little mistakes or any little issues you had throughout the race.
What would be a good result? What would you be happy with come the end of this race?
I think after all the issues we had at the start, I think something within the vicinity of P15 will be ideal. Who knows? Maybe miracle happens. Top 10 upwards. Yep. But obviously we're being realistic with ourselves. We had a couple of issues and we know how tough this race is and how tough this track is.
Good stuff. Well, I'll let you go, mate. So thanks for coming in and having a little chat with us. And best of luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll see you later on the year at FS UK, hopefully.
Hopefully in talks at the moment, hopefully.
But yeah, thank you so much for coming around.
Yeah, good stuff. Andreas there from the Kingston University effort. Good to have some more thoughts of our drivers. And Jacob's going to come back in.
On your food before it gets cold.
How's your Parmo?
That's really nice, actually. Yeah.
I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, you crack on before yours gets cold. I don't mind eating cold food. I'm weird like that. Let's have a look what's happened since I've been gone. Well, the gap's extended a little bit. It was 20 seconds at the front. It's now 22.6. Yusuf Goat Farm are indeed 2 laps down. That was damage done when CKRC's Lucas Sullivan overtook Harrison Kirkham, one of the ringers at Yusuf Goat Farm. Sheffield have worked their way up to 4th. That's Callum Butt at the wheel last time I saw him. That's hour and 16 stint. I think he's probably still in the cart for that one. Good work from him. Bunch of Lankers. I said they've impressed me most on the stream. Comment on the stream says who is driving for the top 3 teams right now. Not sure if Andrew's addressed that one. We don't know many of the Dublin guys, to be honest with you, because they don't do BUKC proper. We have got their names, in fact, in the A team, and I can read you out exactly who is in that Dublin A team, the number 1 kart, but I can't tell you which of them it is. But yeah, racing for Dublin A, we've got Connor Bradley, Andrew Smith, Smythe, Johan Flynn, Jordan Gribbin, Kyle Jackson, Ben Phelan, Connor Melia, Kieran Kennedy, Oscar Mangan, and Andrew Flynn. Those last few. So that's Dublin A and B. They've selected both all drivers for both, and they'll be picking from those 10. I can tell you Lucas Sullivan's out in CKRC kart because Lucas is heading into hairpin 1 now in a very distinctive green outfit that's been racing in the BUKC for many a year now. And for Yusuf's Goat Farm was Harrison Kirkham. However, they've pitted in the last 40 minutes. No, I can still see the orange and white suit of Harrison Kirkham going round. Never overtake Sheffield, as I said, I think is Callum Barnett, but I will keep an eye out for them just to confirm that. The number 5 kart. No idea where they are on track. Well, roughly about halfway round, and yes, I can just see Callum Barnett swinging around that hairpin. A bunch of Lankers. I'm lost as to them, but let's have a look who is in their car. Ashkan Dola, Oscar Prietti, are both racing in that team, as is Tom Saunders, Alex Horn, and Harry Slater. Excuse me, didn't quite reach for the mute button in time. My God, Andrew's pass looks pretty decent actually. He's stepped out for reasons unknown to myself. But I won't steal any between you, me, and everyone else. I will not be stealing. Who has the quickest lap time? That's currently with Clan Down Under. Kieran Harrison set that in the first stint of the race, a 1:20.9. CKRC, our leaders, were quite close to that. Sam Johns coming close both in his first stint, where he set the second fastest lap of the race, just a thousandth of a second off, and reasonably close in his last stint as well, which came to an end 44 minutes ago. And just to catch up with the rest of the chat, CKRC will feel hard done by. Yes, indeed. That's exactly what I was just saying. They are a thousandth of a second off. So evenly matched. Clan Down Under suffering early on because they were deducted a lap when the helper on the grid was deemed to have impeded CKRC themselves. Tom Dent getting run over by Sam Johns. Sam Johns probably wanted a bit more of a smoother run down to the first corner than over Tom Dent's ankles. Nevertheless, they are currently 3.5 laps down, so it would be 2.5 laps down. Had that incident not occurred, they would be up in 4th place though, rather than down in 6th, where they currently are. Sheffield and a bunch of Lankers are the main beneficiaries of that. The ex-Swansea bitches in 7th. I say it every time, slowly creeping up the field, and they will continue to do so. Consistency is the aim of the game for them. They're not too happy with the cart that they've been dished out with the random allocation, but they know that this is a 24-hour race. There's still 2/3 of it to go, and there's lots they can do from there. Speedophiles down in 8th. I think there's a black flag for them, not too recently, and that took them out of the top 5 with an extra trip to the pits. There's a close battle going on though between a bunch of Lankers and Clan Down Under. Just 2 seconds the gap between the pair of them. Be interesting to see if the cart number 14 can catch up to the cart number 13. Those guys are coming through the middle part of the lap. I'll see if I can peek out my window. I can see a Leeds driver around in the hairpin. Can't quite see who it is. And a bunch of Lankers. I can't say I know their suits well enough to pick them out. I kind of know Oscars and Ashes though, so let's see if I can see as they come past. We're looking for 13 and 14. And should be coming through your screens in the next few seconds. There's 13. It's not a Lancaster suit that I recognise. And the 14 is not a lead suit at all. So not too easy to decipher who is in those go-karts. I am going to end the poll, if I can figure out how, on YouTube, because we have been live with that for at least an hour now. I can't quite find where Andrew's tab is that has YouTube open. So I'll just wait for him to finish his dinner and we'll be fine. Alan Prostate is currently winning that poll, I believe. Oh no, that's the last poll, that's the results of the last poll. Let's have a look on Instagram to see who's winning the semi-finals on there. If you are wanting to vote in the best team name, get yourselves over to the Instagram story or vote in semi-final 1 between Timo Koch and Speedophiles. Because coming up we've got Alan Prostate versus Clan Down Under. So if you're a Speedophiles fan or a Timo Koch fan, we've had 165 votes so far in that contest on Instagram, and we've had a similar number, in fact the exact same number on the second one as well. So very shortly we will be closing that poll. Get your votes in. It has indeed been up for around about an hour, so we do need to get that through to the final of best team name. We've kind of binned off best spreadsheet so far. I've only had 4 entries, so we might move that to the morning. Always happens with these things. You think you have all the time in the world across the 24 hours, and plan absolutely everything, and you run out of time because you're just too busy talking about good racing and enjoying the great team names. Contact warning for Warwick A. They're not doing too great. Let's have a look at the wooden spoon competition. Bath Bandits and Sheffield Steely Wheelies still battling out down there. They're both 32 laps off the lead. There's now 13 seconds between them, and Sheffield Steely Wheelies are catching Bath Bandits by a second a lap, or at least they were on the last time round. One to keep an eye on there. Bath Bandits have just come out of the pits, actually. They are on the 4th minute of their stint, so perhaps their driver is just getting up to speed. They've had a curb warning as well, Bath Bandits, which you don't need when you're 56 in a 57 kart race. But yeah, curb warning for them and Alan Prostate, who are faring slightly better, although not exactly setting the world alight. Alan Prostate down in 31st. So yes, let's keep an eye on that. Last position battle, 13 seconds in it last time around. The lead gap is now up to 24 seconds. That potential battle that we mentioned for 5th place between Bunch of Lankers and Clan Down Under. The gap is now 4 seconds. So nothing imminent there. Through comes Bath Bandits, or Bath Bandits. I would have said Bath's Bandits, fits better. But the gap slashed by 3.7 seconds that time. So whoever's in that Sheffield Steely Wheelies kart, the number 7, has got the pace on Bath Bandits and is clawing back that deficit that they desperately need to claw back if they're to avoid the wooden spoon. Steely Wheelies includes Timon Serpatowski, Rainer Mills-Pullen, Musa Zahir, Radu Nikai Rotaru, Elliot O'Toole, Will Webman, Joan Clayton, and William Luddington. Taking part for Bath Bandits, just 3 names on our spreadsheet. Anthony Morgan, Sam Tetlow, and Stephen Munday not having the best of things. Sounds like they got a bad case of the Mondays, if anyone's a fan of Office Space. So yeah, that gap down to 9.2 seconds, but that'll be gone in 3 laps if pace continues that they had in the last lap. Lead gap extends by 0.8 of a second. 6th, I should say, Clan Down Under are getting dropped by a bunch of Lankers, so not the best of stints for the Leeds boys there either. We've got a challenge on. Coventry B are challenging Loughborough A. That's the 52 kart Saturday Night Fever for 17th place. They were just 10th going over the line last time, so that looks like there might be a change of position shortly. This time round, the gap is 6.8 seconds. Whoever's at that Sheffield Steely Wheelies, it's one of their better drivers, I would say, as Yusuf comes into the comms box and he brings pizza. Thank you very much, Yusuf. You didn't bring us a pizza each, did you? That's too far. That's way too far. He's after bonus points, or bonus laps, I should say. You don't really get points in 24 hours. Amazing that all 20 votes on YouTube went to Speedophiles. Well, Speedophiles is a pretty good name, to be fair. That's the Manchester effort. Ocean Beach is in for them. Andrew, you coming back in, or is Yusuf just dropping in? Yusuf's coming in to have a chat with me. Yusuf, we're watching closely the battle for the wooden spoon. Bath Bandits and Sheffield Steely Wheelies are both 33 laps off the lead. Sheffield Steely Wheelies closing in at a rate of 2 or 3 seconds a lap. It's coming close to a change for last position. How are your guys getting on?
We are getting around the track, and so far we haven't hit any tyre barriers, so I'd say that's pretty good.
Yeah, you've recently been lapped for a second time. I think you got Harrison Kirkham out right now, and Lucas Sullivan went by him not too long ago. How are you going to claw those 2 laps back?
We are going to wait for their kart to die.
Okay.
That's the plan, to be honest.
What happens if your kart dies, though?
It's not going to die.
No. Yeah, no, but
No.
if it did.
So I was speaking to the other guys, and we were saying, you know what? I genuinely feel, we all felt that we're not going to have any mechanicals.
At all.
At all. It just felt, really chill,
Got a
calm,
vibe.
relaxed, good vibes. Now that I say that,
We'll see.
yeah. This is where we see my kart trundle into the pit lane, and I just kind of stare into oblivion.
Yeah. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yes. I'm very familiar with that feeling from many, many years.
I'll sing the whole song if it actually happens. I'm keeping an eye out for number 40 as
Ooh.
they come around and see where number 7 is in relation to them. That's the battle for last place. They haven't come around just yet, but I'm expecting them in this gaggle of karts coming through the final section now. That's 28, 22, 18. There's the 40, and it's the 7. And that looks like Raina Mills-Pullen at the wheel of the 7. She is pulling in.
And they're on the same lap as well.
They're on the same lap.
Oh, lovely
There's
stuff.
1.8 seconds in it. Raina pulled up 2.5 seconds on the last lap. So it wouldn't surprise me if she goes for a lunge into that left-handed hairpin number 1. But let's see where they are when they come back down the hill. That's the battle for last place.
Bath against Sheffield as well. That sounds like a bit of a rivalry.
In what way?
I don't know. I just feel like those two unis have been at it before.
Okay.
I don't know. I say that. I've never been a main, so...
No.
Do they hate each other?
I mean,
this
is Sheffield C, so I don't think they've been
okay.
the mains either, to be honest with you. And Bath are doing pretty well this year, but they haven't brought any of their good drivers. Yeah, they're close now.
Wait,
Raina is...
Bath have good drivers?
Yeah, Axel Jakovic
yes.
is at Bath, and the guy who finished 2nd or 3rd in heavyweights.
Okay.
What was his name? His name's completely slipped my mind.
I'm trying to remember.
Trying to remember how to pronounce Axel's surname, which I'm not going to try again in case
To be honest, you did a really good job of it, so...
I do my best. But yeah, I think we've seen a change for last position, Andrew. Just to point out to you whilst you're eating your dinner. Coming around now is... Nope, they are neck and neck. It's those two black, big-footed karts. I think it's going to happen down into turn 1 over the big bump. Raina Mills-Pullen has recovered Sheffield Steely Wheelies from last place, or at least it looks like she's going to. Down into turn 1, I expect to see them emerge from behind the hill with Raina in the number 7 car ahead of Bath's Bandits. Bath's Bandits, to be fair, have had 14 stops to Sheffield Steely Wheelies 11. That doesn't account for how long the stops were by any stretch of imagination. But looking out now, coming down the back straight, they are side by side for last place, and at the inside goes Raina. Sheffield are off the bottom. Bath tried to come back at them. In fact, they have come back at them through the first hairpin, but the next one is a right-hander, and Lucas Sullivan from our race leaders takes the both of them up the inside of one, and on the exit takes the other. That's CKRC past another couple of back markers. Lucas approaching an hour into his stint. Who would you say your main competitors are then, Yusuf? Come on.
It's really early to say. So, obviously, I have to say our main competitors are the Speedophiles.
Yes.
They've been memeing us on Instagram.
Uh-huh.
Also, I know all of their drivers very well.
Uh-huh.
Half of them were meant to be racing with us, and then Ocean nicked them all. We realised there was too many of us, so we had to make 2 teams.
Okay.
Our A team and their B team.
Too many goats spoils the farm.
Exactly. Can't have too many goats around. It's the amount of mess they leave.
Well,
ridiculous.
You say that, then you had 2 drivers drop out on the day.
Yeah.
Where are... Is it Dante and who else dropped out?
Ross.
What happened to them? What were their excuses?
I'm just not a very good shepherd. I lost a few sheep from the flock, essentially.
Yeah, lost a few sheep from the flock.
Yeah.
Goats. Yeah.
Sheep and goats, easily mistaken.
Disappointed. You replaced them with Sam Lovelace and someone else from Speedo Files. I want to say Kane Shepherd.
No, it was...
Was it not Kane? I'm pretty sure it was Kane.
It was Kane and...
Sam Lovelace, wasn't it? No, Sam Sanders. Sam Sanders. I get those two mixed up a fair bit. Unfortunately, you can tell why their names both Sam.
I mean, there's 2 Harrisons. We've got Harrison Kirkham and Kieran Harrison. So there's a battle of the Harrisons out on track.
Oh, yeah. That's a tough one as well, actually. Everyone should get different names.
Yeah.
As you know, like in film, where you have to have a unique name.
See, that's why I've got my name. Can't get mixed up with anyone.
No.
Until we get to Club 100, where rudely there's another Yusuf.
There's no other Jacobs in Club 100, though.
Are there not?
It's like when I was born, it wasn't a popular name. It's now like one of the most popular boys' names, and like
Okay.
kids under 15 or something. There's
Everyone's
tons
looking
of
up to you. They're like,
I was an inspiration.
Yeah.
I will say that much. But yeah, around my age, hardly any. But give it 20 years, and you won't be able to move for adult Jacobs. And I'd imagine Harris. You know, isn't not too common, but then it's not too rare, is it? So we'll see a few Jacob Harrises knocking about, no doubt. But yeah, come on, you didn't answer the question. You said speedophiles.
Speedophiles are our main competitors, but they've not really been speedophiles. They've more like been leaderphobes. With how many times they've been underweight. So, I would actually say, so I'm not actually too worried about CKRC and Lando Nunda, because their carts, if you look at them, are rocket ships. They genuinely take off on the straights. We're looking at TUAA, because we know they're a very consistent team. They won last year.
They're in the pits.
They are in the pits.
That's second place TUAA, last year's winners, the number 1 kart. Yusuf, your team has a chance to catch up with them here. Let's see how long it is that they're in the pits for. Harrison still got, what, half an hour left of his stint?
Yeah, half an hour, 40 minutes. I think we've been trying to go just a little bit over 1.5 hours for each stint. We came very close to running out of fuel on the first stint, where there was huge queue of carts coming in. Fraser practically had no fuel left in, which meant when we tried to restart the engine, it wasn't very eager to start up.
I see. You're just a lap behind still. They've come back out of the pits. A 2-minute 34 lap is pretty standard for a decent pit stop. And yeah, you guys are still a lap down on them.
Yeah.
Not a bad position to be in though, with over 15 hours of the race to go. You know, I'd have taken that if they offered me it at the start.
It's something that I was saying to the rest of the team, because, you know, obviously we want to be leading, but to be in this situation with a very smooth race so far, no real big issues, is pretty good. So I'll take it. And we've seen it time and time again. Anything can happen, particularly overnight. So it's just about keeping our wits about us, so that if anything does happen, we're ready to deal with it and lose less time than we otherwise might.
Good stuff. You got a bit of a fan on the comments.
Yes.
I don't know if it's Technovin or Technovan.
Technovin.
Technovin.
Technovan might upset him.
Wow. I mean, if he's French, it'd be Technovan.
Actually, you know what? He might be French.
Have you been getting it wrong this whole time? He's just too shy to tell you. Oh yeah, yeah.
I'd be disappointed.
Yeah, no, don't worry.
Yeah. Well, I was staying at his place over the weekend,
Okay.
so
that's
how I get my speed. He treated me to waffles in the morning, so
you can't be that pissed off if
No.
it's Technovan. But Technovan sounds
yeah.
Maybe change it.
Technovan.
Technovan.
I think he needs to rename his username now.
Imagine Thierry Henry saying it. Technovan.
To be honest, his actual surname sounds like it could be French.
Okay.
Because it's Gratin. It's like Gratin.
Yeah. Wow. Time to rebrand yourself, Technovan. Pretend you're French. Just be one of those pretentious guys. Walk around with like garlic around your neck and get a striped white and black top. Mustache, beret.
Yeah. Baguette.
Big, under the arm. Yeah.
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 Can't forget the baguette.
Oh, garlic, isn't it? Around the neck, not on
I've never seen the
or
garlic
either.
round the neck.
Either would do. I think you get the message.
Walk around with a picture of the Mona Lisa in the other hand.
Yeah. Or just no, you can't get it on the t-shirt if it's striped.
Oh, sorry, no. Have a white flag in the other hand.
White flag in the other hand, yeah. Cheese-eating surrender monkeys that they are. So yeah, you guys are still a lap down and into the pits are Sheffield. They've worked their way up to 4th. That's the best they've been doing in this race so far. They've had a bit of bad luck. It says 6 pit stops. This will be 7. I think they've had 1 or 2 extra, not least because Amy needed to tie her hair up.
Oh no!
I know. It's a first world problem when you've got too much hair to go karting. Too long a hair. Certainly wouldn't accuse of anything else. Bunch of lankers.
But if the hair was longer, it might not have come out the suit.
Yeah, but she's on about cutting it off. I think there's a poll on Instagram if you're interested in seeing a grown woman chop her hair off in the name of go-karting. Clan Down Under may be able to profit as well. In fact, they do go up into 5th place. Swansea Bitches are the next ones who might bypass Sheffield. In fact, there's a strong chance of it, but they'll be in the pits themselves again within the next 20 minutes anyway. So I think Sheffield looking pretty strong in terms of top 7 position.
So did you get excited earlier on? Because we did when the rain started coming down a bit.
A little bit excited.
Yeah.
A little bit excited, but it was a false dawn, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I was hoping it would shake things up a bit. There's lots of people saying to pit. I'm not quite sure the benefit. There were lots of people rushing to say pit now. I think they were maybe expecting the changing conditions, people getting caught out and causing a
Maybe there's just an illegal supply of wet tyres lurking around.
It could be. Someone does have a sign up there saying pit for wets.
Brilliant.
And that could well be someone who's got the inside line on this sort of thing. So keep an eye out for them. I'll keep an eye out for them. You keep an eye out for them. We'll figure it out eventually. My ability to pretend to be friends will be undermined by a terrible French-speaking ability, Duolingo.
Yeah.
That's how I learnt it. I even did Le Mans grid walk once and spoke French to a team.
Really?
Yeah. Andrew and Howard were in the comms box with their mouths, jaws on the floor,
yeah.
I should say. I did GCSE as well.
Yeah, okay.
Times,
but don't you get like those really passive-aggressive messages from like the Duolingo bird?
Oh, yeah. I don't like that guy.
No.
No, I'm not a fan of him. I turn notifications off because he just gets in my head.
Okay.
Oh, you haven't done your 3-day streak. Leave me alone. I'm busy today. I will be back tomorrow if I want to learn French or any other language. I'm trying to learn Italian in a minute.
Are you?
Not going very well. I'm going to Italy.
Ti piace italiano?
No,
fair enough. Yeah.
I'm on, Apple and woman.
So I'm
like
half
that.
Italian, so Italian always excites me.
Well, I'll have to enlist your services then in August when I'm panicking that I can't speak any Italian. I just like to be polite, when I go to someone else's country, I like to try and speak the language.
Yeah, of course.
Obviously, I give up when I'm being so much of a hindrance that
it's just
I'm
easier
wasting
to
time. But Portugal, for example, they all speak English, and whilst last time I went, learned enough Portuguese to ask for things, when they reply in English, you're wasting their time if you try and continue on in Portuguese. Full course yellows. We've got someone off. I assume that's the exit of turn 2. They're right out in the middle of the field. Can't quite see who that is. That looks to be the only incident on track so far, but they've full on stopped, I think. So the quad bike won't have far to go. This might not be a long full course yellow unless there's a kart elsewhere that I can't quite see. The drivers looks to be running off. Is that a part of the go-kart over there? No, he's just going around the barrier rather than jumping over it. Full course yellow. Let's see who's close to pitting. Swansea Bitches really could take advantage of this now. They're 1 hour 25 minutes into a stint. I can't see any of them with any sort of pit board or flag, but perhaps they will rush to do so now.
I think a lot of them will have radios as well, so
yeah, they might.
We're too techy these
they're
days.
Experienced enough. There's Hallam Old Boys right down the bottom. Who
Scuderia Ecosia are on a very long stint, aren't they?
There's one or two that the pit timing just does not work for them.
I just think they're economical with their fuel tanks, maybe.
It's a spare car. It's a wheel. The wheel is come off. I have no idea how they ended up by there, how they lost the wheel. But it looks like the full course yellows might be coming to a close if that's the only incident.
Maybe they hit the curb through the chicane and just sent the wheel off on off on a roll into
I don't know
the
how
grass.
They got that far onto the grass without the wheel there. I feel it would have dug in earlier. Still, it's not full course yellow. It's just flashing yellow on the digi now. So it was a mistaken call by my commentary colleague. No boards out, just a yellow flag on the digi, which I think should be disappearing because there's no hazards through the kink and into that left-hander that I can see from my comments box vantage point. It does indeed say green flag running at the top of your timing if you're following that. So some of you eagle-eyed may have noticed that, and yep, gone is the yellow flag. No wonder no one rushed for the pits. Swansea Bitches have to hope that there's one in the next 5 minutes to take advantage.
I'm obviously, apologies for talking about my team here, but I'm just keeping an eye on Harrison Kirkham because while he was out, we went over the radio to him to talk about the only important thing what pizza did he want from the pizza place. So he said pepperoni, and we got him a pepperoni, but I've told him that if he doesn't get a 21 in his stint, some of the pepperoni might be gone.
We had a 22-1 last time out.
Yes.
He's now just done a 22-2. Has he hit the mark? I don't think he has.
This might be the only time I'm somewhat happy that one of my drivers hasn't gone very fast.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. That 320 is your last pit stop. I can't see a 21 anywhere. Unfortunately, there's a 22-1 there.
I think he did a 22-0 in his previous stint.
There's a 22-1 there as well.
Yeah.
But I think... Oh, so he doesn't get the pizza? Is
Well,
that what you're saying,
he'll
or?
get pizza, but it
You
might not be all there.
You could pick the pepperoni off and put it on my pizza.
Yes.
Instead, as his punishment.
Yeah.
So he still gets pizza, but he doesn't get
The pepperoni.
The pepperoni. I'm on board with that.
Pepperoni-less pepperoni pizza.
CKRC are in the 21s. They are just done a 21.6 at the head of the field. And a bunch of Lankers behind you done a 21.8 last time around. So that is the pace that he needs to be on. Harrison's coming around now. We can just see him coming out of that complex. He's got a bit of a draft. See if that'll help him. What's he doing? 23-1. No, that's going the wrong way.
Yeah.
Bit of traffic. He might struggle. I think that's the ex-Swansea bitches just ahead of him, so maybe he can catch up to them and see what Luke is doing. Although Luke's only done a 22.4 himself. He did get past the two back markers though, so maybe a bit of clean air. He can pull some pace out of the bag, and perhaps Harrison can see.
And to be honest, that's a large part of the 24 hours, because you can have that individual pace, right? Put yourself out into clean air, you can put in some really quick lap times. And that's what you see for the first hour and a half or so. But once you get past about 3 hours, you get to the point where we are now, where every single lap, you're pretty much lapping someone. And it's so important to be able to effectively make those lap passes without losing time, as sadly Harrison, on the outside into hairpin 2, can't find a way through.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a bit more top end than that blue suited person, but he's on the outside here for the Parabolica and hairpin number 3, but he does make it work around the outside, so that's good, although that's a move that he's been trying to get done since hairpin 1. Not ideal. The Swansea bitches cart ahead of him. That is them, isn't it? Yes, 51. He's getting away from this group.
Is that Adam Nather behind him?
It might be. It might be. Yes, it would look like, based on where Adam Nather's team... Nather?
Nather?
I've never asked him.
Nather?
Adam's easy. I can do Adam. Yeah, it looks, based on the track position, you've got ex-Swansea bitches, yourselves and Swansea, Sheffield, just behind, and that's why it was so difficult to overtake.
Yeah, we weren't supposed to.
Yeah, the Sheffield cart not looking too hot on the straights, to be fair, but they're doing well to have it in 7th place.
I think we got lucky, because I think the ex-Swansea bitches were in front of us on the outside, so we might have got a bit of a toe on the straight, possibly.
They are now the cart in front as well. So yeah, strimping from Harrison. Get the job done. Are you looking for a back in? Because I can go and finish my dinner then. So Andrew will be back in to keep company, you sir.
Thank you very much. Go and enjoy your dinner, Jacob. I saw Jacob waiting very patiently outside the car park for his food earlier on.
For his Deliveroo. Yeah.
What did you end up getting then? What did you end up getting for food?
We went for the slight. Well, I had like a penne pasta sausage thing.
Very nice.
And Jacob went for the nicer Parmo option of the two, which is probably quite wise.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Well,
I've apparently had good Parmo, and even that felt like.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had one.
Oh, it's to be experienced. Definitely to be experienced. Oh, there's our faces. Hello. Andrew and Yusuf on the airwaves for you.
And we're getting quite used to this now, mate, aren't we? After Bukc 24 earlier in the year.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Very fun. I'm a lot less tired today.
Yes.
Than I was for that.
Yes. No, with good reason. We were asking Alex this earlier from Brighton.
Okay.
Have you found with this race so far some like fundamental differences with say something like the Bukc Park 24 hour and preparing for that, or other say corporate karting enduros that you've done in the past?
I've never raced in any of the other 24 hours. It's always been at Teesside. I did British 24 hours once, but still here at Teesside.
Similar story, yeah.
So I've obviously done corporate karting at like sort of Bukc for the Bukc 24 hours, Daytona for Daytona 24 hours, but never in those specific events. And the one thing that always stands out for me is just how much more physical Teesside is.
Yeah.
Not because it's necessarily a very physical track per se, but just because of how bumpy it is. And my first time I was here for 24 hours, really bruised ribs, very tired, didn't hydrate properly, which is just 24-hour things.
Yeah.
But once you get into the swing of it and you kind of get used to it, bringing all the right water, the right food, staying up to date, following the action, and kind of managing pit stops and everything just become a lot more second nature.
Yeah. No, I see what you mean. It's one when I did this race a couple of times, it would be, I'll be fine. I'm used to karting. I do it a lot, and karted in various different things. I always found there were bits of my body that ached after a pounding around here that I didn't even know could ache.
Yeah. I know for most drivers, they always tend to get blisters on their hands. Is one of the big ones. I've never actually had a blister here.
Good.
I think it's because I'm a bit different on the steering wheel.
Yeah.
Either I'm lighter or I do like more pushing than pulling, or pulling than
on
pushing.
Your fingers as opposed to on the palms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing I quite like, which I learned from an old teammate, James Ludlam, is just when you're on the straight, just flex out the hands just to get any stiffness out before it builds up. And it feels a bit silly, but it does genuinely help over a long period of time. And this weekend, it's actually the first time I'm double stinting.
Oh, really?
So I've not done it before, but every other time I've done my 1.5 hours, and at the end I've thought, you know what, I could do another.
Yeah.
But if I go to sleep for a couple of hours or have a break and then go back in the car, it feels so much worse.
Yeah.
So we'll see how dead I am at around 3 a.m. or something.
Good stuff. So situation in the race, we're in one of those periods once again where we're offset with these pit strategies, but the pace that CKRC are looking at now, mate, they've both done 5 stops now, and the fact that CKRC have got a full lap on the field now, that's a really, really good bit of work from Lucas Sullivan in the last hour or so. Yeah,
CKRC have been putting in a really good race so far. They went for a bit of a different strategy, we reckoned, early on. They pitted, I think it was about 1 hour 10 into the race just to desync with everyone else. Very smartly, had a clear pit lane. They gained about a minute on everyone else as a result. And I think TU Dublin, knowing them, they probably really extended it out. And we were looking at the lap times, and we've been kind of matching, going a little bit quicker, but they're just so consistent.
Yeah.
And then those pit stops, I haven't looked at them, but they're probably doing like 2:20 pit stops somehow. Yeah. Actually, 2:30, that's not bad.
2:34 on the last one, and the one before that, 2:39. Yeah. So yeah, 2:30 somethings is what they've been looking at. Is that something that you at this stage of the race, if you feel you are losing a little bit of time, or even if you're not losing a little bit of time, is that something that you go and watch and see, send someone to almost spy on one of their pit stops and see what they might be doing differently?
We haven't spied on any pit stops yet. Or we've not looked too intently. We've been getting our pit stops at around 2:30, so we've been quite happy with them. I mean, we just do our pit stops, and then we realised maybe we could have done this better. So one thing that we're doing, guys, don't listen into our cheat codes, right? And some of the other teams do that as well, is when you're pushing the car out of the pit bay, you can send a driver in, turn the steering wheel, push. Quite hard to push a car from standstill with that steering wheel turned. You can get the driver, pick up the front, throw it out in a straight line, and then go.
Get it going.
Maybe you damage the front end a bit by doing that. Probably not. does your driver have strength after 1.5 hours to do that as well is another thing.
Yeah.
But there are all those little things, pushing the cart, starting it while pushing it. But I think
it's interesting you say that one because we don't do the racing anymore. We've retired. That's what we started doing for the Club 100 endurances, even after the Rotax Zero came along, and people were like, well, why are you doing that? It's like, well, the cart, it's still a question of average speed, and even if it's like a second or two, pushing the cart or without the pickup, like an old style TKM, we found was benefiting because it's also lesser load on the clutch as well, lesser load on the clutch. Lesser load on the electrical system. You've got a battery that's a little bit on the off. We found that gave us just a bit more wiggle room when it came to the most crucial part of the pit stop we found, which was getting away. Whether it didn't matter whether it was Rye House or Wilton or Clay Pigeon. If we got the pit stop exit good, we were going to gain time.
Well, it always surprised me at Club 100 that you see teams that when they made their pit stop and then they would get going.
Yep.
There wouldn't be someone to push. They'd just be like, driver's in the car, I'll walk off now.
Yeah.
No, give that push,
Not too much of a push. I did give Howard too much of a one once, and he flipped over the back of mine back.
Okay, so he wasn't in the car fully. Okay.
Well, his feet were. The rest of him wasn't. And then he was out, and he was on my back. It was like, well, this isn't gone well. It looked like a really bad cool runnings.
Is that the bit where you said, oh, you don't want to drive? I'll jump back in.
I'll jump back in the car, mate. No, I wasn't even racing that day. That was a bit of a faux pas by me. 15 hours and 15 minutes of this race to go. We'll carry on. We won't do a rundown on this one. It's been fairly stable the last hour or so. Brighton A have just taken a position. They've just taken 8th place away from Speedophiles. And the Swansea...
Ooh, they're actually battling for P8
they are.
On circuit.
As they come through there. I'm finding it quite interesting as well, mate, how it's... Because sometimes the bit of like, it's a very much look at the drawing, what kind of cart that you get. And the bit that I would counteract with that and thought line, and I've seen this with the British 24 Hour as well, having commentated on that enough times over the years. The fact that last year's champions are up there, P2, the fact you've got the Swansea guys, another former winner, in the top 10. Birmingham, another former winner. Very much a self-inflicted problem as to why they're down in 12th place. What do you think it is about those teams, and hopefully your own team up there in 3rd place, that means that even though there's still a very long way to go, best part of 2/3 of this race, that I'm seeing a list of names up there that have been successful in this race before. What do you think gives them the edge over maybe some of the other teams 25th downwards?
So the main thing is consistency, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of the times you'll see as well, you'll have some teams that will have one really good driver.
Yep.
So they qualify really high up. The rest of the team isn't at their pace, unfortunately. So they end up losing time. You'll get teams like Dublin who will all be at that same kind of pace. But every single lap, they will be getting in those times. And it doesn't even matter if you're even a second off the pace. If you're putting in those laps consistently, every single lap, staying out of trouble, whatever it is, you're golden. Pit stops as well. Being able to smartly not come in the pits when there's a queue of carts, which was one of the issues we had with our first stint. We had Fraser in the car saying, let's pit early. And I said, we got the radios. We can do it when it's a bit clear. Sadly, the radio stopped working. And Fraser was on dregs, had to come in. Huge queue of carts.
Yep.
Because there was no fuel left, it took ages to start up the engine as well. So our pit stop was 4 minutes instead of the 2 minutes 30 that CKRC did by pitting those 10 minutes earlier. And Dublin probably were...
Well, Dublin got on that full course yellow. They were the first cart in. Some people say, was that a bit of luck? It's like, I don't know. I think they read the situation that was going out on track. They thought this might get full course yellowed. And it's pretty much at the same time as that light in front of us went yellow. Yeah. They were in the pits.
And it's having someone there as well saying full course yellow, is the pit lane clear? Clear. And if you see someone coming in the pits in front of you, there's two fuel Bowsers.
Yeah.
If there's no one else in the pit and one car comes in front of you,
yep.
probably okay. if there's more, just stay
And
out.
in that way, it's very similar to a Club 100 endurance because
Yeah.
we would have a similar thing with the Barnstormers team of we would be calling to our driver, whether it be me in the kart or Howard in the kart or Wardy. I'm giving all our secrets away of how we actually did well in 2019 now. On any given pit stop, we would be calling 0, 0, 0. I just keep saying 0 as long as there's nobody in the chicken run. Wilton Mill, for example, was always a bit of a pain for that reason. And if you heard 0 and it was on your point where you had to commit easy, 1, it was down to if you were seeing something in the chicken run and you'd maybe take it a bit easy. And obviously if you heard 2, 3, 4, 20 million carts in the pit lane, you went, nah, I'm going to go around again.
Yeah.
So it's very simple things that I find with this endurance racing that once you get tuned into them, that's when you start getting these performances. Black flag for Warwick A. Been a really, really tough 24 hours so far for the Warwick teams. That's going to set them back. They had got up to 31st position. This was the kart that ran out of fuel around 90 minutes into the race and then triggered the chaos of that full course yellow that we saw in the early stages. As I say, they had worked their way nicely back up to 31st. It's not going to be too bad. They may lose 2 or 3 positions with it a bit more spread out now, but that's it's been tough on those guys this year. This place has bit them again so far.
Yeah. I've just had a look. Our team have actually pitted. Yes. We're still in 3rd, and Dan Seeger's out. So Harrison never driven a lap of this circuit before this weekend.
Yeah.
Dan never driven a lap before today.
Yep.
Both of them really picked up the pace over this, and so been really pleased with them.
How much, because those guys have got the experience outside of the BUKC, but for those who maybe don't follow outside of the BUKC, they've got a lot of Club 100 experience, and particularly with Dan Seeger, it's been impressive to see him come up through the ranks the last few years in the seniors. Similar with Harrison Kirkham, through the juniors, through that ladder that Club 100's now got with regards its kind of year by year training cycle. How's been integrating those two guys into a team, using and complementing the experience they've already got?
I mean, because they've got so much experience, they're obviously naturally quick. I mean, compared to some of the other guys on the team, we've got so much experience at this track. I think for pretty much anyone who does BUKC consistently, you've got more laps at this circuit than any other track because
of this one event.
One stint, you're doing 60 laps.
Yep.
And you're probably doing 2 stints every race.
Yep.
And for me, because I was at York University, we used to have our Old Boys event here as well. A couple of other events. So for me, it's just I turn up, I can jump in a car, and I know I'm going to be straight on the pace because I know the circuit like the back of my hand. But we're able to give that information to them, right? These are some of the little tricks you do. They go out, do 10 minutes in practice, give them a bit of a break, have a mull over, send them back out, and then they get to the pace very, very quickly.
Absolutely. So 15 hours and 8 minutes of the 2023 BUKC 24 hours to go. Andrew Mather and Yusuf bin Sahel on commentary duties for you at the moment here on the DDMM live stream. I'll need to have a little chat with the boss of how we do timings, because whilst we'd like to do everything in one stream, just to keep things with links and social media a little bit easier. We did start early, of course, and I'm not sure YouTube will actually allow us to do a 25.5-hour stream.
Oh.
So we might split it in 2, ladies and gentlemen, but...
you have to do some lifting and coasting with the stream.
We will have to do some lifting and coasting with the stream to get the mileage out of it. But it won't be for a while yet. We might give... What we might do is give the GoPro a reset before we head off with a little bit of kip, and then do this full stream reset first thing in the morning when we come back. We'll keep you up to date on that one, but thank you for continuing to watch the stream, support the event here at Teesside Autodrome. Yusuf, I think you're going to be heading off back to your team manager duties and driving duties. When are you next back out on circuit?
So it's either me out or Sam Lovelace. Oh, was that?
Sorry, I thought
you got a spin out of the chicane.
And we have got a kart that's now facing the right way, but not particularly quick, heading through Pitts Bend and down towards Rib Bend. Sorry, Zane.
So it's either me or Sam Lovelace out, and we have to figure that one out now. Who's going to be double stinting?
Fair enough.
We might play rock
Does
paper
the double
scissors for
stinter
it.
also get the pit stop? Does he get the mandatory service?
Ooh, we don't know when we're getting that mandatory service. It will be one of us two, though.
Yeah.
Getting that. So I always like this night stint.
Yes.
And I somehow always end up with a maintenance shift.
Yep.
And it's always very fun because you go out, you're driving on these really old tyres, but they feel normal to you because that's what you're used to. Go in the pits, put on a new set of tyres,
And
zero grip for half a lap.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, you think,
on.
oh, this is what a
Grip,
front
this
end
is
is meant to feel like. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Right, I'll let you go, mate. Thank you once again for stepping into the breach. And
Thank you for having me.
It's been a pleasure. And we'll see you again very soon. Yusuf bin Sahel there. Jacob Harris will be back on in a minute. I've lost track of which way am I? I'm number one. We've switched back.
Right.
We've switched back from the start of the race.
First order of business, I need you to end the poll on YouTube.
Yes.
We're way behind on schedule on stuff that we do. Let me get the Instagram up just to...
So for those not aware, tuning in, we've got a series of polls going on for various awards that Jacob's running here this year at the 24. And we've got a bit of a knockout style competition going on for
I'll get
and
you
the
do that. I'll
qualifying.
get the qualifying on.
So we'll see who's won the poll for quarter-final, number 2. And who's going to go through to the semi-finals? Well, actually, no. We were on to semi-final number 1, weren't we?
We were.
Well, it's 28 votes, 82% in the favour of Speedophiles, 18% in the favour of Timo Cock.
Okay. Read out. Tell me that in terms of numbers.
That is going to be...
Wait, I don't need to know, do I? It's obvious. Yeah, the winner goes through to the final.
The winner goes through.
Why am I counting votes? Oh, because I was adding them to Instagram. Yes, I do need to know. Sorry. Who was it? We've got Timo.
Two wins for Speedophiles on both YouTube and Instagram. So that means they'll go through.
We haven't finished on. We'll leave them up on Instagram until.
Okay.
So how many votes for Timo and how many votes for Speedo?
For two awkward numbers. 28 votes.
What is that divided by 5?
23 votes for Speedophiles, 5 for Timo. Hello, Kat.
Hello. Where is what? Sorry.
Where's our little camera?
It's...
Where is it? Because I was like, I literally was on the page and waiting. I'm like, Jacob's bound to live stream the start. Nothing.
Oh, so it's on Andrews. It's on DDMM. Alright. You've seen their Facebook page got hacked. Well, Will got hacked on Facebook. And the person who hacked it is all of that.
Right, pits going on at the moment for CKRC. It's on schedule, 1 hour and 31 since they last came into the pits. Lead of 1 minute and 44. So TU Dublin go back onto the lead lap for now. So this is another one of those portions of the race where CKRC go off schedule or in terms of number of pit stops completed compared to TU Dublin A. So probably expect TU Dublin A to be in about an hour's time. Also looks like a bunch of Lancers, the team from Lancaster University. They are in as well. Again, this is a scheduled pit stop. We'll relegate them down from 4th place. Llandau Nunda will go back through. That's your Leeds effort. Moving back up the order, and it's very much starting to feel like it's this top 5, definitely, of CKRC, TU, Dublin A, Yusuf Scout Farm, Llandau Nunda, and a bunch of Lancers. But you cannot rule out at the moment. Never overtake Sheffield. They're still in there, 4 laps down off the overall lead. Imperial A, Brighton A, and Speedophiles are all there as well on 4 laps off the overall lead. You never know what's going to happen here through the middle of the night. Lap times at the moment, decent. Low 22s for the quickest drivers. Birmingham Ace setting some very nice lap times at the moment. As are the Liverpool number 4 karts, the LGB team. Just done their fastest lap of the race so far on a 1 minute 22.205. Got 8.7 seconds ahead of Coventry B now. Looking a little bit further down the order, who else is setting some good lap times? Lancaster A have also just set their fastest lap time of the race so far. 1 minute 22.525 on lap 360. So as the sun hasn't quite fully gone to sleep yet, as we come up to 9:30. Is this starting to be the stage of the race where the track starts to run a little bit quicker? It's not getting the intensity of the sun that we had earlier. Officially, we were about 16 minutes away from sundown, official sunset. This is the portion of an endurance race, particularly a 24-hour race, where for me it just starts to come alive. 9 hours of the race completed, as in 15 seconds time. If you were watching the big one last weekend, the race really hadn't settled down by this stage, and a lot happened between then and the end of the Le Mans 24 hours. 3, 2, 1. We are into the 9th hour of the 2023 BUKC 24 hours. Andrew Mather and Jacob Harris on commentary duties for you here on your DDMM. Live trackside commentary. Pictures out of our commentary box window here as we see the karts go by. Thank you for your continued support of the stream. Hope you're enjoying it on, well, if you're in the UK, on this Saturday evening. So we're approaching the 400 laps as well. 388 laps completed by CKRC now. And in fact, this is quite a momentous point of the race, because not only does CKRC, that must have been a very, very good pit stop for CKRC. We're talking about TU Dublin getting back off the lead lap. Yes, it was a good pit stop from CKRC, 2 minutes and 39. They don't just have the lead, Jacob Harris, of a 28.7 second gap, but they also now have done that, even though they've done a pit stop more. The last 3 hours in particular have been very, very impressive for CKRC.
Yeah, really, really impressive form from them, and if they can carry it on through the night, they're on for a solid result. Apologies for the interruption there. Kat has arrived from Wilton Mill, luckily for us, because she's fantastic, as we all know. I'm just getting qualifying up on this.
What was semi-final number 2 that I should have set about an hour ago?
We are getting snowed under here with admin work. So
it was
semi-final 2 is Alain Prostate versus Llandown Under.
Well, there we go. Semi-final number 2 on YouTube has now started. Get your votes in for which of those team names you'd like to go through to our best team name final. We'll keep that going for, what would we say, half an hour? Half an hour. Good to catch up with Yusuf as well. In really good spirits. Ooh. Something interesting happening in the Formula 1. Don't go and watch it. It's not that interesting.
We'll keep you updated. Stay watching this. Yeah, he's positive. I think
really impressive drive at Drivers' Championships at Clay Pigeon a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I think his last couple of 24 hours haven't necessarily gone his way.
No.
Not that he's the kind of person who gets bothered by that sort of thing. He's as good as he is, very much still here for the fun. But yeah, I think this is the first one that's kind of, he seems to be in luck, and hopefully it stays that way. But I think he's enjoying it while he can, and saving the knowledge that it could all come crashing down. Just going to move your monitor slightly that way.
Oh,
So you can see that Q2 for the F1 starts in 12 seconds, but
indeed
nowhere near as exciting as what we've got going on here. We've got...
I'm more interested that it looks like they're actually using the Pirelli intermediate tyre.
Yes, they are.
Goodness me.
There they go.
They're going to use it for all of about 2 minutes and then switch to a dry tyre or decide that it's too wet. Sorry, I'm being very cynical about I do love Formula One, ladies and gentlemen. I would not be here if I didn't love Formula One. It's what got me into the sport, but sometimes... Oh.
Yeah, it's not been great this year, is it? I mean, Max is great. Red Bull are obviously great.
You can't knock anything that Red Bull or Max Verstappen have done this year.
It's just too much of a gap. It's too much of a gap, unfortunately. And with the whole cost cap situation, leaves a bit of a sour taste in the mouth. It's like Man City when the
Too many races.
You know, why are you there? Oh, because we spent more money than we really should have in comparison to everyone else. And it sours it a bit. Whereas here at Teesside, you spend more money than everyone else.
You just got
make a
you
blind
just
bit
have
of
a
difference.
you just have a flashier lid.
Exactly.
Still have to be to the minimum.
And
weight
not
limit
necessarily
and all that.
flashier, because some cheaper lids will have light ups on them in the 24-hour, which I prefer.
Yes.
Lando Norris is still in contention.
Good.
Probably spurred on by being part of the punchline to one of my jokes.
Oh yeah, he was definitely
earlier
listening early on. He's like, right, I'm got to go and do it today.
Yeah. Well, we did say it's more exciting than FP3.
Yes.
Probably agreed.
Don't leave us here, folks, though. Thank you for continuing to be tuned in. Lead at the moment for CKRC now, 25.5 seconds. TU Dublin A still a while off a pit stop, to be honest, though. But we do know they have been running longer, and I do wonder that we saw Birmingham do this not in their winning year, or at least that's not the instance that I'm thinking of here, that Birmingham a few years ago were able to run really, really long on the fuel to the extent that they did 2 pit stops less than a lot of the teams around them, and still run to a relatively good pace. I think give it another 2 rounds of stops, and TU Dublin A are going to bring themselves onto the same cycle as CKRC here. It'll be interesting to see what CKRC do from that point onwards.
I don't think they've been taking risks.
No.
I don't think many people have been taking risks based on what we've seen. But it's when you get into that second half of the race and you see the fine margins that actually decide who's in the lead and who isn't. That's when you start thinking, okay, let's eke it out another extra 5 minutes, or let's go 3 laps and see what happens. Not that those 2 timings are too dissimilar, but be interesting to see what happens overnight.
It will indeed. We will keep the video feed running for you. Me and them are going to go and get a little bit of kip. And then be back bright and early in the morning.
Are we staggering it, is the question. We haven't yet decided.
Oh, I think we've got to go until at least an hour of... Oh, what a surprise. He's fallen off. If you're not watching the Formula One, put in the chat who's just fallen off. I'm not going to say.
No need to.
It could be someone you're not thinking of at all. It could be
Max. It could be Max.
It could be Max.
He's done it before.
It's
not for a long time, but
it could be.
When he used to crash all the time. Bring back that Max. That would make Formula One exciting. Imagine that Max right now. You'd have no idea what was going to happen on every single race weekend, would you?
I know what you mean.
Yeah, that for me, Max Verstappen is too old. That's exactly the problem. Is Max Verstappen should have been born 5 years later, in which case we'd have one of the most exciting seasons F1 has ever seen. Although we would have lost 2021, one of the most exciting seasons in recent memory. So pros and cons to that theory, but I stand by it. If we had old Max Crashstappen, as they always used to call him, this would be a fantastic year of top-level racing.
To go back to your question, I think we've got to do at least 1 hour of proper darkness, and we're 7 minutes away from official sunset, and then we'll probably be another. I think we go to 11 p.m.
Get the bedtime story in after the F1.
Yeah.
And then wind it down, 11 p.m. Back online for 6 a.m.
Sounds good to me.
So we've still got the best spreadsheet. We've neglected the best spreadsheet.
Yeah.
We just missed that. We got to give best Bigfoot out.
Mhm.
We got to get pictures in for that. And there's other stuff on the schedule as well, I'm sure. Wooden spoon ceremony. Which may not happen before the end of the race. How are we looking? Because whilst you were having your dinner, there was an overtake for last place. But unfortunately, it's gone back.
Yes.
After pit stops, the way of Bath. Bath retaken last but one place from Sheffield Steely Wheelies. Rayner Mills Pullen has finished his stint, and that pace advantage they had has gone. In fact, looks like Sheffield Steely Wheelies have run into a bit more trouble. They're 4 laps down on there.
I wonder, is it another one of is it a slow pit stop or potentially a
multitude of them?
I don't know. It was a slow pit stop. 6 minutes and 21 seconds. That's a little bit longer than normal.
Sounds to me like either a mechanical or they didn't realise that she was coming in so early and weren't ready.
AO's got a suggestion. A bedtime story. What the?
Oh, he's on soft.
Alex
Albon at the top of an F1 qualifying timing sheet.
It's all right. It's still 8.5 minutes to go. He won't stay there. Do a bedtime story by describing a racing driver's career. That would be a blast. It depends which story we're describing, which career we're describing. How varied a story do you want to have? Let us know in the comments.
Yeah, if you've got any preferences, any characters,
any eras.
We can certainly feed in to the author what would be required. Yeah, Alex Albon's flying in qualifying. Absolutely going for it. Fair play to him. But 8 minutes left. You'd imagine most of them will get out.
Yeah, they'll pit and stick some
boring back to the
soft
24
tyres
hour. Subscribers have slowed down. Anyone on the stream not subscribed to DDMM, Double Dash Motorsport Media, get yourselves subscribed.
Can we hit 750 before the end of this?
How many are we on?
744.
Can we get 6 more? I reckon
Can we get 6 more subs?
I need to share it a bit more. I don't know how though, because like Kat said, she can find it. Probably because everyone goes to Facebook, so that's where we normally stream. And yeah, can I don't know if you can share it from BUKC YouTube, or can you link BUKC YouTube in?
I should be able to do that. One moment, caller.
Okay, I'll just have a little look at the times as you do that. CKRC still at the top, lapping on the low, 1 minute 22s, the high 1 minute 21s for Dublin, equally matched on pace as they have been for much of this one. Dublin are just about on the same lap. They're 27 seconds down. Keep an eye on that. They've pulled out half a second on that last one. Who's out for CKRC at the minute? They are in the middle of the track. There it is. Lucas Sullivan still on his stint. 13, 14 minutes.
He's doubling then.
He's doubling, yeah.
He's doubling. Whoa, as there's a off at hairpin 1. I think we need to tilt the camera back towards hairpin 1 again. It's getting spicy down there.
How's the camera doing with the glare? It's doing not too bad.
It's doing all right. I'll say I've reduced some of the graphical loads elsewhere on the machine. It's running a bit better now.
Nice. Yeah, I got worried then as Lucas was approaching hairpin 1.
It was one of those.
You went out the corner of my eye,
yeah,
and
I woed. It's one of. I imagine that was one of those that you really don't want as anyone on circuit, but in particular as a race leader, someone having a bit of a moment right in front of you when you're pushing on. Mid 122s at the moment for Lucas Sullivan at the wheel of the lead number 47. Right now, BUKC should be tagged into the title now. So we'll give that a whirl.
should make it a little easier to find. Let's have a look what's going on in the qualifying. Alex Albon's still on top, even though Max Verstappen's done a lap on softs.
Temperature. Tyre temperature. They'll all build it in the next lap or two.
Will they though? Because Leclerc's been told there's heavier rain in 2 to 3 minutes. We're doing a little. I just saw on your home screen a watch along. We're doing that, aren't we? We're doing a 2-in-1 stream.
We're doing 2 motorsport events for the price. Again, the price of nothing. That doesn't look particularly
dry.
It's one of the. This is the first time I'm going to say this. The weather here in Middlesbrough looks particularly better than Montreal right now.
Yes. It has been known to rain in Montreal, though. Obviously,
yes.
The famous Jensen win.
Yep.
What a spectacular
Want to feel
race
old? That was 12 years ago this weekend.
I was convinced Schumi was going to win as well.
He did have a good chance.
There was a point, and I just thought, this is it.
Hey!
This is the one.
Thank you very much, everybody. This is going to be, I think this is another raft of ones that haven't come through with the names. So if this was you, thank you very much. Well, I think we've just hit 750 subscribers.
Really?
Which was the target for this event. And we've achieved it even before halfway. Thank you so much, everybody. That really does mean a lot.
Up the lads.
Thank you very, very much
What does it say?
for clicking that sub button.
Oh, yeah, 750 subscribers. Wow.
750 subscribers.
It's more than 700.
It's a lot more than I had this morning.
How many have you gained today?
36.
36? That's a chunk. That's a chunk. That's 5%.
Yep.
Wow. Good stuff. Thank you, everybody who's watching. Hope you're enjoying the commentary. AO wants the bedtime story to be as varied as possible. I have no preference, in all honesty. Just think to sleep peacefully too. Don't worry. I put on my best, loveliest voice to read out that bedtime story. It's been known to be soothing, relaxing, and peaceful. Those are 3 words people have used to describe it before. We are 14 hours and 44 minutes away from finishing the BKC 24-hour 2023. Thank you for joining us on the Double Dash Motorsport Media live stream. I'm Jacob Harris. With me is Andrew Mather, as you can imagine, for Double Dash Motorsport Media. It's the 9th running of the BKC 24-hour. First being delivered to your racing eyeballs in 2014. If you were here at Teesside, and we've been commentating on it ever since 2017. On and off.
Well, this is going to be interesting.
Back out on intermediates, the Ferrari.
This ain't going to work, boys.
2 minutes to go.
I don't think we want to spoil this for the ladies and gentlemen who may be watching this and staying away from Formula 1, but this is a cracking this is one of the best Q2s I've ever seen.
It's a watch long, you know. Alex Albon and
if you don't want to hear the F1 result, mute us. Don't go anywhere, just mute us.
Yeah, go watch.
We'll give you a 5-second warning. 5, 4, mute it. 3, mute us. 2, 1. What is? They're not going to go quicker.
My only disappointment is that Verstappen has got a lap in. If he was in 12th where Perez is, Perez is going out again.
Yeah, he's not seeing the end of the season out.
I was going to say, Danny Ricks probably sat at home thinking, do you know what?
He's going to get 3 or 4 races at the end of the season.
If
they won't get rid of him before Mexico.
But you reckon after that?
But I reckon after Mexico.
What if he wins Mexico?
Nice wave off into the sunset.
We'll see. It's an interesting theory, though. But yeah, most of them out on intermediate tyres because it's raining again. Stroll's been investigated for after the session for impeding Ocon. That's definitely a penalty. I just saw it. His teammate Alonso's up in 5th. The McLarens have pulled it back. Considering how bad they were at the start of the year, they've pulled it back.
The thing that I think is forgotten a lot about it is when it was like, oh my goodness, the McLaren's a disaster. It was terrible at Bahrain last year as well. So for me, it was a disappointment because I always like to see the McLarens do well, but it wasn't a complete surprise to me that a circuit they struggled around with the same concept car-wise struggled again this year.
They're not going any quicker. I think this is it.
Nope.
I think we're going to see
have Albon, Verstappen,
Perez,
Norris,
Leclerc out.
Piastri, Alonso, Sainz, Russell George, Nico Hülkenberg, Esteban Ocon and Lewis Hamilton are going to be the top 10 going through. Leclerc out again.
I
How
feel
harsh
so
was
sorry
it that
for him.
Ferrari pulled it all, took him all the way to Le Mans, put him in a nice suit, and it was like, there, Charles. That's what it looks like for a Ferrari to actually win a race in 2023.
I feel so sorry for him.
I feel sorry for him as well. It's
Everything that could go wrong. And it's not as if you look to join another top team, is it? You wouldn't want to risk it at this point.
Not at this stage, no. Change of
abandoned,
position,
he's out.
just to talk about the race that we should be talking about. Ligma have gained 32nd place off of TU Dublin B. Full course yellow.
Just a yellow. Just a yellow on
Oh,
the
just a
digicard.
yellow here.
Yeah.
Correct, sorry. Just a yellow on here on start finish. And it was a short one, and it's done. Oh, look, has been off.
Yeah, that's it. Job done.
Caught the white line. Didn't have a grip. See you later. We'll do another rundown of the order in about 10 minutes' time. And it's as I say, it's definitely got into a rhythm now, this race. As into the pits comes Bohemian Rhapsody, the number 15 karts, currently in 13th place. They've done a very good job, I feel, in the last few hours, that Leeds B team. And I think sometimes Leeds B efforts go a little bit under the radar in the BUKC.
Yeah, they got, well, I think that the strength and depth is shown in Clan Down Under, who are fourth at the minute. Obviously, Kieran, one of the top tier drivers in the BUKC, but the team have backed him up. He's not been in that car for a fair few hours now, and it wasn't in fourth when he stepped out. I'll tell you that much. He did take the fastest lap though. They are coming up for another pit stop, Clan Down Under, so they won't be in fourth for long. Next 10 minutes they'll be in the pits, and a bunch of Lankers, Netherton, Sheffield and Brighton A will be rubbing their hands at the prospect, especially a bunch of Lankers who've only pitted 15 minutes ago. They're the most recent to have pitted out of the top 9. Imperial A sneak into the top 10 and beat them to the title for the top 10. Swansea Bitch is doing alright in 9th. They are closing in on the Speedophiles. 40 seconds is the gap between them. The Swansea Bitches are half an hour into a stint, and Speedophiles likely to pit again in the next 20.
Indeed. Hello to Michael Preston, who's just chimed in from Hungary.
Mikey. There's a video on Instagram.
Yeah.
I've known Mike Preston longer than I've known of the video, but it's a guy doing an impression of Michelangelo being asked to paint the roof of the Sistine Chapel. And as you know, it's a load of babies, and it's like, Mike, you want me to paint a load of babies in the Sistine Chapel? And then he's like, yeah, all right, I can get on that. What are these babies wearing? And the guy just goes, Mikey, they're not wearing anything, Mikey. I will dig it out and show you later. It's absolutely fantastic. But now every time I meet anyone called Michael, or even see people I already knew called Michael, I just think, Mikey. I can't help myself. I love it. And I'm going to inflict the same curse upon you later by making you watch the video.
So the wonders of, you know, modern technology, that he tunes in to have a little bit of a catch up with BUKC 24 Hours, and he gets a load of abuse off you.
Well, there's no Southampton team, so he deserves it.
That is true. Where is the Southampton team?
It's a long way for them to come, to be fair.
There's no excuse. It's a good party scene in places here in Middlesbrough, and they love a good party to Southampton.
Indeed. Funnily enough, I was saying to Andreas, who was with us earlier, back in 2019, I came up here and did the coverage for BUKC, and then got drafted to Le Mans last minute as well, you know, because you
yes, I remember that one, yeah.
First people I saw when I turned up to Le Mans was the entire Kingston BUKC team. I was like, what are you guys doing here? And why weren't you at the BUKC 24-hour? They said, oh, this is closer. I said, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Got a point. So yeah, Andreas hasn't actually been here before. He's racing with Hertfordshire because Kingston are down and out in terms of BUKC. I don't think they got a team next year, which is a fall from grace from a club that had multiple teams for many years. Cox Racing. I think I even raced with some Cox people back in at least 10 years ago now, and I think they were graduates at the time. I think we did Club 100 round together.
They had a quite regular graduates Club 100 effort. Sorry, my attention has just been distracted by a slightly slow moving number 9 Scuderia Ecos kart, but they're back up to speed now, so I think it's just a little bit of a moment through hairpin hairpin number 4.
It's not looking good for Sheffield Steely Wheelies.
Nope.
I think there's a spoon coming their way.
Yep.
I mean, we've got a long way to go. They could pull it back, but it looks like the bad luck is falling.
I've got to say, I am really impressed by. I know it's 40 laps, but I have seen gaps at this stage of the race. We've gone past 9 hours, a lot bigger from front to back. It's been a lot bigger than 40 laps in years gone by. I think irrespective of where any of these teams are in the field, they all deserve a lot of credit for their work here on the Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, Bath Bandits they've been in the pits 15 times, Andrew.
Yeah.
When leaders have been in the pits 5, 6 times at most, and you're there sitting on 3 times as many pit stops, 10, maybe 9 more stops, you're going to be far behind anyway.
Yeah.
But they're plugging away. They've done a 22.3 as their best lap, which is a respectable best lap time. Same for Sheffield Steely Wheelies. They've clearly got a range of talents in those teams, but they're still going for it. We are on over 400 laps now.
We have gone through the 400 laps point, and the lap is now almost it's 30 seconds. 30 seconds now for CKRC over at TU Dublin. I knew it'd be wrong to say it was a lap. We'll keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting. If you're just joining in, and like Michael, let us know where you're watching from in the world. International audience with us here on DDMM. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday evening. We definitely are here at Teesside Autodrome, and as the lights, we have now officially gone past sunset. Still a little bit of evening light around here at the circuit. I should have remembered as well. I think we're looking through a tinted window, so there's actually probably a bit more light than we can see from our view here. But the light will drop quite quickly, and that's when the karts will start to quite literally light up. If you've not watched this race before or followed any of this part of the BUKC season before, there's one thing the students are very, very good at. It is decorating their bits of racing paraphernalia, shall we say, with LEDs. And I can already see at least one kart has already got the LEDs switched on. This is like a second phase of the best Bigfoot challenge as well. It's one thing for a...
It's why we always do the best Bigfoot in the morning.
Yes.
Because you never know who's going to come out at night.
That's a local yellow around us here. If you're seeing on the stream, you can see a flashing yellow light.
You can, yeah. You can see your reflection
You
as
can
well.
see my
Andrew.
reflection as well. I'll wave my arms around.
Just about.
And as Joe Weaver pointed out earlier, yes, the window is quite... I don't want to say dirty. It's just accumulated a lot of dust. I'm glad that piece of glass is between us, because otherwise my paper would be horrendous as well. Because that just shows you the amount of pollen, dirt, dust, you name it. Because it is very, very dry here. It's almost tinder dry in places. It's been thrown up by the karts as they have their off-track excursions.
Something I tried yesterday for the first time. My mum recommended it to me, and I don't know why it's taken her 31 years to give me this piece of motherly advice. She said put Vaseline on the end of your
Vaseline
nostrils.
on the end of your nostrils. Yep.
Has she just been neglecting me for 31 years?
No, I've heard
Is
of
that a
one.
recent thing?
I think it's a more recent thing that's
Okay.
been realised.
Fair enough then. I'll forgive my mother for not telling me that. Aged 5 or below.
Shower at the end of the day for me.
Yeah. Hot water.
Didn't do it at Le Mans on the Saturday night. Woke up Sunday morning after 3 or 4 hours sleep, if that. Horrendous.
Max going quickest in Q3 in the Formula 1. If you are only just joining us, we're doing a watch along as well, and he's a bit ragged there actually, Max Verstappen, on the exit of whatever number turn that is. Great watch along this, I'm sure. Max Verstappen struggling at some point on the track, but still purple in the first sector. I want to see an Alex Albon pole here, and Andrew thoroughly agrees with me, but he's just put his headset down to take a picture of the sky or something. I don't know what he's doing. Probably Instagram for Double Dash Motorsport Media. Thank you to everyone who subscribed to Double Dash Motorsport Media so far. Do follow on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook as well. We've got Fraser's here.
Can you sympathise for us and can you put stuff on the digiflag?
Can you put stuff on the digiflag? Not from here, no, that's race control. But Fraser's saying double stint on his. Fraser famously, should we say famously, ditched Cardiff today to race for Yusuf's goat farm.
A wise move, if you ask me.
A wise move, yeah, but Cardiff are doing absolutely
Yeah,
terrible.
we're live right now.
No, I just wear this headset for fun, Fraser.
If I press that
it's a
button
fashion
there,
statement.
you are now live on the stream.
There it is.
Fraser.
Show us your board. There we go.
It's upside down. Double stint? Question mark?
The question marks. Yeah, you won't be able to see that. You see on the screen. You can hardly see on the screen. If you're in a car, you can't see that question mark. Someone's going to be like, "Oh, I'm double stinting." Then it's more of a statement than a question.
That's
So you
telling
need to
them.
be careful.
Double stint. You're
Yeah.
doing one. Whether you like it or not.
I can't hear you. Sorry?
You got one as well?
Have I got a pizza? Yusuf
Yes,
got me a pizza, yeah.
He timed it well, but also not well, that we'd just eaten our delivery.
I've
but
had a couple of slices.
You've
Yeah.
Drinking loud as well?
Getting
That's
through
for
the
2
vodka.
a.m.
Getting through the vodka, yeah. Maybe
Afraid
next
heads
year
up.
I will drink at this event. I'll just get absolutely leathered and stay awake for as long as I stay awake for, and then just crash in the morning and someone else can do the presentation. We'll see. Max Verstappen's on pole position at the minute. Apparently it's raining and just getting worse and worse. Alonso's second. Maybe he can pull something out. I think Max is about to go
Who's
faster.
been there in sector 2?
Yeah, he's a second
It's
and a
gonna be
half
Albon, isn't
faster
it?
than everyone else. So good luck beating that. It's one of the
Oh, is it
McLarens.
Piastri? Yeah, it's Piastri.
Oscar Piastri.
Oh, Oscar, and he's gone rearward into the barrier, and everybody in the McLaren pit goes, because that's going to be a gearbox. That's going to be a gearbox bonked.
Red flag.
Red flag.
That'd be interesting though, because the conditions will change and it probably gives someone a chance to beat Max.
If you're not watching
Unless
this
they
on
get
your
worse.
screen of our BUKC F1 watch along, this is out of turn 6. So coming onto the back straight, that's not really a straight, it's more of a curve between the two chicanes. He's spun it round, he's bonked it rear right into the concrete wall. That's going to be a drive shaft straight through the diff and a gearbox done. Oh,
Is it 4 or 5 gearboxes you get in the season?
not enough.
Not enough to be doing that.
He's going to get on the power on the curb a little bit of a squirm. Oh, yeah. He's done what I do in iRacing. Oh, I do that in my GTE car all the time.
Run out of talent.
Run out of talent. Just, you get out and you think, no, I've got this slide. And then you get on the power again and nope, round it goes. And that's a big hit. That is a right big hit on the rear right. My driveline knowledge tells me that ain't going to be good. And we've gone full course yellow here
We
at
have this time.
Teesside.
Can
Not
confirm.
because of Oscar Piastri binning it into a wall.
Who's
But
close? Who's
of
that there?
Something, I think this is going to be bottom end of the circuit.
Brighton A really could benefit from this, Andrew.
Yeah, they
They're
could.
on a
They're
1 hour 27.
and
Speed
they
of
are.
ours as
You've
well.
got a box. You've got a box. If you're Brighton, you've got a box now.
There's one car coming. I
It
don't
was
know
the
who that
44 that headed into pit lane. But if you're Brighton A, you've got to pit now. This could be a really big moment in their race.
Here comes the 30.
Oh, hang on. Oh, no, they have come through. They've done a 1:33. Did they head in? It was a slow lap for Brighton A.
3030 have gone in, Andrew.
Yeah, so they've heard it, they've listened to us, and they've headed in. Spot on from Brighton A. They could really be a big mover in this one because they were 1 hour and 28 minutes into a stint, due for a pit stop anyway, and they've taken the advantage there to head into the pits. Now, we think the incident that's triggered this full course yellow is down the bottom end of the circuit. We cannot see anything up here at the top
41 in the
end.
speedophiles. Perfect timing for Sam Standers to finish his stint for the speedophiles.
Apart from, I'm going to correct myself, I think that is the number 46 off to our left. That's kind of just a bit stranded on the karting loop that we don't use here on the 24-hour circuit. So if you watch Teesside Owner Sprint Series, after the D chicane, when it's then a right-hander long 180, that's where the 46 was stranded. The Bungle Merchants, and that kart has had a lot of trouble so far today. It's now been recovered. I get why they full course yellowed that, because the field was quite spread out. And that is a very difficult recovery across a very fast part of the circuit where drivers are threading their way through the D chicane. They're looking down through the left-hander. They're already thinking about rib bend once they get off of the D chicane. They're not thinking about a kart that could be being recovered from driver's right. So absolutely that. Now, especially with less light out there, that's absolutely the right thing to do if you race control. Quick full course yellow, and we should be back to racing. However, it's been one of these full course yellows. This can happen a bit more at this race in the night, where we've basically got it's like Le Mans again. We've got safety car A and safety car B out there.
There's the 45, the 45.
Oh, there's a bit of racing going into pit lane. Not quite sure what's going on there.
The 45 really need to pit. They're an hour and a half in. They're 11th. That's the car cannot move it. Coventry effort there. They've just about made it in under full yellows, but I'm not sure they're going to get the full benefit.
No.
Surely the track is clear and will be going green momentarily. They were the wrong side of the track for that. They might have even missed it first time around. But yeah, the three teams to really benefit from that. Speedophiles, they're in. Brighton 8, they're in. And Mort, the kart cannot move it. All in the pit lane, getting their pit stop done. So that's big movers and shakers in the top 11 of this race.
Just to come back to what's essentially happened here is, I think sometimes the night conditions just spook some of the less experienced drivers. And yes, there is a bit of a thing. I'm looking at the karts that are at the front of these trains at the moment, and they are drivers in higher gear, rented helmets. They're probably not as experienced as some of the others. And they, in the night, sometimes, I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do, but it is what they do. They take these slow periods, these slow zones, these full course yellows, a little bit slower, and they effectively become like safety karts. And we've got three big groups now around the circuit. Here comes another one of them, headed up by the number 19. And I think now, if you're in one of those situations where you might pit, you might not, this might actually swing you more back towards, no, you do pit, because you're losing a load of time behind one of these safety karts trains. That's aren't a safety kart, but it's kind of formed anyway. You may as well try and get in, get a quick bit of fuel, and get back out again, and maybe even join the same train.
I wonder if there's another cut off somewhere, Andrew, because we are still seeing full course yellows.
Yeah, I just wonder where it still might have something down the hill. So let's just assess where our leaders are.
The F1's getting back underway in just a minute as well after that red flag in their race. I think we are green. We are
back to green then. So
Brighton A are out. They pitted entirely under the full course yellow. Brighton A, it's a long lap, as you can imagine, but they're back out.
Yep.
Speedophiles won't be too far behind them. Whether or not the Coventry kart, Mort, the kart cannot move it, have made it back out or not as well. Remains
CKRC have pitted. Now this is interesting. CKRC have pitted 39 minutes into their stint. Now, they may not, they won't get the speed advantage now because of the full course yellow, because the full course yellow has ended.
There'll still be a bit of a speed advantage if the competitors are in traffic. If Dublin are in big traffic, then there's still a slight advantage to this. If they can come back out in a bit of space, there's always the risk that they come back out at the back of one of these trains.
Yep. And the train is huge, and this is the problem now. If you're in the back third of one of these trains, this is almost like the start of the race again. You've got to keep it all together. You've got to keep it on the road. Get this off your cliche bingo board. Yellows breed yellows. And it would be very much that that line of developments if there was to be another yellow now. To be honest, if I wanted to be somewhere on this track, I'd want to be in one of these packs where there's, like where the 44s just come through through past us now. The Finding Guimo kart. It's got a kart ahead of it. It's not fighting for position. It can just get on with its race for a bit whilst pretty much 3/4 of the field are all between, as I'm saying now, as there's a yellow flag out, there is a spinner. It is the number 9 Scuderia Ecos kart. 3/4 of the field are from the run from hairpin number 2 to the run to hairpin number 4 at the moment. That is a very, very busy bit of track.
Back in the F1, Max Verstappen on the radio saying it's a lot wetter already. I think that red flag came at the wrong time.
Yep.
I think without the cars clearing the water, it's just got a little bit wetter. And Max's second and a half advantage over Nico Hulkenberg in second.
Past front row.
I mean, we've seen it in the last year, Andrew. Don't be too surprised. Alonso third and then Mercedes behind. Disappointing for Albon to be down 10th after topping the times in Q2. But yeah, it looks like the times that we've seen in qualifying are going to be the times at the stand. And once again, Max comes out of a mad qualifying session unscathed. Carlos Sainz is been on the radio, or rather his engineer has, say even heavier rain in 2 minutes. I think that's job done in terms of F1, unfortunately. Maybe for an exciting race. We shall see. Tomorrow afternoon, Verstappen's pitted. He's pretty much done with that session, I guess. But yeah, Lucas Sullivan in the middle of that kart train. He's getting banded about. Max O'Shaughnessy's right behind him.
We have had a lead change. So CKRC have re-emerged and they're 12 seconds behind TU Dublin A. Now, I just wonder, as I sneeze.
Yeah, Lucas Sullivan is right in the middle of that train, Andrew, so I'm guessing Dublin is somewhere near the front of it. I'm just looking out the window for them now, the number 1 kart.
It is... they pitted a little bit off schedule very early in this race. I'm going to sneeze again.
It was probably... Yeah, Lucas was double stinting, so maybe he's thought a little bit of a rest, get some more fuel in, take this to as far as it can possibly go. They've now done 2 more pit stops.
They have.
But they're almost completely out of sync now, because we think Dublin will be in the next 15 minutes. 12 seconds is nothing, so essentially Dublin will be a pit stop behind with reasonably sized tanks.
I think that's a clever move by CKRC. I think they've looked at the situation they're in and gone, yep, on the balance of things of how this race has gone so far and the way we're playing this strategy, we can bank a bit of fuel here. I think that's exactly what they've done, whilst the pack is a little bit boisterous, shall we say, especially as they're now running through the karting hairpins.
Yeah, Lucas is clearing traffic pretty well, better than Max O'Shaughnessy, who was behind him 2 laps ago. Dublin kart presumably coming through at the front or near the front of this pack. Let's see how close to the front they are. They are 2 karts from the front of this pack, so very little in the way of danger for Dublin, who sit atop the timesheets at the moment. There is Lucas behind Mercedes, who've had a good day so far, or at least they've been showing some good running in the 24-hour. As I said, never in mains, but good to be seeing them in the top 10. How are the drivers adapting to the dark? Asks Peter on the comments. Reasonably well. I think this is the kind of time of night that the heavier drivers seem to be preferred, as the ex-Swansea bitches show off their lit-up pit board. Looks like a handmade job, that, as Luke Thomas poses for a photo which says 51 P6. That's kart 51 in P6, running reasonably well. Yeah, the lap times are still pretty consistent. You've got leaders doing a 1:20.16, which is pretty much where the leading pace has been this whole time. The spread across the field is a little bit slower, but that's because they're all bunched up. As Dublin come across those two back markers that we mentioned. Once they get through those, though, there is a massive amount of clean space that they'll probably be in for the remainder of their stint. So it'll be interesting to see what the Dublin driver has in the bag for that. A 21.4 is what he got with a toe. Lucas Sullivan still battling away there. He's got two karts directly in front of him and another two karts to pass once he's by them. The F1 looks done. I think Hulkenberg is going to be starting on the front row tomorrow. Handshakes all round in the Haas garage. Alonso will be lining up third behind Verstappen. Then we've got Hamilton, Russell, Ocon, Norris, Sainz, Piastri, and Albon hasn't set a time, unfortunately. Interestingly enough. So that's the F1 done and dusted. Fingers crossed for at least an exciting race tomorrow. If it's going to be wet or dry, doesn't matter. Just as long as everyone has fun.
Well, it's Montreal. It should be one of the better ones.
Let's hope so.
Let's do a rundown of the order, because we haven't actually done one of those for a while. So we're a little bit overdue. 14 hours and 15 minutes of this race to go. And we have a change of lead in the recent moments after that full course yellow. The TU Dublin A kart, the number 1, have taken the lead of the race. Sorry, I just got a little bit distracted because I think we have had the first of our the mandatory mechanical service stops have begun. That is because, well, unless I see a number 40 roll past me with bits hanging off of it, this is normally how the karts are brought in for their mandatory stop. They get shown the mechanical flag and they come in for their stop, and that's what Bath Bandits did, and I don't think I saw any karts coming in there with damage, so we'll leave that to the side. It's a random order in which they come in, so the Bath Bandits have started that process. Don't worry about them if you're following them and you're wondering where they've gone. So TU Dublin A lead the race. 13.2 seconds is their lead now, and they've completed 419 laps. So have second place the CKRC kart, having made that strategic pit stop just at the end of the full course yellow to brim the tank, which, if you ask me, I think that was a decent use of their time there, whilst TU Dublin A were in a big long lump of traffic out there on the circuit. Third place at the moment, 2 laps off the overall lead now is the number 50 kart, Yusuf's Goat Farm. 13th place, the Lancaster team of a bunch of Lancers. 3 laps off the overall lead. 53 seconds is what they need to find to catch up to Yusuf's Goat Farm. 5th place at the moment is the number 5. It's been, again, one of those few hours for one of these teams out there that's been fairly quiet, but very, very productive for Never Overtake Sheffield. As I say, they are now in the top 5. They're 12.7 seconds behind the Lancaster team, 3 laps off the overall lead. The Swansea Graduates, the 51, they're 4 laps down off the overall lead. They'll be happy with their progress, especially as they've got now ahead of the Llandau Nunda karts that did start this race from the front. They're in 7th place at the moment, 4 laps down, 15.2 seconds behind the Swansea effort, and they're 8 seconds ahead of Imperial A, who are back up to 8th place after their black flag in the last couple of hours. They're ahead of another team that have been called to the naughty step more recently in this race. That's the number 41 of the Speedophiles. That's the kart run by Ocean Beach, and the team mainly consisting of Manchester University drivers. They're 5 laps off the overall lead. Wrapping out the top 10 at the moment is the number 8 of Willpower's Willpower, 6 laps off the overall lead. Mort the kart cannot move it. The number 45 are standing there in 11th place at the moment, 12 seconds behind the number 8. 6 laps off the overall lead. They've got a lap over the first of the Liverpool karts. The number 3 of O'Tom are there in 12th. Brighton A. I think we've got to wait a little bit to see how that pit under full course yellow is shaken out for them. But right here, right now, they're in 13th place in the number 30, 27 seconds behind. But I do get the feeling that a good number of the karts ahead of them owe us a pit stop. At least O'Tom do, and possibly Willpower do as well. Coventry B are 9 seconds, 10 seconds to round it up, really. Further back, their number 43 kart is in 14th place. They've got a lap over the 15 in 15th, the Bohemian Rhapsody. That's the seconds team from Leeds University. Another seconds team is next up. The number 4 from Liverpool, the LGB team, are in 16th place, only 4 seconds behind the effort from Leeds, and 11 seconds ahead of Saturday Night Fever. In the number 52, they're in 17th place. About a minute further back, we find the first of the Exeter karts. I was not expecting to say this at this stage of the race, to find one of them, the first one of them, in 18th place at the moment. The number 33, the unprotected X kart, that is fairly near a pit stop window as well. It's getting into the last 20 minutes of its current load of fuel, so look out for them coming in the not too distant future. They do have a 13-second gap over the number 17 in 19th place. That's 1 to Buckle My Schumacher. Then we find the Durex Racing entry. This was the fancied Exeter entry. The 9 laps down, 3 seconds behind the next cars ahead, and are moving quicker. So are Exeter now starting to get back on top of this race? If they are, they've got a lot of work to do from 20th spot. But they won't give up. We know they've got a lot of spirit. We know that they came back from the disappointment of 12 months ago and finishing second in the Mains Championship to dominate the 2023 team. You don't lose that kind of form in the space of one night. 21st at the moment, the number 37 of DMU will get shunted off. They've had a steady last hour or so. They're 11 laps down off the overall lead, 2 laps behind Durex Racing, and very much start the second division almost of teams in this race now. They've got a laps advantage over the number 55 of a seriously hard and great go-karting ending really safely entry, who were up in the top 10 but are one of those teams that have had mechanical troubles, are on the fight back now, but probably chances of a race victory for 2023 have gone for them. Same story, I'm afraid, for Tap and Clapper Motorsport, back into the top half of the order, but having run third earlier in this race, they're now 23rd, and they're 11 laps off the overall lead. They're 19.4 seconds ahead of the number 10 of Mercedes, the team from London. They similarly were running up in the top 10 earlier on. They've got a 3.4 second gap back to Team O'Clock, the number 38, who've got a lap over the Miles Shelby squad. That takes us outside the top 25 now. 27th place. Good progress the last couple of hours for UH Racing. Back into the top 30. 13 laps down off the overall lead. Running decent pace at the moment. 16 seconds behind Miles Shelby. 9 seconds ahead of Make Huddersfield Great Again. Their number 39 is in 28th position. They're 18 seconds ahead of the number 18 in 29th place. That's Alain Prostate. And wrapping out the top 30, having just completed their fastest lap of the race so far, it's Nokia Bing Bong, 42 seconds behind the number 18, and they've got a clear lap over Finding Guimo, who've just slipped back a little bit in recent hours, back into 31st in their number 44. They are pulling away, though, from Ligma in the number 54 in 32nd place. 5 seconds is the gap now. Warwick A are actually going along really nicely at the moment. 1 minute 22.397 for them. 37 seconds is their deficit to Ligma, but last time around they were 3.3 seconds quicker on that lap. They've also got a little bit of support from behind. The Warwick Care Home yearly outing of the next kart behind in the order in 34th for the 57, 1 lap further back. And similarly, there's a 1 lap gap back to the number 28, return of the Cardiff University Motorsport. Yeah, they had a black flag earlier that very much arrested their momentum. They're trying to get themselves back into this race. Maybe they're aiming for maybe top 20 now. They've got some work to do there from 35th. They've got a 1.6 second lead over Sam Harris's International Tea Party. That's number 6 in 36th place. I don't think it's going to be another winning year like 2021 for Birmingham A. They've really suffered in the last few hours. They're now down in 37th place for the number 23. Likewise, TWW&B. This is the number 2 car, 48 seconds behind Birmingham. Both of them now 17 laps off the overall lead. They've nearly been caught by the Birmingham B team as well. The 39th place, number 24, is 18 laps down. They've got a 42-second advantage over the last kart in the top 40. That's the number 20 of Bristol A. 41st, Lancaster B, the number 12. They're 19 laps down. They've got a 17-second advantage over Brighton B, the number 31 in 42nd. You then go a little bit further back, and another team that's just set the fastest lap of the race so far. Lewis White in the 11 back markers, a 1:23.0, 26 seconds to find up to Brighton. 4 seconds, very evenly matched with Imperial B. Their number 22 is in 44th place. Nottingham A are a further 3.5 seconds back, 20 laps off the overall lead in their number 48 kart. They're in 45th place. 46th for Warwick B. A further lap back from Nottingham in the number 27. 47th is the number 56 of the Hallam Old Boys. Again, another further lap back. 48th, the number 36 of Gurney's Gang. Another lap back, so that's 23 laps off the overall lead now. 48 seconds further back from them, you find the number 35 of Ix's Icons in 49th. And then it's Scuderia Kos, who've had a couple of thrills and spills in the last few hours. They complete the top 50 in their number 9 kart. At the moment, 24 laps off the overall lead. They're ahead of their Scottish rivals, Edinburgh Napier in the number 49. They're clear of them by 1 lap. They've got about a lead of a minute themselves over Birmingham C in 52nd place in the number 25. 2 laps back, you find the number 19 in 53rd place. That's Karen Chanjob. Lancaster A have had a black flag recently in the last hour. They're in 54th place now. 29 laps off the overall lead. Bungle Merchants had some dramas recently. They're back down to 55th, unfortunately. 34 laps off the overall lead. And the Bath Bandits have been in for their service stop recently, we believe. The number 40 in 56th place. 5 laps clear of the last place, 57th place in the race, number 7, the Sheffield Steely Wheelies. Right, let's have a little look about the Bath Bandits being a service stop. They have been in and out, and that wasn't long enough to be a service stop, so maybe there was a problem for the Bath Bandits. Might have been something with driver kit, if it wasn't something obvious with the kart. But we're 9 hours and 56 minutes into this edition, the 2023 edition of the BUKC 24 Hours. You're watching it, you're listening to it live on the DDMM YouTube channel. Thank you for being with us on this Saturday evening. If you want to get involved, our live chat is open with our comments, especially if you're new to the stream. And thank you for the continued support and more subscribers. I'm annoyed the names aren't coming through. Not at you guys. I'm annoyed at Google because I'd like to give you guys shout-outs for pressing that subscribe button. But believe it from me to you, it's very well appreciated for the growth of the channel. Jacob Harris rejoins me here in the commentary box.
Yep, just been chatting with Warwick about our hacked Facebook page, amongst other things.
Yes.
And all about scraping like all the photos off it and stuff before they get deleted. Because I was saying, you know, at
There's a
first
lot
I
of history
thought,
on there.
you know what, if I post a thing in the Facebook group saying, look, can absolutely everyone just do these 3 simple things, go on the page, click report or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I realised the person who hacked the account has access and might start deleting stuff and demanding more money, so I decided against that. But potentially maybe at events we might start encouraging people to do it, or send out an email to all captains saying we need your help, because I don't think Will's attempts to get it back have been fruitful so far. There's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of pictures and stuff.
I've tried 5 rounds of trying to get to talk to somebody at Facebook, but they just kept giving me a robot.
Yeah, at the same. They just, you know, don't seem to care about it.
Nope. There's a yellow flag out around us. Not quite sure what it's for at the minute. It's waved yellows that starts on the entry to the D chicane and are continuing to run through down the hill, which normally indicates that someone is off on the run down to Rib Bend. And there is light down there, but there's not as much light as the top end of the circuit, and it's a very quick part of the circuit. So generally, at this time of night, they like to get... They don't want to go full course yellow, because that, to a degree, spoils the rhythm of the race. And they do like to get the speed down of the carts as they run through here, past us in the commentary position and down the hill.
How are we doing on the vote? I think we should probably call it now. It is bedtime story time.
I think it's another clear win.
For Alain Prost.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what we'll do is we'll leave the team name thing open overnight, because we're in the grand final now. Can you just tell me how many votes we've got for...
For Alain, we got 17 votes, 17 to 2.
17 to 2, it's a landslide there.
Yep.
I'll close the Instagram poll and then we'll get writing in terms of...
Before we get the author to write us a bedtime story, pit stop for the race leader, TW Dublin A are in. Slightly shorter pit stop than pit stop stint, or stint between pit stops, that's where I'm going. 1 hour and 34, so not quite the 140 that we were saying before, but that allows CKRC to cycle back to the front of the order. Let's see how much of a lead that they can pull out now. The pace has been... It's all right for CKRC. I think they are just race managing at the moment. They're not needing to go absolutely flat out. Just trying to see where they are on circuit. I think they're going to be coming through into hairpin 1 about now, maybe hairpin 2. Just wondering, did they change driver during that pit stop after the full course yellow, or did Lucas Sullivan carry on?
Lucas Sullivan double stinting, I think.
Well, he'd already started double stinting before the full course yellow. So if he'd pitted and stayed in the car, that means he's like 2.5 stinting. He is 2.5 stinting. Fair play from Lucas. And I tell you what else he's doing right now. Whilst the pace is good, so I think the lap before was a bit of traffic. He's just on a 121.7. I genuinely think, let's see how the rest of this race goes, but this has got one of those feelings for me in one of these 24 hours. This could be a very big stint for the team when we look back at it, you know, around 1 p.m. on Sunday, because the pace is good. Lucas Sullivan's been able to wrestle the lead away from TU Dublin A, and I would argue he's got 85% of the control of this race at the moment. But by doing this 2.5 stint, he's giving the other drivers in the team, the likes of Sam Johns, as an example, who we were talking about, is he got a double? And in the end, they pulled him in. He's giving them a lot of rest time, probably a little bit more rest time than they were anticipating. And that can't be anything but a good thing at this stage of the race.
Poll going live on Instagram, will shortly be going live on the YouTube. It's the final of Name of the Year. The winner of this gets a bottle of vodka for the team. We are looking for the best team name out of Alan Prostate and the Speedophiles, or just Speedophiles. Up to you whether you want to put a Z in front of it. You can vote on YouTube in the comments. You can vote on Instagram. You can vote on both if you so wish. Prefer if you voted for the same person if you're going to do both. Otherwise, it kind of cancels it out because we tally the two up at the end. But by all means, waste your votes if you want to. Who am I to stop you from doing so?
So we've passed into our number 11, quickly, rapidly approaching the halfway point of this race. What the pit stop for CKRC under, or just at the end of the full course yellow done, it means that on fuel now, the number of pit stops is kind of irrelevant right now. But the gap is 22 minutes in terms of fuel strategy. Arguably, when you get to the end of the race, that's 22 minutes in favour of TD Dublin A. But as we were talking about with Alex and Andreas earlier, actually in this race, there is you don't really do a splash and dash at the end. You still take the full fuel. So actually, you want to try and maximise as much of a last stint as possible. And whilst that may seem or feel like a long way away right now, the maths will be going on in the teams to try and work out, is it beneficial to take some fuel now to get you back onto a better cycle for the second half of the race. Change of position for sixth spot. Quite a big one as well. Llandau Nunda have got past Never Overtake Sheffield, so that's a bit of a Yorkshire battle going on there. Leeds getting past Sheffield. Some very good pace at the moment for Leeds, 1:22.041. I do think, as we're looking at the lap times now, I think you're going to see some. We probably won't be on the mics to talk them through, which would be a shame, but never mind. I think you're going to see some very fast lap times in about 3 hours' time, 2 to 3 hours' time. Once those new tyres start being put on the front axles of these karts, that is when they're going to start going quite quickly. And you could very much see the... Oh, now. I was about to say, I don't think we're going to see a fastest lap for a few laps. We've had one recently, which I missed. Apologies. It's Brighton A.
How have they done that?
A 1:20.938. It was about 8 laps ago. I think it's Alex Mitchell back out on track for them. That is a stonking lap, and the pace is continuing for Brighton A. They're closing in on O'Tom. 18.5 seconds is the gap. They were 1.2 seconds quicker last time around. So a very, very good bit of work there from Brighton A. Well, in that case, I think we're definitely going to see some faster lap times and maybe down into the low 120s when we get into the service window.
The bedtime story has been written.
The bedtime story has been written. Shall I hand over?
Let me just double check that. Okay. I think we got in all the feedback. Let's just. Anything going on track that's significant that we might want to cover in the next 10 minutes?
No, I think you're good, mate.
Okay then. The time is, well, it's coming up to 20 to 11 now. It's time to settle in for the BUKC bedtime story.
Once upon a time, in a small town, there lived a young student named Alex who had a deep passion for motorsports. From a very young age, Alex had been fascinated by the speed and excitement of racing. Whether it was watching Formula 1 races on television or playing racing video games, motorsports was always on Alex's mind. As Alex grew older, their love for motorsport only intensified. They would spend hours studying racetracks, learning about different racing strategies, and dreaming about the day they'd be behind the wheel of a real racing car. Alex's enthusiasm caught the attention of their family and friends, who could see the fire burning within them. One day, Alex heard about the British University's Karting Championship 24-hour race, a prestigious event where teams from universities all over the country competed against each other. It was a grueling race that demanded endurance, teamwork and skill. Alex knew that this was their chance to prove themselves in the world of motorsport. With determination in their heart, Alex approached their university's motorsports club and expressed their desire to participate in the Bukc 24-hour. The club members were impressed by Alex's passion and agreed to let them join the team. It was the opportunity of a lifetime, and Alex couldn't contain their excitement. The team started training rigorously, spending countless hours practicing at the local karting circuit. They worked on their driving skills, studied race strategies, and learned to work together as a cohesive unit. Alex's dedication was unmatched, and their teammates were inspired by their commitment. The day of the Bukc 24-hour race finally arrived. Alex and their team were filled with nervous excitement as they prepared to compete against some of the best university racing teams in the country. The atmosphere was electric, with the sound of roaring engines and the smell of burning rubber in the air. As the race began, Alex's team faced fierce competition, battling it out for every position. Through the night, they navigated through the twists and the turns of the Teesside track, swapping drivers and strategizing their pit stops. The hours flew by, but their determination never wavered. Alex's driving skills and the team's coordinated efforts propelled them forwards. With each passing lap, the team inched closer to the front of the pack. Alex's precision on the track, combined with their teammates' flawless pit stops, began to catch the attention of all the spectators. Their dedication and talent were undeniable. As the sun rose on the horizon, signaling the final hours of the race, Alex's team found themselves in the lead. They had fought their way to the top, leaving their competitors in the dust. The cheers from the crowd and the support from their teammates fueled their determination to bring home the victory. With unwavering focus and skill, Alex and their team maintained their position, pushing through fatigue and exhaustion. When the checkered flag waved in the air, it was Alex's team that crossed the line first, victorious in the British University's Karting Championship 24-hour race. The celebration was filled with joy, tears and hugs of triumph. Alex had not only achieved their dream, but had also proven that hard work, dedication and passion for what you love can lead to extraordinary accomplishments. From that day forward, Alex's name became synonymous with success in the world of motorsports. But they never forgot the lessons they had learned, the importance of practice, teamwork and the belief that with enough determination, any dream can be realised. And so, the young student who loved motorsports became an inspiration to others, reminding them that no matter how big or small, every dream is worth pursuing. And with perseverance, even the most incredible victories can be won. The end. That was the story of Alex. A heartwarming tale. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Those of you still with us on the live stream, we've got 30 odd people watching at home, and if that hasn't made you feel sleepy and decide to put your head down, we'll be continuing with the commentary for another half an hour or so before Andrew and I head off to bed. My gosh, that has made me sleepy. That was called A Motorsport Dream by ChatGPT. Thank you very much for writing that. Why am I whispering? It's because I'm reading a bedtime story. The claps from AO. Thank you for that. much for that. But yeah, so I was whispering it's a bedtime story, and I'm conscious that some of our viewers might be going to bed. That's for the people around the track as well, who might be trying to get their head down and get some sleep before their next stint. Out on the track though, it's full course yellows. There is some karts in trouble somewhere. I can tell you where, as they're not in sight of the comms box into the pits. Come the 11th place, Tom. Good time for a pit stop. Yusuf's Goat Farm are in as well from 3rd place. Yusuf's Goat Farm look to be challenging for the lead, and with a well-timed pit stop like this, they could really boost their chances. They were 2 laps down, 1 lap on the 2nd place team in Dublin. Dublin and CKRC, our top 2, have pitted recently. This round they come for another lap, the both of them. So Yusuf's team in the pits changing over. That's a very fortunate timing on the flags for them. As I said, Tom from 11th, they've also come into the pits, as have Unprotected X in 17th. That's kart number 33. Andy Seeger asks, is it raining there as the lap times have dropped? No, this is just full course yellows at the moment. It's not raining as we speak. It is getting very dark. You can just about see some light in the sky, which, considering it's 11:15, is quite impressive. But yeah, Andrew and I will be wrapping up shortly this commentary. As I said, we are getting tired. We've had the bedtime story. We've got the final of the best team name out. You can vote on Instagram, or you can vote on YouTube. See, Iron Prostate is currently winning on YouTube. We will tally together the votes on Instagram and YouTube at the end and be awarding a bottle of vodka for best team name to one of those 2 teams, the Speedophiles or Iron Prostate. Still in the full course shadows. Still big trader carts coming through that final part of the lap. I think that's pretty much everyone. Lucas Sullivan's in a prime position at the front of that train of carts. I'm trying to pick out the Dublin cart now as well. Into the pits comes 30-something. But yeah, bad news for Dublin if they are at the back of this. Can't quite see where they are in this train. They are very much in the middle of this. That is not good for Dublin. Bunch of Lankers move up to 3rd place. Yusuf's Goat Farm still in the pits. Bunch of Lankers need to pit soon. But that is a big train of carts. That's pretty much every cart on track in one big train. And, well, even CKRC now have caught up to the remainder of the pack. So Lucas isn't exactly in clean air. But they've both got long stints to go. We'll see if they come around. Again, can't see where the trouble is, so I've no idea how long it'll take. As the cart 50 comes round, that is Yusuf's Goat Farm. That's Yusuf himself. He's half a lap behind this train. He's either going to catch up to them under full course yellows and therefore make up a fair bit of time. Almost a free pit stop to be in that train in terms of time, but lots of traffic is the price he pays. Lucas Sullivan is indeed at the front. CKRC, our race leaders, are at the front of this big long train of carts, which is excellent news for them. Lucas Sullivan, I think, would probably prefer to be in the clear than anywhere in this pack. And in talking of anywhere in this pack, I'd say Dublin probably 75% of the way in. They've got 75% of the field to pass to try and get on terms with Dublin, with CKRC. They're 30 seconds behind last time over. They're on the same lap in the same train of carts, but 30 seconds behind. I can only see that gap extending as Dublin struggle through the back markers. As we look to the back of the pack now, and indeed Yusuf has caught right up. So almost a free pit stop for Yusuf's Goat Farm. They are 2 laps down on the leaders. As Lucas comes into the pits, Lucas Sullivan into the pits. He's been in the pits 37 minutes ago, and he looks like he's taken that almost free pit stop. He's coming in, as is the number 8 there as well. Willpower's Willpower. Still no green. You might hear some engines in the background, but they are still full course yellows. Anyone else taking the decision to peel off into the pits? We've got pit board out for 13, 12 and 11, I believe. I think that's the Loughborough lot, if my memory serves me correctly. In comes the 13. They've managed to pull him in. It might actually be a Lancaster one. 35 has broken down. I think one of the engines has stopped there, but they're going again. Not lost too much. Still full course yellows. You join us after the bedtime story. Find that the track is under full course yellows. The leaders have pitted 38 minutes into a stint for Lucas Sullivan. Is he doing a triple stint? Is he fueling it up and driving to the back of the kart train? He would have only lost 30 odd seconds there. Realistically, 45 seconds. Losing 45 seconds in the pits is good going. At this point, you've got to wonder who's not going to come into the pits. A bunch of Lancers have come in. They were number 13. That was the 11, 12 and 13. It was Lancaster. A bunch of Lancers have come in. They were 1 hour 20 into a stint. That's come perfect timing for them, really. Could have maybe gone 10, 15 minutes longer on that, but no more. The only other team in the top 10 is Imperial. We've seen Willpower come in. They were 9th. Their transponder isn't quite picking up in the pits, but Imperial are now the only team in the top 10 that have been out for over an hour and not come into pit as part of this full course yellows. I think I just saw, did I just see Lucas Sullivan go back out? No, I didn't. I was wrong. That 35, I think it was, still struggling with getting that engine going. Doesn't like running around at low speeds, evidently. Apologies if you're hearing background noise. It's quite quiet outside. Still full course yellows though. Presumably there's been a barrier being repaired at some point. There's into the pits comes another one. I think that's the number 19, was it? 26 as well comes into the pits. Lucas Sullivan has indeed gone back out, and whilst they may have lost a lap, they are still further up in the queue than Dublin. In fact, they may well have completed a pit stop and got back out in front of everyone. Is that even physically possible? Was it just a drive through the pits? Is that quicker? Here's someone to explain now.
Oh yeah, so you just came in and just come and get started.
So CKRC have just told me, well, Lucas Sullivan's dad has just come in to tell me that whenever there's a full course yellow, their engine cuts out, and he had to come into the pits to get it started again. So he's limped round on presumably one engine and come into the pits to get the second one started again. Very interesting. They're not pitting tactically. So that 1 minute, that is why they've got out again without losing a lap. They won't have put any fuel in whatsoever. They've purely come in to get an engine started again. And so that's dropped them back through the pack. They've lost roughly 10 positions, but yeah, worrying times, because the full course yellow is supposed to be an opportunity for drivers. Not supposed to be an opportunity, it's obviously a safety measure, but usually it's seen as an opportunity to save some time, and if your engine's cutting out, you're not saving any time. Yeah, so Lucas Sullivan's dropped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 carts back from where he was. So he hasn't suffered too badly. Certainly from an engine cutting out perspective, there are worse things to be than 12 carts down track position than where you should be. They are still 20 seconds ahead of Dublin. So they've lost about 15 seconds from an engine cutting out. very tight at the front of this one. 13 hours and 37 minutes to go. There's an announcement over the tannoy. Let me just listen in. I think the full course yellow continues for a while. I can see Andrew chatting with the Warwick lot about this. Yeah, still no pit for Imperial A. In comes the number 12 for a stop. They're not really one of the movers and shakers in this one. That's another Lancaster. And we've seen a Leeds kart go in as well. In comes the 18. That's one of the Swansea karts. Karts are really struggling over the start-finish straight. They were going very slowly around here, nearly even coming to a stop. Andrew, any news as to why there's a full course yellow?
Info required on full course yellow and white, by any chance?
Yes.
Yes. So, yeah, there has been... Am I on the right one here?
I hope so.
I think so. Yeah, there's been an incident down the bottom end of the circuit. There is a driver receiving some level of attention. So we are going to be under full course yellow for a while, just whilst that is dealt with. Safety being paramount at this point. So that's why you are also seeing the karts just moving very gently and very slowly past the accident zone, so that this could be a bit of a lengthy full course yellow here at Teesside.
So news since you've been and gone. CKRC.
Yes.
You might notice something on the time
CKRC are back in the lead again.
They are back in the lead. They were back in the lead when the full course yellow started.
Yep.
What I was looking at was the far right, is they've been back in the pits
again.
Oh,
they've been back in the pits
you
again.
Remember Lucas Sullivan came in the pits under the last full course yellow?
Yes.
Lucas Sullivan got back out. It's not necessarily double stinting.
Yep.
It's under full course yellow, one of their engine cuts out.
Ah.
So Lucas was at the front of this train, at the very front of this train, and came into the pits and emerged where he is now, 12 karts in, didn't lose a lap. And his dad came in to explain the engine cuts out, so he comes into the pits to get the engine going again.
Yep.
And he may well have to do it again.
Okay.
And if this full course yellow goes on for longer. So they're suffering a bit in the CKRC card.
Okay, well that's an issue that they will need to manage. Hello to Andy. No rain at the moment. So just under a full course yellow for an incident down at Rib Bend, we believe. We're not going to speculate on who it is and how it's happened, because it's out of our viewpoint here in the commentary position.
Steady.
Hello to Juan Pablo. Could you give a shout out to my mate Rory? Hello, Rory. Wherever you're watching in the world. Matt asks, is there going to be commentary all through the night? Not quite all through the night. We haven't fully formulated a plan yet. Probably we will go until the point of where we get to this next green flag. What I will ask Jacob, though, is whether we want to do a stream reset, because we're 11 hours and 25 minutes into this one. If we did a stream reset now, that would save the stream without any cutting by YouTube.
Would it? I thought it was 8 hours.
No, it's 12. At least I thought it's 8 on Facebook.
That's where I'm getting 8 from.
Yep.
So how long have we got? How long have we been going? Sorry.
11 hours and 26 minutes.
Okay, so we've got.
So if we did a reset now, whilst there's not much going on, be back up online in about 2 minutes.
We kind of want it to go for another. Do we stop it and reset in the morning? Is the question I'm looking at.
Let's go. I don't know. Let's go.
When are you thinking of stopping for the evening? Is the question.
I could go for another hour, I reckon, at least.
But then could you get up early in the morning?
Yeah.
For 6. You could be back here for 6.
Yeah.
Up at 5:30.
Yeah.
If you went for another hour.
for another hour. It takes us through to around about half. Well, it's an hour and a half till halfway.
Or do we cut it here in this obvious prolonged period of downtime and come back even earlier than 6? No. 6 will do.
Or do we split it 3 parts to have it through the night and then a commentated, re-promoted when we come back in the morning?
Who's the night?
We'll just leave it on the camera.
I mean, a camera at the start finish line. I don't.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
I don't know the benefit. Or just leave it on altogether and say goodbye at the end.
That was going to be that was my default plan.
I just stick with the default plan.
Stick with the default plan then.
Just leave it.
Keep it going. We'll need to do a GoPro reset. That'll get 7 hours.
Whatever will be, will be.
But yeah, still under full course yellow here. You haven't missed anything really, apart from a couple of pitters. CKRC are in again.
Yeah, that'll be the engine. That'll be the lead as well. That will be the lead.
That is going to hand the lead over to TU Dublin A. Oh, this is going to be a real problem now for the number 47. And the thing is, this time it is not the case of the train being stuck behind someone taking the full course yellow a bit leisurely, or more gently, shall we say. They have been told by race control, very slow pace across the course, especially down the bottom half of the course. Moving a little bit quicker as they go through the kart circuit here at the top end of the circuit. Let's do a rundown of the... let's wait till CKRC come back out on circuit and we can see where they're going to... They're not going to lose third place. I think they are going to lose the lead of the race here with this technical issue that they are dealing with. It's getting very close in the final as well. 60% for Alan Prostate, 40 for Speedophiles.
Let's have a look what Instagram's saying about this. This is hotly contested, I want to tell you that, Andrew. That's going to be announced first thing in the morning. Who doesn't want to be handed a bottle of vodka first thing in the morning?
So we've got 12 votes to 8. Oh, it looks like Instagram at the moment is swinging the debate in the favour of the Speedophiles.
There's a single figure number of we've had over 100 votes so far, but we're within 9 across the 2 platforms. I always wonder in these votes who some of the people who vote are, because there are names there's going to be people I never. Alistair Mallard's gone for Alan Prostate. James Fitzhugh's gone for Alan Prostate. Solid choices from them. Elliot Alt's gone for Alan Prostate. On the other hand, Speedophiles, I swear those people have... No, okay. I'm getting confused. Who have we got voting for? Sean Dorling voting Speedophiles. A blast from the past. Jake Bailey Saltmarsh. Nicky Richardson's gone for Speedophiles. Who else have we got? John Dalton. Sam Wrighton. Kane Shepard. Yeah. It's going to be a close one. We'll leave that running all night. We will leave it running. Full course yellow remains. Dublin A take the lead from CKRC, who've probably been into the pits to have that engine restarted. This is going to be really interesting in terms of stint times, Andrew.
It is. I think it's going to throw a little bit of guesswork up in the air regards what do you do with fuel now? Because let's say that the full course yellow goes back to green in the next 5 minutes. Well, we've had a good period of time under a good fuel-saving pace around the circuit. Is this when you start going through a 1 hour 45 or 1 hour 50? Kind of eke the fuel out a little bit if you want. Lead change, by the way, has been confirmed, and it's a minute now for TU Dublin A. They don't seem to have any technical issues running round at slow pace.
In comes the 57. Several cars coming in, actually.
Yeah.
So what I'll be doing is coming in now.
Yeah.
Fueling up to the top.
Yep.
And saying, okay, let's go for an hour and 40 from here.
Yep.
If the full course yellow lasts another 10, let's say add 2 minutes to it.
Yep.
Even if you've pitted in the last 45 minutes, I'd be coming in and filling up. The time saved. This is a slow full course yellows. This isn't, your standard yellow flag waving. This is slow right down. What kind of lap times are we doing? 2 minutes. Exactly. You're losing a minute out there.
Yep.
You lose a minute in the pits. So you effectively get a free pit stop.
Yeah.
I'm surprised more teams haven't been in, to be honest with you.
I'll tell you what else I'm going to try and do at this precise moment. I'm going to try and find a high-vis and try and clean our window for us.
Good idea.
Do that.
Good
Whilst
idea.
the carts aren't going round at full speed.
I don't have one, but if you go to race control, I'm sure Cat will be able to get you one. Can you reach? Would it be better if I... Oh, yeah, you can stand on the tyre wall, but then I was going to offer to do it myself because I've got longer arms and legs and therefore reach up higher. Well, whilst Andrew goes and do that, you're left with me again. Andy Seeger says, me and Lisa and the grandparents are doing an all-nighter watching the goat farmers. You guys can't leave just yet. You'll get entertaining. Wow. You don't want to know how entertained I am at 2 in the morning, Andy, I'm afraid. Is the commentary through the night, says Matt B? Probably not, no. Andrew and I both have to sleep. Andrew's on about going on for another hour, but realistically, it's the time kind of between 1 and 5 in the morning where neither of us wants to be awake. Most students, if not on track, will probably be trying to get some sleep. So numbers dwindle on the live stream. We are still hovering around the 30 mark though. In fact, we're close to 40 now. It's picked right up in the last few minutes. Mercedes come into the pits, as do the number 54. Number 54 is Ligma. 43 coming in as well. Number 43. Let's see who that is. A cursory glance at the timing sheets. But I think it's one of the Coventry drivers. 53 as well, coming into the pits. That's the other pink NASA panel that we sometimes get confused with CKRC. Down at the bottom end, Sheffield Steely Wheelies they're in the pits too. Maybe they're in the pits just trying to solve all the problems that they've had with that car, because they've had a few. They're up to 15 pit stops now. CKRC at the top on a misleadingly high 9 pit stops, which is the most of anyone in the top 30, actually. 2 or 3 of those have purely been drive-throughs to get the engine started. But yeah, it'll look very impressive if they win the race with a handful more pit stops than everyone else. It's been in the top 30 as well. You have to go down to Mercedes, who are currently in the pits, serving their 11th pit stop, to find anyone who's over 9 or even equal to 9. So CKRC have had their share of bad luck already, approaching halfway into this race. Andrew has got a broom. He hasn't got a high vis, but he has got a broom. So expect clearer pictures momentarily. Or rather, to see a broom going up and down the window momentarily in front of you. There's my reflection that you can now see, but you probably won't be able to see it for long. once Andrew gets his way with the broom. He's he's rubbing the wrong window. Maybe his intention is to do the whole thing. I'm sure he knows that his GoPro is over the middle one. But he's going to have to get up on the tyre barriers if he wants to clean the window that you currently see. Not quite sure where he's going now. The middle one. Your theory. Can't really see. Oh, when did you write going to eat this sausage roll for a couple of minutes? I don't remember reading that message. I just remember you eating the sausage roll. Okay. Do you... Andrew. Okay, Andrew's gone again. I'm going to have to pass back to Andrew in a minute. He's gone behind the comms box, which is the exact opposite direction to which the camera is facing, and for those you can't see, the window is sloping towards the track, so he's not going to be able to do it from the roof. No idea what he's hoping to achieve if he is climbing on the roof, and hoping to drop the brush down. Oh, he's gone back down below now. He's clearly gone back round. You can see, there he is, having no effect whatsoever on the clarity of your picture. Maybe it's on the inside. What if I do that? Oh yeah, it's all on the inside. Well, you live and learn. I'm sure he'll come back inside now and realise the error of his ways if he figures out the way back, because he's gone an awkward way around the comms box here at Teesside, which is its own little unit. You can see a shadow. It's on the inside, Andrew. It's on the inside, yeah. You've had a completely wasted journey. But you can rewind the stream if you want and see. Oh god, yeah, look at that. You can see that dramatically improve the picture. There we go. Do you want to pass it over here? Let me just get down from the top there. That's what we want. There we go. That's a lot better. If we keep that here. Did you want to take back over from me? And I shall be back in a jiffy.
Cheers, Jacob. Whilst he just goes away to deal with some business. Still under full course yellow here at Teesside. Oh, hello, Mr. Foxy Red. Good he can't be here for the whole race. Going to be back at Fullbeck tomorrow. Best of luck to Yusuf and his goats. Cheers, mate. Thanks for getting in touch. And hello to 8 Eve M77. Apologies if that's meant to be like a B. It's meant to be Bevan. He's just used the command of !BUKC timing to pop up the live link to the alpha timing link. Oh, as our text thing's having a bit of a moment. Oh, Streamlabs in general is now having a bit of a moment. Bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. We're not missing anything at the moment. We're still under full course yellow for an incident down at the bottom end of the circuit. Apologies, we do not have any more details than that, really. The commentary box, so it would not be fair for us to speculate on who it is and anything beyond that, really. I'm sure that you understand that watching on the stream. What we might do as well, because YouTube has a thing where it cuts off archiving at 12 hours. And we're 11 hours and 41 minutes into this stream. That if it's okay with everybody, I think we will do a stream reset at this point. Now, this is where it's more imperative than ever to be subscribed to the DDMM YouTube channel, because if you're subscribed and you click the notification bell, once we do the stream reset and go back live, you will get a little notification that says that we have indeed gone back live. Whilst we do that, what I'm going to do here is, if we say, let's set a stream for 11:30. And schedule that in there like that. Nope, that's set for 11:30 tomorrow. We're not going to be here at 11:30 tomorrow. But it's been a really good stream, this. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you for your support. Hope you've been enjoying the race so far. Hope you enjoyed Jacob's bedtime story. Karts just being spaced out a little bit at the moment, so they're not coming all down into Rib Bend in one big, long train. And what we might do as well is then do a bit of a stream reset. So we'll keep the stream running and going live through the course of the evening. We will also keep the best team name going as well, to give an opportunity for you all to keep being a part of that. Hello to Tony, who's just subscribed here to the channel, and his name's come through, so we get to give him a shout out. Thank you, Tony, for doing that for us. Really does help us out. And whilst we're still on the full course yellow, I don't think we've got any pitters at the moment. Let's do a full rundown of the order then. So, 450 laps completed. And it's TU Dublin A leading at the moment by 12 seconds now from CKRC. Pretty much all of the field are in one big, long safety cart train at the moment under this full course yellow. They've got 2 laps, both of them, over Yusuf Scope Farm, the number 50, in 3rd place. A bunch of Lankers are in 4th place, the number 13. They're 6 seconds back. A further 2 laps back from them, the number 5 of Never Overtake Sheffield. The 51 of ex-Swansea are in 6th place, and the 14th place car, number 14 car rather, is in 7th place. As the Llandau Nunda machine, piloted by the Leeds University drivers. 8th place, Imperial A. They're in the number 21 car, 5 laps off the overall lead. They've got a laps lead over Willpower's Willpower, the number 8 in 9th place. The number 45 currently completing the top 10, Mort. The carts cannot move it. So good job by them, up into the top 10. Brighton A are in 11th place. They've recently set the fastest lap of this race on lap 419. That was before this full course yellow. That's the number 30 there, going along quite nicely. Tom, the number 3. This is the first of the Liverpool carts. 7 laps down, 23 seconds behind. Well, to be honest, the gaps between the carts are pretty unimportant at the moment because of the full course yellow. 13th place, the number 43 of Coventry B. They're 8 laps off the overall lead, on the same lap of them as the Bohemian Rhapsody cart, the number 15 for Leeds A, in 14th place now. LGB Team, that's another one of the Liverpool entries. They're 8 laps down at the moment in the number 4. Birmingham A have fought back well in the last hour or so. The number 23 are back into the top 20 now. They have done a pit stop recently as well. They're 8 laps off the overall lead. They've got a lap over the Speedophiles. It really hasn't gone the way of the Speedophiles. They are circulating, I believe, in 17th place in their number 41 cart, but they've just slipped off the front order, really, in the last couple of hours. Saturday Night Fever, nicely positioned. 9 laps down.
in their number 52 kart in 18th place. They're on the same lap as Unprotected X. That's one of the Exeter karts in 33. They're in 19th. And currently the other Exeter entry, the Durex Racing number 32, is wrapping out the top 20. 1-2 Buckle My Schumacher, I should say, in 21st position. In their number 17 kart. Now the two karts on 10 laps down. The number 55, Seriously Hard, and Great Go-Karting, ending really safely. That's the number 55 in 22nd. They're on the same lap as the DMU will get shunted off. Number 37. Two karts on 11 laps down. The Tap and Clapper Motorsport number 53 are 24th, and Timo Klock, the number 38 in 25th. Make Huddersfield Great Again. Another duo of karts, this time 12 laps down. They're the first of them in the number 39 in 26th, and in 27th, also 12 laps down, is the number 34 of the Miles Shelby squad. 28th place, the number 18 of Alan Prostate. They're on the same lap. In fact, more karts are on 12 laps down. UH Racing are there as well, 29th place at the moment for the 29. And add just another one onto that list, the Finding Guimo entry, the number 44. In 30th place is also, once things are taken into account, 12 laps down. 31st, the number 42 of Nokia Bing Bong, 13 laps down. Also 13 laps down are the Warwick A, number 26 in 32nd. Loughborough's Ligma, number 54, are 14 laps down in 33rd place. They're ahead, though, of the number 10 of Mercedes in 34th. Also on that same lap should be the Warwick Care Home yearly outing number 57. I was having a quick chat with some of their team members earlier. They're in 35th place and plugging away. They've got a 2-lap gap over the Cardiff University Motorsport entry. Return of the CUM in the 28th. They're in 36th. They're on the same lap as TU Dublin B in 37th. Sam Harris's International Tea Party are next up in 38th in the number 6. Birmingham B are next up 18 laps down in the number 24 in 39th. Imperial B also on that same lap, the number 22 wrapping out the top 40. Next up, Lewis White and the 11 back markers in 11th place, 19 laps down. They've got a lap over Lancaster B, a flurry of karts 20 laps down at the moment. Lancaster B in 42nd, Brighton B in 43rd, Bristol A in 44th, and, Nottingham A, the 48 in 45th place. Two karts on 21 laps down of the Hallam Old Boys, the number 56 in 46th place, and the number 27 of Warwick B in 47th place. Gurney's Gang are next up in 48th place, 22 laps down. 2 laps ahead of Ix's Icons, the number 35 in 49th place. A further lap down, 25 laps off the overall lead, are the number 49 of Edinburgh Napier. That caps out the top 50. 51st are Birmingham C, the number 25. They're 27 laps down. 1 lap ahead of Karen Chanjob in the number 19. 52nd overall. Scuderia Ecosse, the number 9, are in 53rd place, 30 laps down. They've got a lap clear of Lancaster A in 54th. That's the number 11. Bungle Merchants, the number 46, are in 55th place, 34 laps down. The Bath Bandits, 38 laps down, the number 14, 56th. And in 57th place, the Steely Wheelies from Sheffield, 43 laps down overall. Still under full course yellow here at Teesside Autodrome for the 2023 BUKC 24 hours. This is for an incident, we believe, down at Rib Bend, down through the bottom end of the circuit, out of our sight here in the commentary box and the upper paddock at the karting circuit. We are going to take a very quick stream reset. If you're on YouTube, there should already be the live stream link. In fact, before we go, what I will do is try and do something clever, and it'll probably go wrong, ladies and gentlemen. But if I give you this link here in the live chat, that is the stream that will be starting shortly. We'll continue with a little bit of commentary until we get this one back underway. And you won't miss anything here on the DDM YouTube channel. That is the wrong link. Sorry. Brain that's been up since very early this morning is having some struggles right now. But still under full course yellow. No other changes in the lead as far as I'm aware. The CKRC karts continues to go round. So the new live stream link is there. Head across to that and we'll see you in a few minutes' time.